Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Their relationship would come to an end. Ye Xian was allowed to seal Ye Guan's realm, and Ye Guan himself wasn't going to stop him from doing so, as the former was too strong for him to do anything about it. In addition, Ye Guan was well aware of his father's kind intentions. It wasn't like Ye Guan hadn't earned any profit while his cultivation base was sealed. In fact, his sword cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had also achieved a breakthrough in his mindset. However, there was a bottom line to it. If the bottom line was crossed and Ye Xian insisted on suppressing Ye Guan, the latter would no longer think that Ye Xian had kind intentions. Ye Guan's gaze fell on the black-robed man. The black-robed man was about to make a move when a powerful sword intent surged from within Ye Guan, suppressing the black-robed man. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, the black-robed man knelt with a loud boom. Why was he kneeling? The Xianyuan clan elite members stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. No, they were staring at Ye Guan as if he were a monster. Xianyuan Ling's eyes widened, and she was in disbelief as well. She was so shocked that her delicate frame couldn't stop quivering. Qin Zizi's eyes were filled with shock as well. She didn't expect that the man who had just boldly asked for her number would possess such terrifying strength. The black-robed man stared at Ye Guan in horror. This is impossible. How is this? The black-robed man trailed off and clenched his fists. A powerful, baleful aura burst out of him, but Ye Guan's sword intent crushed it as soon as it appeared. The black-robed man paled, and his eyes were full of fear as he stared at Ye Guan. Who are you? The black-robed man asked in a trembling voice. Ye Guan glared sinisterly at the black-robed man and quietly raised his hand. Xianyuan suspended overhead transformed into a ray of sword light that struck the crown of the black-robed man's head. The black-robed man's eyes widened, and he stopped breathing just then. A deafening silence descended upon the entire Xianyuan residence. The terrifying black-robed man had perished in just one sword move, and it was a result that none of the people here could have even imagined. Xianyuan Ling looked at Ye Guan with a complex expression. She knew that Ye Guan was powerful, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. Xianyuan Ling was also pretty confident that Ye Guan hadn't gone all out, and it was all because of the leisurely manner in which he had killed the black-robed man. The black-robed man had died so quickly that no one could have possibly taken even a glimpse of Ye Guan's true power in that instance. Qin Zizi's beautiful eyes were filled with shock as she stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked to be about the same age as her, but the former was definitely more terrifying and stronger than her. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Qi and the other Xianyuan clan members were both shocked and delighted. They were shocked by Ye Guan's display of strength, and he had just proven to them that he was indeed a legendary cultivator. His strength was beyond any master they had seen so far. As for their delight, it had come from the fact that Ye Guan was a son-in-law of the Xianyuan clan. Ye Guan opened his palm, and Xianyuan flew into his hand. Ye Guan looked down at the sword in his hand and reaffirmed that Xianyuan was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps only the Path Sword and Qing Xian were stronger than it. Ye Guan walked up to Xianyuan Ling and extended Xianyuan to her. Xianyuan Ling hesitated for a moment before saying, "It has chosen to follow you." "It belongs to the Xianyuan clan," Ye Guan retorted. Xianyuan Ling stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, "Let it follow you." Ye Guan was silent. Xianyuan Qi walked over just then with a smile. "Linger is right. Mr. Ye, only you can bring out the true power of this sword. It would only gather dust if it were to stay here, so please take it away." Ye Guan glanced at Xianyuan. The sword trembled slightly and emitted a low, deep hum. Ye Guan smiled. "You shall follow me, then." If Ye Guan were asked, he would say that he had taken a liking to the sword. Not only was it powerful, but it could also awaken the ancient bloodline within him and strengthen the power of his Phoenix Emperor bloodline. Ye Guan put away the sword before staring at Xianyuan Ling and the Xianyuan clan members. "I'm not going to take this sword away for free. If your Xianyuan clan has any needs, feel free to let me know. I'll help if I can." Xianyuan Qi seemed displeased at Ye Guan's remark as he said, "Mr. Ye, how can you say such a thing? You're Linger's boyfriend, so you're one of us. We're from the same family, so it's only natural for us to help each other." "Boyfriend?" Ye Guan was stunned, and he looked at Xianyuan Ling. Ye Guan was about to explain when Xianyuan Ling chimed in, interrupting him. "Dad, you should go and reassure the clan members. I'll talk to him in the meantime." Xianyuan Qi smiled. "Sure." Xianyuan Qi turned around and led the Xianyuan clan members away. Elder Qin was also getting ready to leave with Qin Zizi. Ye Guan noticed that and hurriedly walked up to them with a smile. "Could the both of you give me your mobile numbers?" Elder Qin was somewhat puzzled. "Why do you want our numbers, Mr. Ye?" Ye Guan smiled and explained, "There's a connection between my family and the Qin clan." "A connection?" Elder Qin became even more confused. As far as he could remember, Yanjing had no powerful family with the surname Ye. Regardless, Elder Qin was willing to give Ye Guan his number, but Elder Qin had a difficult relationship with technology, so he never really had a mobile phone. In other words, Elder Qin couldn't give Ye Guan his mobile number, as he never had one. Qin Zizi stepped up just then to save the day with a pen and paper in her hand. She wrote down a string of numbers and handed it over to Ye Guan, saying, Mr. Yat, this is my phone number. The Qin clan's doors are always open to you. Ye Guan received the paper and smiled. All right. Qin Zizi stared deeply at Ye Guan before nodding slightly and leaving with Elder Qin. The Qin clan. Ye Guan thought as he watched them leave. He was excited to visit the Qin clan, as his mother was from the Qin clan. Xian Yuanling walked over just then and stared at Ye Guan. Let's talk. Ye Guan nodded. Sure. Xian Yuanling then led Ye Guan to a garden. Ye Guan glanced at Xian Yuanling next to him and said, You were absent, so I thought you were still angry about that incident. Xian Yuanling was a bit puzzled. What incident? Ye Guan hesitated briefly before replying, the incident on that night. Xian Yuanling's face flushed instantly. Ye Guan sounded serious as he added, I made a mistake that night. I went out of control and almost hurt you. Xian Yuanling shook her head and said, It was my fault. Ye Guan thought for a moment before saying, Regardless, it's good that nothing untoward happened to you. Miss Ling, I really appreciate your help. I will definitely repay your Xianyuan clan for handing over the Xianyuan sword to me. Xian Yuanling stared at Ye Guan, and her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she remained silent in the end. Ye Guan suddenly whipped out a storage ring and handed it over to Xian Yuanling, saying, Miss Ling, this storage ring contains a ton of spiritual cores, and they should be enough for you to cultivate for at least 100 years. With your talent, coupled with the cultivation technique I gave you, it won't be difficult for you to travel beyond the Milky Way. I hope we'll meet again someday. Until then, take care. Ye Guan turned around after saying his piece. Then, he jumped onto Xian Yuan and turned into a streak of sword light that disappeared into the distant horizon. Left all alone, Xian Yuanling could only stare at the horizon in a daze. The excited and overjoyed Ye Guan made a beeline for Yanjing. His father had lifted the seal on his cultivation base, so how could he not be excited? It felt great to have access to his true cultivation base. He could finally fly for as long as he wanted. Ye Guan soon arrived at Sichhen's residence and found that Mu Wanyu had long departed. Meanwhile, Sichhen was still busy writing on her desk. Sichhen looked up at Ye Guan and smiled. You've been unsealed. Ye Guan grinned. Yes. Sichhen nodded and looked back down at the piece of paper on her desk. Ye Guan approached Sichhen and said, I'll help you proofread it as always. Sichhen glanced at Ye Guan and smiled. Sure. Just like that, Sichhen wrote while Ye Guan proofread. Ye Guan's expression turned serious as he read more and more pages of the story. The story was coming to an end, and the realization made Ye Guan look at Sichhen beside him. However, Ye Guan didn't say a word, fearing that any noise might distract Sichhen. Sichhen wrote until late into the night. Eventually, Sichhen put down her pen and stretched, revealing her perfect figure, which made Ye Guan unconsciously glance at her a few times. Sichhen turned to Ye Guan and smiled. I'm going to take a shower. Ye Guan nodded. Sure. Sichhen blinked. Wanna join? Ye Guan was stunned. He hesitated briefly before asking, Actually, I'm feeling a bit dirty today, so I want to take a shower as well. Indeed, you must be feeling dirty. Sichhen rolled her eyes at him and teased, I can see it from your thoughts. Sichhen didn't even wait for Ye Guan's reply as she stood up and left for the bathroom. Ye Guan was in a dilemma. Should I follow her into the bathroom? However, Ye Guan's hesitation didn't last for long as he started walking toward the bathroom. I'd just be a beast in the worst-case scenario. I can't possibly be even worse than that. Ye Guan soon arrived at the entrance to the bathroom, but Sichhen suddenly walked out of the bathroom. Ye Guan was stunned upon seeing that she was clad in a bathrobe. I'm done, Sichhen said, smiling. What? Ye Guan was utterly confused. Sichhen blinked and said, You can go ahead and shower. Ye Guan was speechless. Sister Zhen, what are you doing? Can a person really shower that fast? Seeing Ye Guan's gloomy look, Sichhen reached out her hand and flicked Ye Guan's forehead with her fingers, saying, Brat, did you really want to shower with me? You know I'm Little Jing and Little Shu's older sister, right? Sichhen revealed a mysterious smile and stepped forward. Then, she leaned closer to Ye Guan's ear and whispered, What? Do you want all four of us to mess up the bed together? An indescribable fire burst up within Ye Guan, and he instantly felt hot. Ye Guan tried to hug Sichhen, but she sidestepped his arms and smiled. Go in and shower. Sichhen then turned around and headed for the bedroom without waiting for Ye Guan's reply. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled. Sister Zhen had made a fool of him once again. Ye Guan entered the bathroom and took a cold shower for more than 10 minutes to suppress the conflagration deep inside of him. After the bath, Ye Guan made a beeline for the bedroom and rolled on the bed. He hugged Sichhen from behind, whispering, Sister Zhen, are you really going to leave once you're finished with your book? Sichhen felt an all-encompassing warmth as Ye Guan's large frame enveloped her from behind. Sichhen blushed slightly, but she didn't resist. Instead, she held Ye Guan's slightly restless hand and whispered, Yes. Ye Guan asked, Are you going to come back? Sichhen merely smiled. Ye Guan went silent and savored Sichhen's distinct fragrance, which was a mixture of soap and her natural body odor. Sichhen suddenly said, Next time, let's have a meal together, okay? Ye Guan asked, with Little Shu and Suro. Sichhen nodded. Ye Guan asked, They know that I'm here, right? Sichhen asked, How did you know? They came here to find you, and there's no way they'll fail to find you, Ye Guan replied. Smart, Sichen said, smiling. Is Little Jing? Sichen interrupted, I'm around, so she's going to be fine. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. Sichen closed her eyes and said, let's go sleep. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before saying, I can't sleep. Sichen advised, stop overthinking. Ye Guan smiled bitterly. He didn't want to overthink, but the mad demon bloodline was running rampant, filling him up with impure thoughts. This bloodline is really going to be the end of me, Ye Guan lampooned inwardly. He could still remember living life as a decent and pure man back when the mad demon bloodline inside of him had yet to awaken. Ye Guan still had vivid memories of his interactions with women at the time, and even though they were all based on emotions, every single interaction was within the bounds of propriety and decency. However, his thoughts had become increasingly impure since the mad demon bloodline inside of him had awakened, and it would often steer him in an inappropriate direction. Mad demon bloodline. After a while, Ye Guan called out, Sister Zhen. Sichen didn't respond. I know you're still awake. Ye Guan pointed out. Sichen suddenly turned and faced Ye Guan. She stared right into his fiery eyes, and the corners of her lips curled up into a smile. Are you thinking of messing up the bed with me? An indescribable conflagration erupted inside Ye Guan once again. It had come back with vengeance, and Ye Guan could no longer suppress it. Ye Guan gulped while staring intently at Sichen. His mouth fluttered open, about to speak, but Sichen leaned over to him and nibbled his ear lightly, whispering, I'm naked underneath. Ye Guan was flabbergasted. She's naked underneath. Ye Guan's blood boiled at the revelation, and his veins bulged to the extent that Ye Guan felt as though they were about to burst. In the end, Ye Guan failed to withstand the temptation and flipped over, pressing Sichen beneath him. Their lips soon found each other as they kissed passionately. Ye Guan was like a wild beast that had just been released, but who could blame him? Sichen's eyes widened, and her mind went blank as Ye Guan kissed her passionately. However, Ye Guan seemed dissatisfied with just a kiss, and his right hand embarked on an adventure. Ye Guan found that Sichen hadn't lied, she was indeed naked underneath her thin clothes. Ye Guan was about to take their intimacy to the next level when Sichen suddenly rolled away and turned her back to him. I want to sleep, she muttered. What? Ye Guan was utterly bewildered. She wants to sleep? Undeterred and bewildered, Ye Guan decided to pull Sichen into a gentle embrace, and he felt her tremble beneath the warmth of his own body. Sichen lowered her head and repeated, I want to sleep. After a long while, Ye Guan slowly withdrew his hands and closed his eyes. The entire room became silent. Sichen eventually turned around and locked eyes with Ye Guan. Are you angry? Sichen asked. Ye Guan shook his head and hugged her gently, saying, I'm not angry. Sichen did a double take at him and asked, why not? Ye Guan kissed her forehead gently and confessed, because I like you. This wasn't Ye Guan's first confession to Sichen, but this time, he was completely sincere. Sichen also noticed the stark difference, and her stubborn heart quivered, seemingly wavering in the face of Ye Guan's sincerity. Ye Guan continued, I know that you're not the type to take things casually, but the fact that you're willing to be this close to me means that you have feelings for me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed me to take advantage of you like this. Am I right? Sichen stared silently at Ye Guan for a long while before burying her head into his chest without replying to Ye Guan's question. Ye Guan wrapped his arms around her and said, go to sleep. I did it on purpose. Are you not angry that I tempted you on purpose, only to deprive you of release? Sichen asked. Ye Guan shook his head and replied, I like you for your company, not because I just want to do that with you. I'm happy enough that I get to hug you like this. Sichen smiled sweetly as a warm feeling filled her chest. Then, she hugged Ye Guan tightly and said, I like this feeling, too. Sister Zhen, are you going to live forever? Ye Guan asked. You can say that, Sichen replied, smiling, why do you ask? Ye Guan sighed softly and confessed, I'm scared. Puzzled, Sichen asked, scared of what? Of dying. Ye Guan muttered. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead gently before continuing, I'm afraid that no one will love you as intensely as I did once I'm gone. Sichen froze in surprise. Moments later, she came to her senses and pulled Ye Guan in for a kiss. The two hugged each other so tightly that not even a piece of paper could fit in between them. A long while later, Ye Guan felt a sharp pain shooting through his lips, prompting him to look at Sichen in confusion. Sister Zhen, why did you bite me? Asked Ye Guan. Sichen shot him a playful glare and said, you tried to sweet-talk me, and I almost fell for it. Ye Guan smiled, but he chose to remain silent. What's up with that smile? Sichen asked. Ye Guan chuckled and said, you're undeniably one of the strongest individuals in this vast expanse. I can fool others, but it's impossible for me to fool you. Sichen stared intently at Ye Guan and examined his face. Ye Guan's handsome face at the moment was tinged with tenderness and affection, and his eyes radiated a particularly intense light of the same emotions. Sichen's heart started to beat faster against her chest at the realization, but she still lowered her head and muttered, what is it about me that you like? I'm Little Shu and Little Jing's big sister, so it's inappropriate for us to have that kind of relationship. Hearing that, Ye Guan instantly realized that Sichen had been facing a dilemma all this while. It made sense why she often talked about how they needed a bigger bed to accommodate everyone in the future. Ye Guan thought that she was just jesting, but it seemed that he was completely wrong. It turned out that Sichen was in a dilemma about how her sisters would react once they discovered that they were in that kind of relationship. It also explained why she turned around earlier at the critical juncture. Sichen had a carefree facade, but she was actually a conservative girl inside. Moreover, Sichen's feelings for her sisters were above all else. Ye Guan hugged Sichen and said, Sister Zhen, I have a suggestion. What do you think of this arrangement? On odd days, I'll be with them, on even days, I'll be with you. What do you think? It sounds great, right? Sichen shot Ye Guan a disdainful glare and said, in your dreams. Sichen then looked away and closed her eyes. Ye Guan smiled and pulled her close without saying anything. At first, he was at peace and was even starting to fall asleep. However, his eyes shot wide open upon recalling a crucial fact. Sichen wasn't wearing anything underneath her thin clothes. Perhaps influenced by the mad demon bloodline, Ye Guan's hand began moving, but Sichen remained quiet. Sichen's silence made Ye Guan become even more audacious, and his finger grazed over Sichen's bouncy skin, tracing a haphazard trail beneath her clothes. Sichen remained motionless and quiet. Just as Ye Guan's hand was about to slip into the valley, he noticed an unusual activity on a certain region of his body and decided to stop. Ye Guan shook his head and soon made up his mind he would suppress the mad demon bloodline once he became strong enough to do so. Mad demon bloodline screamed inside Ye Guan, you're the same as your ancestors? The 3 generations of your family are all the same blame-shifting brutes? The mad demon bloodline had never felt so wronged. Its master had seized all the good things, while it had to take the blame. At this rate, it might as well rename itself the scapegoat bloodline. Having shifted the blame onto the mad demon bloodline, Ye Guan decided to continue, but his eyes widened the moment he looked down. Sichen was staring right at him. Ye Guan wanted to speak, but Sichen grabbed his hand and guided him into her clothes. Ye Guan's mind went blank as Sichen pushed his hand against her skin and dragged his head into her chest. If you want to touch, just go for it. There's no need to hesitate, do you understand? Ye Guan's spirits soared. Then, his hands moved freely and unbridled. There was a popular phrase one that went a scholar in an embroidered robe once climbed 2 towering peaks as pure as snow and reminiscent of jade. The scholar's jade was warm, soft, and without bone, but the scholar thrust it toward the heavens, hoping that it would hold up the sky between the fair fairy's thighs. The night proved to be a challenge for Ye Guan. He had been given the green light to do many things, but there were some things he was forbidden from doing. Ye Guan was caught between desire and restraint, which made the night torturous. Ye Guan navigated on the thin line between torture and pleasure to survive the night. Sichen's eyes opened slowly at daybreak. Moments later, Sichi realized something and blushed. You're awake? Ye Guan asked just then. Sichen nodded, and a shy smile tugged at her lips. Yes. Ye Guan patted Sichen's bottom playfully and chuckled. Time to get up, then. Ye Guan got up and headed to the bathroom for a cold shower. Watching Ye Guan rush to the bathroom, Sichen's lips curled up. Although nothing particularly embarrassing had occurred last night, they had still been quite intimate, which made Sichen feel like she had no face to face Ye Guan. Eventually, Sichen tidied herself up and headed to the kitchen, preparing 2 bowls of noodles in no time. Ye Guan changed into a white robe and walked out of the bathroom. Ye Guan secured his long hair with a rubber band. His dignified appearance made him look both refreshing and elegant. Sichen couldn't help but smile while staring at Ye Guan. Eat. Ye Guan nodded and took a seat from across Sichen. Sichen still appeared slightly disheveled, and her clothes were messy, which revealed a bit too much skin on her chest area. If Ye Guan were to stand up and look down, he would catch a glimpse of 2 towering peaks as pure as snow. Perhaps it was because Sichen had just woken up, but she seemed too groggy to do anything. However, Sichen's groggy appearance made her emit a unique charm in Ye Guan's eyes, and he suddenly felt like embracing her. Sensing Ye Guan's gaze, Sichen smiled and asked, What are you looking at? Ye Guan chuckled. You're beautiful. Sichen laughed and said, Just hurry up and eat. Ye Guan nodded and shifted his attention to the noodles in front of him. He demolished the bowl of noodles and looked at Sichen, saying, I'm heading out now, Sister Zhen. All right, Sichen acknowledged. Ye Guan nodded and stood up to leave when Sichen called out, Wait. Ye Guan turned around to face her. Sichen walked up to Ye Guan and adjusted his collar for him. Nice, you're all set. Sichen said, smiling. Ye Guan embraced her right there and then. Sichen offered no resistance and instead rested her head on his shoulder, whispering, We should have a get-together these days. Sure, Ye Guan said, nodding. Go ahead, Sichen said with a smile. Ye Guan released her and kissed her forehead gently before turning around to leave. Sichen smiled and looked out the window. It was only when she saw Ye Guan entering a taxi that she sat down in front of her desk and continued writing. Ye Guan took out his phone and called someone. Soon, a cold voice echoed from the other end of the line. Who's this? Miss Zizi, it's me, Ye Guan said. Qin Zizi sounded a bit surprised. Mr. Ye. Yes, it's me, Ye Guan said. I would like to visit you today. Is that okay? Certainly, I'll send someone to pick you up, Qin Zizi exclaimed. Ye Guan responded, I'm already in a taxi, so just give me an address. Just tell the driver to go to North County, Qin Zizi replied. All right, Ye Guan acknowledged and ended the call. Then, he looked up at the taxi driver in front of him and said, Head to North County, please. The taxi driver glanced at Ye Guan and smiled. Sure. Ye Guan gazed out of the window. He had chosen to take a taxi rather than fly on his sword, and it was all for the sake of admiring the scenery of the city. Ye Guan realized that he had adapted to the lifestyle here. This place was nice, and he wasn't living a life at a breakneck pace. In fact, he felt like an ordinary person here. Ye Guan felt reluctant to return to his brutal days, but he knew that he would soon have to return. The Eternal Sovereign would soon arrive at the Milky Way, after all. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and his gaze became cold. Half an hour later, the taxi came to a stop. "We're here," said the taxi driver. Ye Guan nodded, paid the fare, and got out of the car. He saw Qin Zizi as soon as he alighted. Qin Zizi was wearing a light green dress, which made her give off a gentle and amiable air. Qin Zizi walked up to Ye Guan with a slight smile and greeted, "Mr. Ye." Ye Guan smiled. "I hope I haven't troubled you." Qin Zizi shook her head and replied, "Not at all. It is our honor to receive Mr. Ye." Qin Zizi had witnessed Ye Guan's strength, and she knew that he could only be a legendary cultivator. However, Qin Zizi reckoned that he wasn't just a cultivator but a cultivator with immense power. The Qin clan had naturally decided to treat him well with that in mind, even though they had a deep foundation like the Yang family. Qin Zizi led Ye Guan into the Qin residence. The Qin residence was massive, and the entire residence gave off an ancient vibe, making it obvious to just about anyone that the clan had a deep history. Qin Zizi stared curiously at Ye Guan as they walked down the paved path. She could sense that Ye Guan was interested in the Qin clan. Could it be that Ye Guan's ancestors had a connection with the Qin clan? Qin Zizi was confused upon seeing Ye Guan looking around with curiosity. "I wonder if mother once lived here," Ye Guan thought as he looked around. Just then, he came to a halt upon sensing something. He frowned and turned around to find a large dog in the courtyard. The dog was huge, much larger than a typical dog, and the dog was staring intently at Ye Guan. "Is it a demonic beast?" Ye Guan was confused, as the dog's cultivation base was surprisingly high. Ye Guan was shocked to discover that such a powerful demonic beast was residing here. The large dog started walking toward Ye Guan. Qin Zizi's expression changed drastically at the sight, and she hurriedly said, "Ancestor Howling Heavens? This is Mr. Ye, and he's an esteemed guest." Qin Zizi couldn't even finish her sentence as Howling Heavens ignored her and walked up to Ye Guan. Then, Howling Heavens squatted and rubbed its head affectionately against Ye Guan's feet. Qin Zizi froze on the spot and was at a complete loss for words. One originally a poem, but it makes no sense in English? Howling Heavens was incredibly affectionate toward Ye Guan, and it treated Ye Guan as if he were its master. Qin Zizi stared at the scene with disbelief. Howling Heavens was a pet of a Qin clan ancestor. Howling Heavens then became the guardian of the Qin clan upon that ancestor's departure. Howling Heaven's status in the Qin clan was actually higher than the clan master of the Qin clan. Thus, Qin Zizi could not believe that Howling Heavens would be so affectionate toward Ye Guan. Qin Zizi was confused and shocked at the revelation. Ye Guan crouched down to Howling Heaven's eye level and caressed its head gently before asking, "Do you know my mother?" Howling Heavens nodded, and it stared at Ye Guan with warm eyes devoid of any hostility. It could sense a familiar aura from Ye Guan. Howling Heavens was convinced that Ye Guan was a direct descendant of its master, unlike the Qin clan. Ye Guan asked again, "Are you my mother's pet?" Howling Heavens nodded again. Ye Guan was intrigued. He truly didn't expect to meet his mother's pet here. Just then, Ye Guan sensed something and turned around to find a middle-aged man not too far away from him. The middle-aged man saw Ye Guan as well, and he froze when their gazes met in midair. The middle-aged man was none other than the master from the future clan, who had been relentlessly chasing after Ye Guan. Ye Guan was dumbfounded to see the middle-aged man here. The middle-aged man reacted the same, but his eyes soon narrowed upon realizing that Ye Guan was emitting a formidable aura. Ye Guan merely smiled while staring at the middle-aged man. He was not afraid of the latter at all, as his cultivation base was no longer sealed. Elder Qin stepped up just then and saw the middle-aged man glaring at Ye Guan while emitting a domineering aura. "What's going on here, Master Mu?" Elder Qin asked. Master Mu glowered at Ye Guan and asked, "Elder Qin, do you know him?" Elder Qin glanced at Ye Guan and answered, "He's Mr. Ye. Is there some misunderstanding here?" "A misunderstanding?" Master Mu sneered. "He killed several members of the future clan." Elder Qin was taken aback. Ye Guan had killed members of the future clan? Elder Qin didn't expect that there was enmity between Ye Guan and the future clan. Master Mu asked, "Is he related to your Qin clan?" "Master Mu, are you sure there isn't a misunderstanding here?" Elder Qin asked. "There's no misunderstanding here," Master Mu said, shaking his head. "He killed several members of my future clan and has completely disrespected us. There's no reconciliation between my future clan and him. Either he lives or we die." The fact that Ye Guan was in the Qin residence meant that he had some connections with the Qin clan. Master Mu decided to make his stance clear with that fact in mind. He didn't want to give the Qin clan an opportunity to support Ye Guan. Ye Guan shook his head and wondered how Yingqing ended up becoming the vice pavilion master of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Why was she nurturing idiots? Elder Qin's expression turned grim, and he felt annoyed by Master Mu's stubbornness. The Qin clan and the future clan had a pretty good relationship. The ancestors of the future clan and Yingqing, and the ancestors of the Qin clan and Qin Guan, had an extraordinary relationship. Their relationship ensured that the Qin clan and the future clan's relationship with each other would remain solid for the generations to come. Elder Qin initially wanted to mediate between the two, but Master Mu had already made his stance clear, putting the former in a dilemma. Elder Qin's gaze turned cold as he asked, Master Mu, are you sure there's not a misunderstanding here? Master Mu glared at Ye Guan and said, there is really no misunderstanding here, and this matter has nothing to do with the Qin clan. We, the future clan, will have to eliminate him. Elder Qin was quiet for a while before asking, Master Mu, can you defeat him? Elder Qin had witnessed Ye Guan's strength back at the Xianyuan residence. The powerful elites of the Xianyuan clan members were powerless in front of that black-robed man. They acted like lambs ready to be slaughtered, even though there was a grandmaster among them. Ye Guan then killed the domineering black-robed man, and it was an instantaneous kill at that. In other words, even a grandmaster was as insignificant as an ant in front of Ye Guan. Of course, I can, Master Mu sneered, he's weak. Elder Qin furrowed his brows in disbelief and muttered incredulously, weak? Master Mu explained, he's a bit powerful, but he's still weak in front of me. Elder Qin was flabbergasted. When did Master Mu become so arrogant? Ye Guan stared quietly at Master Mu. Just then, Master Mu took a step forward, and his domineering aura burst out, sweeping toward Ye Guan in order to suppress him. Master Mu was quite formidable, even among masters. His aura wasn't strong enough to make the surrounding space-time tremble, but the ground beneath his feet had cracked open when he unleashed his aura. A series of crisp noises also echoed as the air itself was torn apart by Master Mu's aura. The imposing aura reached Ye Guan, and Howling Heaven's eyes flashed in a fierce light as it took on a stance to pounce on the oncoming aura. However, Ye Guan raised a hand, halting it in its tracks. Ye Guan waved his sleeve, and the overwhelming aura vanished without a trace, leaving Master Mu stunned. Ye Guan glanced at Master Mu before casually plucking a strand of Howling Heaven's fur and flicking it toward Master Mu. Swoosh! The strand of fur struck Master Mu, immobilizing him. Huh? Master Mu was dumbfounded. What's going on? Master Mu stared at Ye Guan in horror and stammered, you how? Ye Guan stared deeply at Master Mu and asked, can you communicate with Yingqing? Enraged, Master Mu retorted, how dare you address our ancestor by her name? Ye Guan replied, call her. Master Mu went silent. He was both utterly shocked and confused about how the young man, who had been running away from him like a rat, suddenly became extremely powerful. He had employed a cheat code? It didn't make sense at all. Ye Guan pressed down with his right hand, and a mysterious force suppressed Master Mu, forcing him to kneel with a loud thud. Ye Guan then proceeded to ignore the terrified Master Mu and turned to Elder Qin, saying, Elder Qin, let's talk somewhere else. Elder Qin nodded. Sure, let's go. Ye Guan nodded and followed Elder Qin's lead along with Qin Zizi. Howling Heavens followed Ye Guan obediently, prompting Elder Qin to do a double take at Ye Guan. Elder Qin led Ye Guan into a grand hall and gestured, Mr. Ye, please take a seat. Ye Guan nodded and sat down. Qin Zizi left and returned with a pot of tea. She poured Ye Guan a cup of tea first before doing the same for Elder Qin. Ye Guan took a sip of the tea and smiled. Elder Qin, you must be curious. Elder Qin nodded. Indeed, Mr. Ye, you mentioned that you had some kind of connection with my Qin clan when we first met at the Xianyuan residence. Was it true? Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. Elder Qin added, are you talking about one of your ancestors? If so, who are they? Qin Guan, Ye Guan replied. What? Elder Qin jumped up from his seat and stared in disbelief at Ye Guan. What did you say? Elder Qin stammered. Qin Zizi's eyes widened into saucers. Ye Guan's revelation had shocked her to the core. Ye Guan remained calm and added, my mother's name is Qin Guan. Elder Qin shook his head vigorously to express his disbelief. No, that's impossible. There's no way, Mr. Ye, you can't make such jokes, you. Qin Zizi interrupted, grandfather, he's telling the truth. Elder Qin cast a puzzled gaze at Qin Zizi. Qin Zizi pointed at Howling Heavens by Ye Guan's feet. Elder Qin followed Qin Zizi's finger and was speechless to see Howling Heaven's demeanor and attitude toward Ye Guan. Indeed, if Ye Guan weren't Qin Guan's descendant, would Howling Heavens be so obedient and kind to him? In other words, Howling Heaven's attitude and demeanor toward Ye Guan was concrete evidence of Ye Guan's relation to the Qin clan. Ye Guan wasn't just a relative of the Qin clan members. In fact, he had the purest bloodline of the Qin clan running through his veins. Elder Qin's expression turned complex as he stared at Ye Guan. Mr. Ye. Ye Guan chuckled. Just call me Little Guan. Elder Qin nodded and said, our ancestor, is she? Ye Guan interrupted, since you're asking that question, does that mean that it has been a long time since Mother returned to Blue Planet? When was her last visit, if you don't mind me asking? Elder Qin hesitated briefly before replying, according to ancestral records, she returned a long time ago to pay respects to an ancestor. Ye Guan asked, my grandfather? Elder Qin nodded. Yes. Can you take me there? Ye Guan asked. Elder Qin hastily nodded. Of course. Elder Qin stood up and led both Ye Guan and Qin Zizi to the ancestral hall of the Qin clan. The three soon found themselves standing before a spirit tablet with the inscription Qin Bufan carved on it. Qin Zizi lit 3 sticks of incense and presented them to Ye Guan. Ye Guan knelt before the spirit tablet, bowing thrice to pay respects. Qin Zizi accepted the incense sticks from Ye Guan and placed them carefully into the censer. So, my mother has never come back since then? Ye Guan asked upon walking out of the ancestral hall. Elder Qin nodded and explained, yes. Her relatives of that generation had passed away, so even if she came back, Elder Qin trailed off, but Ye Guan understood what he was trying to say. The Qin clan no longer had any familiar faces to Qin Guan, so there was no point in returning. The Qin clan Ye Guan fell silent at the thought. If he hadn't somehow gotten stuck on Blue Planet, the descendants of the Yang family would have completely forgotten about the Qin clan. Qin Guan's plight was strikingly similar to cultivators with mortal families. A round of secluded cultivation could easily last a few hundred years, so cultivators with mortal families would realize upon coming out of secluded meditation that their hometowns no longer had any familiar faces to them. Ye Guan reckoned that a cultivator would become lonelier the stronger they became, and it had never really been an issue for most cultivators. After all, the majority of cultivators considered longevity far more important than friendship and familial ties. Ye Guan sighed softly before turning to Elder Qin and Qin Zizi. Eventually, his eyes settled on Qin Zizi, and he asked, "Miss Zizi, you'll eventually go to the Milky Way clan, right?" Qin Zizi nodded. Yes. Ye Guan pointed at Qin Zizi's glabella with his finger, and a beam of white light rushed into Qin Zizi's glabella. Qin Zizi trembled as a stream of information flooded her mind. Meanwhile, Elder Qin seemed to be hesitating about something. He wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. After a while, Ye Guan retracted his hand and explained, "I just gave you a cultivation method, and it's one of the best cultivation methods in the vast expanse. You should use it to cultivate, and you'll achieve a lot with it." Ye Guan took out a storage ring and handed it over to Qin Zizi, saying, "There are spiritual cores inside of this ring, and those spiritual cores will help you cultivate for at least 100 years. Qin Zizi was stunned. Then, she bent her knees to kneel down before Ye Guan, but the latter stopped her and said, "We're all one big family, so there's no need to stand on ceremony." Qin Zizi hesitated and then admitted, "Mr. Ye, I'm not a member of the Qin clan." Ye Guan was astonished. Elder Qin hurriedly explained, "Mr. Ye, Zizi is the granddaughter of an old friend of mine. Her family faced a great disaster, and my friend entrusted her to our Qin clan as a part of his dying wish. I ended up accepting her as my granddaughter." Qin Zizi hesitated briefly before extending the storage ring back to Ye Guan. "Mr. Ye, please give these spiritual cores to the Qin clan's younger generation. You can also extract the cultivation method that you gave me just now and hand it over to a deserving member of the Qin clan," Qin Zizi said. Ye Guan shook his head and turned to Elder Qin. "Elder Qin, you've raised her to be a kind-hearted person." Elder Qin immediately understood Ye Guan's intentions. Although reluctant, Elder Qin knew what to do, so he said, "Zizi, you should accept Mr. Ye's gift." Qin Zizi nodded hesitantly. "Okay." Ye Guan smiled and was about to speak when more than a dozen powerful auras swept across them. Ye Guan looked up and saw figures on the distant horizon. "Those daring enough to disrespect my future clan shall die," a furious roar echoed, sweeping past the entire Qin residence. It seemed that Master Mu had decided to summon reinforcements instead of backing down. The future clan? Ye Guan remained calm as he stared at the horizon. Meanwhile, Elder Qin's expression was dark. Was the future clan crazy? Ye Guan was Qin Guan's son, which meant he was the young master of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Yingqing was the future clan's ancestor, and she was Qin Guan's subordinate. The future clan was digging its own grave by trying to fight Ye Guan. Elder Qin wanted to mediate between the two parties, but he decided to refrain from doing so, as he was unaware of Ye Guan's intentions. It would be bad if he ended up offending Ye Guan. Of course, the biggest reason Elder Qin had decided to refrain from intervening was Master Wu's words earlier: "Either he lives, or we die." Master Wu had made his stance clear with such a statement, so what could Elder Qin do? There was no way Master Wu would listen to him even if he were to mediate between the two. It would just be a waste of spit. The four figures in the distance horizon appeared above the Qin residence. An old man wearing a lavish robe stood at the helm of the group. The old man was emitting a particularly strong aura that made ripples in the air around him. The old man was a Grand Master, and the three figures behind him were masters. It was a formidable lineup, but Ye Guan merely stared at them silently. The old man at the helm stared at Ye Guan and said coldly, "Are you the one who has been killing the members of our future clan?" Ye Guan pondered for a while before saying, "Why don't you contact your ancestor, Yingqing? Tell her my name." The old man's eyes narrowed. "You know our ancestor?" Ye Guan nodded. "We met once." The old man scoffed and said, "Our ancestor has always been in closed-door cultivation, so how can you possibly meet her?" Ye Guan's voice deepened as he said, "I will give you one last chance. Contact her, and you will live." The old man sneered, "What an arrogant young man. I guess it must be because you're young that you have no idea just how the sky is above you, am I right?" Qin Zizi sighed upon hearing the old man's words. The future clan was indeed strong, and it was one of the two strongest powers throughout the Milky Way. They could easily establish a hegemony on Blue Planet, which meant the old man wasn't just being arrogant here. Ye Guan stared at the old man with a straight face and nodded. "Attack me, then." The old man immediately grew cautious at Ye Guan's remark. There was something about Ye Guan that had been unnerving him since he saw the latter, and he finally realized why he was so unnerved. Ye Guan was calm to calm. How come Ye Guan was so calm in front of a Grandmaster? Does he have a backer or something? The old man stared at Elder Qin and asked, "Elder Qin, will the Qin clan interfere?" The Qin clan had an extraordinary relationship with the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, so he was slightly wary of the Qin clan. Elder Qin calmly replied, "We won't interfere." The old man nodded, somewhat relieved. Without wasting any more time, he turned around and unleashed a powerful punch at Ye Guan. However, the fist imprint vanished before it could reach Ye Guan. The old man froze in disbelief. Ye Guan glared at the old man and waved his sleeve. A powerful sword intent burst out of Ye Guan and suppressed the old man. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he stared in horror at Ye Guan. You. Ye Guan waved his sleeve, and the old man was reduced to ashes. The three masters went beyond pallid, and they turned around to flee. However, a mysterious force enveloped them, immobilizing them at once. The three masters' faces depicted terror as they stared at Ye Guan. Where can I find the future clan? Ye Guan asked. He wanted to resolve this issue once and for all. The three masters instantly became wary. If you have the courage, come with me to the future clan, Master Wu shouted. Ye Guan turned to Master Wu. Master Wu was still kneeling, but his expression remained defiant. You can make my body submit, but you can't force me to speak. Ye Guan nodded. All right, lead me to the future clan, then. Master Mu glared at Ye Guan and demanded, let me move again. Ye Guan opened his palm, and the strand of dog fur between Master Mu's glabella flew away, freeing him. Master Mu's expression was cold as he spat coldly, come with me if you dare. Master Wu didn't even wait for Ye Guan's reply as he turned around and took to the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Ye Guan bent his knees and was to jump to chase after Master Wu when Qin Zizi said, Mr. Ye, I'll go with you. Ye Guan looked at Qin Zizi and found her staring at him as well. Is it okay? Qin Zizi asked carefully. Sure, Ye Guan said, nodding. Then, he waved his sleeve, and the two of them disappeared into the distant horizon. Left all alone, Elder Qin stared at the horizon with a thoughtful look. Ye Guan and Qin Zizi found Master Mu in a remote location. The two found themselves staring at an ancient grand hall within a mountain range. Qin Zizi explained, we're at the Future Clan's branch on Blue Planet. Branch? Ye Guan asked, does that mean the Future Clan's headquarters is located somewhere else? Qin Zizi nodded. Enemies are here. Activate the formation. Master Mu roared while rushing into the Grand Hall. A mystical formation materialized and enveloped the Grand Hall. Then, a radiant beam of light shot up from the formation and flew toward Ye Guan and Qin Zizi in the air. Ye Guan shook his head and waved his sleeve casually. Boom! The radiant beam of light shattered. Master Mu was both stunned and speechless at the sight. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred and roared, alert the main clan. Tell them that there's a threat to our lives. A mystical energy suddenly appeared inside the Grand Hall, and it rushed out of the Grand Hall before soaring to the stars beyond. Ye Guan looked up with a thoughtful look. Qin Zizi sounded somber as she said, they've notified the Future Clan headquarters. Ye Guan nodded. Let's just wait and see. Qin Zizi stared at Ye Guan and said, Mr. Ye, why did you give me that cultivation method? Is it because you want to leave an inheritance for the Qin clan? Yes, Ye Guan said, nodding. Qin Zizi stared intently at Ye Guan and said, but I'm a member of the Qin clan. Miss Zizi, are you not interested in becoming a member of the Qin clan? Qin Zizi didn't respond. Ye Guan asked, not interested. Mr. Ye, I'll eventually get married, Qin Zizi explained. A woman leaving her family is like pouring out water. Perhaps my descendants can still maintain a connection with the Qin clan, but what about the descendants after my descendants? Ye Guan contemplated in silence. Qin Zizi added, I don't mean anything negative. I'm happy to receive your grace, and it's a great opportunity for me to soar. It's just that I feel like I've stolen something from the Qin clan. Ye Guan locked eyes with Qin Zizi and noticed something strange in her gaze. You look troubled, Miss Zizi. What's on your mind? Ye Guan asked. Qin Zizi looked down at the ground, avoiding Ye Guan's gaze, before replying, I've just received a message from Elder Qin, and he hopes that I'll establish a relationship with you. What? Ye Guan was in disbelief. What did you say? Qin Zizi tried her best to remain calm as she replied, he's hoping that we'd end up developing a relationship with each other. What is he thinking? Ye Guan sounded frustrated. Why did he even think of that? Qin Zizi calmly explained, it has been a really long time since ancestor Qin Guan last visited the Qin clan, and she no longer has any close kin left in the clan. It's the reason she hasn't visited the clan all these years. I would do the same if I were here. Why would I return to a clan with no familiar faces? Ye Guan was silent. Truth be told, he didn't really have any solid connection to the Qin clan. If his grandfather or any of his other relatives were here, the situation would be different. However, the Qin clan's lineage had been diluted for so many years that Ye Guan possessed the purest Qin clan bloodline. Elder Qin hopes to use this approach to strengthen the connection between the clan and you. I'm not a member of the Qin clan, but if I give birth to your child and leave that child in the Qin clan, Mr. Ye will undoubtedly get attached to the clan. Ye Guan shook his head and questioned, why are you sharing that with me? Qin Zizi met Ye Guan's gaze and smiled. Elder Qin sees himself as a clever strategist, but I know that Mr. Ye is no fool. If I were to play mind games in front of you, you would lose all positive feelings toward the Qin clan. Ye Guan examined Qin Zizi from top to bottom before saying, your words just now made me lose all positive feelings toward the Qin clan. I'm sure you knew that would happen, so I don't think you told me that out of the kindness of your heart. Is it to earn my favor? You want to earn my favor and soar, am I right? Unease fleeted across Qin Zizi's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. However, how could she possibly hide the truth from Ye Guan? Ye Guan sighed softly and said, sacrificing the prospects of the Qin clan just to secure more opportunities for yourself. Miss Zizi, I thought of you as a gentle and honorable woman. I never thought you'd be so cunning. Qin Zizi was quiet for a while, but she chose not to offer any excuses. I'm sorry, Qin Zizi apologized. Ye Guan waved his hand casually and said, it must have been challenging to live under someone else's roof. Otherwise, you wouldn't have resorted to something like this, but you should put those foolish ambitions to rest. I've also given you enough resources for you to have a fresh start as a cultivator. Qin Zizi bowed deeply to Ye Guan and admitted, indeed, my intention was to betray the Qin clan for my own benefit. I was even hoping that you would take me away. I thought I concealed it well, so how did you see through it? Qin Zizi had shared Elder Qin's plan with Ye Guan in hopes that Ye Guan would see her as a kind and honest young woman. Qin Zizi wanted to earn Ye Guan's favor that way, but she still ended up underestimating Ye Guan. Qin Zizi didn't expect that Ye Guan would see through her so easily. Ye Guan calmly replied, I was just guessing. Qin Zizi froze and went silent. Ye Guan continued, if you hadn't admitted it, I would have thought that I was just overthinking things and assumed that you have no ulterior motives. Perhaps, as you had hoped, I might have ended up liking you. He was just guessing? Qin Zizi smiled bitterly. Ye Guan calmly continued, you overthink things much like that woman Suru. I guess sincerity is sometimes detrimental. I'll remember your advice, Mr. Ye, Qin Zizi replied, nodding. Then, she met Ye Guan's gaze before continuing, you're a good person, Mr. Ye. I hope we meet again. Qin Zizi turned around and left. Ye Guan sighed and shook his head, feeling complicated. Human nature was truly complex, and human greed was particularly boundless. If one were to offer an inch, the other party might demand a mile. Give the other party a mile, and they might demand the entire world. Ye Guan suddenly realized why Qin Guan had chosen not to return. It was most likely that Qin Guan had once thought of the Qin clan as family, but the Qin clan had betrayed her expectations by thinking of her as a cow to milk. Greed was human nature, but it was rarely appreciated. Ye Guan disliked greed as well, and he reckoned that he wouldn't visit the Qin clan again. Rumble? Just then, over a dozen powerful auras abruptly appeared overhead. Ye Guan looked up and frowned. The auras were unusually powerful. Moments later, Ye Guan was astonished to realize that the figure standing at the helm of the group was none other than Yingqing. Yingqing had come personally. The sight overjoyed Master Mu, and he roared in excitement, they're here? Our ancestor actually came here. Ha ha ha, our ancestor is here. Master Mu glared sinisterly at Ye Guan and shouted, you've gone too far and offended our future clan through and through. Now, our ancestor will annihilate your family. Yingqing almost fell from the sky at Master Mu's remark. Yingqing descended and rushed toward Ye Guan. When Master Mu thought that Yingqing was going to attack Ye Guan, something surprising happened. Yingqing went down on her knees and said respectfully, I greet the young master. Master Mu looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Master Mu's mind went blank, and his jaw dropped open. However, he wasn't alone. Yingqing's group, the future clan members, were stupefied as well. Young master? Who was important enough for Yingqing to call them that? Ye Guan? The king of the Guanxian universe? The future clan's base was in the Milky Way, but it was still under the Guanxian universe's jurisdiction. When the blanket of confusion was lifted, the future clan members dropped to their knees while trembling like an aspen tree. Ye Guan stared at Yingqing without saying anything, and everyone felt as if there was a massive boulder pressing down on their chests, making it hard for them to breathe. Yingqing smiled wryly as she knelt before Ye Guan. She had immediately entered closed-door cultivation upon returning to the Milky Way, so she had been unaware of the future clan's actions. Yingqing didn't expect Ye Guan to visit the Milky Way so soon, and she also could have never imagined that the future clan's branch on Blue Planet would hunt him down. Yingqing felt like she would have a nervous breakdown. Meanwhile, Master Mu looked as though he had lost his soul. He collapsed to the ground and trembled in despair, knowing that his life was as good as forfeit. He suddenly recalled Ye Guan's words about wanting to meet his ancestor, and it turned out that he wasn't showing off at all. Ye Guan truly had a connection with Yingqing. Ye Guan stared at Yingqing and calmly said, rise. Yingqing hesitated before standing up. Ye Guan asked, what does the future clan in the Milky think of what's been going on here? Yingqing respectfully replied, the branch of the future clan on Blue Planet was established to recruit talented natives of the planet. That's all I know. Ye Guan shook his head and said, the idea is great, but what do you mean that's all I know? Do you want to know what they've become? They've become an assassination organization? They'll assassinate anyone so long as there's enough money involved. They've also become infamous for their recklessness and cruelty. I've failed, young master, Yingqing hurriedly said, please punish me. Ye Guan waved his sleeve, and the branch of the future clan down below was reduced to ashes along with Master Mu. Ye Guan stared intently at Yingqing and said, I understand that you haven't been involved in the affairs of the future clan for a long time, and the blame isn't yours entirely. However, they've been calling you their ancestor and have been using your name for evil, so I can't let you go unpunished. Just then, a middle-aged man stepped out. He looked at Ye Guan and said, young master, I think there's a misunderstanding here. You have also annihilated the future clan branch on this planet, so I don't think you should punish more people. Ye Guan looked at the middle-aged man and asked, and who are you? The middle-aged man calmly said, I'm the clan leader of the future clan. Strictly speaking, our future clan doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of the Guanxian Academy. You have no right to interfere in our internal affairs. Ye Guan nodded. Good point. Since you don't acknowledge that you're under the jurisdiction of the Guanxian Academy, then I can only treat you as an enemy. After all, your clan has been hunting me down for quite a while now. Enemies should be dealt with as soon as possible. So Ye Guan trailed off, and his eyes narrowed into slits as he roared, "Come out." Boom! A rumbling noise echoed, and a shadowy figure appeared behind Ye Guan. The shadowy figure was none other than Anu. Ye Guan's expression remained indifferent as he said, "Annihilate the future clan." Anu respectfully saluted and exclaimed, "Understood." Then, Anu vanished into thin air. The face of the future clan's clan master changed drastically. "You." Ye Guan waved his sleeve, killing the middle-aged man before he could speak. "What a joke." Ye Guan sneered and looked at Yingqing. Yingqing's head was lowered, seemingly mulling over something in despair. To be honest, Yingqing's relationship with the future clan wasn't that deep. She had been managing the Immortal Treasures Pavilion for millions of years, so it had been a pretty long time since she last returned to the Milky Way. However, the future clan had taken maximum advantage of their strand of connection. They used Yingqing's name haphazardly for their affairs, and it was all because of her status as the Vice Pavilion Master of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Yingqing had discovered their shenanigans long ago, but she hadn't been able to do anything about it. After all, she was technically their ancestor, and how could she stop an entire clan from speaking of her name? Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Yingqing, saying, "Take care." Then, Ye Guan turned around and left. Left all alone, Yingqing remained silent for a long time. Eventually, she sighed to herself and turned around to leave. Yingqing decided to stay a bit farther away this time. Meanwhile, Ye Guan took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, Arya's voice echoed from the other end of the line. "Little grandson, where are you?" Arya asked. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. 10 minutes later, Ye Guan found himself standing in front of a mansion. The mansion was the Ying residence. As soon as he arrived, Arya came running out with Little White. Arya sized up Ye Guan and asked, "You've recovered your cultivation base?" Ye Guan nodded. Arya smiled and said, "Come, let's talk inside." Arya then led Ye Guan into the mansion. The Ying residence housed many powerful auras, surprising Ye Guan. After a few minutes of walking, a group of people walked over to Ye Guan's group. An old man led the group of people in traditional robes. The entire group knelt in front of Ye Guan, and the old man at the helm sounded excited as he exclaimed, "My name's Yang Lian, and I'm the current head of the Ying family. Greetings, young master." Ye Guan smiled and said, "Please rise." Yang Lian stood up slowly, and his eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation as he stared at Ye Guan. It couldn't be helped, they were in the presence of the king of the Guanxian universe. After all, the Ying family was the most powerful family on the blue planet, so it had a unique position on the planet. Yang Lianshuang was the current clan leader of the Milky Way clan, so it wasn't strange for them to know of Ye Guan's identity. "Please, young master," Yang Lian invited Ye Guan in. Ye Guan nodded and followed Yang Lian into a grand hall. The two groups sat across from each other, but Yang Lian remained standing. Ye Guan was from the Ying family, but he wasn't related by blood to the blue planet's Ying family. Ye Guan's connection with the Ying family on blue planet was through Yang Lianshuang. In other words, Ye Guan and the Ying family on blue planet were distant relatives. "When was Aunt Lianshuang's last visit to your clan?" Ye Guan asked. "Aunt Lianshuang?" Ye Guan chuckled wryly, finding it awkward to refer to Yang Lianshuang as aunt. "She comes back occasionally," Yang Lian replied with a light smile. "I see," Ye Guan replied. "I should have visited sooner, but some circumstances held me back from doing so. We just learned about young master's arrival in Yanjing. Otherwise, we would have greeted you earlier," Yang Lian said. Arya interjected, "We're all family, so there's no need to stand on ceremony." Ye Guan agreed with a smile. "Lady Arya is right," Yang Lian exclaimed. Yang Lian was unaware of Arya's true identity, but he knew that Arya was from the same generation as his ancestors. The Ying family on Blue Planet also had a rule about a certain room in the western courtyard of the Ying residence that couldn't be destroyed at all costs. Arya was the owner of that room, and the Ying family had been making sure that it was in pristine condition at all times. Many generations had passed since the rule was established, and the room was still there. There was another rule that the members of the Ying family on Blue Planet had to serve the owner of that room in the western courtyard. Yang Lian didn't expect that he would get to meet the owner of that room in his lifetime, and it was an unexpected boon in Yang Lian's eyes. He had already profited a ton, and he was now destined to live a much longer life, all thanks to Arya. However, it turned out that Arya wasn't the only surprise. Yang Lian also didn't expect to meet the king of the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan suddenly turned to look outside the hall and said, "Let them come inside." Yang Lian promptly called out, "Come in, all of you." The crowd hurriedly walked in and got ready to kneel. However, a gentle force held them back. Ye Guan chuckled and said, "No need to kneel." The onlookers gazed at Ye Guan with curiosity. They had never ventured to the stars beyond, so they had no idea what kind of place was the Guanxian universe, nor did they really understand Ye Guan's status as the king of the Guanxian universe. However, there was one thing they knew for sure: Ye Guan held an esteemed status similar to Arya. Ye Guan swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled. He waved his sleeve, and a beam of light entered the glabella of each and every person in the crowd. I just gave you a cultivation method, and it should prove useful to all of you, Ye Guan said and waved his hand again, sending dozens of storage rings toward each and every person in the crowd. You're staring at what we call storage rings. There's a certain amount of spiritual cores inside of them. Spiritual cores? The members of the Yang family had heard of it before, but they couldn't quite grasp what it meant. Ye Guan's action of handing out spiritual cores was akin to a wealthy man giving villagers not money but gold bars. The Yang family members were beyond ecstatic. They needed spiritual energy the most, and even though the Yang family had been giving them a monthly supply of spirit stones, the stipend wasn't enough for them to cultivate. To make matters worse, those spirit stones were mostly low grade. They couldn't possibly compare to spiritual cores. Everyone in the crowd took a moment to compose themselves before bowing with sincerity toward Ye Guan. A young boy suddenly stepped up, and he was holding the hand of a young girl standing next to him. He bowed toward Ye Guan and said, "Greetings, young master." Ye Guan stared alternatingly at the two youngsters. The young boy appeared slightly older than the young girl, and the two of them seemed to be around 13 years of age. The young boy was clearly nervous, but the young girl next to him was even more nervous than him, as she was trembling ever so slightly while clutching the hem of her dress. The young boy took a moment to muster his courage before saying, "Young master, my sister here is very fond of swordsmanship. She's already a 9th stage swordsman, and she has developed sword intent as well. I implore young master to guide her." The young boy quickly kneeled before Ye Guan, and the young girl followed suit. Ye Guan lifted his right hand gently, and his sword intent transformed into a gentle breeze that lifted the two youngsters off of the floor. Ye Guan looked at the young girl and said, "Come here." The young girl hesitated, glancing at her brother. The young boy was overjoyed, and he eagerly dragged his sister to stand in front of Ye Guan before saying, "Young master, my sister is really amazing. She comprehended sword intent without any guidance." Ye Guan chuckled and asked, "How did you know that I'm a swordsman?" "My sister told me," the young boy exclaimed. "She told me that she can feel your sword intent, and she told me that you're an extremely powerful swordsman." Ye Guan was surprised by the revelation, and he did a double take at the young girl. The young boy had not lied to him. The young girl was indeed at the 9th stage, and she had truly comprehended sword intent. The most important fact here was the fact that she had comprehended sword intent without any guidance. Ye Guan was particularly surprised by the revelation, as comprehending sword intent without any guidance meant that one was a genius. Ye Guan smiled. "Show me your sword intent." The young girl dared not speak and looked at her brother. The young boy smiled and said, "Don't be scared. Young master is a good person. Linger, release your sword intent for him to see." The young girl hesitated but eventually nodded and released her sword intent. Ye Guan was stunned upon seeing the young girl's sword intent. It was markedly different from any sword intent he had ever seen. The young girl's sword intent was extremely gentle and soft like water. The sword intents Ye Guan had seen so far were sharp, domineering, and full of killing intent. It was Ye Guan's first time seeing such a gentle and smooth sword intent. Ye Guan smiled. "Do you enjoy training with the sword?" The young girl glanced at Ye Guan and clutched the hem of her dress with both hands before nodding slightly and muttering, "MMHM." Ye Guan's smile deepened, and he opened his palm, sending a wisp of sword light into the young girl's glabella. Ye Guan exclaimed, "I just gave you a sword inheritance. Do train with the sword according to the sword inheritance's instruction, and you'll improve by leaps and bounds." The young girl was astonished, and she stared blankly at Ye Guan. Clearly, the sword inheritance had a profound impact on her. The young boy standing behind the young girl immediately knelt and exclaimed, "Thank you, young master. Thank you so much, young master." Ye Guan stared at the kneeling young boy and smiled. Then, Ye Guan opened his palm once again, and a beam of white light melted into the young boy's glabella. "I just gave you an inheritance. Cultivate diligently, and you'll surely soar in the future." The sudden reward left the young boy in a daze. When he recovered his composure, the young boy collapsed on all fours and bowed multiple times in gratitude. He was young, but he understood the value of Ye Guan's gift. Ye Guan used his sword intent to lift the young boy off the ground and smiled. "Cultivate well with your sister." The young boy nodded and exclaimed, "We will cultivate well." Ye Guan nodded and looked at Arya. "I'm leaving?" Arya blinked. "Are you not going to stay here tonight?" Ye Guan shook his head. "I have many things to attend to." "All right," Arya said, nodding. "Just give me a heads up once you've decided to leave." "Sure," Ye Guan replied with a smile. He had to take Arya and Little White along with him. After all, one was the strongest demonic beast he had ever known, while the other was the best support due to her flexibility in battle. Ye Guan would be a fool if he were to refrain from bringing them along. Ye Guan gifted Yinglian some spiritual cores before leaving. Just as Ye Guan had turned around to leave, the young girl suddenly called out to him, "Young master." Ye Guan turned to the young girl. The young girl hurriedly lowered her head upon sensing Ye Guan's gaze. She stared at her feet, hesitating for quite a while before whispering, "My name is Yingzilan. I've memorized it," Ye Guan said with a nod before turning around to finally leave. The young girl stared at Ye Guan's departing figure before eventually holding her brother's hand, saying, "Brother, young master, is a really good person." "That's right," the young boy exclaimed, "that's why we must cultivate well. We have to repay the young master's favor in the future." The young girl nodded. Yes. Ye Guan had just stepped out of the Yang residence when Anu suddenly appeared in front of him. "Has it been resolved?" Ye Guan asked. "It's settled," Anu said, nodding. And you then cast a deep gaze upon Ye Guan before continuing, young master, the Eternal Sovereign has arrived. The Eternal Sovereign? Ye Guan's eyes narrowed into slits. So he's finally here, the Eternal Sovereign? There was no way Ye Guan could forget the Eternal Sovereign, as the latter still had Little Pagoda in his hands. In addition, Ye Guan knew that the Eternal Sovereign had been recruiting an army to go to war with the Guanxian universe. The Eternal Sovereign's arrival meant the Eternal Sovereign's army was ready. Ye Guan pushed aside his thoughts and asked, "How long till we reach the Milky Way?" And you replied respectfully, "We will reach the Milky Way in 3 days. How many are there?" "There are many of them." And you answered solemnly. "Many?" Ye Guan nodded. "I understand." And you hesitated before asking, "Should we call more people?" Ye Guan smiled. "No need. The Milky Way is the safest place in the vast expanse." He then disappeared and went somewhere. It was time to say goodbye. Ye Guan looked up. Clouds filled the entire sky as cold wind blew all around. Occasionally, lightning would pierce the clouds, and an ear-shattering thunder would reverberate, pervading everything between the heavens. "It's going to rain," he thought. Ye Guan shook his head slightly before turning around to leave. A moment later, Ye Guan appeared at the hotel room where Suziai was staying. As soon as he entered the hotel room, he found Suziai sprawled out on the bed, sound asleep. Ye Guan walked up to Suziai. She was wearing a thin nightgown, and there was a blissful expression on her sleeping face. Suziai opened her eyes slowly and revealed a charming smile upon seeing Ye Guan. "I knew it was you," Suziai said. Ye Guan was puzzled. "How did you know?" Suziai wrapped her hands around Ye Guan's neck and whispered, "Your scent." Ye Guan smiled. Suziai rubbed her head against his forehead and whispered, "I've been a bit tired lately. Have you been cultivating?" Suziai nodded eagerly and said, "I'm already at the 9th stage. Pretty fast, right?" Ye Guan laughed. "Impressive." Suziai smiled. "Get on the bed. I want to sleep while hugging you." Ye Guan nodded and lay down beside Suziai, who then embraced him tightly. "I have to leave," Ye Guan suddenly said. Suziai stiffened. After a while, she tightened her hug without saying a word. Suziai trembled and said in a shaky voice, "Take me." Ye Guan was rendered speechless. Rumble? A powerful thunderclap reverberated outside, accompanied by drizzling rain. As the thunder grew louder, the rain became even more intense until it became a torrential downpour. A jarring cacophony of noises echoed from the window as the clouds pelted it with raindrops, and the clusters of black moss on the eaves were soon drenched with rain. However, the rain became even more intense as if a dam up above had been breached. The torrential downpour lasted for almost 2 hours before slowly coming to a stop. Meanwhile, 2 figures were cuddling in a room that had been filled with a haphazard din of noises not too long ago. Suziai's face was flushed as she snuggled up to Ye Guan, and her slightly pallid face made it obvious that she was tired. Ye Guan stroked Suziai's back and said, "Come with me." Suziai looked up at Ye Guan, appearing pleasantly surprised. Then she suddenly asked, "Am I going to get pregnant?" Ye Guan was startled. Suziai stared at Ye Guan with a beaming face and said shyly, "We did it so many times, so I should be pregnant, right?" She then buried her face into Ye Guan's arm, utterly embarrassed. Ye Guan smiled. "Don't change the topic." Suziai was silent. "Do you not want to follow me?" Ye Guan asked softly. Suziai quickly shook her head. "Do you not want to leave this place?" Suziai remained silent. Ye Guan asked, "What if I don't return?" Suziai's head shot up to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled. "Do you really want to stay here?" Suziai lowered her head slightly and muttered, "I want to follow you, but I want to stay here, at least for now. My grandpa is still here, and he's really old." "Will you ever come back?" she asked a little nervously. "If you're here, I'll come back." Suziai stared at Ye Guan. "Really?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Suziai smiled and said, "I'm not going to ask for much. Just visit me every day." Ye Guan was speechless. "When are you going to leave?" Suziai asked. "I'm leaving in a few days." Suziai lowered her head slightly without saying anything. Ye Guan smiled. "You can stay. It's not that difficult for me to come here." Suziai nodded. "MMHM." Ye Guan sighed. Suziai gazed at Ye Guan and asked, "What's wrong?" Ye Guan whispered, "I don't want to leave you." Suziai was stunned. Then, tears welled up in her eyes as she hugged Ye Guan tight and exclaimed, "You really do know how to convince me, don't you?" Ye Guan smiled and added, "Actually, it's not that bad if you stay here. I'd have a reason to come back here. Otherwise, I might not return to this planet once I leave." Suziai lowered her head and asked, "What about Wanyu?" Ye Guan hurriedly said, "I have a wholesome relationship with Wanyu." Suziai looked at Ye Guan. "But we also have a wholesome relationship." Ye Guan's expression stiffened. Smiling bitterly, he said, "Nothing ever happened between Wanyu and me." Suziai whispered, "I know, but you know that she likes you, right?" Ye Guan nodded. "What about you? Do you like her, too?" Ye Guan was silent. Suziai stared intently at Ye Guan. "Have you never talked about that with her?" Ye Guan sighed softly. "Suziai, I'm going to talk to her properly. It's just that." "Do you like her?" Suziai interjected. Ye Guan lowered his head the moment he met Suziai's gaze and kissed her forehead gently. "I'm your man now, you know." Suziai smiled sweetly and said, "I know. What I want to say is that you shouldn't make decisions for her. Be honest to her, and let her decide for herself. You have to tell her because if you leave just like this, she might not be able to move on." Ye Guan nodded. "Okay." He agreed that the matter concerning Mu Wanyu had to be resolved. After all, he didn't really care about anyone else here aside from Suziai and Mu Wanyu, as he would have starved to death if it hadn't been for them. Ye Guan looked down at Suziai and asked, "Why did you bring up Wanyu?" Suziai blinked. "What do you mean why? If I get together with her?" Ye Guan muttered. Suziai smiled without saying anything. Ye Guan was puzzled. "Do you not care at all?" Suziai held him and whispered, "I care." Ye Guan was confused. "Then, why?" Suziai shook her head and replied, "Mu Wanyu is very kind and sentimental, so if you leave her without telling her, she'll be really hurt. Once a woman falls in love with someone, it's going to be difficult for them to move on from that certain someone. Of course, I'm not speaking for every woman out there, but some of us are like that." Actually, Ye Guan whispered, "I haven't always been a womanizer." Suziai cast a dubious look upon Ye Guan. Ye Guan saw that and said earnestly, "Really, I used to be focused on my cultivation, but I became fickle-minded when my bloodline awakened. It's a really strange bloodline. Mad demon bloodline. Actually, I haven't really seen you flirt with women," Suziai said with a smile. Then, she leaned closer to Ye Guan's ears and whispered, "You know, women are more perverted than men. Of course, we have to like the man first, and if we like the man, we'll think about pushing that man on the bed all day long." Ye Guan had no idea. Suziai's face suddenly flushed red. "Can I have a child?" "You want a baby?" Suziai nodded. "MMHM. Then, we've got to work even harder." Suziai's face turned even redder, and Ye Guan laughed boisterously. It was already late in the evening when Ye Guan left the hotel. He decided to respect Suziai's decision to stay here. He couldn't really force her to follow him, could he? In addition, Suziai wasn't familiar with the world beyond the stars, so leaving might not necessarily be good for her. Ye Guan thought it would be better for her to stay here and cultivate. He had left behind a ton of spiritual cores for Suziai, and those spiritual cores would be enough for her to cultivate for thousands of years. The next morning, Ye Guan walked to the Sword Dao Department's training grounds. Mu Yun and Shuang had embarked on a cultivation journey, so Mu Wanyu was left all alone in the training grounds. She was practicing the sword when Ye Guan stepped onto the training grounds. Ye Guan walked up to Mu Wanyu. "You're here," Mu Wanyu said, beaming. Ye Guan nodded. "You're already at the 8th stage." "Yes," Mu Wanyu replied, nodding. Ye Guan grinned. "That's impressive." Mu Wanyu wore a small smile without saying a word. "I'm leaving," Ye Guan said suddenly. Mu Wanyu froze. Ye Guan chuckled wryly. "I'm leaving the Milky Way." Mu Wanyu clenched her fists, and Ye Guan standing before her became a blurry sight. Ye Guan held Mu Wanyu's hand and asked softly, "Do you want to leave with me?" The tears welling up in Mu Wanyu's eyes streamed down her cheeks. She abandoned all reservations and threw herself into Ye Guan's arms, hugging him tightly. Despite her tears, Mu Wanyu was on cloud 9. Ye Guan's words were tantamount to a confession of his feelings for her. Ye Guan wiped away the tears on Mu Wanyu's face and smiled. "Stop crying. Your eyes will swell if you keep crying, and you'll have heavy eye bags by tomorrow." Mu Wanyu lowered her head slightly and muttered, "Suziai." Ye Guan nodded. "We're together now." Mu Wanyu was quiet. Ye Guan held Mu Wanyu's hand and asked, "I'm guessing you knew it all this while. Am I right?" Mu Wanyu nodded. Ye Guan smiled. "Then, let's have some fun together." Mu Wanyu looked up at Ye Guan with a frown. Ye Guan chuckled awkwardly, saying, "I mean, I really miss the days when the three of us were still living together." He swore to suppress the mad demon bloodline once he returned to the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan was extremely confident that the mad demon bloodline was the reason behind his impure thoughts these days. Mad demon bloodline. Mu Wanyu hugged Ye Guan and buried her head into his chest. "I like you," she said. Ye Guan nodded. "I know, but it's illegal to have more than one wife here. I'll have them reform that law as soon as possible." Mu Wanyu looked up at Ye Guan. He bent down and kissed her gently. "Anyway, you can't escape me now." Mu Wanyu whispered, "I haven't been able to escape you, anyway." Ye Guan laughed heartily. Mu Wanyu asked, "Is Suziai going to leave with you?" Ye Guan shook his head. "She decided to stay here." Mu Wanyu was puzzled. "She's not going with you?" Ye Guan nodded. "Are you going to come back here?" Mu Wanyu asked. Ye Guan smiled. "Yes." After a moment of silence, Mu Wanyu said, "I want to stay here, too." Ye Guan was baffled. "Why? This is my home, and the outside world is unfamiliar to me." Ye Guan was silent. Mu Wanyu hugged Ye Guan and asked, "Is that okay?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Mu Wanyu smiled. "Will you come back often?" "I'll definitely come back often since you two are here." Mu Wanyu nodded. "Great." Right then, someone deliberately cleared their throat as they stood behind Ye Guan and Mu Wanyu. Ahem. Ye Guan turned and was shocked. Why are you here?" Ye Guan was shocked, as the person behind him was none other than Saru. After the initial shock had passed, Ye Guan's gaze became filled with curiosity. He truly didn't expect that Saru would come to him voluntarily. Saru looked at Ye Guan with calm eyes and said, "Follow me." Then, Saru turned and walked away without waiting for Ye Guan's reply. Ye Guan pondered briefly before turning to Mu Wanyu, saying, "I'll come here again." Mu Wanyu nodded. "Okay." Ye Guan turned around and chased after Saru. Mu Wanyu was silent for a long while before continuing with her cultivation. She knew that if she wanted to live in the same world as Ye Guan, she had to become a powerful cultivator. Having received an opportunity to become one, Mu Wanyu decided to take full advantage of it. Ye Guan found himself outside the Sword Dao department grounds as he followed Saru's departing figure in the distance. Saru was quiet, and Ye Guan was silent as well. Eventually, Saru glanced at him and said, "The Eternal Sovereign is here." Ye Guan nodded. "I know." Saru asked, "Are your father and aunt still here?" "They're still here," Ye Guan said, nodding. Then, he added, "I plan to handle all these by myself." Saru frowned. "By yourself?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Saru finally turned to look at Ye Guan. "Are you sure?" Ye Guan smiled. "Why wouldn't I be sure?" Saru was quiet for a long time. "You're still not as strong as the Eternal Sovereign. We won't know until we try," Ye Guan replied. Saru stared deeply at Ye Guan before nodding. Saru and Ye Guan eventually left the Milky Way Academy. Saru approached a sports car parked on the side of the road and hopped into it. Ye Guan was stunned. Saru looked at Ye Guan and exclaimed, "Get in the car." Ye Guan hesitated briefly before getting into the car and sitting in the passenger seat. "Is this yours?" Ye Guan asked while staring at Saru in disbelief. Saru nodded. Ye Guan sighed. "So you really know how to have fun, huh?" "How would I not know how to have fun when we're in a fun place with many interesting things?" Saru said, eyes shining in mirth. Then, she started the car and stepped on the gas, catapulting the car forward as if it were an arrow that had just left the bowstring. Ye Guan asked, "Where are we going?" Saru replied, "We'll be there soon." Ye Guan examined Saru from top to bottom. Her attire today was a bit unconventional, a light yellow traditional Huaxian dress that accentuated her figure and exposed her snow-white legs. Overall, she looked pretty sexy. Saru suddenly asked, "Are they nice?" Ye Guan nodded. Saru smiled and asked, "How far have you progressed with Big Sister?" "Huh?" Ye Guan was stunned by Saru's question. Saru asked, "Something happened, right?" Ye Guan's face darkened, and he protested, "We have a wholesome relationship." Saru glanced at Ye Guan and rolled her eyes. "You've said that a lot to describe your relationship with every woman you've had so far." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. "I can tell that Big Sister has taken a liking to you. You can win her over so long as you act decisively," Saru remarked. Ye Guan thought for a moment before asking, "Saru, are you hoping that I'd win over her heart so that he would be attached to someone else? The best case scenario in your head must be the same as what happened with Little Shu, right? You want her to become pregnant as well, am I right?" Saru asked back, "Do you not want to get her pregnant?" Ye Guan cast an indescribable gaze at Saru and stared at her for a while. Eventually, Ye Guan shook his head and said, "You shouldn't stop being so scheming." Saru smiled but didn't say anything. Ye Guan added, "Don't overthink it. I just want to tell you that your big sister is much smarter than you think, and she definitely knows what you're trying to do here." Saru was quiet. "Let me guess. The universe tribulation is nigh, so you're afraid that Sister Zhen will that it." Saru nodded immediately. Ye Guan was silent. Saru said again, "Big Sister likes us a lot, but she's not going to give up certain things for us. However, it might be a different story for a man or a baby." Ye Guan's expression became serious. "Are you trying to say that she's not strong enough to suppress the upcoming universe tribulation?" "I don't know," Saru said, shaking her head. "I just have a bad feeling, an ominous sense of foreboding." Ye Guan frowned deeply at Saru's remark. Saru stared at the road up ahead with eyes filled with worry. "Did you bring Little Shu here to lure me into looking for her? Once I've been lured here, the next step must have been to use me as a honey trap for your big sister, am I right?" Pfft! Saru erupted into laughter. "A honey trap? Well, you can say that it's a honey trap, as you're quite handsome." Unlike Saru, Ye Guan didn't find it funny at all as he stared indifferently at Saru. Saru asked, "Are you angry?" Ye Guan shook his head. "No." Saru smiled. "Now, that is surprising." Ye Guan calmly added, "I know that it's a part of your scheme, but Sister Zhen is unlike what I had imagined her to be, so I can't really say that I lost anything because of your scheme." Saru looked at Ye Guan and smiled. "Your mind has gotten stronger. She'll soon be done with her book," Ye Guan said. Saru nodded. "Yeah, I know." Ye Guan turned and looked out the window without saying anything. "Can you ask your father and aunt?" "Lady Saru," Ye Guan interrupted, shaking his head, "do you really understand Sister Zhen?" Saru frowned slightly. Ye Guan smiled and said, "I can't deny that your feelings for Sister Zhen are definitely genuine, and I even believe that you're willing to die for her. However, I think you don't really understand Sister Zhen." Saru glanced at Ye Guan, but she didn't say anything. Ye Guan added, "Lady Saru, let me ask you a question." Saru looked at Ye Guan and asked, "What is it?" Ye Guan asked, "Did Sister Zhen tell me the truth when she said that you like me, too?" Screech. The car came to a screeching halt. Saru turned to look at Ye Guan, and the two locked eyes with each other. Ye Guan remained patient, seemingly asking Saru for an answer to his question. Saru eventually smiled and asked, "Why do you ask?" "Nothing," said Ye Guan with a shake of his head. Saru stared at Ye Guan, asking, "What do you mean? Do you know what my immediate thoughts were when Sister Zhen told me that? I thought it was absolutely impossible." Saru revealed a faint smile and asked, "Why do you think so?" "It's because I don't like the feeling that I get from you whenever I'm with you," Ye Guan replied. Saru's gaze didn't leave Ye Guan as she asked, "What do you mean by feeling?" "I feel like every single word coming out of your mouth is part of a grand scheme to involve my aunt, my father, and perhaps even my grandpa. It's not a great feeling at all," Ye Guan replied. Saru fell silent. Ye Guan stared into Saru's eyes and said, if you truly like me, Lady Saru, then I can say that I like you as well. However, would you still like me if it weren't for my family background? Saru tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Ye Guan smiled and answered his own question, saying, no way you'd like me if it weren't for my family. Of course, it's not strange at all. Although I have some talent, I wouldn't have caught your attention if it hadn't been for my relatives. Ye Guan wasn't pessimistic here, he was just stating the harsh, cold reality. Of course, Ye Guan had never really forgotten that fact, which was the reason he had developed the trait of remembering grudges and favors. Ye Guan owed his relatives a lot, which was why he had chosen to walk down the invincible sword path. He wanted to repay them by becoming truly invincible. Yes, Ye Guan's goal was to become truly invincible. Ye Guan vowed to himself, I have to work even harder. I see, Saru said, nodding. Then, she started the car once more, and they continued on their journey somewhere. Ye Guan looked out the window, staring at the setting sun. His thoughts eventually wandered. Saru suddenly said, you want to resolve certain issues with your own strength, but have you never considered that you're simply too weak to do such a thing? Ye Guan replied, I'm working hard, you know. Saru glanced at Ye Guan. Ye Guan replied, my father had yet to become invincible when my mother decided to follow him. In other words, rather than despising my father for his weakness, she decided to accompany my father and faced hardships with him on his journey to become even stronger. Saru glanced at Ye Guan once more, but she didn't say anything. The majority of women these days are always complaining about how their men aren't good enough and rich enough. However, just how many of them do you think are willing to accompany their men through hardships? The majority of women are looking for men who have already made it in life, men who have already bought their own house, rich, and have ample savings, Ye Guan added. Then, Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. Of course, that's not strange at all. I'm sure everyone wants a better life for themselves, which means everyone tend to look for someone capable rather than settle for less. Saru glanced at Ye Guan and asked, are you saying that I despise you for your weakness? Ye Guan shook his head. I was just making an analogy. I didn't say anything about you, but personally, I don't even want to be friends with you, much less marry you. Saru's gaze remained calm despite Ye Guan's sharp words. Her placid eyes revealed neither joy nor anger. Ye Guan added, actually, I don't think it's necessary for us to talk about these unpleasant things. You're Little Jing and Little Shu's older sister. I think we should still get along, even though we're not exactly comfortable with each other. What do you think? Screech. Saru suddenly stepped on the brakes and exclaimed, we're here. Then, Saru took out the car key and got out of the car. Ye Guan alighted and was stunned. We're in Yunhai County? Sister Zhen lives here, too? Ye Guan retracted his thoughts and followed Saru. Saru didn't say anything along the way. Ye Guan didn't continue to make things difficult for himself and chose to remain silent as well. Soon, Saru led Ye Guan to another floor. Ye Guan was about to head towards Sijhen's house when Saru suddenly said, we're going this way. Ye Guan looked at Saru and asked, Sister Zhen's apartment is here, though. Just follow me, Saru said before turning around and walking in the opposite direction. What is she up to? Ye Guan thought with furrowed brows. Eventually, he set his thoughts aside and followed Saru into an apartment. As soon they entered it, a voice echoed from the living room, asking, second sister, how come you're back so soon? Ye Guan turned toward the voice and found a young woman sitting on the sofa in the living room. The young woman was wearing a loose-fitting nightgown, and her long hair casually draped over her back casually. The young woman was watching TV while holding a bag of potato chips. The young woman's abdomen was slightly swollen. The young woman was none other than Sishu, and she still looked incredibly beautiful despite wearing a loose-fitting nightgown. Her looks were enough to captivate the hearts of anyone staring at her. Sishu seemed to have sensed something and turned, but she froze instantly upon seeing Ye Guan standing next to Saru. Ye Guan slowly approached Sishu, and Sishu stared at him without saying a word. Ye Guan bent down and hugged her without uttering a single word. Sishu was quiet for a long time, and her hands eventually embraced Ye Guan's waist. She didn't say anything as well. Just like that, the two held each other for a long time. Eventually, Ye Guan let go of Sishu. His right hand stroked Sishu's abdomen gently, and he whispered, is it a boy or a girl? Sishu asked back, which do you prefer? Ye Guan replied, I prefer any of them. Sishu smiled and replied, then, we'll know once the baby is born. Ye Guan asked, have you been living across from Sister Zhen all this time? Sishu nodded wordlessly. Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, I want to have a good chat with you. Sishu nodded with a smile. Sure. Ye Guan nodded as well before staring intently at Sishu. Are you Bawan or Sishu? He asked. The smile on Sishu's lips instantly went stiff. Are you Bawan or Sishu? Ye Guan asked. However, Sishu merely stared at him. Saru watched silently on the sidelines as the air between Ye Guan and Sishu grew tense. Sishu was about to speak, but Ye Guan shook his head and said, no need to tell me. Then, Ye Guan scooped her up and walked into another room. Ye Guan gently placed Sishu onto the bed before laying down next to her. Ye Guan didn't say anything as he caressed her abdomen gently. Sishu grabbed the hand caressing her stomach and said, I know that you're mad at me. Saru's intention was to lure Ye Guan here, but if Sishu hadn't been here, Ye Guan wouldn't have come here. Thus, Sishu had to come here. Ye Guan was silent. Sishu said, I didn't come here for little one Ro. I'm here to see big sister. Ye Guan remained silent. Sisha turned around to face Ye Guan, and she stared into his eyes, saying, really? Ye Guan embraced Sisha's waist and whispered, I know. Sisha looked at Ye Guan without saying a word. Ye Guan lowered his head and kissed Sisha's forehead. I understand. Sisha rested her head on Ye Guan's chest and said, I know that you like Ye not Sishu. Ye Guan kissed Sisha's lips and replied, I think we shouldn't draw a line between you and Ye. Otherwise, it's going to be exhausting. Sisha looked up at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and asked, what do you think? We have to talk about it, at the very least. Otherwise, there will always be resentment in our hearts, Sisha replied. Ye Guan fell silent. Say something, will you? Sishu asked. After a moment of silence, Ye Guan asked, is your pregnancy a part of Saru's scheme, or was it really just an accident? Sishu replied, it was just an accident. Ye Guan nodded and went quiet. Sishu hugged him gently and said, I wouldn't go as far as selling my body for a cause. That fateful day happened because I was afraid that once I've recovered my memories, we might become nothing more than just. Sisha didn't complete her sentence. She shook her head, and her face turned red as she continued, I just didn't expect to get pregnant in one go. Ye Guan nodded and felt liberated. Soon, Ye Guan smiled and said, let's have a good life, then. Have a good life. Sisha looked at Ye Guan and asked, do you want this child to become the divine lord of the true universe? Ye Guan asked back, what about you? I'll follow your wishes, Sisha replied. Ye Guan pondered briefly before asking, what do you think? Sisha grumbled, you've thrown the question to me again. Ye Guan chuckled. You've considered it at least, right? Sisha nodded and said, Big Sister has worked hard to establish the true universe. It's going to be difficult for us to give it to others, but if it's our child, then it's a different story. Sisha then looked at Ye Guan and added, but I'm still going to listen to you. Ye Guan stroked Sisha's abdomen gently and asked, when will you give birth? Sisha said, in 3 years. Huh. Ye Guan was stunned. Sisha's lips curled up into a smile. Our divine physique is special, you see. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. Sisha said, looking forward to meeting the little one so soon. Ye Guan nodded. Sisha grinned. 3 years isn't a long time. It's going to pass really fast like a blink of an eye. Yeah, Ye Guan chuckled and hugged Sishu. Can I sleep here tonight? Sisha blushed instantly, but she didn't speak and held Ye Guan tightly. Just then, Ye Guan's right hand slipped under Sisha's clothes, and he proceeded to stroke her abdomen. Sisha became nervous upon sensing the warmth of Ye Guan's hand. She was nervous that Ye Guan's hand might become a bit too playful and go either downward or upward. However, Ye Guan behaved himself and merely stroked Sisha's belly. Sisha was relieved, and she asked, are you soon going to leave the Milky Way? Ye Guan nodded. We'll leave together when the time comes. Sisha was quiet. Ye Guan asked, do you not want to leave? Sisha suddenly asked, can you sense the universe tribulation? Ye Guan frowned. Is there something wrong with the universe tribulation? Sisha nodded. Yes. Ye Guan's face sank. Is it really going to affect the entire vast expanse once it explodes? I don't know, Sisha said, shaking her head. We asked Big Sister, but she said that it's going to be fine and told us not to worry. A worried light fleeted across Sisha's eyes. Ye Guan was quiet as well. He had seen the universe tribulation once, but the universe tribulation had left a deep impression on him. The thought of the universe tribulation alone made Ye Guan feel a shiver down his spine. To make matters worse, what he had seen was basically just the tip of the iceberg. Ye Guan could only imagine the terror of the entire universe tribulation. Can Sister Zhen really suppress it? Ye Guan closed his eyes. He didn't have the answer to his question, but he vowed to himself that he would ask his father and aunt the next time they met. Ye Guan's thoughts soon vanished from his mind as he fell asleep. The next day, Sishu opened her eyes slowly and blushed instantly upon realizing that Ye Guan's hand had inexplicably moved upward. Ye Guan was even giving it a few gentle squeezes. Sishu shuddered, and she hurriedly grabbed Ye Guan's hand. Ye Guan leaned over and whispered, can I? Sishu's cheeks blushed, and she didn't speak, but, a soft moan unconsciously seeped out of Sisha's mouth, and the following scene was reminiscent of a popular phrase that went mouth and hands were busy. The beauty was shy and defenseless with her 2 rosy dots revealed. The beauty had just let her guard down when a spear pierces her flower's core. Ye Guan and Sishu eventually left their room at high noon. Saru was eating in front of the dining table, but she stopped eating to leer at the couple and grin mischievously at them. Sishu's face instantly flushed. At first, she tried her best to remain quiet, but as their emotions grew tumultuous, she ended up failing to stay quiet. Sishu's face turned even redder at the realization, and she trembled ever so slightly. Ye Guan was shameless, so he didn't really care about Saru's teasing. He led Sishu to the dining table, where Saru had prepared breakfast for them. Saru glanced at the two and asked, are you not afraid of hurting the baby? Sishu blushed once again. They indeed got a bit too excited last night. Just then, the door was flung open, and a young woman walked in. Sijhen? The 3 sisters were here. Sijhen decisively sat down at the dining table. Then, she swept her gaze across Sishu and Ye Guan before giggling and saying, did you two do something naughty? Ye Guan's expression froze. Sishu was no longer shy, and she glanced at Ye Guan with a light smile. Ye Guan pulled Sishu toward him and said, sorry, I got a bit too impulsive. Sishu shook her head. We're husband and wife, so whatever we did was natural. Ye Guan was overjoyed, and she held Sishu's hand tightly. Saru was a bit displeased. You both are behaving as if we don't exist. Sishu grinned. Sis, how long did you eavesdrop today? Saru blinked and denied it. I didn't eavesdrop. Sisha chuckled and said, you don't have to eavesdrop next time. You can just come in and watch. I guarantee it's going to be better than just listening. Saru's expression stiffened. It seemed Sisha had forgotten the fact that even though she wouldn't find it awkward to say certain things, someone else would certainly feel awkward. We can watch. Sichhan chimed in, I'll come and watch next time, then. Everyone had no idea what to say. Sichhan swept her gaze across the three and added, don't look at me like that. I'm serious, you know. Ye Guan and Sisha were too stunned to speak. Sichhan looked at Ye Guan and asked, are you leaving? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Sichhan nodded with a smile. Perfect. Ye Guan was puzzled. Perfect. Sichhan smiled. Nothing, let's eat. Sisha and Saru glanced at Sichhan, but they didn't say anything in the end. Ye Guan asked, Sister Zhen, is it about the universe tribulation? Sichhan smiled. It's just a small matter. Ye Guan sighed softly, Sister Zhen, don't lie to us. You can tell us if there's something bothering you, okay? Sichhan thought for a moment and then said, I'm finishing my book today. Ye Guan asked, so, you're leaving, too? Sichhan nodded. Saru grabbed Sichhan's hand and muttered, big sister. Sichhan smiled upon seeing the worry in Saru's eyes. Don't overthink, and don't worry. Sichhan then looked at Ye Guan and said, I'm a bit worried about you, actually. Ye Guan was puzzled. Me? Sichhan nodded but didn't elaborate. Ye Guan was about to ask questions, but Sichhan said, will you come with me? Ye Guan nodded. Sure. Sichhan looked at Sishu and asked, lend him to me for this afternoon, okay? Sishu nodded. He's yours. Use him as you like. Ye Guan was speechless. Sichhan shook her head and smiled. The four then finished their meal, and then Ye Guan left with Sichhan. Saru looked out the window and stared at Ye Guan and Sichhan walking away into the distance with a displeased look. If that guy had been a bit more decisive that day, he would have won over Big Sister. It's really frustrating how he had already taken off his pants, but he still chose not to go in. Sisha held Saru's hand and shook her head. You're acting like they're children. Saru sighed. Sisha continued, second sis, Big Sister, and Little Guan are as astute as foxes. Do you really think that they are unaware of your little schemes? Saru went silent. Let nature take its course. Sisha suggested. Saru shook her head. No, I'm going to drug to them. Sisha was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Sichhan brought Ye Guan to a beach, and she held Ye Guan's hand as they walked slowly along the shore. The sea breeze was a bit cold today, but the two didn't seem to mind it. Sichhan combed her hair gently, which had been tousled by the sea breeze, and smiled before saying, I frequented this beach when I first came here. I really like how peaceful this beach is. Ye Guan nodded. I understand what you're talking about. I've also taken a liking to Blue Planet. There's no need for me to ignite my soul or fleshly body here just to survive. I can eat, drink, and sleep for as long as I wish. This is a really comfortable place. Sichhan chuckled and pointed out. So you just want to laze around? Ye Guan smiled. Indeed. Sichhan smiled and looked around. A melancholic light filled her eyes, knowing that this would be the last time she would see this scenery. Ye Guan suddenly walked toward a little girl selling roses. The little girl was holding over a dozen roses and was shouting out the prices. Ye Guan brought a delicate rose and brought it over to Sichhan. Then, he handed the rose over to her with a smile. It's yours, Sister Zhen. Sichhan smiled and brought the rose beneath her nose. She then gave it a quick sniff and exclaimed, it smells great. Ye Guan suddenly leaned over and kissed Sichhan. Sichhan trembled, but she didn't retreat and proceeded to kiss Ye Guan as well. Their lips parted a few moments later. Ye Guan sounded curious as he asked, did I take your first kiss? Sichhan shook her head. Nope. Ye Guan was stunned. Sichhan's lips curled up slightly as she added, Saru took my first kiss. Ye Guan laughed boisterously. All of a sudden, Sichhan hugged Ye Guan and revealed a mysterious smile. How about it? Have you considered whether you want to play with the four of us? Huh? Ye Guan was confused. The word is translated as little. It is often used as an affectionate term and does not necessarily mean that the speaker is older. To say no to drugs, guys. Sichhan's mysterious smile deepened. Ye Guan could only smile bitterly at the sight. The Milky Way had too many slangs for him to fully understand every single conversation. I'm not going to tease you anymore, Sichhan said, pulling Ye Guan away. There were many people playing on the beach, and the pair attracted quite a few gazes. The majority of the gazes were on Sichhan, as she was just too beautiful. Just then, a few men suddenly walked up to Ye Guan and Sichhan. The man standing at the helm smiled at Sichhan and asked, why don't we get to know each other, Miss Beautiful? Ye Guan was standing next to Sichhan and was exceptionally handsome as well, yet the man standing at the helm of his group still decided to give it a try. The man thought of looks as optional when it came to men. A man had to be rich for them to be considered the best partner. With that in mind, the man placed his left hand on his chest, displaying his watch worth several million Huaxian dollars. The man initially had no plans of showing off, as he usually found it beneath him to show off. However, the man felt that sometimes, one had to allow others to see their true value. However, Sichhan didn't reply to the man. Instead, she turned to Ye Guan and grinned. Is it okay? Ye Guan pointed into the distance and glanced at the man. See that? The man frowned. What? Ye Guan gestured with his fingers. Swish, A sword energy descended and struck the sea, splitting it into two and creating massive waves. Everyone in the man's group was stunned, and even the man himself fell to the ground with a face as pale as a sheet of paper. Why you? Sichen stared at Ye Guan with mirthful eyes while a smile tugged at her lips. She truly looked incredibly charming whenever she was happy. Ye Guan smiled at the man on the ground before pulling Sichen away by hand. A deafening silence blanketed the entire beach. Sichen stared quietly at Ye Guan while smiling. Ye Guan found her behavior strange and asked, "What's wrong?" Sichen smiled. "I have to write tonight. What are you going to do next?" Sichen tiptoed and whispered into Ye Guan's ear, "Shall we sleep together tonight with Little Shu?" Ye Guan's mind went blank, and his blood instantly boiled. Ye Guan's face turned red as well, and he looked as if he were a beast about to escape from its shackles. Sichen winked and smiled seductively. "Shall we?" Ye Guan gulped. I don't think that's appropriate, Sister Zhen." Sichen rolled her eyes at him and chided, "You're really pretentious, acting like you don't want it when it's the opposite." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Sichen pulled his hand and said softly, "You have to remember one thing. You must always be upfront about what you feel and don't even bother hiding your desires. It's the only way for your sword Dao to become even stronger, do you understand? What if my desires are dark? It doesn't matter. Acknowledge it as well." Ye Guan looked at Sichen in shock. "Are you sure about that?" Sichen nodded. "Of course, but I'm talking about thoughts that are not going to hurt others. Is your desire to sleep with Sishu and me going to hurt anyone? It's not going to hurt others, right? In that case, why bother hiding it?" Ye Guan was speechless. Sichen smiled. "No rush. You will eventually mature, but it's going to take time. Sister Zhen, I'm learning a lot with you around. Speaking of that, I'm happy whenever I'm around you." "Happy? Because I have someone to tease," Sichen replied, laughing heartily. Her boisterous laughter made her tremble, and it made her chest bounce as well. Ye Guan stared at her chest, not bothering to avert his gaze. "I guess you can say that I'm pretty happy whenever I'm around you as well." Sichen stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan added, "You've been teasing me a lot, sure, but I've profited a lot from you, too." Sichen blinked and revealed a charming smile. "Do you want to earn more profits?" Ye Guan decisively shook his head. Sichen was slightly puzzled. "Why refuse? I can't defeat you, that's why." Ye Guan replied almost immediately. Sichen burst out into laughter. She laughed for a while, and when she stopped, she grabbed Ye Guan's hand and gave it a firm squeeze. "Relax, I'm not going to fight you," Sichen said firmly. Ye Guan smiled and stared into the distant sky. "The Eternal Sovereign will arrive tomorrow." Sichen asked, "Are you going to fight him by yourself?" Ye Guan nodded. He had a score to settle with the Eternal Sovereign. In addition, Little Pagoda was still in the Eternal Sovereign's hands. Little Pagoda was definitely feeling bitter at the moment. Ye Guan reckoned that he was definitely thinking along the lines of, "This brat has finally remembered that I still exist." Sichen chuckled. "I'll come and cheer for you, then." Ye Guan nodded. "Sure." Sichen smiled and led Ye Guan toward a restaurant by the sea. There weren't many people in the restaurant, making it seem a bit desolate. Sichen quickly found a seat for them and ordered many seafood dishes. Sichen pointed at one of the dishes. "Do you know what this thing is?" Ye Guan smiled. "It's a lobster." Sichen was surprised. "Have you eaten it before?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." "Try it again, then," Sichen said, smiling. Then, she peeled a lobster for Ye Guan and placed it on his plate. Ye Guan glanced at Sichen before eating it. Just like that, the two ate until night fell, and Sichen even ordered 10 bottles of alcohol. Ye Guan shook his head. "Sister Zhen, my cultivation base has been unsealed, so I can no longer get drunk." Sichen blinked and stared at Ye Guan before saying, "That's an easy fix." Sichen walked up to Ye Guan and patted his shoulder. Bam! A dull noise echoed inside Ye Guan, and his cultivation base was sealed once again. "What the fuck?" Ye Guan cursed in stupefaction. "What nonsense is this? Let's drink." Sichen cheered. Ye Guan was too shocked to speak. Sichen had just sealed Ye Guan's cultivation, which meant he could get drunk again. Sichen smiled and explained, "Don't worry, I'll unseal it for you tomorrow morning." Ye Guan felt deeply impressed as he stared at Sichen. Ye Guan had become strong enough that ordinary Great Destiny sovereigns were no longer his match. However, Ye Guan was still akin to a mere ant before Sichen. Ye Guan sighed in his heart. How long would it take him to reach the summit of the invincible sword Dao? Ye Guan really felt like sprawling out on the ground and mooching off of others. Sichen picked up a bottle of alcohol and handed it to Ye Guan. "Cheers." Ye Guan pushed aside his thoughts and said, "Sister Zhen, you should seal your cultivation, too. Otherwise, it's not going to be fair." Sichen nodded. "Sure." Just like that, the two ate and drank until it was incredibly late at night. After settling the bill, Sichen brought Ye Guan back to the apartment where Siro and Sisha were staying. Siro and Sisha frowned upon seeing the two drunkards. Sichen whipped out more bottles of alcohol from out of nowhere and exclaimed, "Let's go for round 2. Ye Guan rolled his eyes at Sichen and sprawled out on the ground. Siro helped Sichen up, saying, "What do you mean, round 2? You have to sleep." Sichen smiled and replied, "A gathering like this is rare, little Siro. Come on, let's have a good drink together, okay?" Siro stared deeply at Sichen. Moments later, she nodded and replied, "Okay." Sichen grinned and patted the two women, sealing their cultivation bases. Siro and Sisha were stunned. It's meaningless if you stay sober, Sichen exclaimed. Then, she pulled Suro and Sisha down to sit next to her. Afterward, Sichen pulled Ye Guan up and had him take a seat. Sisha stood up briefly to support Ye Guan. Sisha couldn't help but glance at Sichen upon seeing just how drunk Ye Guan was. Big sister is definitely going to ask him some nonsense again. Sisha blushed furiously at the thought. The four of them clinked glasses, and they proceeded to drink while chatting about a variety of topics. Ye Guan leaned against Sishu as he drank. He didn't speak and simply listened to the three sisters banter about their younger days. The more they talked, the happier they looked. Just like that, the four drank until midnight, and they were incredibly drunk by the time they called it a night. Sichen revealed a mysterious smile upon seeing how drunk Sichen and Suro were. The glimmer in Sichen's eyes revealed that she was still a bit sober. Sichen carried Ye Guan and placed him on the bed before placing Sishu and Suro to his left and right side. Afterward, Sichen took out a pen and paper and looked down at the three of them on the bed. No one moved, and it seemed that they were too drunk to even realize that they were next to each other. Sichen frowned slightly. Nothing's happening. What's going on? Sichen couldn't quite believe that nothing was happening, so she decided to take everyone's clothes off. Sichen then lay next to them, waiting for something to happen. However, a heavy wave of fatigue engulfed her the moment she lay next to her, and she couldn't resist the drowsiness at all. An unknown amount of time passed before Ye Guan stirred and felt something soft pressing against him. He smiled, thinking that those were Sisha's rosy mounds. He didn't think too much about it as he reached out for the soft mounds. The moment his hands got a firm grip on the soft mounds, a certain emotion washed over Ye Guan. A sword then stuck out, and Ye Guan thrust his sword forward. A pained moan echoed. Ye Guan felt that something was amiss. He finally opened his eyes and got the shock of his life upon seeing the woman in his arms. Suro? The woman in his arms was Suro rather than Sishu? Where's Sishu? Ye Guan was truly dumbfounded. He looked around in utter shock and found Sishu sleeping peacefully behind him. What about Sichen? Ye Guan turned his head and saw Sichen sleeping by their feet. Oh, no, I got too drunk and ended up doing something foolish. Ye Guan froze in stupefaction. Just then, Suro stirred and frowned in pain. Her cultivation base was still sealed, after all, so it seemed that her pain sensitivity had increased. All of a sudden, Suro's eyes shot wide open, and she was shocked to see Ye Guan on top of her. What's going on? The air became heavy and ambiguous as the two stared at each other. However, none of them made any movement. Should I pull out or go deeper? Ye Guan was completely torn. Suro stared at Ye Guan with clenched fists, but she didn't say anything. Ye Guan hesitated and was about to pull out, but Suro frowned deeply in pain. Ye Guan instantly stopped upon seeing that. Suro's expression grew unnatural as she stared at Ye Guan, and the air between them grew even more ambiguous. Ye Guan hesitated for a while before leaning toward Suro's ear. He initially wanted to say that this was an accident, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. An accident? Has there ever been an accident like this? How can this be an accident? Ye Guan chose to refrain from making an excuse or avoiding the matter. He decided to rock back and forth gently. Things had already gotten this far, so Ye Guan thought that he wouldn't be a man if he were to make an excuse or avoid the matter entirely. Suro was a bit uncomfortable at first, but slowly. Perhaps it was because she was drunk, but for some reason, Suro neither resisted nor refused Ye Guan's advances. A scene reminiscent of a popular saying unfolded. Delicate movements, nice and slow, a plum blossom soon bloomed underneath. Late at night, rain and snow drizzled down the earth. An unknown amount of time had passed before Ye Guan sprawled out on the floor. Suro rested her head on Ye Guan's arm without saying a word. Ye Guan sighed. What in the world just happened? We were just drinking, so why did things come to this? Was it because of my mad demon bloodline? Mad demon bloodline. Suro stirred and wanted to stand up, but she frowned the moment she moved. What's wrong? Ye Guan asked. I just want to stand up, Suro replied. Ye Guan hesitated before saying, it's still night. Suro looked up at Ye Guan, and Ye Guan looked back at her. Neither of them spoke as they looked at each other. Moments later, Ye Guan shattered the ice by leaning over and kissing Suro's forehead. Lie down with me for a while. Suro nodded slightly and went silent. Eventually, she looked up at Ye Guan and said, I know that you hate me, so I don't mind if we pretend like nothing happened between us tonight. Ye Guan frowned at Suro's remark. Pretend like nothing happened. Suro nodded. Do you really think that's okay? So what are we going to do, then? Ye Guan stared into Suro's eyes, and Suro didn't back down. Ye Guan said in a deep voice, are you saying that I let you sleep with me in vain? Suro's eyes twitched, and she glared coldly at Ye Guan. What? Do you want me to pay you for the night? Ye Guan smiled and wrapped his arms around Suro's waist. This is an unexpected development, but it is what it is. I'm not going to make any excuses. Let's just try to get along with each other, okay? Suro lowered her head slightly, but she didn't respond to Ye Guan's coaxing. Ye Guan suddenly kissed Suro's soft lips. Suro trembled ever so slightly, but she didn't say anything about it. After a while, Suro noticed something unusual and cried out, it hurts. I'm not going to do anything inappropriate, Ye Guan said. Suro cast a complex gaze upon Ye Guan before eventually burying her head into Ye Guan's chest. She truly had no idea what was going on with herself. Ye Guan sighed as well. I thought my will was pretty strong, so how did things end up like this? Is it really because of my mad demon bloodline? Mad demon bloodline. The next day at high noon, the four gathered around a dining table. They were eating, but the air around them was a bit strange. Sichhan looked guilty while stealing glances at Siro and Sishu. However, Sichhan didn't say anything as she ate her bowl of noodles. Meanwhile, Sisha seemed to be pondering over something while staring at Ye Guan and Siro. Ye Guan's expression was strange and awkward. However, Ye Guan knew that he had to man up and be honest in a situation like this, so he eventually made a decision. Let's shift the blame to someone else. Last night, Ye Guan muttered, big sister got me drunk, so I know. Sichhan interjected with a grin. It's the alcohol's fault. Ye Guan was speechless. Siro then turned to Ye Guan. You should go and do what you have to do first. Ye Guan looked at Siro. Siro calmly explained, today is your last day on Blue Planet. I'm sure you have many things to settle before leaving, right? Ye Guan nodded. The Eternal Sovereign will soon arrive, and aside from him, you'll have to handle many other things one after another. In other words, you should put aside your love affairs for the meantime. Ye Guan nodded. Okay, go ahead, Siro said. Ye Guan stood up and got ready to leave. Wait, Siro suddenly said. Ye Guan turned to look at Siro, who walked up to him and said, if I'm not mistaken, your father and aunt are also leaving today. Ye Guan nodded. Probably. Siro wanted to say something, but she hesitated. In the end, she shook her head and said, go, then. Ye Guan grabbed her hand just then and said, do you want me to ask for their help? Siro lowered her head slightly without saying anything. Ye Guan smiled wryly. Unfortunately, there are some paths I must walk on by myself. Siro's expression was complicated as she pointed out. It's going to be really exhausting for you, and perhaps you'll struggle more than your father during his generation. Ye Guan nodded. I know, and I'm mentally prepared. Siro stared intently at Ye Guan for a long time before nodding. All right. I'm leaving, then, Ye Guan said with a smile before turning around to leave. Siro remained silent for a long time, even though Ye Guan had already left the apartment. Eventually, she turned around and returned to her seat, looking at Sichhan without saying a word. Sichhan blinked, looking puzzled. Little Siro, why are you looking at me like that? Siro asked, was it you? What do you mean? Sichhan frowned and exclaimed, there's no way I'd do such a thing. Siro gazed deeply at Sichhan without saying anything. Sichhan felt a bit uneasy beneath Siro's indifferent gaze and blurted out, I think you drank a bit too much last night. Yes, we drank too much last night, so how come I still managed to undress? Little Shu and I had inexplicably undressed, but how come you weren't naked? Sichhan fanned her hand in front of her face. Okay, I undressed you too, but I didn't force you to do that thing. You two were the ones who did it. Siro stared quietly at Sichhan. Siro had decided not to blame Ye Guan, as she believed that Ye Guan absolutely had no intentions of doing that with her. Ye Guan was a petty man, but he wouldn't go that far to avenge himself, too. Little Shu wasn't shameless enough to do such a thing, so Sichhan had to be the culprit? Sichhan suddenly asked, are you going to get pregnant? You. Siro rushed at and pounced on her Sichhan. The two young women wrestled each other on the floor. Sisha smiled and shook her head. Was she jealous? Of course, she was a bit jealous, but it had already faded away upon recalling that certain promise. Looking back at that promise, Sisha sighed inwardly. Why did we even promise to marry the same husband? Now, it seems like we really are going to have the same husband? Ye Guan made a beeline for Suziai's hotel upon leaving Yunhai County. Suziai often worked late into the night, so her sleeping schedule was messed up. Suziai was still sound asleep when Ye Guan entered the room. Ye Guan decided to sit on the bed and stared at the peacefully sleeping Suziai. He then bent down and kissed her gently on the forehead. I'm leaving? Suziai was quiet. Ye Guan got up and left. Tears instantly slid down Suziai's cheeks the moment Ye Guan shut the door behind him. She didn't dare to open her eyes, as she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist following Ye Guan if she had opened her eyes. Ye Guan's next destination was the Sword Deo department of the Milky Way Academy. Shuang and Mu Yun had returned from their trip, so Mu Wanyu finally had classmates to share enlightenment with. Shockingly, Mu Wanyu had comprehended sword intent, even though it hadn't been that long since she started cultivating. Ye Guan swept his gaze at the three and smiled. I've come to say goodbye. Shuang and Mu Yun were stunned. Mu Wanyu looked gloomy, but she didn't say anything as she looked down at the floor. I'm leaving, said Ye Guan. Mu Yun asked, where are you going, teacher? Ye Guan smiled. Back home. Going back home. Mu Wanyu glanced at Ye Guan and clenched her fists. However, she didn't say anything. Shuang suddenly asked, will we ever meet again? Ye Guan replied, pass the entrance exam for the Milky Way clan, and we'll have a chance to meet. Shuang revealed a determined look. We'll definitely enter the Milky Way clan, teacher. Great. Ye Guan laughed heartily. Then, he turned to Mu Wanyu and grabbed her hand. I want you to stay with Suziai once I've left. Can you do that for me? I can. Mu Wanyu muttered, nodding. Shuang and Mu Yun retreated tactfully. Once the two were no longer in sight, Ye Guan stared at the quiet Mu Wanyu and said, is there anything you want to say to me? Mu Wanyu's eyes turned red. Will you really come back here? Ye Guan nodded. I will. I'll wait for you, then. Ye Guan looked down at the ring on her finger and said, I can open that for you. Mu Wanyu shook her head. I want to see what you left for me, but I want to open it by myself. All right, I understand, Ye Guan said with a nod. Mu Wanyu stepped forward just then and kissed Ye Guan. The two kissed each other for a while until Mu Wanyu leaned closer to Ye Guan's ear and whispered, "On your next visit, Suzy, and I will." Mu Wanyu's voice became softer and softer as she spoke until her voice sounded like a mosquito's droning. Mu Wanyu's voice became redder than a tomato by the time she was done speaking. Ye Guan's heart pounded madly against his chest. "That's..." Mu Wanyu mustered some courage and looked up at Ye Guan despite her red face. "That's why you have to come back, okay?" Ye Guan nodded with a grin. Ye Guan walked for a long time after leaving the Sword Deo department grounds. He sensed something just then and turned around to find Mu Wanyu standing quietly at the entrance of the department grounds, staring at Ye Guan without saying anything. Ye Guan turned around after he had carved Mu Wanyu's figure in his mind. Ye Guan looked up at the sky and grew reluctant. "Anew," Ye Guan called out, and a shadowy figure manifested behind him. "Have someone protect them without them knowing," Ye Guan ordered. Anew nodded. "Understood." Ye Guan nodded as well and walked until he arrived at Ao Qianqian's classroom. Ao Qianqian was in the middle of a class. The faces of the students in the classroom instantly darkened upon seeing Ye Guan. It couldn't be helped. Ye Guan's arrival meant that Ao Qianqian would instantly dismiss the class. However, Ao Qianqian didn't dismiss the class. She merely glanced at Ye Guan before continuing the class. The students were surprised. How come Teacher Ao's reaction was different this time? Ye Guan stood quietly by the classroom door. He examined Ao Qianqian and saw that she was wearing a light red dress. Her getup was simple, but it made it obvious to just about anyone that Ao Qianqian was happy today. The two tiny dragon horns sticking out of her head also made her look exceptionally cute, and they also instilled a certain desire in people, the desire to play with her horns. Ao Qianqian turned to look at Ye Guan upon sensing the latter's gaze. Ao Qianqian's eyes were full of affection as she stared at Ye Guan, and the sight elicited a smile from the latter. The bell rang 30 minutes later, and Ao Qianqian promptly closed the ancient-looking book in her hands. Ao Qianqian swept her gaze across the students before her and said, "Everyone, today's class is my final class. If fate allows it, we will meet again." Ao Qianqian put down the book in her hands and walked up to Ye Guan. Her gait showed nary a trace of hesitation. Meanwhile, the students were dumbfounded by Ao Qianqian's declaration. "Final class?" Ao Qianqian pulled Ye Guan's hand and smiled. "Let's go." "All right," Ye Guan replied with a grin and allowed Ao Qianqian to pull him away. The students inside the classroom exchanged glances, and they could see the complicated emotions in each other's eyes. Eventually, they snapped back to reality and fell into deep contemplation. Ao Qianqian was undoubtedly the most popular professor at the Milky Way Academy, and she was their favorite teacher, too. Teacher Ao had never been the type to joke around, so there was a high chance that they would never see her again. Ye Guan and Ao Qianqian walked hand in hand into the distance. Ao Qianqian looked around, her eyes gleamed with complex emotions as she said, "So we really are leaving today, huh? For some reason, I really can't bear to leave this place." "Stay here, then," Ye Guan replied. Ao Qianqian shook her head and held Ye Guan's hand. "My desire to stay with you exceeds my feelings for this place." Ye Guan chuckled and looked around as well. "Since you like it here, we'll come back here often." "Sounds great," Ao Qianqian replied, beaming with a smile. "All right, let's go meet my old man," Ye Guan exclaimed. Ao Qianqian blushed instantly at Ye Guan's declaration, and she glanced at Ye Guan before muttering, "Okay." Ye Guan smiled at Ao Qianqian dressed in red. Ao Qianqian glared at Ye Guan and gave him a playful punch. Ye Guan laughed heartily before closing his eyes slowly. His divine sense instantly enveloped the entire blue planet. Moments later, he opened his eyes and muttered, "There they are." A lady was walking slowly with a man along the shore of a beach somewhere. The lady was wearing a plain skirt and her long hair fell past her shoulders. She exuded immense elegance that meshed well with her calm demeanor. Of course, she was as beautiful as a goddess. Meanwhile, the man wore a mere white shirt. Despite that, his refined features and scholarly demeanor made him appear as composed and elegant as the young lady. The two chatted and laughed as they walked along the shore, creating a warm atmosphere. The plain-skirt lady held the hand of the man in the white shirt. "Brother, he's here," the plain-skirt lady said. The man in the white shirt nodded. Two people were standing behind him, Ye Guan and Ao Qianqian. The man in the white shirt looked at the plain-skirt lady and said, "If you don't want to leave, I will stay here with you." The plain-skirt lady said, "Brother, how about you accompany me for another lifetime?" "Another lifetime?" The man in the white shirt was stunned. Then, he smiled and shook his head, saying, "We can't die." The plain-skirt lady replied, "I have an idea." The man in the white shirt reached out to the plain-skirt lady's hair and put a strand of her hair behind her ear before asking softly, "Why would you have such an idea? Our fates in our first lifetime did not intertwine, and we were separated by life and death. In our second lifetime, we have had brief reunions, but we were often apart from each other. I want to stay close to you in my third lifetime. We can grow together and experience the ups and downs of life together." The plain-skirt lady then hugged the man in the white shirt and said, "I'm not going to get greedy, I just want to have one lifetime together with you. Afterward, I'll kill the invincible beings of this vast expanse so that the little brat can establish a new order. Then, you and I will just become like unassuming boulders in the vast expanse. What do you think? What if you end up forgetting me in your third lifetime?" asked the man in the white shirt. The plain-skirt lady shook her head and said, I'll recognize you as soon as I see you. It doesn't matter even if I reincarnate for 1,000 lifetimes. The man in the white shirt smiled. That's good to hear. A breathtaking smile tugged at the plain-skirt lady's lips. The man in the white shirt chuckled. Then, he turned around to look at Ye Guan and Ao Qian. Come here. Ye Guan pulled Ao Qian closer to the two and greeted them, Father, Aunt. The plain-skirt lady looked at Ye Guan with a faint smile, not saying a word. Ao Qian bowed slightly and greeted, Greetings, Sword Master. The man in the white shirt smiled at Ao Qian. We're all family here, so there's no need to be so polite. Family? Ao Qian blushed, and her eyes were filled with delight. The man in the white shirt examined Ye Guan from top to bottom before asking, You're already a great time sovereign. Yes, Ye Guan said, nodding. The man in the white shirt nodded in approval. You've profited a lot since you came here. Yes, and it's all thanks to you sealing my cultivation, Ye Guan said. The man in the white shirt laughed heartily and asked, Are you still angry at me? Ye Guan shook his head. No, not really. I know that you had good intentions. You wanted me to experience the mortal life at least once. A satisfied light flashed across Ye Xian's eyes. I made a mistake allowing you to inherit the Guanxian Academy too early. I didn't think things through. You're not mad at me for that, right? Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, Well, it's not like I can beat you up. Ye Xian chuckled. The plain-skirt lady smiled and made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan. Ye Xian said, Come with me for a stroll. Ye Guan nodded, and the two father and son pair walked along the shore. Meanwhile, Ao Qian was instantly nervous upon realizing that she was standing all by herself next to the plain-skirt lady. It couldn't be helped, the plain-skirt lady was plain-skirt destiny, after all. The plain-skirt lady looked at Ao Qian and smiled. Call me Aunt. Ao Qian hesitated briefly before carefully muttering, Aunt. The plain-skirt lady smiled and asked, Do you know what dragon is the strongest and has remained the strongest all these years in this vast expanse? Ao Qian shook her head. The plain-skirt lady replied, There was a dragon called the ancestral dragon 800 billion years ago. The four major chaotic elements were in the middle of evolution at the time, and the ancestral dragon absorbed the ancestral origin tainted with such elements at the time, allowing its cultivation base to reach an unimaginable level. Would you like to join the ancestral dragon's lineage? Ao Qian nodded earnestly without any hesitation. She had no idea what the plain-skirt lady was talking about, but based on the latter's description, an ancestral dragon had to be incredibly strong. Moreover, there was no way the plain-skirt lady would offer something mediocre to her. The plain-skirt lady smiled and looked up. She waved her sleeve, and the path sword shot out. Swing! The time river abruptly manifested along with a massive space filled with nothing but a void. The void was the vast expanse 800 billion years ago. The path sword had reversed the flow of time, allowing them to interact with the vast expanse 800 billion years ago. Just then, Ao Qian clapped her eyes on an enormous creature. The colossal beast's color was pitch black, and it had antlers like a deer, a head like a cow, a mouth like a donkey, eyes like a prawn, ears like an elephant, scales like a fish, beard like a human, abdomen like a snake, and the feet of a phoenix. The beast was the epitome of colossal and towering. It seemed like the entire vast expanse couldn't contain it, and its head alone spanned millions of kilometers. The colossal beast glided across the starry sky, and the entire vast expanse seemed paltry before it, a true cosmic beast. Ao Qian was overwhelmed by shock. So this is what a dragon looks like, a true dragon? In comparison, the ancient heavenly dragon clan. Ao Qian's train of thought was interrupted by the ancestral dragon opening its eyes. Ao Qian felt a shiver down her spine, and her knees bent unconsciously. She was about to prostrate in worship when a gentle sword intent enveloped her, chasing away the primal fear that had enveloped her. Ao Qian cast an incredulous gaze upon the ancestral dragon. It would be an insult to compare the mighty and colossal ancestral dragon before them to the dragons of the ancient heavenly dragon clan. The ancestral dragon's gaze fell on the plain-skirt lady, and its eyes were full of disdain as it roared, How dare you interrupt my slumber? The ancestral dragon's voice burst out of the time river and swept across the present-day Milky Way. The plain-skirt lady didn't beat around the bush and waved her sleeve. The path sword instantly manifested above the ancestral dragon's head. Rumble! A terrifying sword intent bore down on the ancestral dragon, and its eyes narrowed in shock as a sense of trepidation and shock gripped its heart. The plain-skirt lady looked at the ancestral dragon and said, This is a junior of mine. She wishes to join your lineage. Tell me whether it's possible or not. In contrast to the plain-skirt lady's words, the path sword dug deeper into the ancestral dragon's head, rendering it speechless. Ao Qian looked at the plain-skirt lady in awe. My aunt, she's so strong? The ancestral dragon stared at the plain-skirt lady and said, Let's be nice and talk about it. All right. I'm a reasonable dragon, so we can talk about it. The plain-skirt lady nodded. It seems that you have less than 100 years to live. I'll borrow 10,000 years of lifespan for you from the great Dao. The plain-skirt lady looked up and pointed. The path sword responded immediately and tore through the starry sky, creating a massive rift of unknown origin. Moments later, a strand of ancestral origin descended and melted into the ancestral dragon. Boom! A violent tremor ran through the colossal ancestral dragon, and a powerful aura surged out of it. At the same time, its lifespan increased rapidly. Rumble! A dull rumbling echoed from the starry sky, accompanied by a wave of terrifying pressure. The ancestral dragon's expression instantly changed upon sensing the pressure. The great Dao is here? The true great Dao has arrived? The ancestral dragon was in disbelief. If the great Dao were to make a move against it, it would undoubtedly die. It was a supreme cosmic beast, but it was a mere ant before the great Dao. The plain-skirt lady directed a cold gaze at the vast expanse. Get lost. Boom! The terrifying pressure around the ancestral dragon disappeared, and the ancestral dragon's gaze became fearful as it stared at the plain-skirt lady. Did she just scare off the great Dao with just 2 words? This is ridiculous. I've never met someone so ridiculously strong. After the initial shock had passed, the ancestral dragon was overjoyed. It had just discovered that its lifespan had been extended by 10,000 years. It was so happy that it almost swooned. The ancestral dragon's initial plan was to sit quietly and wait for its demise in a few hundred years. The true God's order did not allow any immortals to exist, which meant every living being in this vast expanse would eventually die. The ancestral dragon was powerful, but its lifespan was finite. However, the ancestral dragon felt a bit more hopeful about the future upon receiving a 10,000-year extension of its life. The ancestral dragon was extremely grateful, and its eyes were no longer filled with fear as it stared at the plain-skirt lady. However, instead of thanking the plain-skirt lady, it turned to look at Ao Qianqian and raised its claws slightly. Swoosh! A golden dragon pill flew out of its claw and melted into Ao Qianqian. Boom! Ao Qianqian's eyes widened as a terrifying power surged out of her. Ao Qianqian instantly became a great sovereign. The ancestral dragon looked at Ao Qianqian and tried to make its voice softer as it said, "You've just consumed the dragon pill that I painstakingly created myself. It will help you break through the shackles of your own bloodline, and it contains an inheritance, as well as some of the special dragon clan killing techniques and protection-type divine skills that I had created. I hope all those will be helpful to you." Ao Qianqian took a deep breath and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, senior." The ancestral dragon smiled slightly and said, "From now on, you're a part of the ancestral dragon lineage. If you ever come across time reversers in the future, you can just say my name. Some of them will surely give you face if you do." Ao Qianqian bowed again and said, "I understand." The ancestral dragon nodded and looked at the plain-skirt lady once again. The plain-skirt lady did not say anything. Instead, she waved her sleeve and the time river closed. The massive void vanished as well. The plain-skirt lady looked at Ao Qianqian. Ao Qianqian's aura was still surging, while the shackles of her bloodline had already fractured. Ao Qianqian bowed slightly toward the plain-skirt lady. "Thank you, aunt." The plain-skirt lady replied, "Don't mention it. Focus on absorbing the dragon pill." Ao Qianqian nodded and sat down cross-legged. She put all of her focus on assimilating the ancestral dragon's inheritance as well as absorbing the remnant power of the dragon pill. The plain-skirt lady turned to Ye Guan and Ye Xian in the distance. Ye Guan and Ye Xian were still walking slowly along the shore. Ye Xian asked, "Are you really sure?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes. You will have to go through many hardships." "Well, I can avoid them right now, but I can't keep avoiding them forever, right? I decided to force you into enduring many adversities because I wanted you to become strong. However, it seems that I have made a mistake by making that decision for you. If you don't want to have such a tough time, I will help you. It's my path, and I'll walk it on my own," Ye Guan replied after a brief hesitation. How come he didn't choose to live an easy life with the help of his parents and relatives? Ye Guan had chosen not to do so, as he believed that it was a meaningless endeavor. Becoming strong was better than relying on others. Ye Xian was quiet for a long while before saying, "All right, I understand. Father, can you tell me where you're going with aunt?" Ye Guan asked. Ye Xian's mouth fluttered open to say something, but something up above caught his attention, prompting him to look up. "He's here." Ye Guan looked up and saw the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign was here. A group of powerful cultivators streaked across the starry skies above Blue Planet, and the Eternal Sovereign stood at the helm of the group. There were 3 people behind him. One of them was a woman wearing a daoist robe with a horsetail whisk in hand, and her gaze was icy cold. Of course, she emitted an extremely powerful aura. A hunchbacked old man was on her left, and the hunchbacked old man's gaze was filled with sinister killing intent. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man was on the hunchbacked old man's left, and he exuded a terrifying killing intent as well. Behind these 3 were tens of thousands of powerful cultivators, 16 great destiny sovereigns, hundreds of great time sovereigns, and thousands of ordinary great sovereigns. The rest were divine sovereigns. It was a terrifying group, to say the least. The Eternal Sovereign had recruited so many people for his grand ambition, restoring the eternal civilization and establishing hegemony over the vast expanse. The Eternal Sovereign suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his eyes narrowed as he stared at Blue Planet. "The plain-skirt lady and the other riffraffs are on this tiny blue planet." The hunchbacked old man nodded and said respectfully, "Yes." The Eternal Sovereign asked, "Ye Guan and the true God are there, too?" "Yes," the hunchbacked old man replied. "The Sword Master is there as well." The Eternal Sovereign laughed boisterously. "Great! I can kill them all at once, then." The Eternal Sovereign took a step forward and was about to annihilate the blue planet when a massive spacetime rift abruptly manifested before him. Moments later, a young man walked out of the spacetime rift. The young man was none other than Ye Guan, and a young woman with an elegant demeanor and extraordinary beauty followed closely behind him. The young woman was none other than Sichen. A few moments later, two young women emerged from the rift Sara and Sishu. Unbeknownst to them, there were two people standing in the starry sky 1,000 meters away to their right, and those two people were the Sword Master and the Plain-Skirt Lady. The Eternal Sovereign swept his gaze across everyone, including the true god. "Come at me together," the Eternal Sovereign exclaimed and stepped forward. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the Milky Way. The Eternal Sovereign had recovered his terrifying strength completely. In other words, they were about to face the Eternal Sovereign in his prime? The Plain-Skirt Lady stared quietly at the Eternal Sovereign. However, the Sword Master grabbed her hand and smiled. "Let that brat handle it." The Plain-Skirt Lady was quiet. The last time she met someone as arrogant as the Eternal Sovereign was tens of millions of years ago, an individual named Tianye. Sichen glanced at the Eternal Sovereign before turning to look at Ye Guan and leaning over to his ears. "He's really weak," Sichen muttered. Ye Guan's expression froze. The Eternal Sovereign was about to make a move when Ye Guan interjected. "I'm your opponent." The Eternal Sovereign frowned and asked, "You?" Ye Guan nodded. The Eternal Sovereign stared calmly at Ye Guan and sneered, "Do you really think you're worthy of even standing against me?" Instead of getting mad, Ye Guan laughed. "Scared? I'll kill you in one move," the Eternal Sovereign roared. Ye Guan smiled. "Simir, then." Then, Ye Guan stepped forward. A sword burst out of him and rushed to the sky. "Shen Yuan?" Ye Guan opened his palm, and the sword flew to his hand. The moment his hand made contact with the sword, the Phoenix Emperor bloodline in his body trembled ever so slightly. Ye Guan didn't bother exchanging words as he abruptly disappeared, transforming into a ray of sword light that made a beeline for the Eternal Sovereign. "Time to die?" Ye Guan roared inwardly, unleashing a sword move containing 3 heaven rends with 800 stacks each, condensed into 3 space overlaps and compressed into one sword move. The Sword Master waved his sleeve, reinforcing the surrounding space-time. The look of disdain on the Eternal Sovereign's face vanished upon witnessing Ye Guan's attack. The Eternal Sovereign's eyes narrowed into slits, and his heart was gripped by disbelief. How did he become so strong so quickly? The Eternal Sovereign took one step and swung his fist. Bam! Ye Guan's radiant sword light was shattered, and he was blasted a few kilometers away from the resulting collision. The Eternal Sovereign was also knocked away by at least 500 meters. The sight astounded the group of powerful cultivators behind the Eternal Sovereign. "He's strong enough to send the Eternal Sovereign flying?" The Eternal Sovereign was stunned as well. He truly didn't expect that such a young swordsman was capable of sending him flying. To make matters worse, a sharp pain radiated from his fist. The Eternal Sovereign looked down at his fist and was shocked to find that he had been injured. The Eternal Sovereign glared at Ye Guan and said, 3 heaven rends with 800 stacks each, condensed into 3 spacetime instances, and then finally compressed into one sword move. Ye Guan didn't reply. Instead, he took one step forward, and a terrifying sword intent surged out of him. The powerful cultivators behind the Eternal Sovereign glared with ugly looks at Ye Guan. The Eternal Sovereign's gaze became a bit more serious as he stared at Ye Guan. He truly didn't expect that Ye Guan would become so strong, as it hadn't been that long since he visited the Milky Way. The fuck? What was he doing here? Ye Guan looked down at Shen Yuan in his hands. He had just discovered that Shen Yuan was capable of establishing a connection to his bloodline. Ye Guan reckoned that Shen Yuan would become even more powerful if Ye Guan's Phoenix Emperor bloodline were active. Ye Guan stomped with his right foot, transforming into a ray of radiant, golden sword light. Swing! A sword slashed out toward the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he stepped forward before swinging his fist. Boom! A ray of golden light burst out of the Eternal Sovereign's fist. It transformed into a formidable fist imprint that made a beeline for Ye Guan's sword. Boom! A deafening explosion boomed throughout the starry sky. The Eternal Sovereign's fist imprint stopped Ye Guan's sword dead in its tracks. Ye Guan tried his hardest, but his sword wouldn't budge even an inch. The Eternal Sovereign's eyes turned sinister as he swung his right fist. Boom! A kaleidoscope of golden lights erupted, and Ye Guan was blasted tens of kilometers away from just a single punch. Eventually, he stabilized himself in midair, but blood was trickling down the corner of his lips. Clearly, he had sustained internal injuries. The Eternal Sovereign chuckled and jeered, "Is that all you got?" Ye Guan wiped his lips clean and smiled wryly. Then, he turned to look at Sichen nearby and said, "Sister Zhen, I finally understand what you told me last time." Sichen blinked in confusion and asked, "What did I say?" Ye Guan smiled. "Hurdles are an inevitable part of growth, which is always painful, and you said, once you get through it, you'll realize that the hurdle you've been trying to overcome wasn't really that much of a hurdle." Sichen broke out into a smile. Ye Guan burst out laughing as well before disappearing and flying toward the Eternal Sovereign as a ray of radiant, golden light. Long ago, he was too weak to withstand even a single attack from the Eternal Sovereign, but now, he could go toe-to-toe against the Eternal Sovereign. Of course, Ye Guan wasn't just being arrogant, it was the reality. Ye Guan had finally understood what Sichen was telling him at the time. Against hurdles, one had to persevere and not fall into despair. After overcoming such hurdles, one would eventually find that upon looking back, the hurdles they thought were impossible to overcome didn't seem that daunting anymore. In other words, Sichen had told him that every hurdle in the world could be overcome. Ye Guan's mind cleared, and his sword intent surged crazily. The Eternal Sovereign's narrowed eyes radiated intense killing intent. He made up his mind just then he would kill Ye Guan in 3 moves. It would be his defeat if he couldn't kill Ye Guan in 3 moves. He was the Eternal Sovereign, after all, the most powerful great sovereign throughout history. The Eternal Sovereign still had a pride to maintain. The Eternal Sovereign lifted both of his hands, and the space-time around him trembled violently. A kaleidoscope of golden lights manifested, and terrifying auras surged like torrents from all directions and rushed toward Ye Guan, suppressing Ye Guan's sword intent. The Eternal Sovereign stepped forward, and a mysterious space unfolded. The Eternal Sword Domain. Die, the Eternal Sovereign roared. The seemingly endless kaleidoscope of golden lights transformed into a myriad of swords that descended upon Ye Guan. Meanwhile, Ye Guan couldn't move at all. Terrifying forces had bound him, and Ye Guan felt as if there were mountains pressing down on his shoulders. Ye Guan caught a whiff of the scent of death. He could feel it. He was about to die. However, Ye Guan smiled in the face of death. His eyes closed slowly as Xian Yuan trembled violently in his hands. Moments later, his eyes shot wide open. Boom, boom. 2 terrifying auras burst out of Ye Guan, and those terrifying auras were born from the bloodline power of Ye Guan's 2 bloodlines, the Mad Demon bloodline and the Phoenix Emperor bloodline. The Eternal Sword Domain collapsed instantly as soon as the bloodline powers manifested. At the same time, Ye Guan charged out with his sword and slashed out. Bam! The oncoming myriad swords were reduced to ashes, and the Eternal Sovereign was blasted tens of kilometers away. Ye Guan's attack just now was strong enough to create cracks, even in the space-time that the Sword Master had reinforced. The Sword Master's lips curled up into a smile. Meanwhile, the Eternal Sovereign looked down at his right arm and saw that it had cracked open, spilling blood everywhere. The powerful cultivators behind the Eternal Sovereign stared at the sight with incredibly ugly expressions. They truly didn't expect that a young man could injure the Eternal Sovereign to such an extent. Their plan was to establish hegemony over the vast expanse, but now, it seemed that their plan had become nothing but a pipe dream. The majority of the powerful cultivators cast doubtful gazes upon the Eternal Sovereign. Perhaps he was hiding his true power? Praying with his prey or something like that? The Eternal Sovereign looked bitter as he glared at Ye Guan, and he was truly dumbfounded. The young swordsman before him had shattered his Eternal Sword Domain in the blink of an eye. How was that even possible? The Eternal Sovereign couldn't keep his gaze off Ye Guan as he ruminated in shock. Meanwhile, Soro looked at Ye Guan with utter amazement, not expecting that he had grown to such a terrifying level in such a short amount of time. However, Soro's gaze soon became complicated. She had just realized that the young man didn't lack resources, talent, or support. What Ye Guan lacked was time. Given enough time, Ye Guan would eventually become as powerful as his relatives. Ye Guan closed his eyes once more. The 2 terrifying bloodline powers inside of him were still boiling, and they were making the nearby space-time boil as well. You've truly surprised me, but... The Eternal Sovereign trailed off before continuing. Do you really think that this is enough? Let's get it over with. Ye Guan exclaimed, interrupting the Eternal Sovereign. Then, he cackled maniacally and added, there's no need for us to talk nonsense to each other. Boom! Ye Guan didn't even wait for the Eternal Sovereign's reply as he transformed into a crimson streak of light that streaked across the starry sky. The power of Ye Guan's sword had increased several times under the enhancement of 2 bloodline powers. The Eternal Sovereign's face turned serious. The young swordsman was no longer the same ant he once easily suppressed. The Eternal Sovereign had to start taking him seriously now. Having made up his mind, the Eternal Sovereign adjusted his mindset. When Ye Guan's sword came rushing toward him, the Eternal Sovereign opened his right hand and lowered it gently. The surrounding space-time instantly became illusory. The Eternal Sovereign pointed at Xian Yuan. Bam! Xian Yuan trembled violently and came to a screeching halt, unable to move even an inch forward. The Eternal Sovereign then spread his fingers and clamped down on the sword. He squeezed powerfully, wanting to split the sword into 2. Bam! Xian Yuan shook violently, but it remained intact. The Eternal Sovereign's eyes narrowed in complete shock. He didn't expect that Xian Yuan was strong enough to withstand his immense power. Ye Guan unexpectedly let go of Xian Yuan and swung his fist. Eternal moments? Boom! A destructive force swept toward the Eternal Sovereign, inundating him in an instant and blasting him at least a kilometer away. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan returned to Ye Guan's hands, and Ye Guan himself vanished. He reappeared right in front of the Eternal Sovereign with Xian Yuan in hand. The Eternal Sovereign's gaze turned cold, and he disappeared like a ghost. Swoosh! Ye Guan struck nothing but air. Then, he frowned upon realizing that he couldn't feel the Eternal Sovereign's presence. Moments later, Ye Guan looked up and saw a colossal, illusory hand descending upon him. Before Ye Guan could move, however, the space-time around him solidified, immobilizing him completely. Ye Guan raised his sword to attack but was astonished to find a mysterious force suppressing wanted to unleash a sword attack but was shocked to discover that there was a mysterious force restraining him along with the nearby space-time. Swoosh! A faint beam of light manifested before Ye Guan and made a beeline for his glabella. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, but he remained calm in the face of death. The faint beam of light moved fast, but a thought from Ye Guan's end stirred Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan vanished and slashed out toward the faint beam of light. Boom! The starry skies trembled violently as Xian Yuan put an end to the faint beam of light's approach. Ye Guan roared angrily, and his sword intent was reinforced by the combined power of 2 of his bloodlines. His sword intent soon manifested in the shape of a sword. Crackle! A crisp noise echoed as the colossal, illusory hand descending upon Ye Guan shattered into innumerable light fragments. However, an afterimage was speeding toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed into slits. Then, he opened his palm, and Xianyuan appeared in his hand. Ye Guan took a stance with Xianyuan by sheathing it, and then he drew it quickly, executing a powerful move. Hum! A resonant sword hum rang out as Ye Guan unleashed a sword move containing 3 heaven rens with 900 stacks each, condensed into 3 space overlaps and compressed into one sword move before being enhanced by the power of his bloodlines. The sword attack was so powerful that everyone only saw a shadow being blasted away into the distance. Moments later, everyone was astonished to find that the shadow was the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign looked down at his fist and saw that it had shattered completely upon taking the brunt of Ye Guan's sword attack. Blood flowed incessantly out of the Eternal Sovereign's wounds. The Eternal Sovereign looked up and stared at Ye Guan in the distance. This doesn't make sense, the Eternal Sovereign muttered in disbelief. In his opinion, the entire situation did not make any sense at all. Ye Guan looks like he's in his early 20s, so how come he's already strong enough to injure me? This doesn't make any sense at all. The Eternal Sovereign's expression was ugly as he glared at Ye Guan. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Eternal Sovereign's followers looked as ugly as the Eternal Sovereign's expression. They had chosen to follow the Eternal Sovereign for the sake of a brighter future. The Eternal Sovereign's plan was to overturn the current order throughout the vast expanse and re-establish it. By then, they would be able to live forever. However, they truly didn't expect that the Eternal Sovereign would be unable to defeat a young man. At this point, everyone had the same thought in mind. Can he really do this? Everyone silently got ready to bail. A divine sword and 2 bloodline powers, the Eternal Sovereign said. Must you rely on external help to win? The Eternal Sovereign knew that Ye Guan's incredible combat prowess was all because of his 2 bloodline powers and the divine sword in his hands. If it hadn't been for those 3, Ye Guan would have died at his hands long ago. Ye Guan shook his head and said, Eternal Sovereign, how can you bring yourself to say such shameless words? You're already bullying me by choosing to fight me, but you actually want me to fight you without a sword? As for these bloodlines, they're my own blood, and they're a part of my body. What's wrong with me using their power? If you have bloodline power, you can use it, too. The Eternal Sovereign glared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan laughed and asked, What's the matter? You don't have any. Technically, your bloodline belongs to your ancestors, so it can be said that you're relying on them, the Eternal Sovereign said. Ye Guan nodded and shrugged. You can't blame me for having such a good father. Ha ha ha. The Sword Master burst out into laughter, enjoying his son's flattery. The Eternal Sovereign looked down at his right hand and saw that it had healed completely. Then, he raised his head to look at Ye Guan, saying, Let me see just how good you are. Then, the Eternal Sovereign's figure flashed as he turned into a ray of golden light that rushed toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes turned cold, and without any hesitation, he transformed into a radiant ray of sword light, charging toward the Eternal Sovereign as well. It was time for another round. A deafening explosion reverberated across the starry sky. Ye Guan and the Eternal Sovereign were both extremely powerful, and their exchange of moves made the surrounding space-time tremble non-stop. Ye Guan became more and more imposing as he fought. He had gotten extremely strong, all thanks to his bloodline power. However, he could still become even more terrifying. If he were to allow his mad demon bloodline to take over his consciousness, his combat prowess would skyrocket. However, Ye Guan chose not to succumb to it and tried his best to remain in control. Upon seeing that Ye Guan and the Eternal Sovereign seemed to be on par with each other, the expressions of the strong cultivators behind the Eternal Sovereign turned grim. They initially thought that the Eternal Sovereign would make quick work of Ye Guan, but it was clear that they were mistaken. The woman in daoist robes exclaimed, The Eternal Sovereign is holding back. Everyone looked at the woman in daoist robes. The woman in the daoist robes stared alternatingly at the plain-skirt lady and the sword master before explaining, From the reports that we've received, the plain-skirt lady, the sword master, and the true god are our strongest enemies. In other words, the Eternal Sovereign's real target is those 3 rather than Ye Guan. Everyone nodded in understanding as they swept their gazes across the 3 figures nearby. There was something strange about those 3 people, and it was the fact that they couldn't sense their auras at all. It was abnormal, as they were supreme elites in their own generation, yet they couldn't sense the auras of those 3 people. In other words, those 3 people couldn't be ordinary people. Don't overthink it, the woman in the daoist robes said. Everything is under the Eternal Sovereign's control. Everyone nodded and stopped speculating. They were all first-hand witnesses of the Eternal Sovereign's power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have decided to follow him. In other words, they went silent, as they had chosen to trust the Eternal Sovereign. On the other side, Saru asked, Big sister, why is he so strong? Is it because of his bloodline powers and Xianyuan? Sichen looked at Ye Guan with a smile, but she didn't say anything at all. Saru rolled her eyes. Look at you, acting all mysterious. Sichen didn't take her eyes off Ye Guan as she said, His sword Dao has already reached the limits of the ephemeral transcendence realm. Saru's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that he's about to make a breakthrough? It all depends on his decision. Boom! A deafening noise echoed as both Ye Guan and the Eternal Sovereign were forced backward. A kaleidoscope of golden lights and radiant sword lights erupted in all directions, creating a terrifying scene. The moment Ye Guan came to a halt, he closed his eyes immediately and retracted his sword intent. Then, he opened his eyes and glared at the Eternal Sovereign in the distance. He flipped open his right hand and pressed it down slowly. The surging bloodlines inside of him calmed down instantly as he suppressed them. The Eternal Sovereign frowned. What are you doing? Soon, the two bloodlines were suppressed. Ye Guan then waved his sleeve, putting away Xianyuan. The Eternal Sovereign revealed a face full of confusion. Ye Guan opened his palm, and his sword intent manifested above his palm. Rumble? A low rumbling echoed from inside Ye Guan as a terrifying aura burst out of him. At the same time, the sword intent above his palm took to the skies, creating a massive column of sword light that seemed to be in the middle of a qualitative change. At the sight, Sichen smirked and remarked, "That brat is truly a box full of surprises. I didn't expect that he'd choose to make a breakthrough. He has been suppressing even his cultivation base, after all." A breakthrough. Saru stared at Ye Guan and asked, "Is his sword Dao about to enter the divine realm?" Sichen grinned. "He's half a step away from the divine realm. He still needs a world-shaking battle to prove the essence of his sword Dao." Saru frowned. "Little Ro," Sichen muttered, "you have to make sure to buy him a lot of time. 100 years, yes, 100 years should be enough." Saru glanced at Sichen and clenched her fists. The Eternal Sovereign's expression became gloomy. He was truly surprised to see the young swordsman making a breakthrough in the middle of their battle. Fuck. Is he cheating or something? His followers had the same expression as him. They couldn't believe that Ye Guan was making a breakthrough during a fight. Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly and looked at the Eternal Sovereign. He lifted his chin, full of unprecedented confidence. "I can still kill you even without Xianyuan or the power of my bloodline?" Ye Guan had become confident enough to defeat the Eternal Sovereign without relying on external help. Ye Guan took a stance and was about to make a move when the Eternal Sovereign exclaimed, "Attack him together." Attack him together? The Eternal Sovereign's followers were stunned. "Are we going to gang up on him?" The Eternal Sovereign looked at Ye Guan and warned, "I have many people here." Ye Guan asked, "Are you sure you don't want to fight fairly?" The Eternal Sovereign burst out into laughter and said, "I told you I have many people here." Ye Guan fell silent. Unhappy, the Eternal Sovereign sneered, "Go and call your own people, too." Hearing that, Ye Guan decisively turned around to face the plain-skirt lady. Then, he bowed slightly and said, "He's all yours, Aunt." In response, the plain-skirt lady started walking toward the Eternal Sovereign. Ye Guan wasn't dumb. He was more than willing to die in a fair one-on-one battle to the death, but he wasn't dumb enough to allow his enemies to besiege him. Anyone could call for backup, and Ye Guan could do the same. The Eternal Sovereign cast a wary gaze upon the plain-skirt lady. He had been observing the plain-skirt lady even whilst fighting Ye Guan. Of course, he had been doing the same to the Sword Master and the True God. He had been biding his time, hoping that he was mistaken, but he wasn't mistaken at all. He truly couldn't feel their auras, and it felt like those three people didn't even exist in reality. Once his theory was confirmed, the Eternal Sovereign promptly ordered the others to attack with him. The Eternal Sovereign reckoned that he had no chance of winning against them by himself. The expressions of the Eternal Sovereign followers turned grim as the plain-skirt lady got closer and closer to them. Their guard instantly shot up through the roof. They dared not underestimate the plain-skirt lady. The Eternal Sovereign didn't take his eyes off of the plain-skirt lady. "They're outnumbered, so let's attack them together." Boom! A terrifying aura burst out of the Eternal Sovereign, and it was so strong that it made even the starry sky tremble, seemingly boiling beneath the Eternal Sovereign's might. His followers did the same and decisively rushed toward the plain-skirt lady. The Eternal Sovereign was right. Even though those three people were definitely extraordinary cultivators, what could they possibly do against their overwhelming numbers? How terrifying was an army of cultivators whose cultivation bases were divine sovereigns at the very least? They reckoned that if they were to attack together, they would be strong enough to annihilate even the entire Milky Way. The plain-skirt lady opened her palm, and the path sword appeared. Then, it turned into a ray of sword light that disappeared from everyone's eyes. Swing! A cold arc was left in the air as tens of thousands of heads flew up along with tens of thousands of streams of blood that were like fountains, haphazardly spraying blood all over the place. It seemed that the cultivators still had no idea that they had died, as they were still running toward the plain-skirt lady with their weapons in hand. However, the harsh and cold reality was that they were already dead. The plain-skirt lady had killed them in an instant. No, someone was still alive. The plain-skirt lady had chosen not to kill him immediately, and he was none other than the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign froze, and his mind went completely blank, looking as if he had been struck by lightning. His followers had just died before his eyes, and they were decapitated in the blink of an eye at that. His powerful followers had perished as if they were mere chickens. The sight was so surreal that the Eternal Sovereign couldn't quite believe it. Meanwhile, Saru and Sisha's expressions turned grim. Clearly, the plain-skirt lady was much stronger than they had imagined. The plain-skirt lady had just annihilated an army made up of supreme elites. Ye Guan sighed with admiration while staring at his aunt. The plain-skirt lady's strength defied logic, and Ye Guan wondered if he would ever become as strong as his aunt. The plain-skirt lady looked down at the Eternal Sovereign and asked, "So what if you outnumber us?" The Eternal Sovereign glared at her and roared, "What is your cultivation base?" The plain-skirt lady shook her head. "You're a paltry ant in my eyes, and I can kill you with a pinch." The plain-skirt lady waved her sleeve, sending a ray of sword light toward the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign's pupils constricted. The moment he laid his eyes on the oncoming sword light, he instantly knew that the sword light would kill him. However, the Eternal Sovereign remained defiant. His expression became ferocious as he clenched his fists tightly and roared, "Come!" A terrifying aura burst out of him as he charged toward the ray of sword light. He was too weak to resist the attack, but it didn't matter. He was going to die anyway, so he chose to die in battle. The Eternal Sovereign let go of all the distractions and reservations in his heart. His eyes no longer reflected fear as he rushed to meet the oncoming sword light. Boom! A deafening noise echoed inside the Eternal Sovereign. He had just made a breakthrough. The Eternal Sovereign hadn't been able to make a breakthrough over the past millions of years, and his cultivation base meant that it would be extremely difficult for him to make any breakthroughs, but the Eternal Sovereign's aura surged crazily, and his might made the entire starry sky tremble violently. Finally, the ray of sword light reached him and crackle! The path sword shattered the Eternal Sovereign's aura and pierced his forehead, immobilizing him completely. The Eternal Sovereign had made a breakthrough, but he was still as insignificant as an ant in the plain-skirt lady's eyes. The Eternal Sovereign's eyes widened in shock and despair. His breakthrough was supposed to help him overcome the hurdle before him, but it turned out that he was still too weak to withstand the plain-skirt lady's sword move. He truly didn't expect to die in an instant. The Eternal Sovereign chuckled, realizing that he had never really been strong. He was nothing but a mere ant in the eyes of certain beings. The Eternal Sovereign's fleshly body began to crumble, and he eventually vanished into nothingness. The Eternal Sovereign was no more. Ye Guan remained quiet all throughout. He wasn't happy at all. For some reason, he felt a sense of urgency and crisis. The plain-skirt lady had broadened his horizons once more. Ye Guan didn't think of the Eternal Sovereign as a mere ant. He reckoned that the reason the Eternal Sovereign became so arrogant was the fact that he had never really encountered someone stronger than the Great Daoist Brushmaster. In the Eternal Sovereign's eyes, no one was stronger than the Great Daoist Brushmaster. However, the plain-skirt lady was much more powerful than the Great Daoist Brushmaster. Ye Guan pondered that if the plain-skirt lady and Ye Xian weren't his relatives, would he be just as ignorant as the Eternal Sovereign? Ye Guan would most likely think that the Great Destiny Sovereign Realm was the limit. He would be akin to a frog in a well. People mock others for their ignorance, not realizing that they were frogs inside a well, as well, a bigger well than where the other frogs were located. The vast expanse was incredibly vast, so it was inevitable for someone out there to be more powerful than anyone. In other words, one had to remain humble and not let their strength get to their head. Ye Guan emptied his mind and opened his palm. A tiny golden pagoda flew toward his palm. "Master Pagoda is back?" Ye Guan said. "Long time no see, Master Pagoda. Were you even worried about me while I was gone?" Little Pagoda asked, sounding annoyed. Ye Guan laughed out loud and said, "Master Pagoda, you've followed my father and my grandfather before. You've seen so much of the world, so how could the Eternal Sovereign be a match for you at all?" Little Pagoda laughed and said, "You're still as clever as ever. You're right. I, Master Pagoda, have seen it all. The Eternal Sovereign is just a slightly bigger ant. If Sister Destiny hadn't made a move today, I would have killed him myself." Ye Guan smiled at Little Pagoda's bragging. Yes, Little Pagoda's bragging was annoying, but it sounded refreshing to Ye Guan, who hadn't seen Little Pagoda for a long time. Just then, the plain-skirt lady and the sword master walked over to Ye Guan. The plain-skirt lady opened her palm, and a pile of storage rings flew toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan was ecstatic at the sight. The storage rings once belonged to the Eternal Sovereign and his followers. Ye Guan was thrilled by the fact that the plain-skirt lady hadn't annihilated the storage rings along with their owners. Ye Guan quickly pocketed them, and he started grinning at the thought of how many spiritual cores he had just earned. Ye Guan believed that he had hit the jackpot. "We're leaving," the plain-skirt lady said. "Leaving?" The smile on Ye Guan's face immediately vanished. "Father?" Ye Guan asked while staring at the sword master. The sword master walked up to Ye Guan and smiled. "We're going somewhere distant from this part of the vast expanse." Ye Guan asked, "Is it very far away?" "Yes," the sword master replied. Ye Guan fell silent, feeling unwilling to part with his father. The sword master asked, "Do you really want to walk on this path on your own?" Ye Guan nodded. He didn't want to take the easy route and truly become the king of relying on others. The sword master was silent for a few moments before he patted Ye Guan on the shoulder and said, "All the best, son." Ye Guan asked, "Will I ever see you two again?" The plain-skirt lady replied, "It depends on whether you want to see us or not." Ye Guan was confused by the plain-skirt lady's response. The plain-skirt lady glanced at Sijhen and saw that Sijhen was staring at her. It was the first time these two exceptionally talented women made eye contact with each other. However, the plain-skirt lady didn't say anything as she turned around and left with the sword master. Following her departure, a certain someone on Mount Fanjing heaved a sigh of relief. "She's finally gone?" However, the Great Daoist Brush Master's eyes narrowed upon noticing something, and he clenched his fists tightly. A certain someone on Red Star looked up and stared into the starry skies. Ye Guan's expression was gloomy. Even though he was unwilling to part with his aunt and his father, he knew that they had something to do. Shaking off all his thoughts, Ye Guan walked up to Sijhen. "We should also leave," Ye Guan said, smiling. Sijhen smiled back. "You guys can go ahead without me." Ye Guan was confused. "Are you planning to stay in the Milky Way?" Sijhen shook her head and said, "No, I'm going somewhere else." Ye Guan asked, "Where?" Sijhen didn't say a word as she smiled. Ye Guan and Saro immediately became nervous. Saru grabbed Sichhen's hand, and her voice was trembling as she said, "Be big, sister. All good things must come to an end, and it is time for us to part ways," Sichhen said. Ye Guan asked, "Is it because of the universe tribulation?" Sichhen's gaze landed in the depths of the starry sky. "There's more. There's more?" Ye Guan frowned. "What is she talking about?" Boom! A terrifying aura burst out of the depths of the starry sky. Ye Guan turned and realized that the aura was coming from so far away that he couldn't quite see where it had come from. However, one thing was for sure, the aura was so strong that it seemed to have enveloped everything. "What is that?" Ye Guan exclaimed. Sichhen smiled lightly. "It's the universe tribulation." Ye Guan was shocked. "Is it about to erupt?" "They've been waiting a long time," Sichhen nodded. Ye Guan turned to look at her and wanted to ask her what she meant when the multiple space-time rifts abruptly manifested around them. Shockingly, the space-time rifts contained hundreds of thousands of time rivers. The largest time river appeared directly in front of them, and a woman slowly emerged from the time river. The woman was wearing a white robe, and a golden mask covered half her face. Meanwhile, two mysterious powerful figures dressed in black robes followed her closely from behind. Ye Guan's pupils constricted upon seeing the white-robed woman. "It's her? She actually came here." More and more cultivators walked out of the nearby time rivers, and Ye Guan trembled like an aspen tree upon realizing a grim fact. Every single one of the cultivators radiated auras far stronger than the Eternal Sovereign's aura after his breakthrough. Ye Guan was stupefied. What does this mean? Are great destiny sovereigns just mere ants now? What's going on? Where are these people from? What are they trying to do here? Today, they were going to kill the true god. Ye Guan's expression was grim as he stared at Sichhen. "What's going on, Sister Zhen?" Sichhen held Ye Guan's hand and smiled. "You want to know how they are?" Ye Guan nodded. Sichhen looked around with a smile and explained, "They were once mighty individuals from bygone eras. You know them as time reversers, and they were once the pinnacle elites of their own respective eras." Perplexed, Ye Guan asked, "Are they here to fight you?" Sichhen nodded. Ye Guan frowned and asked, "But why?" Sichhen merely smiled. However, Ye Guan was struck by realization just then, and he muttered grimly, "The universe tribulation." Sichhen nodded without saying anything. Ye Guan's expression turned grim as he asked, "Do they not want you to quell the universe tribulation?" Sichhen nodded once again. "Why? If the universe tribulation erupts, the vast expanse will be annihilated, so why are they?" Ye Guan stopped mid-sentence, his pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "Is it because they won't face death despite the universe tribulation's eruption?" "You got it right," Sichhen said. Ye Guan swept his gaze across the time reversers. Then, he gripped Sichhen's hand tightly and said, "Sister Zhen, you've been maintaining the order you've established while suppressing the universe tribulation at the same time, so, their goal is to destroy the order you've established and become immortal." "That's right." Sichhen smiled and praised, "How quick-wit of you." Ye Guan's expression grew somber. Sichhen's great Dao order meant that no one could attain immortality. In other words, those seeking immortality would naturally rebel against her, and they didn't really care about the lives of everyone else in the vast expanse. Ye Guan turned to Sichhen and said, "You've been maintaining the Great Dao order, and the universe tribulation is inherently tied to the Great Dao, so why is it helping these people?" Sichhen chuckled as she clarified, "The Dao takes two forms, virtuous and evil. The universe tribulation represents the evil form. The virtuous Dao's choice involves sacrificing the top-tier supreme elites to establish order, allowing all other living beings to live. The evil Dao's choice is to sacrifice all living beings and spare only the strongest elites. These time reversers follow the evil form of the Dao, and they want to trigger the universe tribulation to wipe out the myriad beings." Ye Guan fell into silence, and his face was incredibly dark. Sichhen gazed at Ye Guan and asked, "Remember what you said before?" Ye Guan turned to her. Sichhen smiled and said, "You told me that we have no right to make decisions for all living beings. Everyone should have the opportunity to cultivate." Ye Guan nodded. With a chuckle, Sichhen added, "You were right. We don't have the right to decide for all living beings. After becoming invincible, we shouldn't cut off the path of cultivation for future generations. It's a harmful decision." Ye Guan gripped Sichhen's hand tightly and whispered, "Sister, my time is running out." Sichhen interrupted, "Listen to me. Once I'm gone, take care of the true universe for me, and take care of my sisters, too." Sichhen stroked Ye Guan's cheek gently and said, "I trust you the most, Ye Guan. But I worry the most about you, too. You're more clever and quick-wit than most people, but you can be a bit foolish sometimes." Ye Guan's eyes turned a bit red as he trembled and said, "Sister Zhen, you've been suppressing the universe tribulation for the longest time now, so is it possible that... Is this conversation even going to end?" A black-robed elder interrupted in a cold tone of voice, "If you're just going to talk about love, then..." Sichhen glanced at the black-robed elder with a faint smile. Boom! The black-robed elder exploded into a bloody mist. The supreme elites in the distance wore grave expressions, and their gazes were filled with fear as they stared at Sichhen. The white-robed woman remained silent as she stared intently at Sichhen. Sichhen turned to Saru and Sisha with a smile and beckoned. "Come closer." Saru and Sisha walked up to Sichhen. Sichhen looked at Saru and said, "I know you've always wanted to share the burden of the universe tribulation with me. I'm aware of everything you've done so far." Tears welled up in Saru's eyes at Sichhen's remark. Sichen wiped away Saru's tears and continued, I want you to support Little Guan upon my departure. He's talented, and he has a good nature, but he lacks experience. He needs enough time to grow, and I want you to do your best to provide him with enough time. Saru stared at Sichen with tears in her eyes. Is there really no other way? Sichen merely smiled. Rumble? Just then, a figure enveloped in what looked like a blood-red mist emerged from the depths of the starry sky. The entire Milky Way was instantly shrouded by the same blood-red light, seemingly transforming into this massive blood-red canvas. An ominous pressure bore down on everyone. The Supreme Elite's expression changed drastically. The universe tribulation was here. Ye Guan turned to face the blood-red silhouette, and a deep sense of solemnness washed over him. He felt insignificantly small before the blood-red figure. Everyone else felt the same, aside from the white-robed woman and Sichen. The incarnation of the great Dao's evil form was here. The blood-red mist vanished, revealing a woman underneath. The woman seemed to be made out of blood. Her blood-red hair fell casually over her shoulders, and even her eyes were in a terrifying blood-red. The blood-red woman stared at Sichen and said, You'll inevitably fail to save this world. Let's put it to the test, Sichen said with a smile. The blood-red woman lifted a strand of her blood-red hair and teased, then, go ahead, try and suppress me again. Do you dare? Sichen chuckled. If I were to do that, you'd make a breakthrough. The evil Dao will completely engulf the virtuous Dao inside of you, and you'll assimilate the virtuous Dao, recovering your full strength as a result. The blood-red woman remarked, I wouldn't stand a chance against you if you were to abandon your humanity. Unfortunately, your heart has too many ties for you to abandon your humanity. I'm talking about the people around you and the myriad beings of your true universe. Sister Zhen, why not let go of your humanity? Ye Guan asked. Sichen smiled wryly. Silly, I'd be no different from them if I were to do that. Ye Guan froze and went silent. The blood-red woman declared, holding on to your humanity today will cost you your life. Sichen ignored the blood-red woman and caressed Ye Guan's cheek, whispering, humanity carries attachments, while divinity is free from desires, unburdened by any constraints. Promise me that you won't sacrifice your humanity for the sake of invincibility. I want you to stay as a person with real emotions, not some indifferent divine being. Tears welled up in Ye Guan's eyes as he said, Sister Zhen, my aunt. This is my own affair, Sichen interrupted, smiling. Why am I going to ask for help? Sichen had her own pride to maintain, too. Ye Guan wanted to say something when Sichen continued, this is our affair. Ours? Ye Guan went silent. Sichen gazed at Ye Guan and said, if someone's going to help me, then it has to be you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ye Guan shook his head as tears streamed down his face quietly. I don't want to understand. I refuse to understand. Sichen stepped forward and kissed Ye Guan. Moments later, she stepped back and stared into his eyes, saying, let's face this challenge together without asking for anyone's help, okay? Ye Guan shook his head vigorously and held Sichen's hand with unwavering determination. I don't care. If you're in danger, and I can't resolve it myself, I'm definitely going to ask for help. Sichen lowered her head and muttered, you will never be able to become invincible if you do that. Ye Guan looked at Sichen and declared, for you, I'm willing to be the king of relying on others. Please just don't complain that I'm too weak in the future. Sichen lowered her head, and tears cascaded down her fair cheeks like pearls falling to the ground. When she looked up, however, her face beamed with a smile. Sichen then tiptoed and kissed Ye Guan once more. The blood-red woman stared alternatingly between Sichen and Ye Guan, feeling uneasy for some reason. Eventually, her gaze landed on Ye Guan, and she said, he's a variable that has to be eliminated. I'll restrain her, so kill him for me. Boom! A mere thought from the blood-red woman was all it took for the universe tribulation to shatter Sichen's suppression and erupt. A series of devastating attacks struck Sichen, and a violent tremor ran across the entire vast expanse encompassing the true universe and the Guanxian universe. A myriad beings trembled in the face of the universe tribulation's overwhelming pressure, and the pressure was so powerful that even great destiny sovereigns and cosmic spirits felt as if they were a paltry ant before it. Everyone felt as if the vast expanse was about to be annihilated, and everyone trembled violently. A violent tremor ran through all living entities. The white-robed woman stepped forward and stared at Ye Guan in the distance. She was about to speak when Sichen lifted her right hand. Boom! The surrounding space-time jerked violently, and a mysterious force swept across the crowd of supreme elites. The white-robed woman's eyes narrowed, and she immediately shouted, defend. Crackle! An illusionary shield made out of what seemed like the abyss itself materialized above the heads of all the supreme elites in the crowd. It effortlessly dissipated Sichen's attacks. The white-robed woman glared at Ye Guan and exclaimed, die. Bam! An inscrutable, mysterious flame ignited inside Ye Guan, consuming both his fleshly body and soul. Ye Guan panicked, but he couldn't do anything about the flame. Meanwhile, Sichen was focused on suppressing the universe tribulation. However, an extremely powerful aura gushed out of Sichen, and her hair slowly became white. The blood-red woman in the distance cast an incredulous gaze at Sichen and exclaimed, you're going to abandon your humanity. The white-robed woman's eyes narrowed as she stared at Sichen. Sichen placed her right hand on Ye Guan's shoulder. Boom! The mysterious flame inside Ye Guan was snuffed out. Sichen let go of Ye Guan just then, and Ye Guan was astonished to see that the white-haired Ye Guan's eyes seemed indifferent to every living being. The warmth of Sijhen's eyes was no more and had been replaced by that detached indifference. However, the indifference vanished quickly and was replaced by the warmth Ye Guan was incredibly familiar with. Sijhen hugged Ye Guan and kissed him softly, whispering, "I'll entrust the final vestiges of my humanity to you. With you, I am Sijhen, and without you, I am the true god." The true god? Ye Guan's mind went blank as he stared at Sijhen. Sijhen turned and appeared in the white-robed woman. Sijhen stared indifferently into the white-robed woman's eyes, and a silent exchange unfolded between them. However, the white-robed woman was devoid of any fear. She wouldn't die if she didn't want to die. It didn't matter even if Sijhen had decided to abandon her humanity. "Stall her, and I can make a breakthrough," the blood-red woman exclaimed. The white-robed woman shook her head gently. "It's too late." "What do you mean?" the blood-red woman asked. However, a realization struck her almost immediately, and she stared at Sijhen, asking, "Are you crazy?" Sijhen neither replied nor took her gaze off of the white-robed woman. Sijhen was waiting for the white-robed woman's answer. In the worst-case scenario, Sijhen could flip the entire table, ending everything. The white-robed woman knew that, and he turned to look at Ye Guan. Sijhen's final vestiges of humanity were with Ye Guan. After a while, the white-robed woman said, "Do you really think that he will be able to surpass the great Dao within the 100 years of time you've decided to buy for him?" Sijhen said, "Perhaps he might not even need 100 years." The white-robed woman stared at Sijhen for a long time before nodding. "We will wait and see, then." The white-robed woman turned around, and the time river appeared in front of her. The white-robed woman started walking toward the time river, prompting the blood-red woman to cry out, "Are we going to give up just like that?" The white-robed woman stopped and replied, "She's become 90% divine, and I cannot stop her anymore." The blood-red woman stared intently at the white-robed woman. "What if we join forces?" The white-robed woman shook her head. "It's not going to be enough." The blood-red woman was astonished. However, she remained undeterred and pointed at Ye Guan in the distance. "What if we kill him?" The white-robed woman shook her head once again and replied, "We cannot kill him because 4 swordsmen who are 90% divine are standing behind him." The blood-red woman's pupils constricted as her expression darkened. "Evil Dao, she's going to suppress you once more, but you will make a breakthrough by then. 100 years later, nothing can stop us anymore. You will merge with the virtuous Dao by then, and we can kill her together." The white-robed woman glanced at Ye Guan and remarked, "If he calls for help one more time in his lifetime, he will never be able to become invincible." The white-robed woman turned around and entered the time river. The rest of the supreme elites entered the time river as well. As they left, they cast one last glance at Ye Guan. If Ye Guan ended up dying, the true god would lose all of her humanity, and she would no longer suppress the universe tribulation. The blood-red woman stared at Sijhen as if she were pitiful and said, "How dumb. You actually chose to shed your mortal coil and abandon humanity to suppress me in your true form, all for the sake of a man. You are going to lose this gamble. He's not going to become invincible in just 100 years." The blood-red woman's figure became more and more blurry as she spoke, and when the final syllable of her sentence echoed, the blood-red woman vanished completely. Sijhen with a bed of white hair was quiet as she started flying away. Ye Guan called out, "Sister Zhen." Sijhen stopped, but she didn't turn around. Ye Guan walked up to her and stared intently at her back. Sijhen's voice was losing its warmth as she said, "Do you still remember what I told you earlier? This is our affair." "I know," Ye Guan said, nodding. "I have a deadline of 100 years, and I have to save you before time is up." Sijhen clenched her hands tightly, but she didn't say anything in response. "I also know that you did all this to stop me from calling for help. The reason my father managed to achieve divine transcendence and become invincible despite calling for my aunt's help was that my aunt's final vestiges of humanity were with him. However, I'm not in the same situation as my father. I don't have my aunt, my father, or even my grandfather's final vestiges of humanity, so I can't ask for their help." Ye Guan lowered his head slightly and said, "Sister Zhen, I understand what you're trying to do, but I really can't bear to let you go." Tears welled up slowly in Sijhen's eyes as she stared into the distance. After a long time, she said, "I'll be waiting for you in the tribulation realm." Sijhen resumed walking, and her figure became more and more blurry with each step while the universe tribulation that had pervaded the starry sky was fading away along with Sijhen's figure. Ye Guan stared at Sijhen with his fists clenched and eyes bloodshot. When Sijhen vanished, the universe tribulation disappeared as well. The starry sky was calm once more, but Ye Guan remained frozen and silent. Siro and Sishu walked up to Ye Guan. Siro asked, "Do you have any plans?" Ye Guan pondered for quite a while before saying, "First of all, let's go and meet the great Daoist brush master. I need to know the identity of that white-robed woman." Ye Guan vanished with the 2 women in tow, arriving on the summit of Mount Fanjing in the proverbial blink of an eye. Ao Qian was in the middle of a breakthrough inside the world in the tiny pagoda, so only Ye Guan, Siro, and Sishu were around. The great Daoist brush master was sitting on the stone steps, and his expression didn't even change upon seeing Ye Guan. Ye Guan asked, "Which side are you on?" "Strictly speaking, I am on neither side," replied the great Daoist brush master. Ye Guan's brows furrowed instantly. The great Daoist brush master looked at Ye Guan and said, "Their goal is to suppress the virtuous Dao and allow evil Dao to destroy all living beings in the vast expanse. The vast expanse's healing is their goal, but it's only because it's aligned with their true goal of achieving immortality. Ye Guan frowned deeply and asked, I thought that white-robed woman is already immortal. The great Daoist Brushmaster replied, she's immortal, but the people around her aren't immortal. Like the true god and your father, they've entrusted the final vestiges trace of their humanity to someone else. Who is she? Ye Guan asked. I'll tell you later. Anyway, technically, you can say that they've been maintaining the order of the universe as well because destroying all living beings in the vast expanse and allowing them to propagate naturally is a part of the Great Dao cycle. The Great Daoist Brushmaster shook his head and said, in fact, the evil Dao is supposed to annihilate all living beings. However, she knows that she cannot be public enemy number one, so she gathered a group of supreme elites by promising them eternal life. She promised to bestow them with eternal life as soon as the myriad beings of the vast expanse are annihilated. She gathered those experts. Ye Guan asked. The Great Daoist Brushmaster rolled his eyes and said, do you really think that the incarnation of the evil Dao is dumb? I'm sure you have no idea, but the supreme elites from the distant past are already on her side. Ye Guan asked, what about the virtuous Dao? The Great Daoist Brushmaster went silent. After a while, he replied, the goal of the virtuous Dao is to turn the entire universe into something similar to the Milky Way. A myriad beings will have limited lifespans, and they cannot cultivate as well. Ye Guan's frown deepened. It seems that you have the same goal as the true god, suppress evil Dao without cutting off the path of cultivation. Doesn't that mean that if we follow the virtuous Dao? Ye Guan trailed off. The Great Daoist Brushmaster nodded, confirming Ye Guan's doubts. You have to kill every single living supreme elite or cripple them. The true god hasn't been able to do such a thing, and I'm sure you can't do it as well. Ye Guan nodded. There's no way I can do that? How could I possibly kill every single supreme elite throughout the vast expanse? Crippling them was an impossible task as well. The Great Daoist Brushmaster stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, I'm not going to stand on the side of that white-robed woman, but I'm not going to stand on your side, too. I'm on the virtuous Dao's side. Ye Guan was silent. He finally understood. The Great Daoist Brushmaster ended up getting suppressed because he had chosen to kill every single supreme elite at the time to establish a vast expanse similar to Blue Planet. All three factions can't have their cake and eat it, too, the Great Daoist Brushmaster said with a smile and added, you have to make a decision. The true god has given you 100 years to decide. She knows that the universe tribulation can't be suppressed forever and that she has to make a decision eventually. However, she decided to give you the option to choose. Ye Guan was quiet. The Great Daoist Brushmaster stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, between the virtuous Dao and the evil Dao, you must choose one. If you choose the virtuous Dao, then I will assist you. I choose the virtuous Dao. Ye Guan immediately replied. The Great Daoist Brushmaster's deep gaze remained on Ye Guan as he said, you better make an oath first. The Yang family lacks credibility, and each one of you has a penchant for deceiving others. Aside from the virtuous Dao, are there any other choices? Asked Ye Guan. The Great Daoist Brushmaster shook his head. No, but you can annihilate the Great Dao itself. Unfortunately, doing that means annihilating the vast expanse, too. Ye Guan nodded. I choose virtuous Dao, then. The Great Daoist Brushmaster looked at Ye Guan and snapped, I'm not going to believe your nonsense. If there's no better choice for me to take 100 years later, then I'm going to choose the virtuous Dao and establish a new order so that the vast expanse will become akin to Blue Planet. What do you think of this plan? The Great Daoist Brushmaster was quiet for a long time. Are you not lying to me? Ye Guan nodded. The Yang family never lies. However, Ye Guan stopped himself mid-sentence. The Great Daoist Brushmaster's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything in the end. You don't have a choice as well, do you? Ye Guan pointed out. The Great Daoist Brushmaster's eyes flashed coldly. What do you mean? Ye Guan stared at the Great Daoist Brushmaster and said, even if I don't choose the virtuous Dao, who in the world would dare to eliminate the Yang family? The Yang family must agree, or a new order cannot be established. The Great Daoist Brushmaster was silent. Ye Guan was right. In reality, the biggest threat to the universe was the Yang family. The Yang family had to agree, or a monumental decision about the vast expanse couldn't be made. And who would dare to eliminate them? Those daring enough were already dead. Establishing a new order required the approval of the Yang family, regardless of whether you had chosen the evil Dao or the virtuous Dao. Establishing any order would remain nothing but a pipe dream without the Yang family's approval. In other words, only the members of the Yang family could establish a new order. The Great Daoist Brushmaster's expression was complicated as he said, I know what you're thinking, but you have to understand that the vast expanse cannot thrive while supporting so many immortal cultivators. How can a myriad beings live if even the vast expanse cannot live? I also want the survival of a myriad beings, and I want them to cultivate freely while pursuing immortality. However, the vast expanse simply cannot carry the weight of so many immortal cultivators. I understand. Ye Guan nodded and stared at the Great Daoist Brushmaster before asking, you still haven't told me that woman's identity? Who is she? Is she really immortal? The Great Daoist Brushmaster was quiet for a long time before explaining, she is the clan leader of the past clan, and she's infamous for slaughtering an entire era. Come to think about it, she actually has a connection with you. Ye Guan frowned. A connection with him? Upon hearing the words of the Great Daoist Brushmaster, Ye Guan was immediately puzzled. Seeing Ye Guan's confusion, the Great Daoist Brushmaster explained, the past clan appeared in your father's era. Ye Guan frowned. My father's era. The great deist brushmaster nodded but went silent. Seeing that the great deist brushmaster was unwilling to provide more details, Ye Guan didn't press on with the question. He stared deeply at the great deist brushmaster and asked, "Are you willing to assist me sincerely?" The great deist brushmaster met Ye Guan's gaze and said, "If you're genuinely willing to establish a completely new order and make this vast expanse a better place, then I'm going to assist you sincerely. How are you going to assist me? Or rather, how can you help me?" Ye Guan knew it was unrealistic for him to fight the time reversers by himself. Moreover, he couldn't ask for help anymore, so he needed to build alliances and create a team. Was establishing order something an individual could do by themselves? No, it was impossible for a lone individual to do such a thing. Ye Guan reckoned that even his plain-skirt aunt couldn't do it by herself. However, she could destroy an order by herself. Ye Guan needed allies, capable allies who would help him resist the evil Dao and establish a new order. The great deist brushmaster was definitely strong enough for that, so Ye Guan knew that he had to get the great deist brushmaster's help. He couldn't let the great deist brushmaster join the opposing camp. After a long silence, the great deist brushmaster said, "You only have 100 years, just 100 years. Ye Guan shook his head. "I don't have 100 years. Those supreme elites will soon come after me. There's no way they'll actually give me 100 years, which is why my top priority right now is to withstand their attacks." Ye Guan cast an expectant gaze at the great deist brushmaster. The great deist brushmaster's expression changed subtly. "Why are you staring at me? Do you really think I can defeat all of them?" Ye Guan adopted a serious tone as he said, "You're one of the four swords. If you can't even stop them, then there's no need for us to even talk about establishing a new order. They'll definitely attack me, but I need enough time to grow to defeat them. With that in mind, I will need you to stall them. Buy some time for me." "Wait," the great deist brushmaster felt uncomfortable upon hearing Ye Guan's words, and he urgently cried out, "We need a long-term plan." Ye Guan looked into the great deist brushmaster's eyes and nodded. "I'm open to your suggestions." The great deist brushmaster cast an odd gaze upon Ye Guan. He couldn't shake off the feeling that he was being lured into a trap. Meanwhile, Siro was staring at Ye Guan with a complicated expression. She had feared that Sichhen's departure would cast Ye Guan into a prolonged state of sadness, but her concerns proved unfounded. Siro finally understood why her big sister chose him. Ye Guan was young, but given enough time, he would blossom into a true powerhouse among supreme elites. Siro realized just then that her opinion of him had been wrong all this while, and it was all because she had always been nitpicking his shortcomings, ignoring Ye Guan's young age. The moment Siro considered Ye Guan as equal to her, she realized that the latter was brilliant with a ton of potential. The True Universe and the Guanshan Universe's elites working together are enough to stall those from the Time River for 100 years. In other words, there's no need for me to intervene. Elites? Who are they? Ye Guan asked with narrowed eyes. The great deist brushmaster glanced at Ye Guan. "You have to make some sacrifices." "Sacrifices?" Ye Guan inquired, sounding curious. The great deist brushmaster nodded. "Yes." Ye Guan's voice deepened. "What sacrifices are you talking about?" The great deist brushmaster opened his palm and asked, "Is the universe map with you? If so, give it to me." Ye Guan decisively handed over the universe map to the great deist brushmaster. The great deist brushmaster waved his sleeve, and the universe map spread open. Pointing to a region south on the map, the great deist brushmaster explained, "This place has an ancient empire called Eternal Night Empire. Its denizens possess a unique energy, the eternal energy. It's second only to Dao origins and ancestral origins. In fact, they are so strong that you will lose without the true universe's help. Their Eternal Night Army is especially strong, and they are a terrifying force made out of great sovereigns." Ye Guan asked, "Are you suggesting that we establish an alliance with them?" The great deist brushmaster stared at Ye Guan and said, "They won't do that." "Why? They'll die if the universe tribulation is allowed to erupt," Ye Guan said. The great deist brushmaster questioned him, "Who is the target of those time reversers?" Ye Guan sighed. If he were in the shoes of the Eternal Night Army, he wouldn't establish an alliance with himself as well. It sounded cold, but it was simply human nature. "It's not impossible," the great deist brushmaster said. Ye Guan asked, "What do I have to sacrifice?" "Your body," the great deist brushmaster replied calmly. Ye Guan frowned. "What?" The great deist brushmaster stared at Ye Guan and explained, "An alliance is impossible, but a marriage alliance can be established." Ye Guan's voice turned solemn as he asked, "Are you saying that I have to marry into them?" "I'm talking about you, of course." No, Ye Guan said, shaking his head. Then, he grabbed Siro and Sisha's hands and said, "My heart only has room for Little Ro and Little Shu." The great deist brushmaster remained silent in the face of Ye Guan's declaration. Siro glanced at Ye Guan and asked, "Just in your heart?" Ye Guan smiled wryly and asked, "Do you really want me to marry into them?" Siro looked away and teased, "Who can say that you actually dislike the idea?" Siro attempted to free herself from Ye Guan's grasp, but he refused to let go. In the end, she relented and stopped struggling. Ye Guan smiled bitterly. Siro was really difficult to handle. Ye Guan decided to turn to Sisha, but Sisha merely smiled before saying, "What if she's incredibly beautiful?" Ye Guan gave the hands of the two women a firm squeeze and said, "Does their beauty really matter to me when you two are the most important to me?" The great deist brush master cast a contemptuous gaze upon Ye Guan and said, "If I hadn't been aware of your numerous marriages, I would have for your words." Ye Guan lifted an eyebrow. The great deist brush master's expression turned serious as he said, "Stop it with coaxing, will you? Can you hear me out first? The leader of the Eternal Night Realm is the Eternal Night Clan, and they possess a unique bloodline, the Eternal Night bloodline. It is on par with your Phoenix Emperor bloodline, but it is slightly inferior to your Mad Demon bloodline and your last remaining bloodline. You have 3 distinct, incredibly powerful bloodlines, which means you can significantly enhance their bloodline. I believe they'd find it difficult to refuse a marriage alliance with you. Senior, I'm forging the path of invincibility," replied Ye Guan in a deep voice. The great deist brush master sighed. "You're being too narrow-minded. Your grandfather and father have embraced more shameless paths to invincibility. Would a marriage alliance truly tarnish your pursuit of invincibility?" Ye Guan fell into silence. The great deist brush master continued, "With the Eternal Night Empire's aid, both the True Universe and Guanxian Universe will become incredibly strong, and you will see a significant reduction in casualties for the upcoming battle. The Eternal Night Empire also has a unique array, the Eternal Night Array. It's capable of sealing the spacetime of the vast expanse, suppressing powerful intruders." Ye Guan inquired, "Senior, why not form an alliance rather than a marriage alliance?" The great deist brush master shook his head. "I know you're hesitant, but think about it. As I said earlier, the Time Reverers are after you, so why would the Eternal Night Empire be worried? Why would they assist you if they stood nothing to gain?" Ye Guan remained reluctant. "Must it be a marriage alliance? It's the path with the highest chance of success," the great deist brush master explained. "I actually think that they might even refuse your offer. The Eternal Night Clan of this vast expanse is extremely prideful, after all." Ye Guan went silent. "Just give it a shot," Saru chimed in. Ye Guan stared at Saru. Saru added, "No need to overthink it. I'm not saying that you should sacrifice yourself outright. Let's just try talking to them." Ye Guan smiled. "I get it." Saru shot him a look but went silent. Ye Guan turned to the great deist brush master and said, "Senior, we still have to visit the Eternal Night Realm. When should we depart?" "Tomorrow. I've got some matters to attend to today," the great deist brush master replied. "Tomorrow it is, then," said Ye Guan with a nod before turning around to leave. The great deist brush master cast a worried gaze upon Ye Guan's departing figure. Ye Guan's situation was growing increasingly dire. Just then, a fat monk rushed up to the great deist brush master and pointed at him. "You're slacking off again. Do you not want to eat any more?" The great deist brush master glared at the fat monk and pointed at the massive stone lion before them. "Watch this," the great deist brush master exclaimed and slapped the half-a-ton stone lion. Boom! The stone lion crumbled. The fat monk was so shocked that he collapsed. What? The great deist brush master walked over to another stone lion and slapped it. Boom! The stone lion was reduced to mere dust. The great deist brush master then turned to the pale and terrified fat monk, saying, "Yes, I do not want to eat." "What? You wanna hit me?" Ye Guan entered Sichhen's room along with Soro and Sishu. The 3 were struck by sorrow upon stepping into the room. Just then, Ye Guan walked up to the desk and found a letter as well as a book on the desk. The book was the final volume of Sichhen's book. She had truly completed her book. Ye Guan put away the book and shifted his gaze to the letter. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Guan unfolded it and started reading it. "Hehe, I knew you'd come back here. I have many things I want to say, but I don't want to appear too sentimental, so let's keep it simple, buddy. I really wish we could get drunk together again, visit that tribal village again, and wear those beautiful tribal clothes again. Anyway, look after those 3 rascals for me. Take care of yourself, too, and goodbye." "Goodbye?" Ye Guan's eyes reddened, and a wave of emotions filled his heart, making it feel heavy in his chest. Beside him, Soro and Sisha gripped each other's hands tightly, shedding silent tears. After a while, Ye Guan returned the letter into the envelope and put it away. Then, he turned to the 2 women behind him and said, "She's going to be okay." Sisha nodded, but Soro was silent as she lowered her head and looked down at the ground. Ye Guan grabbed Soro's hand and spoke with conviction, "Trust me." Soro gazed up at Ye Guan as tears welled up in her eyes. Ye Guan wiped her tears away and reassured, "If I fail, I'll give up my pursuit of invincibility and become the king of relying on others instead. I'll do it if that's what it takes to keep her safe." More and more tears dripped down Soro's cheeks. Ye Guan chuckled at the sight before asking, "Why are you crying?" Soro shook her head, refusing to answer. Ye Guan suggested, "Let's sleep." The 2 women blushed instantly as Ye Guan carried them one by one and laid them down gently on the bed. Ye Guan sat in the middle of the 2 women and felt incredibly comfortable. This was a scenario that only a few people could enjoy. Soro felt a bit uneasy. She tried to get up, but Ye Guan grabbed her hand and said, "Stay put." Soro glanced at Ye Guan. Ye Guan reassured her, saying, "Relax, I'm not going to do anything bad." Soro hesitated briefly before scooting a bit farther from Ye Guan. "Will you accompany me to the Eternal Night Realm?" Ye Guan asked. Soro shook her head. "No." Ye Guan looked at her, seemingly asking for an explanation. Soro replied, "We still have to get ready to confront the Time Reversers, so I have to go back to the True Universe." "I see. Indeed, the True Universe truly needs your guidance," Ye Guan replied. Then, he turned to Sishu and muttered, "Little Shu." Sishu smiled. Don't worry, I will take care of myself and the child. Ye Guan's hand stroked Sisha's abdomen. Sisha neither resisted nor scolded him for it. Sisha wasn't exactly the reserved type, and she had already given herself to him, so a light stroking was nothing. I didn't expect to become a father so soon, Ye Guan said. Sisha looked up at Ye Guan and asked, are you happy? Ye Guan nodded. Yes, I am very happy. Sisha's eyes narrowed into a smile, but she soon glared at Ye Guan upon realizing that his hand was sliding downward. However, Ye Guan showed no signs of giving up. Sisha's cheeks flushed. Siro noticed that and said, why don't you guys have fun here? I'll sleep in another room. Sisha shot a disapproving look at Ye Guan and signaled at him discreetly. Ye Guan stopped Siro before she could stand up. Siro's expression was calm, and she didn't say anything as Ye Guan laid her gently on the bed. Let's talk. Who knows when we'll meet each other again? Siro nodded and asked, do you trust the great Daoist Brushmaster? Ye Guan nodded. I do. Why? Ye Guan explained, Aunt wouldn't have released him if he were a threat to me. Siro was silent. Ye Guan shared his thoughts, saying, he is not evil. We can choose not to work with him, but we must ensure that he doesn't stand on the past clan's side. Siro nodded in acknowledgement. Things would become incredibly dangerous for them if the great Daoist Brushmaster decided to stand on the past clan's side. Siro recalled something and asked, what about the Eternal Night Empire? Ye Guan replied, Sister Zhen had mentioned them to me, and she told me that the Eternal Night Empire is located in a place fortified with many restrictions, preventing outsiders from entering and its denizens from leaving so easily. If the great Daoist Brushmaster hasn't lied to me, then the Eternal Night Array is going to be incredibly useful to us. The True Universe and the Guanxian Universe would find it difficult to handle the Time Reversers, so the Eternal Night Array would be immensely helpful to them. Ye Guan's face revealed deep concern as he thought about the upcoming battle. He had no confidence at all, considering the prowess of the past clan's clan leader. Siro noticed the tumultuous emotions inside Ye Guan, and she took the initiative to hold his hand before reassuring him softly, no matter what, we'll stand by your side. Ye Guan turned to meet Siro's gaze, and Siro immediately looked away. Ye Guan smiled lightly and closed his eyes. The Dao he had chosen, the invincible sword Dao, was proving to be a challenging one. After a while, Ye Guan was reminded of something, and he said, Little Ro, I want you to reach out to Aunt Nian Nian and tell her everything. The Guanxian universe had to be prepared as well. Siro nodded. You don't need to worry about the True Universe and the Guanxian universe. I'll take care of them. Ye Guan chuckled and smiled brightly. I'm not worried, I have faith in you, after all. Siro's heart fluttered at Ye Guan's bright smile. The trio talked to each other until sleep finally embraced them. However, Ye Guan found the experience to be both heavenly and hellish at the same time. He regretted sleeping together with both of them on his side. He couldn't do anything, as the other would get up and attempt to leave if he were to try and do something on the other. When Ye Guan opened his eyes once more, the room was still shrouded in darkness. Ye Guan looked out the window and noticed Siro lying peacefully in his embrace. Siro was dressed in a kipeo 1, a distinctive clothing found only on the blue planet. The kipeo stuck closely to her skin, accentuating her captivating figure. The sight ignited a fire within Ye Guan. After a brief contemplation, he turned and lowered his lips to kiss Siro. Ye Guan kissed her gently, but it was a kiss full of unspoken emotions. Siro opened her eyes slowly and met Ye Guan's gaze. However, she didn't say anything upon realizing that he was kissing her. Ye Guan took Siro's silence as acknowledgement, so Ye Guan became bolder. As the atmosphere grew more and more intimate, Ye Guan's lips and hands became increasingly more playful. Siro bit Ye Guan's lip, unable to withstand Ye Guan's daring movements. Ye Guan backed away and stared at Siro's flushed face. If you want to do it, little Shu should. Ye Guan shook his head. Siro was a bit uneasy. What are you? Ye Guan hugged Siro and asked, you're not comfortable with all this, are you? Siro lowered her head without a word, but she scooted away from Ye Guan. Ye Guan noticed that and sighed. Then, he let go of Siro and said, I apologize. Ye Guan had no intention of forcing those unwilling. Ye Guan could also sense that Siro still had some reservations about him. The entire room went silent as Ye Guan sprawled out on the bed and closed his eyes. Siro tugged at Ye Guan's sleeve. Ye Guan turned to Siro. Are you upset? Siro asked. Ye Guan shook his head. Siro stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, I may have deduced your feelings for me wrongly, as I made a deduction based on our past interactions. I apologize for that. Anyway, we have a common goal of helping Sister Zhen, so I believe we can still work together as friends or partners for a common goal. Siro stared at Ye Guan. She wanted to say something, but she found herself unable to speak. Ye Guan looked out the window and saw that it was daybreak. He glanced at Sisho, who was sound asleep, before standing up and heading into the bathroom. Ye Guan freshened up with cold water. When Ye Guan stepped out of the bathroom, he found Sisho and Siro standing in front of him. Ye Guan was surprised to see them. Sisho stared at Ye Guan with narrowed eyes. Were you planning on leaving without saying goodbye? Ye Guan chuckled. Of course not. Besides, a trip to the Eternal Night Empire won't take much time. If everything goes smoothly, I won't have to stay there for a long time. Otherwise, I'll immediately go back. Sisho walked up to Ye Guan and tiptoed to fix his messy collar. Then, Sisho leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Take care, all right. If things start to feel off, don't hesitate to make a break for it, okay? I'm going with the great deist brush master, so don't worry, Ye Guan said, chuckling. That guy definitely has a few tricks up his sleeve. Still, it's better to err on the side of caution, Sisha replied. Ye Guan nodded and hugged Sishu. Look after yourself and the little one. If there's ever any danger, I want you to head to the Guanxian universe and seek out Senior N's help. Ye Guan was talking about a Nanjing with an incredibly powerful backer, who was none other than Ye Guan's grandfather. Sisha nodded. Ye Guan kissed Sisha's lips and finally turned to Siro. Lady Siro, I'll leave the true universe, the Guanxian universe, and little Shu in your care. With that, Ye Guan wasted no time and vanished into thin air. Siro lowered her head and went silent. Sisha held Siro's hand and sighed to herself, saying nothing. Sisha knew that Ye Guan was now regarding Siro as a friend or a partner with a common goal by addressing Siro as Lady Siro. Unfortunately, it wasn't a matter Sisha could get involved in. Second sister, let's go, Sisha said. Siro nodded, and the two vanished into thin air. Ye Guan soon arrived in the starry sky above the Milky Way. A middle-aged man was standing in that patch of the starry sky, waiting for him. The great deist brush master eyed Ye Guan and said, "How handsome. You're perfect for a marriage alliance. Senior, I heard that outsiders can't enter the Eternal Night Empire. Can we really get in there?" Ye Guan asked. The great deist brush master burst out laughing and said, "Have you already forgotten my identity? Who would dare to turn me away?" Ye Guan narrowed his eyes at the great deist brush master's words. "If that's the case, then it's great," Ye Guan remarked. The great deist brush master smiled proudly and said, "Let's go." The two soon disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Milky Way Academy. Xianyuan Ling arrived early at the Sword Dao department, feeling both nervous and anxious. She wanted to speak to Ye Guan. During their last meeting, Xianyuan Ling wanted to draw a clear, demarcating line between them, but she found it difficult to do so. Upon learning that Ye Guan was about to leave Blue Planet, Xianyuan Ling was instantly nervous, allowing her to confirm that she truly had feelings for Ye Guan. Xianyuan Ling was both nervous and expectant as she walked into the Sword Dao department's training grounds. However, she only found Mu Wanyu, Shuang, and Mu Yun. Ye Guan was nowhere to be found. Mu Wanyu rushed over to Xianyuan Ling and said, "Good morning, Sister Ling." Xianyuan Ling looked around and asked, "Where is he?" "Little Guan." Mu Wanyu asked. Xianyuan Ling nodded. Mu Wanyu's expression darkened as she said, "He already left." "He left?" Xianyuan Ling froze. Mu Wanyu's heart clenched, and she muttered, "Sister Ling." Xianyuan Ling looked at Mu Wanyu and interrupted, "Did he say goodbye to you?" Mu Wanyu nodded. Hearing that, a wave of bitterness swept past Xianyuan Ling's heart. Xianyuan Ling looked up, and her eyes glazed over in contemplation. It was painful, but the reality was that she might never stumble upon him again in this lifetime of hers. Likewise she wearing a kipao to sleep 0.0. Under the vast expanse of stars, Ye Guan flew on his sword, accompanied by the great deist brush master. It had already been 3 days since they left Blue Planet. Ye Guan and the great deist brush master had done nothing but travel across the starry sky over the past 3 days. Ye Guan could no longer count how many star fields they went through, as they were strong enough to traverse an entire star field with just a single thought. The vast expanse was indeed vast and boundless. Ye Guan suddenly asked, "Senior, are we in the territory of the Eternal Night Empire?" The great deist brush master replied, "We're in another splendid civilization." Ye Guan looked at the great deist brush master and asked, "Another civilization?" The great deist brush master nodded. Their martial arts is very advanced, especially the Eternal Night clans. Their clan leader cultivates the King Dao, which is a special kind of Dao that utilizes the wishes of sentient beings. Ye Guan asked, "Faith power?" "Something like that, but there's a difference. Wish power is more terrifying than faith power." "In what way?" "To explain this, I will first need to talk about the system in the Eternal Night Empire. Apart from the Eternal Night clan, there is another clan known as the Eternal Clan. These two clans originally belonged to one lineage. The first ancestor of the Eternal Clan was a woman who left the Eternal Night clan to start a lineage of her own." Ye Guan was shocked. Starting a whole new lineage sounds really impressive. The great deist brush master suddenly asked, "What? Would you like to start your own lineage as well?" Ye Guan shook his head. "No, I have no such thoughts. You must be kidding. If I were to try and start my own lineage, I'm going to die without knowing why." The great deist brush master smiled. "It seems like you have such thoughts, though." Ye Guan was at a loss for words. The great deist brush master continued. Later on, the two clans vied for control over the Eternal Night Empire, and the conflict caused significant damage to their empire. Ye Guan asked, "Who won in the end?" "They both won," the great deist brush master replied. Ye Guan was puzzled. The great deist brush master smiled. "Do you know how the Emperor of the Eternal Night Empire is decided?" "How?" "It's decided by competition. The Emperor of the Eternal Night Empire can only rule for a maximum of 300 years. The Emperor can cultivate the King Dao art during those 300 years. If the Emperor wins the favor of the people, the masses will elect him to be the Emperor again. If they fail to do so, they must step down after 300 years. Once they step down, they will no longer be able to cultivate the King Dao art. Hence, every emperor will do everything they can to gain the favor of the people." Ye Guan was silent. It was an unprecedented ruling system. The great deist Brushmaster continued. Every 300 years, the two clans would send out a talented individual to compete for the emperor position. Then, he looked at Ye Guan and said, speaking of which, the election is coming up soon. Upon arriving, let's stay quiet and observe the situation from the sidelines. Then, we'll form an alliance with the winner. After all, both clans have the King Dao bloodline. Ye Guan asked, Senior, you mentioned earlier that I have 3 bloodlines, and you seem to be quite familiar with them. Can you tell me more about my 3rd bloodline? The great deist Brushmaster glanced at Ye Guan with surprise and asked, you don't know about it? I don't. Then you'll find out soon enough. Ye Guan frowned. The great deist Brushmaster said, focus on your Mad Demon bloodline and your Phoenix Emperor bloodline first. We'll talk about your 3rd one once you've stabilized them. Is my 3rd bloodline perhaps even stronger than the Mad Demon bloodline and the Phoenix Emperor bloodline? The great deist Brushmaster nodded. Yes. Ye Guan's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, that's impossible? The Mad Demon bloodline is the strongest. The great deist Brushmaster smiled. Your 3rd bloodline is indeed stronger than the Mad Demon bloodline. Actually, it can be said to be the most powerful. Ye Guan said, my father has the Mad Demon bloodline, and my mother has the Phoenix Emperor bloodline. Where did my 3rd bloodline come from? The great deist Brushmaster chuckled, rendering Ye Guan speechless. This guy is really teasing me? Fuck. I really want to give him a good beating? Ye Guan lampooned inwardly. However, there wasn't really anything he could do if the great deist Brushmaster wasn't willing to tell him anything. Ye Guan was really curious about his 3rd bloodline. Bloodline power couldn't appear out of nowhere, unless there was a mutation in his blood. Ye Guan was sure that his blood hadn't mutated, so his 3rd bloodline had to have come from somewhere. Stronger than the Mad Demon bloodline? Ye Guan glanced at the great deist Brushmaster. I think this guy is just messing with me. The great deist Brushmaster suddenly said, I know you're against arranged marriages, but if we can get the support of the Eternal Night Empire, you'll earn more time, and we all know that what you need is time. Relying solely on the true universe and the Guanxian universe will not be enough. Ye Guan was silent. Your grandfather also had arranged marriages back in his day. The great deist Brushmaster trailed off. Ye Guan looked at the great deist Brushmaster. The great deist Brushmaster earnestly added, it's true. He had many wives, and many of them were arranged marriages. Feeling a little guilty for talking about Ye Guan's grandfather behind the latter's back, the great deist Brushmaster surreptitiously looked around. Ye Guan thought for a few moments before saying, Senior, we're going to the Eternal Night Empire with a purpose, and they're not fools as well, how could they possibly? The great deist Brushmaster shook his head with a smile and said, you're still a bit too naive. Ye Guan looked baffled. The great deist Brushmaster explained, who wouldn't want to gain ultimate power and strength? Social status and marriages between influential families are frequent, even in a small place like Blue Planet. We must get the Eternal Night Empire's support, or we will be in an extremely difficult situation once those time reversers make their move. Ye Guan stared into the starry sky and went silent. Ye Guan felt helpless. He finally understood what it meant to feel helpless. He finally realized that oftentimes, things wouldn't go according to one's desires. It was even more pronounced for Ye Guan, as his sword was far from invincible. The great deist Brushmaster suddenly said, I've already sent someone to investigate those time reversers. Ye Guan emptied his mind and asked, investigate. The great deist Brushmaster nodded. We need to know more about the strength of those time reversers and the information that's being exchanged between them. Otherwise, we'll suffer a big loss. Ye Guan was slightly curious. Who did you send to investigate them? The great deist Brushmaster replied, that's a secret. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled wryly. Little bastard, I've put everything on the line for you. I even made enemies out of those people just for you. You should know that we used to stay out of each other's business. In other words, I've been neutral, but it's a different story now. I've decided to stand against them, so you better not fool me. Otherwise, you'll become a failure of a human being. Ye Guan said, Senior, if I can't think of a better idea by then, I'll follow your suggestion. I believe in you, the great deist Brushmaster said. Ye Guan asked, Senior, have you also considered choosing my father? The great deist Brushmaster nodded. Ye Guan was a little puzzled. Why did you not choose him in the end? The great deist Brushmaster shook his head and said, your father was too unpredictable and really likes to fool people. If I had chosen him, he would have taken everything from me, including my underwear. You're not exactly an honest individual, but you're not as unpredictable as your father, so I decided to pick you. Ye Guan smiled without saying anything. The great deist Brushmaster stared into the depths of the starry and said, the world has been chaotic for way too long. It needs a new order, a system that will allow the universe and all living beings to grow peacefully. Ye Guan stared at the great deist Brushmaster with a complicated expression. He used to be wary of the latter, but now, it seemed like the great deist Brushmaster wasn't exactly a bad person. Establish a new order. Ye Guan closed his eyes slowly. The scale had changed from the Guanxian universe to the entire vast expanse. Knowing that, Ye Guan had to make sure that his choices were the right choices. Was establishing a new order going to be difficult? Of course, it would be difficult, but it seemed to be the right choice. Just then, the great deist Brushmaster said, we're almost there. Ye Guan looked up and realized that the surroundings had gotten significantly dark. Senior, why did the Eternal Night Empire decide to isolate itself? The Great Deist Brushmaster answered, for 2 reasons. First of all, they're not interested in the outside world. Secondly and lastly, they don't want people from the outside world to enter their territory, either. After all, they're strong, and they're afraid that outsiders will covet their power, especially those time reversers. I've never really encountered time reversers before. How come they're like cabbages now? The laws of time and the Great Dao have been restricting them. Back then, if they were to travel from the past to the present, they would end up getting targeted by the laws of time and the Great Dao, but now, the clan leader of the past clan is helping them resist the laws of time and the Great Dao. Yes, that woman, she's giving me a headache. She wanted to kill me the moment she laid eyes on me. Well, she recognized your value as a variable. It was a good thing the true god stopped her from killing you. Ye Guan wanted to ask more questions, but the Great Deist Brushmaster said, we're here. Ye Guan retracted his thoughts and looked into the distance. They were about to enter a star field. There was silence all around, and the star field was extremely dim. There was also a heavy and oppressive feeling that bore down on the 2 of them. Soon, a terrifying pressure enveloped them. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. The terrifying pressure was an aura that belonged to a great destiny sovereign, at the very least. The Great Deist Brushmaster adjusted his clothes and took a step forward. Tell your emperor that the Great Deist Brushmaster is here. Get him to come out and welcome me properly. The Great Deist Brushmaster. A voice echoed from the distant star field. The Great Deist Brushmaster nodded with a smile. Yes, it's me. I've never heard of the Great Deist Brushmaster or something. Get lost. Ye Guan. They've never heard of the Great Deist Brushmaster? Ye Guan looked at the Great Deist Brushmaster with a strange expression. Seems like this guy's reputation isn't as widespread as I thought. Meanwhile, the Great Deist Brushmaster's face turned ugly. He stared into the distance, and his face became increasingly sour as he asked, are you sure you've never heard of me? Rumble? Just then, the spacetime thousands of meters away from Ye Guan and the Great Deist Brushmaster trembled. A spacetime rift was torn open, and an old man slowly walked out of it. The old man was wearing a grey long robe with a bed of white hair, and he looked quite frail. However, the cold gaze in his eyes made it clear that he was anything but frail. His aura locked onto Ye Guan and the Great Deist Brushmaster, and it carried a thick hostility. The grey-robed old man glared at the Great Deist Brushmaster. What? Are you a celebrity or something? Ye Guan became somewhat confused. Has he really never heard of the Great Deist Brushmaster? How could that be? The Great Deist Brushmaster had also told Ye Guan that he had quite a few acquaintances here, and the former even said that no one would dare to turn him away here. Was this guy just bragging? Ye Guan looked at the Great Deist Brushmaster and saw that the latter's face was incredibly sour. After a few moments of hesitation, Ye Guan decided to mediate. He turned to the grey-robed old man and smiled. Senior, we're from the Guanxian universe. However, the grey-robed old man rudely interrupted, I don't care where the both of you had come from. If you don't want to die, then you better leave. The terrifying pressure that had locked onto Ye Guan and the Great Deist Brushmaster intensified. Ye Guan turned to the Great Deist Brushmaster and said, Senior, your reputation. No, I'm aware of your strength and reputation. I think there's a misunderstanding here. Yay, a misunderstanding. Ye Guan quietly stepped aside. The Great Deist Brushmaster glared at the grey-robed old man. The grey-robed old man didn't back down and glared at the Great Deist Brushmaster, too. He even revealed a hint of killing intent, as the two had yet to scamper off. The grey-robed old man was about to make a move when the Great Deist Brushmaster waved his sleeve. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and the grey-robed old man was inexplicably blasted away, flying hundreds of kilometers away. When he finally stopped, the grey-robed old man was shocked to find that his fleshly body had been annihilated. The grey-robed old man in his soul form stared blankly in complete shock. What happened? The grey-robed old man couldn't quite believe that his fleshly body had been annihilated in the blink of an eye. I couldn't withstand even one blow? The grey-robed old man's eyes were filled with horror as he stared at the Great Deist Brushmaster. Who the hell are you? Exclaimed the grey-robed old man. The Great Deist Brushmaster remained expressionless as he said, We're not leaving. Come and kill us if you dare. Ye Guan's lips twitched at the Great Deist Brushmaster's remark. I think he's bragging again. The grey-robed old man was shocked. Clearly, he had provoked a true powerhouse. However, the grey-robed old man didn't panic. After all, he had the backing of the Eternal Night Empire. The grey-robed old man became confident once more as he stared at the Great Deist Brushmaster and said, You're encroaching on the territory of the Eternal Night Empire. The Great Deist Brushmaster raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Slap! The grey-robed old man was blasted hundreds of kilometers away. His soul had become so illusory that it was almost transparent, teetering on the edge of extinguishing. The Great Deist Brushmaster stared back at him and said, That slap wasn't just for you, it's for the entire Eternal Night Empire, too. Ye Guan was speechless. The fear in the grey-robed old man's eyes intensified upon realizing that the Great Deist Brushmaster was truly going to kill him. The grey-robed old man took out a transmission talisman and crushed it to call for reinforcements. Ye Guan remarked, I think he just called for backup. Shouldn't we leave? Why would we leave? The Great Deist Brushmaster replied blandly. Ye Guan fell silent. Clearly, the great Daoist Brushmaster was determined to show off today. The great Daoist Brushmaster looked at the grey-robed old man and said, calling for reinforcements? Come on, better call the best. How about you call the Emperor, too? I'd love to see just how powerful he is. The grey-robed old man was instantly anxious upon hearing the great Daoist Brushmaster's remark. This man is really extraordinary, but the great Daoist Brushmaster? The grey-robed old man frowned and thought about it for a while, but he truly had never heard of the great Daoist Brushmaster before. Rumble? Just then, rumbling noises echoed from the depths of the starry sky as over a dozen powerful auras abruptly emerged. Ye Guan's pupils constricted, as the owners of those auras were at least great destiny sovereigns. Ye Guan was astonished upon realizing that the Eternal Night Empire had over a dozen great destiny sovereigns. Soon, a group of elites appeared in front of Ye Guan and the great Daoist Brushmaster. A woman stood at the helm of the group, and she was dressed in men's clothing for some reason, which was a jade-colored robe along with a jade belt. Dressed in men's clothing, she exuded a handsome charm. The woman's delicate eyebrows and sharp eyes made her appear exceptionally charming. Additionally, her hair, which was tied up in a bun, had a precious-looking jade hairpin. The woman bowed slightly to the great Daoist Brushmaster and said, Junior Zion greets Senior. The great Daoist Brushmaster looked at her and asked, You know me? Zion revealed a light smile and said, An elder in my family has mentioned your name to me before. He said that if it hadn't been for your assistance, the Eternal Night Empire wouldn't have been founded. It is unfortunate, but many of us are unaware of your esteemed name. After all, it has been so many years since you were last seen. Please allow me to apologize for any offenses. Zion bowed deeply to the great Daoist Brushmaster. The grey-robed old man's expression turned extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the great Daoist Brushmaster. Who exactly is he? The great Daoist Brushmaster asked. An elder in your family? Who is he? Zion replied, His name is Song Xian. The great Daoist Brushmaster frowned. Him? Yes. Is he still alive? His lifespan came to an end 10 years ago, and he has already passed away. I remember meeting him 500 million years ago. Back then, he was full of ambition, and he even declared that he would surpass the great Dao, becoming the most carefree person throughout the vast expanse. I had no idea that on my next visit, he would already be. The great Daoist Brushmaster said, trailing off and sighing. Zion said, cultivating the Dao is going against the natural order of the vast expanse. Regardless of the outcome, only the cultivators themselves can be blamed, no one else. Are you now the clan leader of the Song clan? Yes. You're pretty remarkable, the great Daoist Brushmaster praised. Song Zion laughed and asked, May I ask the purpose of Senior's visit to the Eternal Night Empire? I'm seeking a marriage alliance, the great Daoist Brushmaster replied. Song Zion was stunned. The great Daoist Brushmaster glanced at Ye Guan and said, This is Ye Guan, and he's from the Guanxian universe. However, he represents both the Guanxian universe and the true universe. The true universe? Song Zion was shocked. Are you talking about the true universe that the true God has founded? The great Daoist Brushmaster nodded. Song Zion cast a curious gaze upon Ye Guan. They couldn't leave the Eternal Night Realm, but they weren't ignorant of the outside world. Many years ago, the true God invaded the Eternal Night Realm, and the might that she had displayed was so terrifying that it left an indelible mark on the denizens of the Eternal Night Realm. The true God had single-handedly defeated the Eternal Night Empire's supreme elites, none of them were her match at all. Since then, the Eternal Night Empire isolated itself in the Eternal Night Realm. However, they were especially knowledgeable about anything related to the true universe. The great Daoist Brushmaster suddenly said, The election is nigh, right? Song Zion emerged from her thoughts and nodded. It'll start officially in a month. Who are the candidates? Ye Anjun from the Eternal Night Clan and Ye Shura from the Eternal Clan. Which of them is the Song Clan supporting? Song Zion blinked, remaining silent. The great Daoist Brushmaster smiled. Would you mind if I visited the Song Clan? It would be an honor. Senior, young lord Ye, this way please. Song Zion said. The great Daoist Brushmaster nodded and looked at Ye Guan. Let's go. Ye Guan nodded, and the two of them followed Song Zion and the others, disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. They traveled across the quiet star field until they finally arrived at the boundary of a realm. The boundary was shut tight. However, just a few gestures from Song Zion were all it took for it to become illusory. The group then entered the boundary at Song Zion's signal. Ye Guan and the great Daoist Brushmaster soon appeared in front of a city gate. The city before them was extremely majestic, the walls were about 100 meters high, and they seemed boundless in width. Anyone standing in front of such city gates would inevitably feel tiny. Ye Guan saw 3 large characters written on a plaque Eternal Night City. Song Zion smiled. You're staring at the imperial capital of the Eternal Night Empire. It's also the largest city in the empire, capable of accommodating up to 1 billion people. What a majestic city. Ye Guan praised. Please follow me, Song Zion said. Soon, Ye Guan and the great Daoist Brushmaster found themselves inside the Song residence. The Song clan was a major clan, so their residence was rather grand. Song Zion led them into the main hall, and then he turned to look at Ye Guan and asked, Do you have any clan in mind that you wish to marry into? He's going to marry into the clan that emerges victorious from the elections, the great Daoist Brushmaster replied. Song Xian nodded, but she clearly didn't expect the great Daoist Brushmaster's answer. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before saying, Senior, you know the other party has to be willing to, right? Those two clans will even let you choose among their daughters once they learn that you have 3 special bloodlines, the great Daoist Brushmaster remarked. You're making it sound like I'm selling my bloodline, Senior. The great Daoist Brushmaster chuckled. I know you want to talk to them first and see whether it's possible to form an alliance with them or not. That's fine, you can talk to them, but if it doesn't work out, then we can talk about marriage right away. Ye Guan fell silent. He disliked the idea of an arranged marriage. He felt that the universe tribulation was something that concerned all living beings, and he believed that they could simply work together without any marriages. The universe tribulation would affect everything in the vast expanse at all. Still, a marriage alliance was worth giving a shot if negotiations were to break down. The great Daoist Brushmaster looked at Song Xian and said, Lass, don't tell anyone about our visit. We'll observe the situation silently and see which of those 2 clans is more suitable for us. Song Xian nodded. Okay. The great Daoist Brushmaster looked at Ye Guan and said, I'm going out to see just how many of my old acquaintances are still alive. Then, the great Daoist Brushmaster looked at Song Xian and said, Lass, please bring him around to familiarize himself with the Eternal Night Empire. If possible, introduce him to the 2 young ladies from those 2 clans. We're here for a marriage alliance, but it'd be great if they fell in love naturally. Song Xian glanced at Ye Guan, whose expression had turned slightly unpleasant, and said, Okay. The great Daoist Brushmaster got up and was about to leave, but he came to a halt upon recalling something. Then, he turned around slowly and stared at Ye Guan, asking, You're not going to cause any trouble, right? Ye Guan replied, I'm not a troublemaker but a dignified scholar. The great Daoist Brushmaster said, Don't give me that nonsense. Ye Guan was speechless. We're here to ally with them, not to make an enemy out of them. Please keep a low profile. What if others provoke me first? Endure it, and it shall pass. What if I encounter someone like that grey-robed old man? Handle it cleanly, and leave no traces. Ye Guan was at a complete loss for words. Ye Guan smiled and said, Of course. The great Daoist Brushmaster smiled and was about to leave when Ye Guan added, Let me accompany you on your way out. The great Daoist Brushmaster nodded in agreement. Song Xian watched them leave and pondered silently in the main hall. Outside the hall, Ye Guan suddenly said, Senior, I have an idea. Go on, the great Daoist Brushmaster replied. Ye Guan whispered a few words. The great Daoist Brushmaster laughed out loud and said, I was right about you. Your mind is just as sharp as your father's mind. Unlike him, however, you appear honest on the surface, but you have many tricks up your sleeve. I'll have to be careful of you in the future. It seems that we're on the same page, said Ye Guan with a chuckle. The 2 looked at each other with a knowing smile, resembling 2 cunning foxes. The great Daoist Brushmaster recalled something and said, However, you can still go and meet those 2 candidates. What if both of them have considerable influence over the outcome? I hope that's the case, Ye Guan said with a nod. The great Daoist Brushmaster smiled and disappeared into the horizon. Left all alone, Ye Guan pondered for a little while before he turned and returned to the main hall. Song Xian examined Ye Guan from top to bottom with eyes filled with curiosity. Ye Guan smiled and asked, Lady Xian, why are you looking at me like that? Song Xian smiled and changed the topic, asking, Young Lord Ye, are you a swordsman? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Song Xian said, You have the highest sword Dao cultivation realm out of all the people I've ever met. Ye Guan was shocked. Song Xian could actually sense his sword Dao cultivation realm? Ye Guan's sword Dao cultivation realm was half-step divine realm, but he had been concealing it. However, Song Xian managed to sense it. Song Xian asked, Young Lord Ye, you seem unwilling to enter a marriage alliance. Yes, I am unwilling, Ye Guan said, nodding. Song Xian was puzzled. Why the contrast? Ye Guan smiled. Lady Xian, do you like marriages that are based on mutual benefits and interests? Song Xian thought about it for a while before saying, Everyone wishes to marry someone they truly love, and I am no exception. However, young Lord Ye, you should understand that people like us don't usually have a choice, especially when it comes to important matters like marriage. We often have to compromise for the greater good rather than follow our hearts. Ye Guan laughed and asked, Lady Xian, which of the 2 is more approachable? The Eternal Night Clan or the Eternal Clan? Well, it depends. Does it depend on my prowess? Yes. They can be persuaded with enough strength. Without it, however. Ye Guan fell silent. Major clans truly cared more about what they stood to gain than anything else. In other words, Ye Guan had to show them what he could offer if he wanted to establish an alliance with them. Moreover, it had to be something that they wanted to obtain as well. This is going to be a challenge. Ye Guan sighed to himself. Song Xian suddenly said, Young Lord Ye, there's something else you can do if you don't want to enter a marriage alliance. Ye Guan looked at her and asked, Lady Xian, are you suggesting that I pick a side and help them ascend to the throne? Song Xian was shocked. Clearly, Ye Guan was more clever than she initially expected. With that in mind, Song Xian no longer dared to underestimate Ye Guan. I heard that the emperor is chosen through an election, though, Ye Guan added. Song Xian smiled. That's correct. However, it is necessary for one to have powerful enough backers if they want to qualify for the elections. In other words, every candidate has the backing of numerous influential and wealthy clans. Ye Guan fell silent, and he felt like he finally understood how things worked here. The people would elect the emperor, but without enough power and influence, there was no way someone could even become a candidate in the first place. Even if such people somehow managed to become candidates, it would be a waste of time, as they were guaranteed to lose without enough power and influence. In other words, the election was a game of power and influence. Ye Guan smiled wryly and shook his head. Then, he looked at Song Xian and asked, Lady Xian, who do you suggest I support? Yeshua from the Eternal Clan. Why? Because I'm supporting her, too. Lady Xian, you are quite straightforward. Young Lord Ye, we can start negotiating if you're willing to help her ascend to the throne. Does that mean Lady Yeshua has a low chance of winning the elections? Song Xian was slightly surprised, and she was about to say something when Ye Guan added, You wouldn't have told me all these things if it were otherwise, right? Song Xian sighed. Young Lord Ye, you are indeed smart. You're right. Yeshua's chances of winning are low. The percentages are 30%. Why would I help a candidate with a low chance of winning? The Eternal Night Clan is more attractive to me. The Eternal Night Clan knows that their chances of winning are high, so they're not going to bother even talking to you. However, we can negotiate anything if you help Shura turn the tables and win the election. Ye Guan went silent upon hearing Song Xian's remark. Song Xian added, Young Lord Ye, I believe that Shura will have a pretty high chance of winning with your help. The true universe was a superpower with boundless resources. The Eternal Clan could certainly turn the tables around with the true universe's help unless it was too late and the Eternal Night Clan's candidate had already ascended to the throne. Ye Guan said, I'd like to meet those two candidates first. Of course, Song Xian said, nodding. It wasn't strange that Ye Guan would want to meet the candidates first before making a decision. Ye Guan added, Lady Xian, don't reveal my identity to the Eternal Clan, okay? Song Xian nodded. Okay, thank you, Ye Guan said. Song Xian smiled and said, the Eternal Clan is holding a banquet tonight. The prominent clans and sects that are supporting them will all be present. You can come with me and take a look. All right, Ye Guan said. As for your identity, Song Xian trailed off and pondered briefly before continuing, we'll just say that you're my cousin. Is that all right? Sure, Ye Guan replied. Song Xian got up and said, then, please relax until then, young Lord Ye. I'll send someone to escort you over when it's time. Song Xian turned around and left. Lady Xian, Ye Guan called out. Song Xian came to a halt and turned around to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and said, can you let me borrow books about the history of the Eternal Night Empire? The more books, the better. Sure, no problem, Song Xian said before turning around and leaving. Ye Guan got up and returned to his room. Soon, a clean-looking servant girl walked into Ye Guan's room. She handed a storage ring to Ye Guan and said respectfully, young Lord Ye, the books about history that you've requested are all in the storage ring, and there are also other books covering a variety of topics. If you find them insufficient, please do tell me. I can go and look for more. Ye Guan accepted the storage ring and smiled. Thank you. The servant girl hurriedly replied, young Lord Ye, you're too polite. I'll be right outside the door, so please feel free to summon me if there's anything you need. Ye Guan nodded. All right. The servant girl bowed and left the room. Ye Guan took out the books from the storage ring and read them eagerly. Ye Guan wanted to have a thorough understanding of the Eternal Night Empire before anything else. There were tens of thousands of books inside the storage ring. Ye Guan had no plans of reading them all. He used his divine sense to glance through all of them and only memorized useful information, discarding the irrelevant ones. It didn't take long for Ye Guan to obtain a rough understanding of the Eternal Night Empire. The Eternal Night Empire's history spanned billions of years, and its founder was known as the Eternal Night Sovereign. Back then, he had single-handedly dominated hundreds of nations in the Eternal Night Empire and suppressed countless the supreme elites of the powerful clans and families at the time. Eventually, the Eternal Night Sovereign established the Eternal Night Empire. The Eternal Night Sovereign was also the one who had decided to seal the Eternal Night Empire, preventing its denizens from leaving and outsiders from entering so easily. The great Daoist Brushmaster had told Ye Guan that it was all for the sake of safeguarding the Eternal Night Empire's eternal power, which was the source of their abilities. The Eternal Night Empire developed steadily and grew even stronger over the years, but it soon faced a major crisis. Millions of years ago, an extraordinary woman appeared, and she was unhappy that only males could ascend to the throne. In the end, she broke ties with the Eternal Night Clan and left to start a new lineage. She was so strong that the Eternal Night Clan couldn't do anything to her. She was so formidable that the Eternal Night Empire decided to summon the souls of their ancestors to deal with her, but she ended up suppressing her ancestors instead. She suppressed the souls of her ancestors? Ye Guan was shocked. She's too strong, and she actually managed to start a new lineage. Ye Guan felt slightly envious. The extraordinary woman didn't eradicate the Eternal Night Clan, but since then, the woman's lineage, the Eternal Clan, could now compete for the throne against the Eternal Night Clan. It had been many years since then, but the system was still in place, as the extraordinary woman's soul was still in the Eternal Night City. Moreover, she had also nurtured an incredibly powerful army that obeyed only the Eternal Night laws that the extraordinary woman had left behind back then. They would swear allegiance only to the individual who had ascended to the throne through the elections, and their allegiance was never permanent as well, lasting only 300 years. The extraordinary woman's army was known as the Eternal Night Army, and the Eternal Night Army played a crucial role in maintaining the equilibrium of powers in the empire. The Eternal Night Army's existence was also the reason the two clans, the Eternal Clan and the Eternal Night Clan, had been abiding by the rules all this time. Unfortunately, the Eternal Clan remained inferior to the Eternal Night Clan in terms of strength. After all, the strength of a clan wasn't decided based on the depths of their foundation alone but on their talents as well. The clan with more talents would have a brighter future than others. The Eternal Night Clan had managed to cultivate more talents than the Eternal Clan. The history books allowed Ye Guan to grasp the Eternal Night Empire's current situation. The Eternal Clan's condition was worsening, as every single emperor over the past 3 reigns had all come from the Eternal Night Clan. At this rate, the Eternal Clan would eventually find itself in a pinch. If the emperor were from the Eternal Night Clan, they would certainly be biased toward the Eternal Night Clan, which meant that the Eternal Night Clan would have access to a ton of eternal power. In other words, the Eternal Clan had to win the next elections, otherwise, they might no longer be able to turn the tables forever. Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly. Song Xian was right. Helping the Eternal Clan ascend to the throne meant that the Eternal Clan would most likely agree to his demands. However, he had to consider the Eternal Night Clan as well, especially the fact that their chances of winning were higher than the Eternal Clan. Ye Guan thought hard and long, but he still decided to meet the two candidates first before making any decisions. He had to assess them thoroughly, as making the wrong decision meant he wouldn't get the Eternal Night Empire's support. Ye Guan shook his head and revealed a wry smile. He realized that things were getting more and more challenging for him. In addition to using his fleshly body to fight, he even had to use his brain. Just then, Ye Guan heard knocking on the door. Ye Guan emptied his mind and looked at the door. Come in. The door swung open, and Song Xian walked into his room. Song Xian looked at Ye Guan with a smile. Young Lord Ye, it's time. Ye Guan looked outside and saw that it was already nighttime. All right, let's go, said Ye Guan with a nod. Then, Ye Guan stood up and left with Song Xian. The two boarded a luxurious carriage. The powerful arrays throughout the city prohibited flight, so they had no choice but to rely on a carriage to get to their destination. The carriage was extremely spacious. It was so spacious that it resembled a palace. Song Xian poured a cup of tea for Ye Guan. Young Lord Ye, may I know just how strong you are? Ye Guan looked at Song Xian and smiled. I'm decent. Song Xian blinked. You're decent. Ye Guan nodded. Against someone in the younger generation, there's no need for me to attack twice. Against someone in the older generation, there's also no need for me to attack twice. There's no need for him to attack twice? Song Xian was surprised. Moments later, she smiled and said, Young Lord Ye, let's spar with each other one day, then. Ye Guan stared at Song Xian. Song Xian hurriedly added, I don't mean anything else by it. I just want to see for myself what a true swordsman is like. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Are there very few swordsmen in the Eternal Night Empire? There are extremely few swordsmen here, Song Xian said with a nod. Ye Guan was puzzled. How come? When that extraordinary woman from the Eternal Clan became the Empress, the Eternal Night Clan and a few sects were unhappy. A war broke out soon afterward, and the most powerful sect of the Eternal Night Empire, the Sword Sect, ended up getting involved. Were they annihilated? Yes. The majority of the Sword Sect's swordsmen were killed, while the remaining disciples of the Sword Sect were exiled to the bitter cold realm. They were never seen nor heard from again. Does that mean that swordsmen became exceedingly rare here? What happened to the sword inheritances? Was everyone prohibited from becoming a swordsman? Yes, and even if someone were a swordsman, they wouldn't dare to reveal it for fear of being branded as a rebel. Once branded as a rebel, the Eternal Night Army would come and kill them immediately, even without the Emperor's permission. Does this mean that I shouldn't reveal my identity as a swordsman? Young Lord Ye, you're definitely not a rebel nor a remnant of the Sword Sect. You're from the outside world, and you have the support of the great Daoist Brush as well. However, it'd be better for you to err on the side of caution and hide your true identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. I understand, Ye Guan replied with a nod. He was a little surprised. He had no idea that the Eternal Night Realm had outlawed swordsmanship and with such harsh punishment, too. Who would dare to become a swordsman? Of course, Ye Guan had no interest in the Eternal Night Realm's grudge against swordsmen. He wasn't here to promote swordsmanship, anyway. Song Xian asked, Young Lord Ye, do you know the true god personally? Yes, Ye Guan replied. Song Xian immediately became interested. Just how strong is she? Ye Guan smiled. Lady Xian, do you want to know more about her? Song Xian nodded and explained, the last time she came to the Eternal Night Empire, she challenged 3 of our strongest supreme elites, and she defeated them all in just one move. Afterward, she just left without any explanation. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. She came here just for that fight and then left. Song Xian nodded. Ye Guan smiled wryly and shook his head. Sister Zhen is truly something else. Song Xian asked, are you very close to her? Yes, Ye Guan said. How close? Ye Guan glanced at Song Xian. This lady seems to be quite the gossip monger. Song Xian noticed the peculiar light in Ye Guan's gaze, and she realized that she had asked too many questions, so she immediately apologized. Sorry. Senior Great Deist Brushmaster said that you're the true universe's representative. The true universe's name is quite impactful here, as we all know that the true God is from the true universe. That's why I asked so many questions. Sijhan. Ye Guan smiled unknowingly upon recalling their memories together. She's my big sister, Ye Guan replied. Song Zion frowned briefly upon seeing the affectionate smile tugging at Ye Guan's lips. Is she your big sister, or is she more than just a big sister? What? Ye Guan asked, sounding confused. Song Zion immediately realized that her tongue had slipped, so she hurriedly muttered, "Ah, I see. So, she's your big sister." Ye Guan couldn't help but do a double take at Song Zion. Something's weird with this lady. The carriage stopped just then, and Song Zion said, "We're here." Song Zion alighted from the carriage, and Ye Guan followed closely behind her. Ye Guan looked up and saw that they were standing in front of a clan's residence. It was a much bigger and more lavish residence than the Song residence. Ye Guan saw a plaque hanging on the entrance that said Ye Guan residence. There was a bustling crowd at the entrance, and many people were making their way into the residence. Song Zion said, "Young Lord Ye, this way, please." Ye Guan nodded and followed Song Zion into the residence. "From this moment on, I will have to refer to you as my cousin, young Lord Ye," Song Zion said. "Sure," Ye Guan replied. He had to play along if he wanted to conceal his identity. The two of them walked up to the entrance, and an old man quickly came forward to greet them. He bowed slightly to Song Zion and said, "Clan leader Song, the young mistress has invited you into the inner hall." Song Zion nodded. The old man turned around and led the way, but he turned around and looked at Ye Guan after taking just 2 steps. The old man looked hesitant, but it seemed like he had something to say. Song Zion calmly urged, "Lead the way." The old man dared not speak, he simply turned around to lead the way. They walked for about half an hour before they finally reached the inner hall. Ye Guan couldn't help but feel annoyed at how inconvenient their journey had been. It wasn't a good thing to have a vast residence, especially if flight was prohibited. The old man brought the two of them to a great hall. Then, he bowed before leaving. Song Zion led Ye Guan into the hall, and Ye Guan felt a sharp gaze reminiscent of a sword the moment he walked into the hall. Ye Guan turned toward where the gaze had come from and saw an old man curled up in a corner, looking both frail and eerie. The old man's eyes flashed in surprise upon realizing that Ye Guan was looking back at him. Ye Guan retracted his gaze and looked around. There were 2 men in the hall, and they were staring at him and Song Zion. The 2 men soon got up and cupped their fists in greeting. "Clan leader Song." Song Zion smiled. "Brother Gu, brotherly." The 2 men nodded slightly, and then they looked at Ye Guan. Song Zion transmitted her voice to Ye Guan. "There are 8 major clans in the Eternal Night City. These 2 men are the heirs from 2 of those 8 major clans, Gu Chen from the Gu clan and Li Ming from the Li clan. So they're a part of the 8 major clans?" Ye Guan glanced sideways at Song Zion, but he didn't say anything in response. Since there were 8 major clans, but only 3 of them were here, the remaining 5 major clans had to be on the Eternal Night clan's side. Song Zion decisively sat down somewhere, and Ye Guan sat next to her. Seeing Gu Chen and Li Ming's puzzled expressions, Song Zion smiled and explained, "His name is Ye Guan, and he's a distant cousin of mine." "A cousin?" Li Ming and Gu Chen stared at Ye Guan with eyes full of doubt. The inner hall of the Ye residence wasn't a place that anyone could enter casually. Song Zion didn't bother explaining even further. She transmitted her voice to Ye Guan, saying, "Shura is at the outer hall at the moment, and she's entertaining the clans that are slightly weaker than the major clans but are supporting her. She'll join us soon. The people here are her core supporters, and each and every one of her core supporters is already here." Ye Guan revealed a mysterious smile and replied, "They're all here? I don't think so." Song Zion was surprised, but she didn't say anything and merely glanced at Ye Guan. Ye Guan swept his gaze across everyone in the room, thinking that the Eternal Clan definitely had trump cards hidden up their sleeves. They were competing for the throne, after all, so there was no way they only had 1 or even 2 tricks up their sleeves. "I apologize for keeping everyone waiting," a voice echoed from outside. The voice was as gentle and as soft as water. Li Ming and Gu Chen immediately stood up upon hearing the voice. Song Zion stood up slowly, and Ye Guan knew that he couldn't remain seated, so he stood up as well and turned to where the voice had come from. A young woman was walking toward them. The young woman looked to be in her 20s, and she was wearing a light green long dress. Her hair cascaded freely down her shoulders. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but she was still beautiful. Her overall demeanor was sophisticated and elegant, which was further accentuated by her clean and neat fashion style. Ye Guan believed that she had to be Yeshura. Her name fits to her? Of course, Ye Guan reckoned that Yeshura was more than what he could see at the moment. After all, the candidates for the throne couldn't possibly be ordinary. Yeshura's gaze immediately landed on Ye Guan, as he was a new face. Yeshura sounded surprised as she asked, "Who is he?" Song Zion smiled. "He's a distant cousin of mine." "Cousin?" Yeshura walked up to Song Zion and asked, "How come you haven't mentioned him to me before?" Song Zion replied, "We didn't really have any interactions until recently." Yeshura nodded and sat down. "Please, everyone, have a seat." Everyone obliged and sat down. "Everyone, our chances of winning this election are extremely slim," Yeshura said, getting straight to the point. Silence fell over the group, and their expressions turned gloomy. Yeshura continued, "The Eternal Night Empire has 17 states, and the Eternal Night Clan has the support of 7. If they gain the support of 2 more states, we're definitely going to lose. What about the ancient world? Song Zion asked in a low voice, what is their stance? Yashura shook her head slightly. Song Zion's face darkened. The fact that they didn't immediately stand on Yanjan's side means that they must be biding their time as well. They're probably going to stand on the side of the winner once everything is decided. Song Zion turned to Yashura and asked, what are they asking for? Yashura replied, I don't know what they proposed to Yanjan, but they wanted a marriage alliance with me. Song Zion's expression instantly turned ice cold. They're bold. If they manage to get into a marriage alliance with you, they will immediately become part of the imperial family once you ascend to the throne. Li Ming and Gu Chen's expressions turned grim at the remark. If Yashura were to agree to the ancient clan's demand, she would become a mere political tool for the ancient clan, even if she managed to become the empress. Yashura didn't seem to be angry, and she smiled lightly, saying, it's not strange for them to seek profits. After all, there's no guarantee that I'll win even if they help me. If I lose, the Eternal Night clan will suppress them in the future. Song Zion looked at her and asked, so, what are your plans? Plans? Yashura shook her head and replied, we'll do what we can and leave the rest to fate. Song Zion laughed bitterly. You're not going to give up that easily, are you? They've given me a deadline. If I do not give them a reply in 3 days, they'll stand on Yanjan's side, Yashura replied. Ye Guan chimed in, so, the ancient clan is the key to winning the election. Yes, Anshura said with a nod. Ye Guan was slightly puzzled. Isn't the election based on the vote of the people? Why would the ancient clan be a deciding factor? Yashura explained, the 17 states are under the jurisdiction of the empire, but they operate independently. The ancient clan has been ruling over their state for a long time, and they have significant influence over there. My situation will improve drastically if they choose to stand on my side. The remaining 2 states that are still on the fence will support me, too. Ye Guan nodded slightly. So, if the ancient clan supports you, you will have a good chance of winning the elections. Yashura shook her head. Not necessarily. There is another important stage apart from the elections, which is the tournament. Ye Guan frowned. Tournament. A candidate for the throne must be proficient in literary and martial arts. Losing in the tournament means disqualification. What's the point of this election, then? The winner of the election will receive 30% of the King Dao Destiny Aura, which will strengthen them by at least 3 times. Really? Yashura nodded. Ye Guan was silent for a few moments before asking, Lady Shura, can we talk privately? Everyone in the hall was stunned by Ye Guan's remark. Yashura looked at Song Zion for a while before saying, sure. Song Zion stood up and smiled at Ye Guan. You two can talk. Song Zion then turned around and left. Li Ming and Gu Chen hesitated for a while, but they also left after glancing at Ye Guan. Soon, only Yashura and Ye Guan were left in the hall. Yashura smiled. Young Lord Ye, you're not Zion's cousin, are you? Ye Guan nodded. You have a discerning eye. Are you from the outside world? Yashura asked. Ye Guan nodded once again. Yashura was silent for a few moments before saying, you're willing to help me ascend to the throne in exchange for conditions that are incredibly difficult to fulfill. Is that correct? What? She's smarter than I thought. Ye Guan was astonished. Eventually, he decided to tell her everything about the universe tribulation and the time reversers. Ye Guan was running out of time, so he decided to be straightforward. After all, there were only 2 options, cooperate or not. Ye Guan didn't want to waste too much time here. Yashura paced back and forth across the hall for half an hour before she finally shook her head and said, Young Lord Ye, even if I do ascend the throne, I won't be able to send troops to assist the true universe. Ye Guan stared quietly at Yashura. Yashura explained, it's not the Eternal Night Empire's war to fight. The supreme elites here are strong, but they're still no match for the time reversers. They're just going to die if I send them out to fight. Hence, I cannot agree to your request, even if you help me become the empress. Ye Guan argued, the eruption of the universe tribulation affects every living being. Yashura remained silent. The time reversers' goal is to annihilate the myriad beings. If the true universe falls, the Eternal Night Empire will not be spared as well. Yashura sighed and said, Young Lord Ye, the Eternal Night Empire is not going to believe you. The Eternal Night Empire will not get involved as long as they're not under any direct threat. People are selfish, after all, and... Yashura shook her head and continued, Young Lord Ye, you're too late. Ye Guan narrowed his eyes and asked, the time reversers have been here. Yes, Yashura said with a nod. They must have promised that if the Eternal Night Empire does not interfere, they will not target you guys. Am I right? They offered more than that, Yashura replied. Ye Guan stared deeply at Yashura and said, let me guess, they offered the true universe and the Guanxian universe to the Eternal Night Empire. Yashura nodded and exclaimed, Brother Anjan, come here. A young man clad in an intricate robe walked out. The young man's eyebrows were sharp, and he exuded a domineering aura as a faint smile tugged at his lips. Ye Anjan, the other candidate for the throne? Little Pagoda spoke for the first time in a while, careful. Rumble? 30 terrifying auras abruptly came to life around Ye Guan, and each aura was as strong as a great destiny sovereign. So this was all a trap? One a different Ye from Ye Guan's Ye. The Ye here is while Ye Guan's Ye is? Tu Shura is and means soft and gentle. In the hall, a large number of powerful auras converged on Ye Guan. Despite the intense pressure, Ye Guan remained as calm as a tranquil lake. Ye Guan casually lifted a teacup from the nearby table and took a sip before smiling. Lady Xian truly has a forthright nature. Ye Anjun chuckled. Young Master Ye, the king of the Guanxian universe, you are truly remarkable for maintaining your composure even in such a dire situation. Ye Guan stared alternatingly at Ye Anjun and Ye Shura. I presume you two have already reached some kind of arrangement. Am I correct? Indeed, Ye Anjun nodded and took a seat across from Ye Guan. Then, he smiled lightly and said, Young Master Ye, care to make a guess? Ye Guan stated, a marriage union. Ye Anjun's eyes narrowed, and Ye Shura was astonished. You two will get married. You'll become the emperor, and she'll become the empress. The vested interests of both factions will be satisfied that way. The two of them were from the same clan, but Ye Shura's family bloodline had been diluted to the extent that they could hardly be considered close relatives. Ye Anjun acknowledged. Young Master Ye, you're indeed astute. Moving on, Ye Guan asked, do you trust the words of the time reversers? Absolutely not, Ye Anjun replied. Why choose to help them, then? Ye Anjun stared at Ye Guan and said, Young Master Ye, you're smart, so why don't you guess? Ye Guan chuckled. I believe they presented you with a condition. They will help you become supreme elites capable of entering the time river. That way, even if the universe tribulation erupts, all of you will be completely fine. The smile tugging at Ye Anjun's lips vanished slowly as he stared deeply at Ye Guan. Ye Shura, observing Ye Guan from the side, also revealed a hint of anxiety in her expression. You want to have your cake and eat it, too, Ye Guan explained. It'd be great if you could save the Eternal Night Realm, but even if the Eternal Night Realm ended up falling, your safety is still ensured. The time reversers will help you become even stronger, after all, and you will eventually become strong enough to enter the time river. Your intelligence is remarkable, young Master Ye, Ye Anjun praised. As you've pointed out, the throne is appealing, but it pales in comparison to the supremacy of the Great Dao. I am not too concerned about the myriad beings as well, as they are mere pawns. If they are useful, we can make use of them. Otherwise, we can just discard them. Ye Guan chuckled and shook his head. Then, he stood gracefully and turned around to leave. Ye Anjun glared coldly at Ye Guan and asked, do you really think that you can leave just like that, young Master Ye? Ye Guan came to a halt and swept his gaze across Ye Anjun and Ye Shura. Ye Anjun smiled, young Master Ye, I must admit that you're smart. Ye Shura would have accepted your offer if it hadn't been for the unfortunate fact that I had already reached an agreement with her. We'll have a marriage alliance, and our descendants will ascend to the throne till the end of time. Do you really believe that I was choosing between the two of you? Ye Guan asked. Ye Anjun was caught off guard. Ye Shura's delicate brows furrowed. Ye Guan faced them with a smile, saying, forgive my frankness, but neither of you is worthy enough to work with me. Ye Shura's pupils quivered as she exclaimed, you chose His Majesty. Ye Anjun's expression changed drastically, and he roared, kill him. Rumble? The nearby elites prepared to take action, but the old man who had been hiding in the corner of the hall suddenly transformed into a streak of light and appeared before Ye Guan. The old man produced a golden dragon token and yelled, Ye Anjun and Ye Shura colluded with the time reversers, and they are planning a rebellion? Subdue them immediately by His Majesty's decree, and if they resist, execute them on the spot. Dozens of auras flooded the hall, and Ye Anjun froze in horror as he cried out, the Eternal Night Army. Ye Shura stared at the old man with a grave expression, and her eyes trembled as she muttered, Elder Mu, why did you betray me? Elder Mu calmly explained, my allegiance has always been with His Majesty. Ye Shura trembled like an aspen tree. Elder Mu had been serving their clan for a few hundred years now, and Elder Mu had even watched her grow up. Elder Mu raised her and taught her martial arts, he was like a father figure to her. Ye Shura had infinite trust in him, but it turned out that Elder Mu had been serving the Emperor all this while. Elder Mu's expression turned complicated as he said, Shura, I've recorded everything, and I've just transmitted everything to His Majesty. Sorry, but, you've lost? Ye Shura slumped into a chair, and she looked like she had just lost her soul. Elder Mu turned toward Ye Guan and bowed, young Master Ye, His Majesty the Emperor wants to meet you. Ye Guan turned around and walked away. Just as Ye Guan reached the door, he came to a halt and turned to face Ye Shura and Ye Anjun. You two seemed to have forgotten the reigning emperor while you were busy with your power struggles. Ye Shura's face was pallid as she asked. So you had no intentions of working with me? You just wanted to talk to me? Was that it? No, I wanted to work with you. I wasn't sure about His Majesty's stance, after all. Ye Guan replied, however, I realized that you two fall short compared to His Majesty, and forgive me for the blunt words, but Lady Shura, your status is too low. You're not qualified to get involved in my affairs against the time reverses. Ye Guan turned around and left. Ye Shura smiled bitterly. Years of planning had collapsed in an instant. Ye Anjun's face was dark as he muttered, we still have the time reversers. Ye Shura turned to Ye Anjun, and her eyes were filled with disappointment as she muttered, they're not going to spare us another glance, as we've already lost the qualifications to compete for the throne. Ye Shura was right, as the powerful auras outside suddenly receded like a tide. Ye Anjun slumped into a chair. The time reversers had abandoned them. Meanwhile, over a dozen figures in black battle armor appeared on both sides of Ye Guan. They were members of the Eternal Night Army. Every single one of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura. They were great destiny sovereigns, but Ye Guan could feel that they were far stronger than the average great destiny sovereigns. Ye Guan walked away under the escort of the Eternal Night Army. Ye Guan was about to walk out of the main hall when his gaze landed on a tall building to his right. A young man in white was standing on the roof of the tall building, and he was smiling as he said, "Young Master Ye, I really didn't expect you to choose the Emperor. You've truly surprised me." Ye Guan ignored the young man in white and walked away. The young man in white frowned and asked, "Young Master Ye, do you really think that you can win?" Ye Guan stopped in his tracks and turned to the young man in white. "Want a duel?" The young man in white's eyes narrowed. "Let's duel right here, and I'm not going to ask for help. Let's decide life and death in one duel." The young man in white didn't respond and stared at Ye Guan in silence. Ye Guan smirked and suggested, "Tell the clan leader of the past clan to find another opponent for me. You're not worthy to be my enemy." Ye Guan turned around and walked away. Elder Mu cast an admiring gaze upon Ye Guan. What a ruthless young man? Elder Mu recalled something, and he sighed softly. Shura and Ye Anjun were indeed no match for the young man in terms of intelligence and strength. Ye Guan found Song Zion outside the hall. "It's nice to see you again, Lady Zion," Ye Guan said with a smile. Then, he turned around and left. Song Zion stared at Ye Guan's departing figure in silence. Ye Guan had to admit that he was surprised by the fact that Song Zion had obeyed his instructions about hiding his identity from Yeshura. Song Zion was indeed an upright young woman. Song Zion's expression was complicated as she stared at Ye Guan. She was thankful that Ye Guan had uncovered Yeshura's scheme before Song Zion could declare her stance to stand on Yeshura's side. Otherwise, the entire Song clan would have been annihilated. Ye Guan had just indirectly saved the Song clan. After all, the losers would always get annihilated, while the winners would survive. Soon, Ye Guan was escorted to the Imperial Palace of the Eternal Night Realm. Ye Guan looked around and found that it was indeed worthy of its status as the Imperial Palace, as it was both exceedingly magnificent and grand. Naturally, security was incredibly tight, and there were multiple arrays in place. Quite a few Imperial guards examined the palace non-stop with their divine senses, creating a massive net that enveloped everything. It soon became clear to Ye Guan that the Emperor was afraid of the time reversers. Elder Mu led Ye Guan to a grand hall. Elder Mu bowed at the hall and retreated while bowing all throughout. Ye Guan entered the hall and was surprised by its vastness. There was a large golden dragon throne in the distance, and a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe was sitting on the throne. The middle-aged man had long hair, well-defined facial features, and an imposing aura. Someone else was in the hall, and they were none other than the great Daoist Brushmaster. It turned out that the true goal behind their journey here was the Emperor's help rather than the help of either of the two candidates for the throne. The great Daoist Brushmaster smiled upon seeing Ye Guan. "This is Emperor Ye Jun, and you can simply address him as Senior." Ye Guan nodded and turned to Ye Jun. "Greetings, Senior." Ye Jun stared deeply at Ye Guan. After a brief moment of silence, Ye Jun chuckled and said, "As expected of the true God's chosen one, you're not only smart, but you're also invincible among your peers." Ye Guan smiled and replied, "Unfortunately, my opponents aren't my peers." "Indeed, but the enemies of a true genius are always opponents who are stronger than them," Ye Jun said. Ye Guan fell silent. "Easy for you to say when you're not in my shoes?" Ye Jun suddenly said, "I've been talking with the great Daoist Brushmaster for quite a while now, and he wants my Eternal Night Realm to assist the true universe." "I agree, but I have a one and only condition." Ye Guan asked, "What is it?" Ye Jun stared at Ye Guan and replied, "Marriage." Ye Guan went silent. "Marriage?" After a thoughtful pause, Ye Guan turned to the great Daoist Brushmaster. He nonchalantly shrugged and remarked, "I never agreed to his terms, and he didn't promise an alliance either. He just wanted to check you out. Seems like he's impressed with you. Well, blame it on your excessive brilliance." Ye Guan's face was filled with frustration. "As if I'd believe your nonsense." The great Daoist Brushmaster chuckled, knowing that it was futile to further persuade Ye Guan. Ye Guan shifted his gaze to Ye Jun and was about to speak when Ye Jun beat him to the chase, saying, "Young Master Ye, I understand your aversion to marriage alliances, but I need justification to aid the true universe and the Guanxian universe. The time reversers aren't actively targeting us, so if I aid you, I'll definitely face opposition. However, everything will change with a marriage alliance, especially if it's going to bring us a ton of profits." Ye Guan remained contemplative. Ye Jun stared into Ye Guan's eyes and said, "Take your time. However, time is of the essence, so you should decide as soon as possible." Ye Guan glanced at the great Daoist Brushmaster. The great Daoist Brushmaster shrugged and said, "The ball's in your court." Ye Guan finally responded, "Who's the bride?" Ye Jun answered, "My daughter." Ye Guan said, "Mind if I meet her before sealing the deal?" Ye Jun's gaze changed slightly as he nodded. "Certainly." Then, Ye Jun turned around and called out, "Summon Princess Nanfan here." A mysterious figure bowed and walked out of the hall. Soon, a young woman entered the hall. Ye Guan turned around and saw a young woman in her 20s. She was in a black gown that added an air of maturity to her young demeanor. Her movements were graceful, but she exuded an air of aloofness worthy of her status. Ye Nanfan acknowledged Ye Jun with a bow and went silent. She didn't even glance at Ye Guan. Ye Jun stared alternatingly between the two before saying, "Sort this out yourselves." Ye Jun then stood up and left. The great Daoist Brushmaster walked up to Ye Guan. "I know you're not comfortable, but..." "Hurry up and leave," Ye Guan interrupted, "we're going to talk privately." The great Daoist Brushmaster's expression stiffened, and he stared at Ye Guan with a frown. "Did I overestimate him?" I think this bastard only wants to marry those who are beautiful enough while he ignores the rest who can't meet his standards. The great Daoist brushmaster shook his head and cursed inwardly before turning around to leave. Soon, Ye Guan and Yananfen were the only ones in the hall. There was silence in the air between them, which made the atmosphere feel tense. Ye Guan found Yananfen to be quite beautiful. Ye Guan approached her carefully, while Yananfen still didn't want to meet Ye Guan's gaze. Lady Nanfen, Ye Guan said, I can see that you don't like the idea of getting married to me, and I understand. If you can't say no to Senior Yejun, I'll go and speak to him. Ye Guan turned around and walked away. No need. Yananfen exclaimed, there's no need for you to say anything. Ye Guan turned around to stare at Yananfen. Yananfen calmly explained. They know you possess 3 formidable bloodlines, and every single one of them is stronger than our bloodline. They're not going to let the chance to enhance our bloodline slip away. What I'm trying to say is that if you don't want to get married, we can simply find someone else, Ye Guan said. Yananfen was surprised. Ye Guan smiled and explained, truth be told, I'm also not exactly thrilled about this marriage. The idea of 2 strangers being forced together doesn't sit well with me. However, you're right. The Eternal Night Empire wants my help to enhance your bloodline. If I decline, the Eternal Night Empire might even stand on the Time Reverser's side, much less help us. I heard that you're a swordsman. Is it true? Yananfen asked. Ye Guan nodded. Yananfen's voice was tinged with sarcasm as she said, a swordsman's moral integrity is crucial to their deo. Are you not afraid of hurting your deo by agreeing to this marriage, even though you're not exactly willing to do it? Ye Guan locked eyes with her and said, I can sense that your resistance to the idea of getting married to me is beyond mere reluctance, Princess Nanfen. I assume you can't resist your father, so you're being rude to me. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled. Then, he walked away. Yananfen frowned. What are you doing? I'm going to look for someone else, replied Ye Guan. Yananfen's expression shifted, and she hurriedly exclaimed, wait. Ye Guan didn't stop. Yananfen panicked and cried out, young master Ye, I already told my father that I agree to this marriage. Ye Guan finally stopped, and he turned around to look at Yananfen. You agree? Well, I don't, said Ye Guan before walking away. Yananfen froze, but she immediately came to her senses and rushed toward Ye Guan, catching up to him in the proverbial blink of an eye. Taking a deep breath, Yananfen composed herself and said, I apologize for my attitude, young master Ye. Why apologize? Ye Guan stared at Yananfen and said, I appreciate your defiance. With that, Ye Guan sidestepped and continued walking away. Frustrated, Yananfen clenched her fists and exclaimed, what more do you want from me? Ye Guan faced Yananfen once more and smirked, do you really think that I'm desperate to get married to you? Who do you think is more desperate here? Yananfen stared at Ye Guan and said, the Eternal Night clan's status is the highest among every other clan in the Eternal Night Empire. If we end up getting married, your status in your clan will shoot through the roof. Ye Guan frowned. So you're saying that I stand to gain a ton if I were to get married into your Eternal Night clan? Are you implying that's the reason I'm here for a marriage alliance? Isn't that the case? Yananfen asked. Ye Guan shook his head and chided, you're such a NAVE woman. The word NAVE was a word Ye Guan had learned from Blue Planet, and he finally managed to use it. Yananfen's face flushed red. Ye Guan's remark had infuriated her. She couldn't understand the word NAVE, but Ye Guan's expression made it clear that it wasn't a compliment. Ye Guan shrugged and stared calmly at Yananfen. Personally, I'm not one to flaunt my family's status, but let me be frank, Miss Nanfen, no family, clan, sect, or organization has ever managed to rival the might of my Ying family. This holds true even throughout the vast expanse. Ye Guan turned around and left. Left standing by herself, Yananfen's expression was of extreme displeasure, but her expression changed greatly upon realizing that Ye Guan was about to leave. Yananfen hurriedly chased after him. Yananfen couldn't allow Ye Guan to leave just like that, as her father had told her that she would become the next empress as long as she married Ye Guan. The marriage would also elevate the Ye family's bloodline through her. In other words, her destiny would change, she would no longer be a pawn of her relatives. Most importantly, she would have the backing of her husband's powerful family. Yananfen's sharp remarks and cold attitude earlier were the result of her displeasure upon finding herself thrust into an arranged marriage. However, she didn't expect Ye Guan to be so unyielding and sensitive. Yananfen walked up to Ye Guan, but she found herself unable to move even an inch upon getting immobilized by a powerful sword intent. Yananfen's expression changed drastically, but the sword intent disappeared moments later, as Ye Guan had already stepped out of the hall. Ye Jun sighed upon seeing Ye Guan's dark expression. The great Daoist brushmaster glanced at Yananfen rushing out of the hall, but he didn't say anything. Ye Guan grinned. Senior, we should look for someone else. Ye Jun looked at Ye Guan and asked, you sure about that? Ye Guan nodded. Ye Jun glanced at Yananfen before saying, she's the most beautiful of my daughters. She's also the most talented, and her King Dao bloodline is pure. Let's look for someone else. Ye Guan interrupted. Ye Jun went silent and sighed. Fine. Yananfen's face instantly turned pale. Father. Ye Jun waved his hand. You may leave. A glance was enough for Ye Jun to deduce what had transpired inside the hall, and his eyes filled with disappointment as he stared at Yananfen. Ye Jun had talked to her about this before Ye Guan's arrival, so he was truly disappointed that Yananfen had still ended up being so reckless. Ye Jun was the emperor of the Eternal Night Empire, but he had to be respectful to Ye Guan, so how could Ye Nanfen afford to disrespect Ye Guan? The great Daoist Brush Master was also a peak supreme elite that the Eternal Night Empire couldn't afford to offend, but he was actually standing on Ye Guan's side. To make matters worse, Ye Guan had the true god's backing as well. Ye Jun's probing also allowed him to reach the conclusion that Ye Guan's identity was far more complex than it appeared. Once Ye Nanfen was married to Ye Guan, her position in the Eternal Night Empire would solidify. No one would be able to challenge her authority by then. Once Ye Guan's 3 bloodlines enhanced her bloodline, she'd inevitably become a terrifying powerhouse. Unfortunately, Ye Nanfen had failed to meet every single one of Ye Jun's expectations. Ye Nanfen wanted to say something, but Ye Jun gestured for her to leave once again and even exclaimed, "Stand down." Ye Nanfen went beyond pallid. Ye Jun's remark meant that she no longer had any chance of becoming the empress. Ye Nanfen felt like she was at the summit just a few moments ago, but she plummeted to the bottom in the blink of an eye. Ye Jun ignored Ye Nanfen and calmly said, "Bring Ye Nanking here." Ye Nanking? Ye Nanfen glanced at her father in shock. She wasn't shocked that her sister had been summoned to replace her, rather, she was shocked that her father had readily agreed to Ye Guan's request. Ye Nanfen realized something horrifying just then. Soon, a young woman appeared, and she had a striking resemblance to Ye Nanfen. The only difference was that Ye Nanfen exuded a cold, frigid air, while Ye Nanking exuded an amiable, approachable air, which was accentuated by her light ink-colored long dress. Ye Nanking's cultivation base was low, she was just a paltry time immortal realm. In addition, her cultivation base seemed unstable as well, which meant she had definitely raised her cultivation base using external means. Ye Nanfen was a great sovereign, so Ye Nanking's cultivation base was definitely inferior to the former. Ye Nanking bowed respectfully to Ye Jun and greeted, "Father." Ye Jun nodded slightly. "Go and have a talk with young Master Ye." Ye Nanking was a bit surprised to hear that. She turned her gaze to Ye Guan and bowed gracefully. "Young Master Ye." Ye Guan smiled. "Lady Nanking, let's talk inside the hall." Ye Guan turned around and walked away. Ye Nanking hesitated briefly, but she still followed him into the hall. Upon arriving inside the hall, Ye Guan immediately looked at Ye Nanking and asked, "Do you know why your father asked you to come here?" Ye Nanking nodded slightly. Ye Guan asked, "What do you think?" "I think you should choose my sister, Ye Nanfen, young Master Ye." Ye Nanking replied with a smile. "Her talent is exceptional, and my father has always considered her his heir." "What if I choose you?" Ye Guan asked. Ye Nanking was silent for quite a while before saying, "Young Master Ye, forgive me for my blunt words, but I dislike arranged marriages. Unfortunately, I know that I can't refuse this arrangement. My father is just going to marry me away someday in exchange for profits." "You didn't answer my question," Ye Guan pointed out. "Marry me, and I'll fulfill my duties as your wife," Ye Nanking replied, observing Ye Guan's expression. The implication was that they could get married, and Ye Nanking would still fulfill her duties as a wife, even though she had no feelings for Ye Guan. "I understand what you're trying to say, Lady Nanking. How about this? We can announce our marriage to the public, but there's no need for us to behave like real couples. I'll enhance your family's bloodline, and I'll help you become the Empress of the Eternal Night Empire. Once the dust has settled, we can part ways and announce our divorce to the public. You'll be emancipated by then," Ye Guan suggested. Ye Nanking froze and stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. Ye Guan wasn't thrilled about the idea of arranged marriages, but he needed the support of the Eternal Night Empire, so he decided to compromise. They decided to have a marriage of convenience, a bond wherein they wouldn't have to fulfill their marriage vows. It would be a win-win situation. Ye Nanking appeared surprised by Ye Guan's proposal. She couldn't help but doubt whether Ye Guan was serious or not, so she decided to ask, "Is this really okay for you, young Master Ye?" Ye Guan nodded with a confident smile. "We just have to work together, and it's all going to work out in the end." Ye Nanking was silent. "Why do you look like you're hesitating?" Ye Guan asked. Ye Nanking met Ye Guan's gaze and suggested, "Why don't you approach my sister? She's powerful, and she should be a better partner." "I did consider her," Ye Guan replied. "However, I didn't like her personality at all." Ye Nanking nodded. "Okay, I understand what I have to do, young Master Ye." Ye Guan grinned. "It's settled, then. We'll have a marriage of convenience, and we'll go our separate ways once everything has been sorted." Ye Nanking nodded. "Let's go outside," Ye Guan suggested and led Ye Nanking out of the grand hall. Ye Nanking nodded at Ye Jun. Ye Jun smiled instantly. The marriage alliance was established, and they stood to gain a ton, as Ye Guan's backers were the True Universe and the Guanshan Universe. "The wedding will be in 3 days, Ye Jun announced decisively. The sudden announcement astonished both Ye Guan and Ye Nanking. Noticing Ye Guan's surprise, Ye Jun explained, "Young Master Ye, don't be surprised. I want Nanking to get married to you as soon as possible because I want her to contend for the throne." Confused, Ye Guan asked, "Aren't you interested in continuing your term, senior?" Ye Jun smiled and explained, "It is unnecessary. I've reached a bottleneck, and the King Dao Destiny aura is no longer that useful to me. I'd stand to gain more if I were to step back and focus on my cultivation." Ye Guan nodded and went silent. Meanwhile, Ye Nanking hesitated briefly before saying, "Father, Ye Jun chuckled. "Don't worry. Now that Ye Anjun and Ye Shura have both fallen from grace, you no longer have any competitors. And even if there were, I believe young Master Ye here would help you navigate through any challenges." Ye Nanking glanced at Ye Guan but chose to remain silent. Ye Guan glanced at the great Daoist brushmaster, and the latter nodded. Ye Guan smiled wryly. Getting married in 3 days is just, it's so soon? Ye Jun laughed and said, young master Ye, let's keep the marriage simple given the circumstances. Don't worry, we will handle everything. Ye Guan nodded. Sounds great. I suggest you stay here in the palace, young master Ye. I've heard reports from the Imperial Guards that a few time reversers are still in the Eternal Night Empire. I don't think they're going to give up that easily. Ye Guan acknowledged. Understood. And you two are going to stay together, Ye Jun added. Both Ye Guan and Ye Nanking looked at Ye Jun in surprise. Ye Jun explained solemnly, don't overthink it. I'm just concerned that the time reversers will target Nanking. If something were to happen to her, our plan would be ruined. Ye Guan chose not to say anything in response. That's a great idea, the great Daoist brushmaster chimed in, it might also help foster a deeper connection. Ye Guan turned to face Ye Nanking, who lowered her head without uttering a word. Ye Jun said, Nanking, take young master Ye downstairs to rest. Ye Nanking nodded and looked at Ye Guan. Young master Ye, please. Ye Guan nodded and followed Ye Nanking away. Senior. Ye Jun muttered, I've put everything on the line for this. The great Daoist brushmaster remained composed as he replied, I did the same, so what's there to fear? Ye Jun sighed. Truth be told, if it hadn't been for the great Daoist brushmaster, he wouldn't have dared to collaborate with Ye Guan. The time reversers were truly powerful, and Ye Jun knew that there were even more powerful time reversers. The time reversers were beings capable of reversing the flow of time, which was a feat that Ye Jun found difficult to accomplish himself. If it hadn't been for Eternal Night City's powerful arrays and the King Dao Destiny aura on him, those time reversers would have killed him last night. In other words, Ye Jun was gambling here, and the stakes were the entire Eternal Night Empire. Everyone's going to die if he fails, the great Daoist brushmaster said. If he succeeds, countless beings will lose their cultivation base due to the universe tribulation, but you will undoubtedly be safe as one of his relatives. You will be grateful for the choice you made today. Ye Jun nodded. I hope so. The great Daoist brushmaster nodded and turned around to leave. He still had other matters to handle. Just then, Ye Jun's countenance changed, and his voice changed as well as he shouted, Guards! A figure in black appeared before him and knelt down. Your Majesty. Ye Jun calmly said, pass down my decree. Henceforth, the Imperial Palace is under strict lockdown. All cultivators in seclusion must come out, defensive arrays are to be set and be ready to be activated at any moment. Furthermore, dispatch all scouts and notify the leaders of the 17 states to bring their elites to the Imperial City. Those who defy this order will have to bear the consequences. The figure clad in black acknowledged the command with a bow and disappeared. Ye Jun looked up at the vast sky with an expression tinged with concern. The great Daoist brushmaster had been a crucial figure in the founding of the Eternal Night Clan's Eternal Night Empire. In addition, the great Daoist brushmaster could be considered the individual closest to the great Dao. Ye Jun had willingly decided to stand on the great Daoist brushmaster's side. Ye Jun turned around and left. Meanwhile, Ye Nanking led Ye Guan to her room. Ye Nanking's room was cozy rather than spacious, and the subtle fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air. Ye Nanking felt a bit uneasy, as this was the first time she brought someone into her personal space. However, she steeled her resolve and poured a cup of tea for Ye Guan. Young master Ye, please, Ye Nanking said. Ye Guan smiled at Ye Nanking. Lady Nanking, please take a seat as well. Ye Nanking hesitated briefly before sitting across from Ye Guan. Ye Guan revealed a friendly smile and asked, Lady Nanking, do I give off a villainous vibe? Ye Nanking shook her head. Then, why do you seem a little apprehensive around me? Ye Guan asked. I'm just a bit uncomfortable. Ye Guan remarked, you don't like this, do you? Ye Nanking met Ye Guan's gaze and nodded. Your father seems like he's in a hurry to marry you off, and he even instructed you to bring me to your room. You feel as if he's treating you as if you're a commodity, and he's so eager about marrying you off to the point of disregarding your feelings. Ye Nanking revealed a thoughtful look at Ye Guan's words, but she chose not to say anything. Ye Guan pondered briefly over the situation and suggested, Lady Nanking, how about you look at this from a different perspective? Perplexed, Ye Nanking asked, a different perspective? Ye Guan nodded. Indeed. Isn't this an opportunity to change your destiny? You can choose not to marry me, but do you really think that you can avoid marriage completely? Your father is probably going to arrange another marriage for you in the future. If you want to avoid being treated as a mere pawn, you have to become a player. Ye Nanking pondered silently over Ye Guan's words. If everything goes according to plan, you'll ascend to the throne and become the Empress of the Eternal Night Empire. By then, the entire Eternal Night Empire is in your hands. However, you're too weak, so you have to become even stronger before then so that you won't get manipulated by others. I can assist you in that regard. I'll elevate your bloodline and take it to a whole new level. This way, not only will your strength experience a significant upgrade, but your status in the Eternal Night Clan will become rock solid as well, Ye Guan said. Then, he took a sip of the tea in his teacup and grinned before continuing. Everything seems brighter now that you're looking at it from a different perspective, right? Ye Guan glanced at the quiet Ye Nanking and said, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I won't take advantage of you nor even attempt to control you. Once everything is settled, I'll make a public statement, and we can part ways amicably. I'll also bid farewell to this place. You're a good person, young master. Yeah. Ye Guan laughed heartily. Ye Nanking frowned in confusion and asked, what's funny, young master? Yeah. Ye Guan chuckled. I once visited a place called the Milky Way. Being a good person in that place has a unique connotation. Ye Nanking was intrigued. A unique connotation. Ye Guan nodded. In that place, if a woman isn't interested in a man, she might say, you're a good person, but we're not suitable for each other. Ye Nanking was stunned, and then she smiled. Of course, she quickly composed herself. Ye Guan felt the urge to offer a compliment upon witnessing Ye Nanking's smile, but he remembered Little Jia's advice about how he had to avoid complimenting women in case they might misunderstand him. Ye Guan didn't dare to compliment Ye Nanking. In the end, Ye Guan said, Lady Nanking, I have to cultivate. Sure, said Ye Nanking with a nod. Ye Guan walked away and entered the world inside the tiny pagoda. Ye Guan remained silent for a long time as she stared at where she last saw Ye Guan before the latter disappeared into thin air. Eventually, Ye Nanking stood up and left. Ye Nanking's face became exceedingly calm, and her submissive demeanor from earlier had vanished. Ye Nanking soon arrived at a hall and found the one and only figure inside the room, Ye Jun. Ye Jun stared at Ye Nanking and asked, what do you think of him? Ye Nanking responded, he doesn't seem to have many ulterior motives. He has ulterior motives, but it's not many. Ye Jun frowned. Ye Nanking nodded. What are your chances of defeating him in a confrontation? Ye Nanking calmly responded, my chances are 100%. Ye Jun's eyes flashed sharply. Even a great destiny sovereign is an ant before him. Ye Nanking calmly repeated, my chances are 100%. Ye Jun smiled. If you can take advantage of his 3 bloodlines to shatter the constraints of that woman's bloodline, then your power will soar to new heights. Perhaps you may even become as strong as her. Ye Nanking remained composed, but she didn't say anything in response. Nanking, the reason I want you to marry him is to prevent the Eternal Night Empire from becoming someone else's lackey. He's a remarkably astute young man, but your sister couldn't get along with him. If you can. Ye Jun trailed off. Staring into Ye Nanking's eyes, Ye Jun continued, do you understand? Once a woman fell for a man, it would be game over. The same was true for once a man fell for a woman. By then, true cooperation was impossible. However, the Eternal Night clan wanted more than cooperation, they wanted to dominate and prosper. Ye Jun was worried that the Eternal Night clan would simply provide a dowry for Ye Guan. Ye Guan was a heaven-defying monstrous talent, and he was pretty smart as well. Ye Jun was afraid of sustaining heavy losses if things went wrong once he had sent his men to help Ye Guan. Ye Nanking glanced at Ye Jun, but she didn't say anything before leaving. Ye Jun smiled wryly. He felt helpless when it came to Ye Nanking. Ye Nanking had always been a terrifying, monstrous talent, but unlike Ye Nanfan, she was low-key and rarely interacted with outsiders. She was focused solely on cultivation. Furthermore, she showed no courtesy to anyone aside from her mother. Her mother was also the reason she decided to step forward and marry Ye Guan. If it hadn't been for her mother, Ye Jun wouldn't have been able to make her move at all. Fortunately, she definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage once she married Ye Guan. Ye Guan walked up to Ao Qianqian in the world inside the tiny pagoda. Ao Qianqian had made a breakthrough to become a great-time sovereign. Her aura was still surging as well, and the aura of her bloodline had become significantly stronger. So this is the power of the ancestral dragon's inheritance. Ye Guan smiled, knowing that Ao Qianqian would emerge as a great destiny sovereign from the tiny pagoda. This was all thanks to the plain-skirt lady. Ye Guan had to admit that his plain-skirt aunt was truly generous. Ye Guan called out, Master Pagoda. What? Little Pagoda sked. Ye Guan asked, do you know anything about my 3rd bloodline? Little Pagoda replied, nope. Ye Guan frowned. Really? After a moment of silence, Little Pagoda replied, it's a really unique bloodline, and it's going to be a bit more challenging to awaken it compared to your mad demon bloodline. Ye Guan questioned, how strong is it? Little Pagoda asserted, it's extremely strong. Ye Guan nodded. I see. Awaken that bloodline, and you will become extremely formidable. Ye Guan chuckled and pointed. There must be a catch, right? Little Pagoda answered, of course. Ye Guan pondered, what if I activated all 3 bloodlines simultaneously? Then it'd depend on whether you're strong enough to subdue them. Ye Guan became more and more curious about his 3rd bloodline. However, he didn't ask more questions and left the world inside the tiny pagoda. Ye Guan found Ye Nanking when he reappeared in the room. Ye Nanking saw Ye Guan, but she didn't ask any questions. Ye Guan looked outside and remarked, Lady Nanking, do you want to rest? Rest? Ye Nanking asked in surprise. Ye Guan nodded. Ye Nanking was quiet. Ye Guan smiled at that and said, I'll go ahead and rest, then. Then, Ye Guan pointed at the nearby bed and asked, you don't mind, do you? Ye Nanking shook her head. Cultivators could survive without sleep, and it had been years since Ye Nanking slept. Ye Guan walked up to the bed and lay down, closing his eyes slowly. Ye Guan had developed the habit of sleeping every time since his sojourn in Blue Planet. Ye Guan no longer favored the fast-paced lifestyle of cultivators. He believed that life was full of routines, and Ye Guan no longer wanted to cultivate all the time. Ye Guan immediately fell asleep, astonishing Ye Nanking. Ye Nanking checked and discovered that Ye Guan had truly fallen asleep. Eventually, Ye Nanking turned around and sat on a nearby chair. She closed her eyes and started cultivating. If Ye Guan were awake, he would be astonished, as Ye Nanking was absorbing spiritual energy from other space-time dimensions. As far as Ye Guan knew, only a spirit progenitor like Little White could do such a thing. The night passed, and Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly upon getting hit by the first rays of sunlight. He yawned and stretched lazily before casting his gaze upon Ye Nanking not too far away from him in a chair. Ye Nanking had to have finished cultivating not too long ago, as she was staring at Ye Guan. Ye Guan stood up and ambled over to the nearby table, where he produced 2 bowls before taking out 2 packets of instant noodles that he had purchased from Blue Planet. Ye Guan cooked the noodles and turned to Ye Nanking. "Lady Nanking, do you want some?" Ye Guan offered with a smile. Ye Nanking shook her head instinctively. However, Ye Guan urged, "Just give it a shot, it's surprisingly tasty." Ye Nanking remained reluctant. Seeing that, Ye Guan simply handed her a bowl of noodles and said, "Just a taste." Ye Nanking glanced at Ye Guan and gave in. She accepted the chopsticks and took a bite of the noodles. The umami and flavors of the noodles instantly pervaded her mouth, stupefying her. Ye Guan asked, "How is it?" Ye Nanking nodded. "Not bad." Then, Ye Nanking turned to Ye Guan with curious eyes and asked, "What kind of noodles are these?" "It's pretty tasty." Ye Guan chuckled. "Instant noodles, I made it myself." Ye Nanking gazed at Ye Guan without uttering a word. Ye Guan smiled and started eating, but the smile on his face faded away. If only Sister Zhen were here. Ye Guan shook his head and made quick work of the noodles. Ye Nanking had annihilated the noodles as well, and she inwardly admitted that she liked it. Ye Guan put away the utensils and bowls before walking out of the room. Ye Guan was astonished to see that the palace had been decorated with festive decorations featuring red banners and red lights. They were all necessary for a wedding's jubilant atmosphere. Ye Nanking walked up to Ye Guan from behind. Ye Guan remarked, "So it'll happen the day after tomorrow." Ye Nanking nodded. Ye Guan turned to look at Ye Nanking and saw that she was as calm as a placid lake. Ye Guan pondered briefly over something before saying, "Lady Nanking, rest assured, I will definitely keep my word. This marriage is just for convenience's sake." "Am I ugly?" Ye Nanking asked. Ye Guan was taken aback. "Are you that afraid of becoming my husband?" Ye Nanking asked. Ye Guan was bewildered. What is she even thinking? Ye Nanking's gaze settled on Ye Guan, seemingly waiting for his response. "I thought you disliked arranged marriages." Ye Guan asked back. Ye Nanking nodded. "Yes, I dislike them. However, you've emphasized multiple times that our marriage is just for convenience's sake. Why is that? Is it because I'm ugly?" Ye Guan stared deeply at Ye Nanking. "How about we turn it into the real deal?" Ye Nanking shook her head. "No way." Ye Guan rolled his eyes, utterly flabbergasted. A woman's mind was indeed too intricate to unravel. Ye Nanking could decline without any explanation, while he had to explain his side. A fleeting smile tugged at Ye Nanking's lips upon seeing Ye Guan's flabbergasted face. Just then, Ye Nanking looked up and frowned. Ye Guan grabbed Ye Nanking's hand and pulled her away. A spear descended from the skies and landed on where Ye Guan and Ye Nanking once stood. Boom! Dozens of powerful auras instantly came to life within the Imperial Palace. Every single aura belonged to a great destiny sovereign, and they were all members of the Eternal Night Army. Ye Guan looked up and saw a young man in white overhead. The young man was holding a spear with a light smile. He was the same young man in white that Ye Guan had encountered back at Yashura's residence. Ye Nanking glanced quietly at the 2 Eternal Night Army troops on her right. The young man in white grinned and challenged. "A duel, right? Come here, then." Swoosh! Ye Guan held Ye Nanking's waist and transformed into a streak of sword light that shot to the sky. The 2 Eternal Night Army troops on Ye Nanking's right rushed toward Ye Guan and Ye Nanking. The abrupt turn of events startled the nearby Eternal Night Army troops. They were about to rush forward, but it was too late. The 2 Eternal Night Army troops had already reached Ye Guan and Ye Nanking with their weapons in hand. Ye Guan pulled Ye Nanking behind him and slashed out, unleashing 3 heaven rands with an ample amount of stacks each. Boom! The 2 Eternal Night Army troops were blasted by at least a few kilometers away. Ye Guan didn't rush toward the young man in white. He held Ye Nanking's waist with a wary expression. Had the enemy breached the Imperial Palace? Ye Guan frowned deeply. Just then, a middle-aged man materialized next to Ye Guan. He was none other than Ye Jun, and he was accompanied by 6 mysterious figures clad in white robes. Ye Jun's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. The time reversers actually dared to make a move in the Eternal Night Empire's Imperial Palace. Ye Guan stared at the young man in white, and the latter was staring at Ye Guan as well. "How did you know that our men were around you?" asked the young man in white. Ye Guan calmly replied, "It's because I knew that trash like you wouldn't dare to face me one-on-one. The fact that you offered to fight me in a duel means that you're trying to lure me into fighting you, allowing your men to attack Lady Nanking." Ye Nanking glanced at Ye Guan but remained silent. The young man in white sneered, "Do you really think you're that strong?" Ye Guan stared at the young man in white. "Let's have a duel, then. No asking for help. Do you dare?" The young man in white's eyes narrowed into slits. He dared not fight Ye Guan in a duel, as the latter had just blasted away 2 great destiny sovereigns with a single move. Moreover, Ye Guan didn't even go all out. A duel against Ye Guan without asking for any help? The young man in white had no confidence at all, and why would he be impulsive at this juncture? The young man in white sneered, "Ye Guan, if you're trying to win the Eternal Night Empire to your side, I can only say that you..." Swoosh! Ye Guan transformed into a sword light and took to the sky, interrupting the young man in white. The young man in white's pupils constricted, and he thrust his spear forward. Bang! A deafening noise echoed as the spear shattered, and the young man in white was blasted a few kilometers away. The collision just now was so strong that a massive space-time rift that led to a void was torn open. The young man in white stared in shock at Ye Guan in the distance. You. Ye Guan cast a contemptuous gaze at the young man in white. Did the past clan send someone like you because they're short on personnel? The young man in white was furious. He was about to speak when a terrifying aura suddenly surged from the depths of the starry sky. The aura was so terrifying that it felt as if the entire starry sky was about to collapse. A suffocating pressure descended upon everyone as their faces turned grim. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed at the terrifying aura. The aura was way more powerful than a great destiny sovereign. A true supreme elite was here. Ye Guan retreated to Ye Nanking's side. He realized that the goal of these time reversers was Ye Nanking. The entire Eternal Night Empire was aware of their marriage, so they just had to kill Ye Nanking to destroy Ye Guan's alliance with the Eternal Night Empire. The spacetime behind the young man in white was torn apart, and a middle-aged man walked out of the spacetime rift. The young man in white's expression immediately changed upon seeing this middle-aged man. He hurriedly bowed toward the middle-aged man and greeted, "Senior Uncle Yu Chen." Yu Chen didn't pay any attention to the young man in white, but he looked down at Ye Guan with a smile. Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked up at Yu Chen without a word. The past clan had sent a true supreme elite, and there was more than just one of them. Ye Guan could feel the presence of quite a few terrifying auras lurking in the shadows. Ye Jun's face turned grim. The time reverser's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Yu Chen's gaze landed on Ye Jun. Ye Jun, I'm here to ask you if your Eternal Night clan really intends to cooperate with Ye Guan. Ye Jun frowned and was about to speak when Yu Chen added, the time reversers have no enmity with the Eternal Night clan, and we don't want anything unpleasant to happen to the Eternal Night Empire. Hence, as long as you promise us not to join forces with Ye Guan and chase him out of your empire, we promise not to do anything to the Eternal Night Empire. Ye Jun fell silent. To be honest, the offer was enticing. The time reversers were more terrifying than he thought, and the past clan's strength had to be even more unfathomable than the time reversers here. Ye Jun also had no idea just how many supreme elites the past clan had. A single mistake could lead to irreversible consequences if Ye Jun were to get involved in the conflict between the Guanxian universe and the time reversers. Ye Nanking's voice echoed in Ye Jun's head, if I were on their side and you chose to do our bidding, I would immediately annihilate the Eternal Night Empire once you've kicked Ye Guan out and offended the Guanxian universe. The reason they haven't done anything to us is not because they fear our strength but because they fear the great deist Brushmaster. Ye Jun was enlightened. Oftentimes, those who would die the earliest were the ones sitting on the fence and insisted on staying neutral. Everyone on both sides would also despise people like them. Ye Jun turned to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled. I'll respect your decision, Your Majesty Ye Jun. Ye Jun hurriedly said, Young Lord Ye, don't overthink it. You're going to get married to Nanking tomorrow, so we'll become a family by then. It's only natural for family members to resist enemies together. Ye Guan nodded lightly and went silent. Then, Ye Jun looked at Yu Chen with a cold gaze and said, My Eternal Night Empire will stand together with young Lord Ye. If you want to attack us, please go ahead. Ye Jun had just declared their stance. Yu Chen smiled faintly. Instead of getting angry, he glanced at Ye Guan before turning around to leave. The powerful lurkers also vanished. Ye Guan frowned. The time reversers would surely not let go of this matter so easily. They had chosen not to make a move, but they would surely go all out the moment they made their move. Ye Guan fell into deep contemplation. Young Lord Ye, Ye Jun suddenly said, do you have any objections to the wedding tomorrow? Ye Guan looked at Ye Jun. Ye Jun lowered his voice and explained, to be honest, there are many opposing voices even within the Imperial Palace. They do not wish to get involved in this war, so I'd need a legitimate reason to suppress those voices. Ye Guan nodded slightly. I have no objections at all. Ye Jun nodded and glanced at Ye Nanking before leaving. Ye Guan looked at Ye Nanking and said, Lady Nanking, I'll have to be with you all the time for your safety from now on. Ye Nanking replied, okay. Ye Guan stared into the depths of the starry sky, seemingly thinking of something. Ye Nanking suddenly said, Young Lord Ye, I heard that the goal of the time reversers is to unleash the evil Dao, which means allowing the universe tribulation to erupt and destroy the myriad beings. Is that true? Yes, Ye Guan replied. Ye Nanking asked, the universe tribulation is definitely going to erupt, right? Ye Guan nodded again. So, what's the point of trying to prevent it from happening? Ye Nanking asked. Ye Guan explained softly, there are still 100 years before the universe tribulation's eruption. If I couldn't find another solution in 100 years, I'd work together with the great deist Brushmaster to suppress the myriad beings. The resources that the myriad beings had plundered, which is their cultivation base, will be returned to the vast expanse. From the next generation onward, no one would be able to cultivate. Everyone would become ordinary humans with a lifespan of less than 100 years. You'll become no different from the evil Dao in the eyes of the myriad beings if you do that. That's right. I don't think you can do that. Why not? Because you're not a ruthless person. Ye Guan laughed. Lady Nanking, you say that I'm not ruthless, but I've killed many people before. Killing doesn't mean you're ruthless, Ye Nanking replied, shaking her head. Ye Guan chuckled and found Lady Nanking to be quite an interesting woman. Young Lord Ye, I want you to be honest and ask yourself once that day comes, can you really bring yourself to do it? Ye Guan went silent. He knew that he would have to face resistance in all directions if he were to strip all myriad beings of their cultivation base. After all, the majority of people had been cultivating their own lives, and there was no way anyone would agree to Ye Guan's demands so easily. The entire vast expanse would most likely rebel against him. Ye Guan shook his head with a wry smile. Ye Nanking asked again, can you come up with a better solution? Ye Guan did not speak. He had a few ideas, and they were the reason he had dared to make a promise with the great Daoist Brushmaster. However, those ideas were meaningless at the moment, as he was too weak. Ye Nanking added, young Lord Ye, your talent is extraordinary. Focus on cultivating, and you'll definitely become invincible. By then, nothing can threaten you, much less the universe tribulation or the rebellion of the vast expanse. In other words, why are you even bothering with such a dangerous task? Actually, Ye Guan smiled and said, I don't really want to do this, but I have no choice. Why? Lady Nanking, do you think this world needs order? It doesn't matter to me. If the Eternal Night Empire were on the brink of annihilation, what would you do? It doesn't matter to me. Ye Guan was speechless. Why is she not answering my questions the way I want her to answer me? Ye Nanking looked at him and said, young Lord Ye, are you doing all this for the myriad beings, or are you doing all this for yourself? For myself. Ye Guan replied almost immediately. Ye Nanking frowned. What? Ye Guan asked, are you going to believe me if I say that I'm doing all this for the myriad beings throughout the vast expanse? Lady Nanking, I have to admit that everyone in this world has their own vested interests. Truly selfless individuals are few and far between, but they exist. Take the true God, for example. The myriad beings would have perished long ago if she hadn't decided to suppress the universe tribulation. I can't guarantee anything, but I will try my best. If it doesn't work out, then like what the great Daoist Brushmaster said, we'll have to sacrifice everyone's cultivation and establish a new order so that the myriad beings can coexist with the vast expanse. Don't you think it's a better outcome than the eruption of the universe tribulation? Ye Nanking sighed softly, unable to refute. She also thought that Ye Guan's perspective was acceptable. Ye Guan smiled. Well, there's no need to be so pessimistic. There are still 100 years to go, and I might be able to come up with a solution before that. Let me tell you a secret as well. My father, my aunt, my grandfather, and another senior swordsman that I know are extremely powerful. When it comes down to it, I'll gather all of them and brainstorm with them for a solution. Who knows? Perhaps we can figure something out? Haha. Ye Guan's demeanor became sunnier as he spoke, seemingly filled with hope. His smile became brighter as well as he said, especially my aunt, she's really, really powerful. Ye Nanking smiled and said, I hope it all works out. Ye Guan nodded and said, Lady Nanking, my enemies are the time reversers, and I'm definitely going to need the help of the Eternal Night Empire against them. I know that you can be considered a mere pawn in the grand scheme of things. I don't think apologizing is a great idea, as that's just going to make me appear superficial. Anyway, I promise that I will try my best, and I'll make sure that you won't be harmed. I'm also going to help you as much as I can. Ye Nanking's eyes flashed in a complicated light as she said, young Lord Ye, you don't have to overthink it. This marriage alliance will also bring a ton of profit to my Eternal Night clan, so you don't owe me anything at all. Lady Nanking, I noticed that you don't seem particularly interested in becoming the Empress. Why is that? Ye Guan pointed out. I won't be able to live the life that I wish if I were to become the Empress. That's true. However, it doesn't sound like a bad idea at all. Of course, you'll have absolute power in the Empire once you become the Empress. After all, if I were to become the Empress, you would become my Emperor consort. Do you know how that works? How? An Emperor consort isn't allowed to live together with the Empress. The Empress will only invite the Emperor consort to her quarters whenever she needs his service, and the Empress can have up to 360 male concubines. Of course, their status is going to be far below an Emperor consort, as an Emperor consort is basically the ruler of the harem. In addition, an Emperor consort is expected to look for handsome men to serve as male concubines for the Empress. Ye Guan pondered over Ye Nanking's remark briefly before saying, Lady Nanking, what you just told me is the custom that you have here. I don't have any objections, but can you wait until we part ways before you start looking for male concubines? Why? Our marriage is just a marriage of convenience, but we should still respect each other, don't you think so? Ye Nanking stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan asked, do you have a man that you like? Ye Nanking blinked. Yes. Ye Guan immediately frowned and said, Lady Nanking, why didn't you say that earlier? I wouldn't have agreed to this marriage if you had just told me that you had someone you like. Ye Guan had no intentions of becoming a third party. Young Lord Ye, you were raised in a free-range way, right? Ye Guan was surprised. How did you know? Because you look a bit innocent, Ye Nanking replied. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Innocent? Ye Guan stared at Ye Nanking and felt that she wasn't as innocent as he thought. Of course, it wasn't strange at all. The Imperial Palace was a treacherous place, after all, and Ye Guan reckoned that she had witnessed quite a few incidents. The sky was getting brighter as daybreak arrived. Ye Guan looked up and smiled. Lady Nanking, shall we stroll together? Ye Nanking nodded in agreement, and the two of them walked deeper into the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was on high alert due to the Time Reverser's attack, and there were over a dozen great destiny sovereigns lurking in the shadows above the Imperial Palace. Ye Guan looked around him and saw that the festive decorations in the Imperial Palace had become even more lavish. Every pillar had decorations with the character for happiness written all over them, and there were also red lanterns hanging from the eaves. There were also large red carpets rolled out at the entrances of the major palaces. The Eternal Night Empire had decided to go all out for the marriage alliance. Ye Guan also had an esteemed status, so the Eternal Night Empire had to organize a wedding that was befitting of his status. Ye Guan retracted his gaze and said, "Lady Nanking, I feel that you should become even stronger." Ye Nanking merely smiled. Ye Guan asked, "What do you think? I thought you would protect me." "Yes, but wouldn't it be better if you had the strength to protect yourself?" "It would be better, yes. I'll make you become even stronger." "All right. Follow me, I'll take you somewhere." Ye Guan grabbed Ye Nanking's arm, and they disappeared into thin air. The two found themselves in the world inside the tiny pagoda. Ye Nanking looked around in surprise. She had noticed that the passage of time here was markedly different compared to the outside world. Ye Guan asked, "Lady Nanking, are you a time immortal?" Ye Nanking nodded, suppressing the astonishment in her heart. "Let me give you a cultivation method," Ye Guan said and pointed at Ye Nanking's forehead. A white light orb floated over to Ye Nanking and melted into her glabella. Boom! Ye Nanking heard a resounding boom inside of her as information flooded her mind. "I just gave you the universe beholdment skill that my mother made. I think you can use that cultivation method the rest of your life," Ye Guan explained. Ye Nanking nodded. "What an amazing cultivation method." Ye Guan smiled and gave Ye Nanking some spiritual cores before walking away and focusing on his cultivation. His plan was to master space overlap. Ye Guan had encountered a bottleneck when it came to space overlap, as it was just incredibly difficult to execute. Entering multiple instances of space-time in the blink of an eye meant producing fleeting avatars to unleash those attacks. Ye Guan had been doing just fine by himself, but to reach the limits of space overlap, he needed the help of avatars that would only exist during the execution of Heaven Rend. Sister Zhen's space overlap was indeed a great idea, but it was too difficult to execute at a higher level. Nonetheless, Ye Guan believed that he would eventually be able to succeed at using more space overlap than he could use at the moment. Ye Guan started a round of intense training by the shores of the world inside the tiny pagoda. Sichen wasn't around, so Ye Guan could only experiment, which was why his rate of progress was so slow. Ye Nanking curiously surveyed her surroundings and was shocked once more. She had just calculated and discovered that staying here for 10 years was equivalent to only one day outside. The Eternal Night Empire had abundant resources and many divine items, but it had nothing on the same level as this place. Ye Nanking didn't cultivate. Instead, she decided to watch Ye Guan, curious about Ye Guan's sword techniques. Ye Nanking sat at the side and observed from afar. Today, Ye Guan was wearing a black robe, and his upright posture resembled a spear. A dazzling light emitted from his eyes, and he looked both motivated and determined. "So he's a swordsman," Ye Nanking mused to herself. The Eternal Night Empire absolutely abhorred swordsmen, so this was Ye Nanking's first time encountering a swordsman. However, Ye Guan was quite different from what she imagined swordsmen were. Ye Nanking thought that swordsmen were eccentric, aloof, solitary figures who traveled the world by themselves, unfettered from worldly affairs. Ye Guan wasn't like the swordsman she had imagined at all, as Ye Guan gave off the impression of a refined, gentle, and occasionally mischievous scholar. Ye Guan didn't look like a swordsman at all, his sharpness was completely restrained, and he wasn't eccentric. However, Ye Guan's sharpness was as imposing and awe-inspiring as lightning. Ye Nanking didn't harbor any ill intentions toward Ye Guan. In fact, when her father implied that she ought to control Ye Guan, she didn't agree with her father's request. Ye Nanking wasn't interested in men, much less interested in controlling them. Her heart only had one space for one thing: the Great Dao. If it hadn't been for that woman who came to beg her, she wouldn't have bothered to even interact with Ye Guan. Speaking of that woman, it seemed that she still had some feelings for her. When Ye Nanking first arrived in the Eternal Night Empire, her physique had issues that didn't allow her to cultivate. An individual incapable of cultivating was useless, especially in a great clan like the Eternal Night Clan, which prioritized cultivation and martial arts more than anything. As a result, Ye Nanking received a lot of bullying, and when her father learned that she was essentially a cripple, he never visited her again. The only one who never gave up on her was that woman. She was also the reason that she decided to stay in the Eternal Night Empire for a bit longer than planned. The woman had told her to enter a marriage alliance out of the kindness of her heart. The woman wanted Ye Nanking to have powerful in-laws whom she could rely on so that no one would bully her ever again. Ye Nanking wanted to refuse, but she couldn't resist the woman's pleading. In the end, she decided to meet Ye Guan and was a bit surprised by the conclusion that she had drawn after interacting with the young man for a while. Ye Guan was an honest and sincere person. Ye Nanking was suddenly reminded of that woman, and she couldn't help but think that her judgment was a bit lacking. If she could get along well with this young man, the throne would be within her reach. She would gain a powerful ally, too. However, the woman had insisted on doing things her way. Ye Guan seemed kind and easygoing, but Ye Nanking could tell that he was prideful. Treat him well, and he'd treat you well. However, if one were to flaunt their arrogance before Ye Guan, the latter wouldn't be merciful at all. Ye Nanking shook her head. Why am I even thinking about this? Once the dust had settled, it would be time for her to leave. The two of them were just passersby in each other's lives. They were powerful cultivators capable of going to closed-door cultivation for hundreds of years, so such fleeting encounters were easily forgotten. Swing! A shrill noise abruptly echoed, and a powerful sword energy landed on the sea, splitting it into two. Ye Nanking looked at Ye Guan in the distance and saw that he looked illusory. A hint of surprise flashed in Ye Nanking's eyes as she muttered, producing avatars capable of performing a sword technique in an independent, space-time instance. Ye Guan seemed to have detected Ye Nanking's gaze, and he turned around to look at her with a smile. What do you think of that move? Ye Nanking nodded. It's not bad. Not bad? Ye Guan's lips twitched slightly. He wasn't satisfied with her answer, but he didn't mind it and continued on cultivating. Ye Guan spent the next few days in training, and he eventually managed to prove that his assumption was right. Stacking Heaven Rend using space overlap was incredibly difficult both technique-wise, consumption-wise, and knowledge-wise. A profound understanding of space-time was necessary, as well as intense concentration to perform multiple tasks at once, which consumed a ton of mental energy. It was truly daunting and challenging. However, Ye Guan had also realized that it wasn't exactly impossible. Ye Guan believed that once he had achieved full mastery of the technique, he might be able to defeat his grandfather and father he could slaughter whenever he wished. Ye Guan grinned and inwardly acknowledged. It feels like I'm getting more and more arrogant. This is definitely the Mad Demon bloodline's fault. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 10 years in the tiny pagoda, so Ye Guan had no worries about training rigorously for half a year. Finally, he was starting to see some results. Ye Guan slashed out, and tens of thousands of avatars appeared briefly to slash out in their own space-time instances. Every avatar only made one move, but when the power of their moves converged in one single point, it created a terrifying attack that was so terrifying that even Little Pagoda struggled to withstand it. The true tree inside of him had allowed Ye Guan to support the spiritual energy consumption of such a move, otherwise, he would have been utterly exhausted after just one sword move. Ye Guan then realized that it was a move that he couldn't use unless it were an emergency. It was powerful, yes, but he would be exhausted upon executing it. Still, Ye Guan had yet to take full advantage of the move. He was truly looking forward to the day he could maximize space overlap. Ye Guan retracted his thought and turned around. He saw that Ye Nanking was sitting by the shore, watching him from afar. Ye Guan walked up to her and smiled. You've been coming here often to watch me train. What do you think? Am I strong yet? Ye Nanking blinked. You're strong. Ye Guan laughed boisterously and said, actually, I used only about 10% of my strength. 20% of my power would be too much for this tiny pagoda to withstand. Little Pagoda had no idea what to say. Ye Nanking smiled wryly and asked, is that so? Ye Guan nodded and said seriously, I never joke around. Ye Nanking shook her head with a smile. Are you going to continue cultivating? Ye Guan looked around. I think I've had enough for now. Let's leave. Ye Nanking nodded in agreement. Then, the two disappeared from the world inside the tiny pagoda. When they reappeared, a lady was standing before them. The elegant lady had a gentle demeanor, and she looked very similar to Ye Nanking. Ye Guan instantly realized that she was Ye Nanking's mother, so he hurriedly bowed and greeted, greetings, mother-in-law. The lady stared at Ye Guan with a bright smile. No need for formalities. This was the lady's second time seeing Ye Guan, and she was satisfied with him. In addition to the fact that he had a formidable background, he was also a pretty talented individual. Despite that, he was humble and polite, which was quite rare among youngsters these days. Most importantly, Ye Guan was extremely powerful. Can we chat? The lady asked. Then, she walked out of Ye Nanking's earshot. Ye Guan followed after the lady while Ye Nanking stood quietly by herself. The two had just walked out of Ye Nanking's earshot when the lady said, have a child with her. Huh? Ye Guan exclaimed in surprise, and she stared wide-eyed at the lady. Ye Nanking was silent, but she could hear their conversation. After all, she was much more powerful than the both of them. A child? Ye Guan looked a little surprised by the lady's words. He didn't expect her to say something like that. Ye Guan stared at the lady, waiting for her to continue speaking. Young Lord Ye, you seem a little surprised. The lady pointed out. I am. Why are you so surprised? It's natural to have children after getting married, but for you to bring it up all of a sudden. Go ahead. Do you know something, mother-in-law? A complicated look flashed past the lady's eyes as she said softly, Young Lord Ye, I don't know much about your personality or your character, but the fact that you can get along with Nanking means you must be a great and kind person. After all, Nanking rarely gets along with others. Ye Guan glanced at Ye Nanking behind him. She was indeed a bit reserved and taciturn. She seemed rather approachable on the surface, but she was actually quite cold deep inside. People would surely find it difficult to connect with her. However, it wasn't strange at all. This place was different from Blue Planet. Most people here, whether men or women, spent most of their time in closed-door cultivation. They weren't particularly concerned with socializing. After all, closed-door cultivation could sometimes last for hundreds or even thousands of years. Cultivation eroded human nature. The higher one's cultivation base, the less humanity they would have. When one could live for thousands or millions of years, one would become indifferent to many things. The lady added, Young Lord Ye, Nanking was a target of bullying when she was young, as she couldn't cultivate back then. However, she never complained and endured everything quietly. However, that's exactly what I'm worried about. She's indifferent toward our clan members and those around her, she doesn't even think of them as her family. Ye Guan frowned as he pondered silently. The lady stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, "You're the first ever person that Nanking managed to get along with. I'm happy to see the both of you hanging out like good friends." Ye Guan contemplated for a moment before saying, "Mother-in-law, even though this is a marriage for mutual benefit, please rest assured, I would never harm her. You should have a child with her," the lady said once again. Ye Guan didn't say anything. His keen intuition was telling him that the lady had discovered something, which was the reason she was insisting on making Ye Guan have a child with Ye Nanking. Nanking has an alluring physique. If you sleep with her, the sensation you'll experience is definitely going to be out of this world. You know what I'm talking about, right? Ye Guan was astonished. What the hell? Mother-in-law, I don't think it's appropriate for us to talk about that here. Ye Nanking's face flushed red, but she quickly regained her composure. She shook her head and smiled. Ye Nanking had seen through her mother's intentions. Her mother wanted her to have a child with Ye Guan to bind Ye Guan to her. Otherwise, their relationship would easily crumble once Ye Guan departed. Even if Ye Guan had some affection for her, the quality of that affection would be questionable. However, it would be a different story if they ended up having a child. One could choose not to help one's woman, but what about one's child? Ye Nanking had accurately deduced the lady's train of thought. Ye Guan did a double take at the lady. An alluring physique? Ye Guan thought about it, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. Then, he shook his head to suppress that feeling before cursing inwardly. Damn it, my mad demon bloodline. Mad demon bloodline. The lady asked, "Young Lord Ye, what do you think?" Ye Guan glanced at Ye Nanking and saw her standing quietly, resembling a lotus that would bloom even in the muddiest conditions. Ye Nanking noticed Ye Guan's gaze, but she remained composed and even smiled at him. Ye Guan smiled back at her, withdrew his gaze, and turned to the lady. "Mother-in-law, Nanking appears to be gentle and delicate, but she's actually a very opinionated and decisive individual. Don't be deceived by our seemingly friendly interaction. In her eyes, I am probably just like any other person." The lady frowned, looking a little puzzled as she asked, "Why do you say that?" Ye Guan sounded serious as he replied, "A thick sheet of ice does not melt in a day. Lady Nanking's personality didn't develop overnight, and it will not change just because she just met someone whom she can get along with. Furthermore, I've realized something over the past several days. She's actually a very decisive person despite her outward appearance. Moreover, I think you're the reason why she agreed to this marriage alliance in the first place, am I right?" The lady cast an astonished gaze at Ye Guan. It turned out that he had underestimated the young man. The lady believed that individuals with powerful family backgrounds were often arrogant but dull. However, Ye Guan's words just now made it clear that he was completely different from what she had imagined. No wonder her daughter could get along with him despite her cold and reserved nature. Ye Guan added, "Mother-in-law, we should just let things go with the flow." The lady looked at Ye Guan and sighed before going silent. It seemed that her assumption was right. Ye Nanking and Ye Guan had reached an agreement with each other, and they were both opinionated individuals. Regardless, Ye Nanking had to give birth to Ye Guan's child. Having made up her mind, the lady spoke once more. "Not only does Nanking have an alluring physique, but she's also a renowned mom." Ye Nanking interrupted and stared at her with a hint of embarrassment and anger in her eyes. Ye Nanking knew that she had to stop her mother. Otherwise, no one would be able to deduce how many embarrassing things her mother would say about her. "I'll leave you both alone, then," the lady said, sighing. Then, the lady turned around to leave. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Aside from her alluring physique, Ye Nanking is also a renowned what? Ye Nanking walked up to Ye Guan, interrupting the latter's train of thought. "What are you thinking right now?" Ye Nanking asked. Ye Guan blinked, but he didn't say anything. Ye Nanking shook her head with a smile upon instantly deducing that Ye Guan had to be thinking of something dirty. Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "Lady Nanking, your mother is worried about you. I know, but you don't seem worried about yourself at all." "I don't really have any enemies, why would I be worried about myself?" "Lady Nanking, I noticed something." "What is it?" "You are a little mysterious." "Is that so?" "You gave me the impression of a gentle and frail girl when I first saw you. I even pitied you, and I didn't want you to become a pawn in this marriage alliance. I was looking for a solution, but I realized that I must have been mistaken. You've been nothing but calm and composed all this while. You remained unfazed, even when the time reversers ambushed us here. Your composure either means you have great courage or." Ye Guan trailed off with a smile. Ye Nanking chuckled. "Or." Ye Guan grabbed her hand just then, and Ye Nanking didn't resist. Ye Guan stared at her in confusion, as she was really just a time immortal. Was I mistaken? Ye Guan thought, frowning. Ye Nanking smiled faintly at Ye Guan. "Master Pagoda, is she really just a time immortal?" Ye Guan asked Little Pagoda. Little Pagoda calmly replied, "I'm just a pagoda." Ye Guan's expression wide darkened. "Now, you're telling me that you're just a pagoda? Young Lord Ye, what are you doing?" Ye Nanking asked. Ye Guan retracted his hand and looked up. "Lady Nanking, we're getting married today." "That's right." Ye Nanking nodded calmly. Ye Nanking's calmness was bewildering to Ye Guan. Is she really just a time immortal? Perhaps she's pretending to be weak while planning something bigger. Ye Nanking's light smile deepened ever so slightly as she stared at Ye Guan. She could tell that Ye Guan had gotten suspicious of her. Ye Guan's frown soon loosened, and he chose not to ask any further questions. A palace maid approached the both of them just then. She bowed respectfully and said, Your Highness, young Lord Ye, please proceed to the dressing hall and change clothes. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. Then, both of them followed the palace maid into the distance. Ye Nanking suddenly said, Young Lord Ye, what is it? Ye Guan answered. Ye Nanking looked at him and glanced at her hand. Can you please let go of my hand? Ye Guan was stunned as he quickly let go of her hand. However, he wasn't embarrassed, he even smiled gently and said, Lady Nanking's hand is so smooth and tender, holding your hand feels like I'm not holding anything at all. It is a truly rare sensation. Little Pagoda was shocked. This little bastard used to be so honest and upright, where did he suddenly learn how to flirt with the ladies? Is it the mad demon bloodline influencing him? Mad demon bloodline. You're a little slimy, you know that. Ye Nanking pointed out with a shake of her head, but she didn't seem annoyed at all. After all, Ye Guan's gaze toward her was always pure, without any lewd intentions. Ye Guan said, Lady Nanking, you're not an ordinary woman. You must view relationships between men and women as nothing special, but I do have a small piece of advice. Ye Nanking stared at Ye Guan, waiting quietly for what he had to say. Ye Guan chuckled and said, Cultivating the Dao, pursuing the divine, and extinguishing human desires as one progresses in cultivation, it is poignant, but loneliness is inevitable. Lady Nanking, you're still young, so I think you shouldn't focus solely on the great Dao. You should go experience the mortal world and all its vibrancy. Indulging yourself in worldly pleasures is a wonderful thing. Ye Guan was speaking from experience after his trip to Blue Planet. Living solely for the great Dao and for the sake of longevity was really dull. Ye Guan believed that life ought to be a bit more interesting than that. Ye Nanking stared at Ye Guan and said, If we do not pursue the divine, it'll be a matter of time before we disintegrate into a handful of dust. Don't you think that kind of end is even more poignant? That makes sense, Ye Guan said, nodding. He felt a mixture of shock and confusion deep inside. How does she know about divinity and humanity? Wait, is she really an unparalleled expert like I thought? No way, she's only in her 20s? How can there be someone more extraordinary than me at roughly the same age as me? Ye Guan shook his head and decided not to dwell on it any further. Soon, the palace maid led them into a hall. Another palace maid walked up to Ye Nanking and greeted her respectfully. Your Highness, please follow me. Ye Nanking nodded and followed the palace maid into an inner hall. A palace maid approached Ye Guan. Then, she bowed slightly and said, Young Lord Ye, this way, please. Ye Guan nodded. Somewhere up above, a man was looking down at the palace below him with a smile. He was none other than the great Daoist Brushmaster. The boundless master from Blue Planet hovered next to the great Daoist Brushmaster. What do you think? Asked the great Daoist Brushmaster. The odds are a bit too tilted to one side, replied the boundless master. The great Daoist Brushmaster's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? The white-robed woman asked me to pass a message to you. She said that if you dare to make a move, she's going to kill you, the boundless master replied. Fuck, the great Daoist Brushmaster roared. She actually dared to threaten me. I'd rather die than yield. The boundless master replied. She's serious? Ahem. The great Daoist Brushmaster cleared his throat and said, Indeed, I shouldn't get involved in the fights of our juniors. The boundless master immediately cast a contemptuous gaze upon the great Daoist Brushmaster. The great Daoist Brushmaster's expression was grim. How dare they threaten me? Does justice still exist? Fuck. This bullying is just a bit too much. The boundless master said in a low voice, Will things work out between that brat and that woman? I don't know. The boundless master frowned. The great Daoist Brushmaster said, That woman isn't simple at all, and I'm also not in a good place to intervene too much. I can only create an opportunity for them. If it all works out, then great. If not, it's not exactly a bad thing for him. Regardless, I'm just planting some good karma between them. The outcome depends on them. The boundless master looked worried as he asked, Aren't you afraid that he'll end up reaping bad karma? The great Daoist Brushmaster shook his head. No, why not? Bad karma arises from malicious thoughts. Even though that brat is slightly perverted, he doesn't really have any malicious thoughts toward her. How could he reap bad karma, then? How come that white-robed woman refused to attack him? It's because she knows that she won't be able to kill him. Of course, she could try and force it, but she had to be prepared to die together with that brat. Furthermore, there's also no need for her to make a move, as the universe tribulation will erupt 100 years later. The white-robed woman just had to wait a bit longer, that's all. Those impatient are the time reversers whose lifespan is running out. There's no way they'll wait for another 100 years. The white-robed woman's threat toward me proves that she's supporting those time reversers. The white-robed woman's goal is simple. If that brat calls for backup, his Dao will shatter. The true god doesn't have the luxury of time to wait for someone else walking on an invincible Dao. In other words, the white-robed woman truly has the higher ground. Indeed, the situation is bad, the boundless master said softly. From the information I've received, there are 2 reasons why they haven't made a move just yet. The first reason is because you're here, but you can no longer intervene. The second reason is that they're waiting for something, right? The great Daoist Brushmaster asked. The boundless master nodded. What are they waiting for? The great Daoist Brushmaster asked. The boundless master answered, They're waiting for the Dai clan. The great Daoist Brushmaster's pupils constricted, and he immediately started cursing. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Quick, make a trip to the true universe and the Guanxian universe. Tell them to send reinforcements here. The Boundless Master frowned. Are they strong? The Great Deist Brush Master glared at the Boundless Master. Can you not see how my legs are trembling right now? The Boundless Master realized that the Great Deist Brush Master wasn't joking at all upon seeing the latter's grim face. Without hesitation, the Boundless Master disappeared into thin air. The Great Deist Brush Master looked up and stared into the depths of the starry sky with a hint of worry in his eyes. They're really going all out. Meanwhile, Ye Guan had already changed into a bright red wedding robe embroidered with a 9-clawed golden dragon. The coiling dragon looked as if it were alive as it exuded a majestic and domineering aura, which made Ye Guan appear dignified. Ye Guan was already extremely handsome, but the wedding robe made him appear even more handsome. Ye Guan even noted a few palace maids blushing and stealing glances at him. Just then, a female official walked into the hall and rushed over to Ye Guan. Young Lord Ye, please head toward the Eternal Night Hall for the ceremony. All right, Ye Guan said, nodding. Both parties had decided to skip many formalities. Otherwise, the wedding preparations alone would take at least 3 days and 3 nights. The formalities were skipped, so Ye Guan was going straight to the ceremony. Ye Guan followed the female official to the Eternal Night Hall, and everyone's gaze landed on Ye Guan the moment he entered the hall. The important officials of the Empire had gathered in the Eternal Night Hall. Of course, the state masters of the Eternal Night Empire's states had gathered as well. It could be said that every influential person throughout the Empire was here, and they were all staring at Ye Guan. There were curious, astonished, and malicious gazes. After all, the marriage was like a lightning bolt out of the blue, so these people were bound to be curious about it. In addition, there was supposed to be an engagement ceremony, but the wedding actually went straight to the wedding ceremony, skipping all formalities. Ye Guan ignored everyone and looked straight ahead at Ye Nanking. She was wearing a phoenix crown, and a red veil obscured her face. Ye Guan walked up to her side. A female official exclaimed, "The first bow." Ye Guan and Ye Nanking were about to make the first bow when an old man suddenly walked in from the right and shouted, "Wait." Everyone turned to look at the old man. Ye Jun sitting on the dragon throne frowned. The old man was the leader of the Eternal Night City's Eternal Clan, Ye Gu. He had decided to intervene, as he didn't wish to see a marriage alliance between the Eternal Night Clan and the Guanxian universe. The alliance between the two powers was bound to be formidable, and if they succeeded, the Eternal Clan's status in the Eternal Night Empire would plummet even more. Ye Gu had never been the type to make a scene. He wouldn't have dared to make a scene if it hadn't been for the support of many major clans. Those powerful organizations thought the same as Ye Gu. They didn't want the Eternal Night Clan to monopolize the empire. Ye Gu bowed slightly toward Ye Jun and said, "Your Majesty, I feel that this marriage is not conducted in accordance with proper protocol." Ye Jun remained calm. Proper protocol. Ye Gu nodded and explained, "Yes. Nanking is a princess of our Eternal Night Empire, so I don't think it's appropriate for us to treat her marriage so casually. The proper protocol is that the two parties should get engaged first, and then their engagement would be announced to the citizens. Afterward, an auspicious day will be selected for their wedding ceremony. However, we skipped all of that, and I noticed the spread of rumors about how our Eternal Night Empire is afraid that Princess Nanking might end up being unable to marry anyone, so your Majesty hurriedly arranged a marriage for her." The crowd whispered among themselves, echoing the same sentiment. Ye Jun stared silently at Ye Gu. Ye Jun knew that the marriage hadn't followed the proper protocol, but he had no choice. Complications would arise if they couldn't settle this marriage as soon as possible. "Your Majesty, Princess Nanking's marriage is not just a private affair, as it concerns the reputation of our Eternal Night Empire. I believe it shouldn't have been handled so hastily. Furthermore, we haven't seen any sincerity from the Guanxian universe. We also know nothing about young Lord Ye. With such haste, those who are unaware might think that the princess of our Eternal Night Empire is unwanted." Ye Gu trailed off. Ye Jun frowned and went silent. He couldn't refute it at all. To make matters worse, Ye Jun also noticed the heads of the major clans and noble families standing behind Ye Gu. The festive atmosphere in the hall became solemn and suffocating. Ye Jun looked at Ye Guan, who smiled slightly at him, showing him that he was feeling at ease. Ye Jun felt reassured at the sight. As expected, a middle-aged man walked into the hall just then. The middle-aged man was none other than the Great Deist Brush Master, and his appearance elicited frowns from many people. They couldn't recognize him. The Great Deist Brush Master walked up to Ye Gu and asked, "Are you Ye Gu?" Ye Gu frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The Great Deist Brush Master raised his hand and pressed it down. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Ye Gu fell to his knees. The faces of the people in the hall changed drastically, and several auras came to life, sweeping toward the Great Deist Brush Master. The Great Deist Brush Master waved his sleeve, and those auras vanished into thin air. The scene stupefied everyone in the hall. Ye Jun suddenly shouted, "Everyone, calm down. This esteemed senior is the Great Deist Brush Master." The Great Deist Brush Master? Everyone reeled in shock. The people here were the leaders of their own clans, organizations, or families, so they knew the Great Deist Brush Master. The Eternal Night Empire was founded, all thanks to the Great Deist Brush Master. He was still alive after so many years? The Great Deist Brush Master swept his gaze across everyone in the hall. "Does anyone have any issues with this marriage? Come out, and we can discuss it." Everyone glanced at Ye Gu kneeling on the ground, and they dared not speak. Under the veil, Ye Nanking stared quietly at the Great Deist Brush Master. Sensing Ye Nanking's gaze on him, the great Daoist brush master's eyelids twitched, and he felt a bit uneasy. He hurriedly walked to the sidelines and exclaimed, "The ceremony shall continue." The female official quickly exclaimed, "The first bow." Starting from the first bow, all 3 bows were completed in the blink of an eye. The female official finally exclaimed, "To the bridal chambers." Everyone watched as Ye Guan led Ye Nanking into the inner hall. Once they were gone, the great Daoist brushmaster swept his gaze across everyone once again and said blandly, "If there are any objections here, step forward and we can talk about it while taking a stroll." Everyone had no idea what to say. Ye Jun shook his head and smiled wryly. The great Daoist brushmaster was the main reason he had agreed to Ye Guan's request to marry Ye Nanking. The great Daoist brushmaster was just too strong. Furthermore, Ye Jun couldn't even call his ancestors for backup, as the founding ancestors were friends with the great Daoist brushmaster. If he were to summon them, he might get beaten up instead. The great Daoist brushmaster stared coldly at everyone without saying anything. Of course, he wasn't going to try and use words to reason with anyone in this hall. These people were short-sighted and would only fight for their vested interests, but it made sense, as they were the leaders of their own clans, families, and organizations. After all, it was inevitable for them to prioritize immediate interests rather than long-term gain. However, that was exactly the reason why the great Daoist brushmaster believed that it was useless to try and reason with them. In the end, he decided to use the stick rather than feed them carrots. He'd resort to force if they refused to comply. Ye Nanking sat quietly on a bed inside a room in the inner hall, waiting for Ye Guan to lift her red veil. Ye Guan walked up to Ye Nanking and lifted her red veil slowly to reveal her beautiful visage. Ye Nanking stared silently at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and praised, "You're so beautiful." "Really?" Ye Nanking asked. Ye Guan nodded. "What are we going to do next?" Ye Guan blinked and said, "We're going to the bridal chambers." "All right," Ye Nanking replied casually. Ye Guan was slightly taken aback. "What are you waiting for?" Ye Nanking asked, sounding cheeky as she added, "Let's go." Are women bolder than men nowadays? Ye Guan was speechless. Then, he shook his head and smiled before grabbing her hand, forcing her to stay in place. A hint of coldness flashed across Ye Nanking's eyes. "Lady Nanking, my blood is special, and it should be helpful to you. As for whether it can help you break the shackles of your own bloodline or not, I can't say for sure, as it all depends on you." Ye Guan sliced their wrists open, and blood gushed out of Ye Guan's wrist. Ye Nanking watched with a stunned gaze as Ye Guan's blood melted into her wound. Blood transfusion? Ye Nanking's beautiful eyes cast a surprised gaze upon Ye Guan. Ye Nanking didn't expect that the young man before her would give her his blood. She suddenly recalled the promise he had made and realized that he was serious. Ye Nanking's eyes flashed in a complicated light. Ye Guan said, "Lady Nanking, my blood is powerful, but can you check if you can obtain anything from it?" Ye Nanking looked at Ye Guan and saw that his eyes were clear and sincere. Ye Nanking gently retracted her jade-like hand and grazed over the wound on Ye Guan's wrist, healing it instantly. Ye Guan was puzzled. Ye Nanking calmly said, "It's fine." Ye Guan questioned, "What do you mean?" Ye Nanking looked at Ye Guan without saying a word. Ye Guan's expression was serious as he said, "Lady Nanking, I noticed that you're not an ordinary person at all. I know that you have your own plans, but my blood contains the power of 3 special bloodlines, and they should be beneficial to you." Ye Nanking nodded. "Your bloodline can truly enhance the Eternal Night bloodline. Go ahead and absorb my blood, then," Ye Guan said. Ye Nanking shook her head. "This isn't absorption. It's a blood transfusion." Ye Guan looked puzzled. "Blood transfusion?" Ye Nanking nodded and explained, "You're just sending your blood into my body. What else would it be if not a blood transfusion?" "Wait, how do we do it, then?" Ye Guan asked. Ye Nanking said, "There are 2 methods. I'll activate the power of my bloodline, and you'll let me devour your bloodline." Ye Guan grimaced. The first method would cause significant harm to him, so he hurriedly asked, "What about the second method?" Ye Nanking stared at Ye Guan and said, "Dual cultivation." "Dual cultivation?" Ye Guan froze and went silent. Ye Nanking looked away and said, "You don't have to give me your bloodline power. I don't need it at all." Ye Guan was confused. "Why?" Ye Nanking said calmly, "I don't have any amazing bloodline in me." Ye Guan's changed slightly as he asked, "What do you mean? Aren't you from the Eternal Night clan?" Ye Nanking glanced at Ye Guan and said, "It's late, so you should go and rest." Ye Nanking didn't even wait for Ye Guan's reply as she lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. Ye Guan stared at Ye Nanking. What a mysterious woman. Ye Guan turned around to leave the room. "If you go out, rumors will definitely spread tomorrow," Ye Nanking said. Ye Guan pondered briefly before walking back and sitting on the bedside. He stared at Ye Nanking in front of him but remained silent. Ye Nanking locked eyes with Ye Guan and asked, "What are you looking at me for?" Ye Guan thought for a moment and then admitted, "Lady Nanking, I have a feeling that you're looking down on me." Ye Nanking stared at Ye Guan without speaking. Ye Guan's gaze didn't leave Ye Nanking as he asked, "Was I right?" Ye Nanking remained silent. "This is just a marriage of convenience, but I don't think there's any need for us to be enemies." Ye Nanking stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, "You really don't know?" "Know what?" Ye Nanking gazed at Ye Guan for a long time before muttering, "It seems that you really don't know." Ye Guan was utterly confused. Ye Nanking shook her head. "If you don't know, then so be it." "Lady Nanking, can you speak frankly?" Ye Guan asked. Ye Nanking glanced at Ye Guan without saying anything. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Just then, Ye Nanking asked, "Can you lend me that tiny pagoda of yours for research?" Ye Guan nodded. "Sure. Are you really sure?" Ye Nanking asked, casting a seemingly doubtful gaze upon Ye Guan. "Why wouldn't I be sure?" Ye Guan asked, chuckling and shaking his head. Then, he opened his palm, revealing the tiny pagoda. The tiny pagoda flew over to Ye Nanking. Ye Nanking asked, "Do you know how precious this pagoda is?" Ye Guan nodded. "I know. His aunt, Destiny, had reformed the tiny pagoda, so it was definitely precious. Why are you lending it to me, then?" Ye Nanking asked. Ye Guan thought briefly over it before replying, "Lady Nanking, you're going around in circles, and I don't like that at all." Ye Nanking shook her head and said, "It seems that you don't know how precious this thing is." "What do you mean?" "I don't want to say it." Ye Guan froze, and he really felt like cursing. What the fuck? In the end, Ye Guan stood up and sat down on the couch. Then, he closed his eyes and circulated his cultivation method. Ye Nanking glanced at the sulking Ye Guan and smiled upon recalling something. She looked down at the tiny pagoda in her hand and frowned. The world inside the tiny pagoda was a realm of slowed down time, and the ratio was so high that it was way beyond what someone with enough comprehension of the Dao could do. Those capable of doing such a thing had to have transcended the great Dao. In addition, Ye Nanking felt that the creator had created a Dao related to time, which was even stronger than the great Dao of the vast expanse. In other words, the creator of the tiny pagoda had created a Dao to suppress the great Dao. Ye Nanking reckoned that the creator of the tiny pagoda was stronger than the great Daoist brushmaster. After all, the great Daoist brushmaster had only comprehended the great Dao. He wasn't exactly capable of truly surpassing it. Ye Nanking's eyes flickered in thought. After a while, she turned to look at Ye Guan, who had ended up falling asleep mid-cultivation. "He can still sleep." Ye Nanking shook her head and closed her eyes. The night passed just like that. The next morning, Ye Guan stretched lazily and looked at Ye Nanking, who was still asleep on the bed. Ye Guan stood up and left the room. Several maids were waiting outside the room to serve them. When they saw Ye Guan leave the room, they quickly lowered their heads. They dared not meet Ye Guan's gaze. Ye Guan looked up and took to the sky, arriving on a cloud. The great Daoist brushmaster stood not too far away from him. Ye Guan asked, "Senior, is it time for us to go?" The great Daoist brushmaster said, "We have to stay here a bit longer." Ye Guan frowned slightly. The great Daoist brushmaster shook his head and explained, "Ye Jun has yet to settle the forces within the Eternal Night Empire. To activate the Eternal Night Array, every single state must cooperate." Ye Guan was curious. What exactly is this Eternal Night Array? It's a special array built many years ago. It was made to suppress the cultivation bases of time reversers and weaken them. I assisted in building this array back then. Given enough time, we can build another one, but we don't have the luxury of time. Ye Guan nodded slightly and inquired, "Any news about the time reversers?" The great Daoist brushmaster remained silent, but his eyes revealed a hint of concern. Ye Guan noticed the tinge of concern in the great Daoist brushmaster's eyes, and his heart sank immediately. He then asked, "Is that white-robed woman going to take action personally?" "Well, if she does that, then it'd be great." The great Daoist brushmaster said, smiling, "You can call for help without any psychological burden." Ye Guan fell into silence. If that white-robed woman took action, he would have no choice but to ask for help. If it were others, he would try and fight them. However, the white-robed woman was just too strong. "How are things going with Lady Nanking?" asked the great Daoist brushmaster. Ye Guan pushed aside his thoughts and stared at the great Daoist brushmaster. "What do you mean, how are things going?" The great Daoist brushmaster stared at Ye Guan. "I thought you two got married." Ye Guan frowned but nodded. "Yes, we did get married." The great Daoist brushmaster frowned. The great Daoist brushmaster's expression seemed a bit peculiar that Ye Guan couldn't help but think, "What's up with that strange look?" The great Daoist brushmaster's lips fluttered open, but he ultimately remained silent. Ye Guan sounded serious as he asked, "Senior, do you have any idea how many time reversers are coming?" The great Daoist brushmaster responded, "We have no idea." Ye Guan's expression darkened. The great Daoist brushmaster continued, "Once Ye Jun has settled down the Eternal Night Empire, I'll have them activate the Eternal Night Array, and then we'll lead the Eternal Night Army away. The battlefield cannot be here, as the Empire would suffer too much damage." "That makes sense," Ye Guan said, nodding. He then stared at the great Daoist brushmaster and asked, "How much time do we have left?" The great Daoist brushmaster pondered briefly before saying, "It depends on when the Dai clan arrives." Ye Guan furrowed his brows. "The Dai clan?" The great Daoist brushmaster nodded, and his expression gradually became serious as he said, "I've already sent someone to inform Saro and the others in the true universe. I told them to immediately send reinforcements here." "Senior." Ye Guan's voice sounded solemn as he said, "Tell me more about the Dai clan." The great Daoist brushmaster explained, "The Dai clan is a clan from way back 500 billion years ago. They were the strongest clan of that era, invincible to the point of loneliness. However, their clan leader, in a quest to surpass the great Dao and attain immortality, committed a heinous act. He along with several top cultivators from the clan ruthlessly devoured the bloodlines and cultivation bases of their own people to break free from their final shackles." Ye Guan inquired, "Did they succeed?" The great Daoist brushmaster calmly replied, "They failed." Ye Guan was stunned. Although they failed, the 7 of them obtained the power of the entire clan, significantly enhancing their strength and cultivation bases. Unfortunately, they will still inevitably die, and I think their lifespan is about to run out. Ye Guan suddenly asked, Senior, are you immortal? The great Daoist Brushmaster chuckled. Take a guess. Even if you're not immortal, you should still have a considerable lifespan, right? The great Daoist Brushmaster laughed heartily, and he chose not to answer as he changed the topic by saying, if a war breaks out, we're too weak to contend against them. The great Daoist Brushmaster shook his head. If only we had more time, or... The great Daoist Brushmaster glanced at Ye Nanking down below and sighed. They would be able to buy more time if Ye Nanking were to help them, but it seemed that the relationship between Ye Guan and Ye Nanking hadn't progressed at all. Ye Nanking looked up at the great Daoist Brushmaster with calm and tranquil eyes. The great Daoist Brushmaster spoke in a deep voice, I'll be leaving for a while, approximately 3 to 5 days. I want you to be extra careful while I'm gone. Ye Guan was curious. Where are you going, Senior? The great Daoist Brushmaster's eyes narrowed as he muttered, I'm going to gather my old comrades and deal with some matters while I'm at it. Ye Guan was immediately overjoyed. The great Daoist Brushmaster stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, you better not renege on your promise to me. Establish a new order. Deceive me, and I'm not going to let you off even if I'm already dead. Don't worry about it, Senior. Ye Guan's expression turned solemn as he muttered, our Yang family never lies. Ye Guan stopped mid-sentence upon being subjected to the great Daoist Brushmaster's icy and hostile gaze. Ye Guan felt bitter inside. This damned family reputation. How come our reputation is so bad? Ye Guan was somewhat speechless. His father and grandfather had ruined the Yang family's reputation. The great Daoist Brushmaster suddenly said, I still believe in you. Ye Guan looked at the great Daoist Brushmaster. The great Daoist Brushmaster said, you are different from your father and grandfather. You are neither extreme nor extravagant. You are kind and loyal as well. Once you've risen to power, I believe that you will establish a new order. Ye Guan nodded slightly. Thank you for your trust. The great Daoist Brushmaster smiled and then spoke seriously, I will be gone for a while. Be extremely cautious during my absence. Ye Guan replied, I understand. The great Daoist Brushmaster nodded and went silent. He turned around and vanished into the edge of the starry sky. Ye Guan looked up and whispered, establish a new order. A complex light flashed in Ye Guan's eyes. He had no intentions of deceiving the great Daoist Brushmaster, but he had some reservations about the new order that the great Daoist Brushmaster had proposed. In this regard, he had his own thoughts. Of course, these thoughts could only remain as ideas until he possessed enough strength. Once he was strong enough, he would discuss the feasibility of his ideas with the great Daoist Brushmaster. He had no intention of underestimating the great Daoist Brushmaster. On the contrary, Ye Guan had decided to rely a lot on the great Daoist Brushmaster. It was worth noting that without the great Daoist Brushmaster's influence, the Eternal Night Empire wouldn't have paid any attention to him. The great Daoist Brushmaster's name carried significant weight in the vast expanse. Just then, a young woman suddenly appeared by Ye Guan's side, and she was Ye Nanking. Ye Guan looked at her and saw that she had changed into a light green silk dress. She was a captivating beauty with skin like refined jade. Ye Nanking walked up to Ye Guan and opened her palm, letting the tiny pagoda float toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled. Lady Nanking, why don't you take more time with it? Ye Nanking shook her head slightly without saying a word. Ye Guan smiled and put away the tiny pagoda. Ye Nanking said, do me a favor. Sure, Ye Guan asked. Ye Nanking stared at Ye Guan and asked, aren't you going to ask about it? Ye Guan inquired, what is it, then? Ye Nanking gazed at Ye Guan for a while. Then, she shook her head with a smile and said, you're sometimes incredibly clever, and sometimes, you seem a bit silly. I just don't know whether it's intentional or... Ye Nanking stopped talking when she saw Ye Guan smiling coldly at her. Ye Guan then spoke in a deep voice, Lady Nanking, since I met you, I have always been honest about my intentions. I've always treated you with sincerity, and I've never concealed anything. The way you speak suggests that you think I'm just pretending. Ye Guan shook his head lightly before continuing, Lady Nanking, forgive me for being straightforward. I am indeed in a precarious situation, but I won't resort to deceitful actions, much less harm you. The reason I agreed to help you is because of our agreement. I feel slightly indebted to you, which is why I agreed so readily. It's just that I didn't expect you to think that I have ulterior motives. Anyway, saying more is meaningless. Ye Guan didn't even wait for Ye Nanking's reply as he turned around and left. Sometimes, kindness toward others would make them feel entitled and suspect that one harbored ulterior motives toward them. In other words, kindness could sometimes be detrimental. Ye Nanking was stunned as Ye Guan left without even looking back. She wanted to say something, but Ye Guan had already disappeared. After a moment of silence, Ye Nanking muttered, I haven't even said anything. Ye Guan soon arrived at the Eternal Night Hall. Upon hearing about Ye Guan's arrival, Ye Jun adjourned the meeting between him and the state lords. Soon, only Ye Guan and Ye Jun were left in the hall. Ye Jun replied, I heard from Senior that you're leaving in a few days. Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Why are you in a rush? Ye Guan asked. Ye Guan replied, we cannot let the battle take place in the Eternal Night Empire. Ye Jun was silent. Indeed. If the battle were to happen in the Eternal Night Empire, the Empire would definitely sustain a lot of damage. The time reversers were powerful old fogies capable of mass destruction, so the Empire would definitely get destroyed if the battle were to happen here. Senior, the internal affairs of the Eternal Night Empire Ye Guan trailed off. There should be no issues. Great. Nanking and Ye Jun trailed off. Ye Guan smiled slightly. It's going well. Going well. Ye Jun's heart sank. Ye Guan didn't say anything else as he turned around and left. Ye Guan stumbled upon Ye Nanking the moment he walked out of the Eternal Night Hall. Ye Nanking was staring deeply at Ye Guan, prompting him to calmly ask, Lady Nanking, is there a problem? Ye Nanking nodded. Young Master Ye, I would like you to help me with something. My apologies, but I'm quite busy, said Ye Guan with a shake of his head. Then, he sidestepped and walked away. Ye Nanking was stunned. Her figure trembled as she teleported in front of Ye Guan and stared into his eyes. Ye Guan didn't avoid Ye Nanking's gaze. Ye Guan's gaze remained as calm as a placid lake. Finally, Ye Nanking said, I was wrong. Ye Guan still didn't speak. Ye Nanking looked at Ye Guan and pointed out. I've already apologized. I heard it, Ye Guan said, nodding. Lady Nanking, is there anything else? Ye Nanking said, I hope you can do me a favor. What's in it for me? Ye Guan asked. Ye Nanking was stunned. What's in it for him? Ye Nanking didn't expect that Ye Guan would actually ask about what he would stand to gain by doing her a favor. It was truly unexpected as Ye Guan had always been very kind toward her since they met, whether it be a cultivation method, his bloodline, or even that tiny pagoda. Ye Guan had never grumbled. It was exactly because of Ye Guan's kindness that Ye Nanking was taken aback when he suddenly asked about what he stood to gain by doing her a favor. Ye Nanking soon realized that Ye Guan still felt a bit resentful about their earlier encounter. Ye Guan calmly added, if I stand nothing to gain, I won't do it. Ye Nanking was a bit angry as she pointed out, I've already apologized, you. Ye Guan shook his head, interrupting Ye Nanking, Lady Nanking, if you're not going to speak, then I'll take my leave. Ye Guan then turned around and left. Ye Nanking's hands clenched slowly into fists as she stared at Ye Guan's departing back. It was clear as day that Ye Guan's attitude toward her had changed. He had been kind and considerate of her, taking care of her emotions in every aspect. Ye Guan was even afraid that she was being forced into their arranged marriage. In addition, he had responded positively whenever she had a request, and even when she had no requests, he had been proactively providing her with anything. However, Ye Guan seemed like he no longer cared about her thoughts at all. And it was all because of that sentence. Ye Nanking's heart suddenly filled with regret. Now that she thought about it, Ye Guan had never employed any sweet nothings toward her, and their marriage was just for the sake of an alliance. Ye Guan never had any ill intentions toward her, and he had no hidden agenda as well. Ye Guan simply felt disappointed by Ye Nanking's words. Ye Nanking sighed softly, thinking that perhaps she had gone too far. However, her suspicions were all the great Daoist Brushmaster's fault. Unfortunately, it seemed that Ye Nanking had been mistaken. Ye Guan wasn't in cahoots with the great Daoist Brushmaster at all. In fact, Ye Guan seemed like he had no idea what the great Daoist Brushmaster was cooking. Ye Nanking's thoughts were a mess, and a sense of restlessness enveloped her. In the end, Ye Nanking exclaimed in annoyance, that petty man. Then, she turned around and left. Ye Guan didn't return to their room. He really didn't want to see Ye Nanking, and he also had more important things to handle. Ye Guan entered the world inside the tiny pagoda and walked up to Ao Qianqian. Ao Qianqian's aura had completely disappeared. She seemed to have become one with the heavens and earth. Ye Guan had become strong enough to defeat great destiny sovereigns, and Ye Guan reckoned that even the eternal sovereign was no longer his match. The fact made Ye Guan curious as to how strong he would become once he merged with Ao Qianqian. Could he exchange a few moves with his father after fusing with his wife? Ye Guan shook his head with a smile and left the world inside the tiny pagoda with a heart filled with anticipation. Ye Nanking appeared before him as soon as he reappeared outside. Ye Guan was slightly surprised. Why is she here? Ye Nanking stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was confused. What does she want? Follow me, Ye Nanking exclaimed. Ye Guan's mouth fluttered open to speak, but Ye Nanking waved her right hand. The scenery peeled away, and Ye Guan suddenly found himself standing before the time river. Ye Guan's gaze filled with stupefaction as he stared at Ye Nanking. He hadn't been able to resist her at all. What? Has she been pretending that she's a mere time immortal all this while? Ye Guan thought. Ye Nanking opened her palm and asked, let me borrow that tiny pagoda. Ye Guan was silent. Ye Nanking had already realized that Ye Guan responded better with persuasion rather than force, so she softened her tone of voice, saying, stop being angry at me, okay? I didn't say it on purpose, and it doesn't mean anything. Ye Guan glanced at Ye Nanking and opened his palm. The tiny pagoda floated slowly over to Ye Nanking. Ye Nanking's emotions became complex as she stared at the tiny pagoda. Does he really have no idea just how precious this tiny pagoda is? Ye Nanking even thought of stealing it, but the thought faded away because Ye Guan had decided to lend her the tiny pagoda without any hesitation. Ye Nanking pointed at the tiny pagoda. It trembled slightly, and a stream of mysterious energy flowed out of it to merge with the time river. Ye Guan was confused. Lady Nanking, what was that? Ye Nanking's expression was both solemn and contemplative as she replied, the great Dao inside this tiny pagoda can suppress and devour the great Dao of the time river. If I somehow managed to merge with this tiny pagoda, it'd be like owning an entirely new great Dao. Mastering that great Dao is equivalent to mastering the Dao. Most importantly, it'll help me regain my strength sooner rather than later. If I use this Dao as a foundation, I might be able to break free from the constraints of the Great Dao. A light filled with greed flickered in Ye Nanking's eyes. Ye Guan suddenly asked, is it going to be helpful to you? Ye Nanking stared at Ye Guan and nodded. Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, then, use it to cultivate. Really? Ye Nanking asked, looking like she couldn't quite believe it. Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Ye Nanking gazed deeply at Ye Guan as she asked, the time manipulation function of this pagoda will disappear if I use it to cultivate. Is that okay? Ye Guan was somewhat surprised. The time manipulation function of the pagoda will disappear. Ye Guan echoed. Ye Nanking nodded. Will anything happen to Little Pagoda? Ye Guan asked solemnly. Ye Nanking shook her head. No. Then, go ahead and use it, Ye Guan replied. The time manipulation function of the tiny pagoda was incredibly helpful, but it wasn't that big of a deal for Ye Guan. After all, he had his aunt, father, grandfather, and sister Zhen. The next time he met any of them, he could just ask them to restore that function. Ye Nanking had to do a double take at Ye Guan. Are you sure? Go ahead and cultivate, Ye Guan said, nodding. Ye Nanking walked up to Ye Guan and asked, do you know how precious that is? Ye Guan nodded. I know. Ye Nanking was confused. Then, why have you decided to let me use it? Lady Nanking, why are you so naggy? Ye Guan frowned and chided, if you want to use it to cultivate, then hurry up and use it. Ye Nanking stared with a complicated gaze at Ye Guan. Upon realizing that Ye Guan wasn't lying, a complex expression washed over Ye Nanking's delicate features, and the greed in her heart faded away. Ye Nanking shook her head and sighed. You really give off the air of a dumb but rich grandson of a prestigious family. Ye Guan was baffled by the remark. What nonsense? Ye Guan's face darkened. He was about to speak when Ye Nanking returned the tiny pagoda to him. Ye Guan was confused. What? Ye Nanking shook her head and said, your pagoda is too precious, and you shouldn't hand it over to others so easily. Ye Guan asked, are you not going to cultivate using it? No. Why not? Ye Guan asked. Ye Nanking calmly replied, I don't want to take advantage of you. The tiny pagoda was extremely attractive to her, but she had a bottom line. Accepting Ye Guan's offer meant that she would go down that bottom line, and she wasn't willing to do that. Ye Guan glanced at Ye Nanking before asking, you're not just a time immortal, right? Ye Nanking was about to speak when a violent tremor ran through the time river. Soon, a powerful wave of energy swept toward Ye Nanking and Ye Guan. We have to leave, Ye Guan said, growing solemn at the sight. Then, he pulled Ye Nanking away from the time river. He didn't want to get surrounded by his enemies, so he wanted to leave. Unfortunately, a mysterious power had sealed the nearby space-time, preventing them from leaving. Ye Guan opened his palm, and Xianyuan appeared in his hand. Ye Guan had no choice but to fight. Just then, more than a dozen individuals appeared in the distance. They were all time reversers, and the one leading them was Yu Chen. A familiar young man in white stood next to Yu Chen. The young man in white glared menacingly at Ye Guan. Yu Chen looked at Ye Guan and chuckled. If you had stayed in the Eternal Night Empire, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you for the time being. However, it truly is a pleasant surprise that you came here yourself. Excellent. You just saved me a lot of trouble. Ye Guan shouted, one-on-one. Sure, Yu Chen said calmly. Then, his lips curled up into a smile. We will fight you one-on-one. This unscrupulous bastard? Ye Guan's face darkened. Yu Chen didn't bother talking as he turned into a beam of light that rushed toward Ye Guan and Ye Nanking. Ye Guan assumed a stance and was about to attack when Ye Nanking waved her sleeve. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as Yu Chen was flung backward several hundred meters away. The sight stunned everyone, including Ye Guan. Ye Guan stared at Ye Nanking in disbelief. He was aware that Ye Nanking had been hiding her true power, but he didn't expect that she was this strong. Ye Nanking remained expressionless as she calmly said, I brought you here myself, so I'm going to bring you back myself. Ye Guan hesitated before saying, okay. There was no use pretending like he was strong, he truly couldn't defeat dozens of powerful supreme elites. Let's go. Ye Nanking turned around and pulled Ye Guan away. We made a mistake, Yu Chen muttered while staring at Ye Nanking in the distance. Ye Nanking's strength had truly caught him off guard. Ye Nanking glanced at Yu Chen without saying anything. Then, she continued to pull Ye Guan away from the time river. Seeing that, Yu Chen hurriedly shouted, kill them. Yu Chen turned into a beam of light that charged at Ye Guan. Ye Nanking frowned slightly, and a sinister light flashed in her eyes. She turned around and waved her sleeve, sending a nine-colored ray of light. Boom! Yu Chen and the others were struck by the nine-colored ray of light. Those at the very front were immediately reduced to ashes. The nine-colored ray of light's energy was so strong that it made the time river pulsate. Ye Guan cast an incredulous gaze at Ye Nanking. She's this strong? Yu Chen was in disbelief as well. His mouth fluttered open to speak, but Ye Nanking stretched her fair hand and made a grasping motion. Rumble! An invisible hand grabbed Yu Chen by the neck. Yu Chen's pupils contracted in horror as he muttered, you. Ye Nanking clenched her right hand. Boom! Yu Chen was instantly reduced to ashes that soon disappeared into nothingness. The remaining time reversers were so horrified by the sight that they hurriedly retreated. Ye Nanking didn't bother chasing after them as she grabbed Ye Guan and vanished. Ye Guan and Ye Nanking soon found themselves in their room. They sat facing each other. Ye Nanking looked at Ye Guan and asked, how long are you planning on staring at me? Lady Nanking, I didn't expect you to be so strong, Ye Guan said, smiling wryly. Ye Nanking took a sip of her tea without saying anything. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly and said, I told you that I'd help you become even stronger. It really is embarrassing. I didn't tell you my true strength because you never asked me about it, Ye Nanking explained. Ye Guan's mouth twitched. You really do know how to twist words, don't you? You've made it appear that my ignorance of your true power is my fault. The time reversers are difficult to handle, and you can't handle them alone. Ye Guan nodded. The Great Daoist Brushmaster went somewhere for backup. The Great Daoist Brushmaster. Ye Nanking frowned. Seeing her expression, Ye Guan asked, do you have something against the Great Daoist Brushmaster? Ye Nanking stared at Ye Guan without saying anything. Ye Guan frowned as he pondered over it. Then, he emerged from her contemplation upon recalling something and said, the Great Daoist Brushmaster wanted me to have an alliance marriage with the Eternal Night Empire, but his real goal is not the Eternal Night Empire but you. He wants to tie me up with you? Am I right? Ye Nanking took another sip of her tea without saying anything. Ye Guan's face fell upon seeing Ye Nanking's silent acknowledgement. Goodness, what a scheming old fogey. He does not know that I have more or less recovered my memories. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do something like this. Still, he should be punished, as if my memories hadn't returned. We would have Ye Nanking trailed off and stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan said in a deep voice, he's trying to make use of the fact that your memories have yet to return. He wants me to turn the tides with your help, is that it? Ye Nanking nodded. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly. What a slimy old fogey. The time reversers aren't going to let us go. What are you going to do? Fight, Ye Guan answered placidly. Ye Nanking wordlessly nodded slightly. Lady Nanking, you mentioned something about recovering your memories. Are you someone who has reincarnated? Ye Nanking nodded. Ye Guan was curious. Which era are you from? Ye Guan could still remember the extreme fear that marred Yu Chen's face before he died. Ye Guan reckoned that Yu Chen had discovered Ye Nanking's identity. There was a lot more to Ye Nanking than met the eyes. At Ye Guan's question, Ye Nanking merely stared at the former. Ye Guan didn't press on. He shook his head with a smile and said, I really had no idea about his true intentions, and if I had known. Ye Guan stopped mid-sentence. If you had known, what would you have done? Ye Nanking urged. Ye Guan said solemnly, I wouldn't have allowed all this to happen. Still, he has decided to scheme for my sake, so in the end, everything is because of me. Ye Guan didn't nurse a grudge against the Great Daoist Brushmaster. After all, the Great Daoist Brushmaster was helping him. However, he couldn't let something like this happen again. If the two of them wanted to work with each other for a long time, they had to stop scheming against each other. Ye Nanking said, I know a bit about the universe tribulation. What you did with the true god is undoubtedly against the norm. The universe tribulation's eruption is definitely going to be devastating, and most importantly, you need. Yes, I know. Ye Guan nodded. I need time. Time. The myriad beings will perish with the vast expanse once the universe tribulation erupts, but the time reversers and the evil Dao will survive, Ye Guan replied. You're strong enough to survive the universe tribulation, so you really don't have to stop it from erupting, Ye Nanking said, seemingly trying to persuade Ye Guan. Ye Guan knew that Ye Nanking had good intentions toward him and smiled. Lady Nanking, I know what you're trying to say. However, if Sister Zhen and I do not stop the universe tribulation, the myriad beings of the true universe and the Guanxian universe will perish. Honestly, I am no saint, but I am the king of the Guanxian universe. I have a duty to protect my people. Ye Nanking stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, if you can let them go, you will become even stronger. I can sense that you have many obsessions and baggage clinging to you. They're not good for your sword Dao. Ye Guan asked, do you want me to become divine? Ye Nanking nodded. That's a very desolate and lonely path, Ye Guan said. I prefer humanity. Ye Nanking said, do you know why those time reversers want to kill you? Ye Nanking didn't wait for Ye Guan's reply as she said, it's because they are at the end of their lives. The order of the true god is helping the virtuous Dao suppress the myriad beings. Everyone will eventually return to the soil unless they go beyond the great Dao. The reason they became time reversers is that they're not strong enough to surpass the great Dao. Ye Nanking shook her head and added, do you know what's the scariest experience that one will eventually face? It's not death. It's knowing that you're about to die. Mortals can live carefree lives, as they have no idea when they're going to die. However, what if you know exactly when you're going to die? You'd become desperate to extend that deadline. Ye Guan went silent. Ye Nanking continued, moreover, they're not exactly trying to achieve the impossible here. They can see hope, but the true god's order is stomping on their hopes. You're an ally of the true god, so it is not strange that they want to tear you to pieces and gnaw on your bones. Ye Guan suddenly asked, Nanking, can you help me? Ye Nanking was surprised, extremely surprised. She initially believed that Ye Guan was the type of person who wouldn't ask such a favor, as it was an incredibly difficult favor to ask for in the first place. In addition, Ye Guan would rather trouble himself than trouble others. Their marriage was just a sham, too, but Ye Guan still decided to ask her for help. Ye Nanking went silent, not knowing how to respond. Should I reject him? Ye Nanking mulled over it, but when she clapped her eyes on Ye Guan's sincere gaze full of anticipation, she couldn't bring herself to reject him. In the face of Ye Nanking's silence, Ye Guan asked, it's true that I'm in a bad position right now. However, can you help me out? If you're willing, of course. Ye Guan had thought hard and long about what he would do with the fact that Ye Nanking had turned out to be an extremely terrifying cultivator. In the end, he decided to win over Ye Nanking. If Ye Nanking stood on his side, the weight of the burdens on his shoulder would become slightly lighter. Most importantly, he was afraid that this woman would be won over by the past clan. Since Ye Guan wanted to win over Ye Nanking, he knew that he had to be humble. It was just like doing business. Many times, one would have to be humble for the sake of securing a deal. Otherwise, one would starve to death. Ye Guan believed that those without dignity were bound to become invincible. Ye Nanking stared calmly and quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan said, "Lady Nanking." Ye Nanking suddenly asked, "What's in it for me?" Ye Guan was taken aback. Moments later, he was delighted as he asked, "Lady Nanking, are you willing to help me?" Ye Nanking merely repeated, "What's in it for me?" Ye Guan grinned but remained silent. "Why are you smiling?" Ye Nanking asked, frowning. Ye Guan remained quiet. Ye Nanking had just returned his words to her earlier. Ye Nanking shook her head slightly, knowing that Ye Guan had seen through her intentions. For some reason, however, she felt happy knowing that. If Ye Guan thought that she would help him for the sake of profits and had offered her profits, then their relationship so far would have been meaningless. Ye Guan asked, "Lady Nanking, do you know about the past clan?" Ye Nanking snapped out of her thoughts and nodded slightly. "A bit." Ye Guan asked, "Can you tell me what kind of clan they are?" "Sure." Ye Nanking glanced at Ye Guan and added, "They're an extremely strong clan." "An extremely strong clan? The great Daoist Brushmaster told me that the clan leader of the past clan once slaughtered an era. Is that true?" After a moment of silence, Ye Nanking nodded. "Yes. Do you know her?" "I do," Ye Nanking replied. Ye Guan was taken aback. Ye Nanking added, "And we're close." "Holy crap!" Ye Guan's eyes widened, but he found it hard to believe. "You two are close." Ye Nanking nodded. "Yes." Ye Guan's expression became peculiar just then. Now that he thought about it, Ye Nanking had acknowledged Ye Guan's conjecture about how she was a reincarnator. Could it be thought? No. Ye Guan dismissed the thought and asked, "Can you talk to her?" "Yes, I can," Ye Nanking said, nodding. Then, she smiled and asked, "Why? Do you want to talk to her?" Ye Guan nodded. "If I want to win, then the best way to go about it is to target their leader first, but..." It wasn't exactly a realistic idea. Regardless, Ye Guan wanted to give it a try. "She's not going to talk to you," Ye Nanking said blandly. "Is it because of my strength?" Ye Guan asked in a deep voice. "In addition to the strength issue, there's another reason. She needs a world without order, while your goal with the great Daoist Brushmaster is to establish a world with a clear-cut order. The contradiction between you two is unsolvable." Ye Guan was silent. Ye Nanking glanced at Ye Guan and asked, "What are you going to do from now on?" "I'm going to become even stronger and fight the time reversers." Ye Nanking pondered briefly over something before saying, "You and the great Daoist Brushmaster have greatly underestimated the strength of those time reversers." Ye Guan narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" There Ye Nanking started, but she sensed something and looked up with scrunched brows. She was staring into the depths of the starry sky up above. Ye Guan's face darkened at the sight. "This is..." Ye Nanking stopped mid-sentence with narrowed eyes. Then, she turned to look at Ye Guan and exclaimed, "Let's go." Ye Nanking grabbed Ye Guan's shoulder, and they vanished with a flash of light. When Ye Guan came to his senses, he found himself in the midst of a vast expanse of stars. Rumble? A rumbling noise entered Ye Guan and Ye Nanking's ears as over 100 powerful auras abruptly manifested behind the two. Ye Guan and Ye Nanking turned to find over 100 figures clad in pitch-black armor and helmets adorned with black feathers. A spear was in their hands, and every single one of them emitted a powerful aura that made the starry sky boil. The Eternal Night Army had arrived, and every single troop of the army was a great destiny sovereign. Ye Jun also appeared beside Ye Guan and Ye Nanking. He looked into the depths of the starry sky with a solemn expression and asked, "Young Master Ye, where is the great Daoist Brushmaster?" "He went out to call for reinforcements," Ye Guan replied. Ye Jun looked at Ye Guan and asked, "How long until he returns?" 3 days, Ye Guan answered. 3 days? Ye Jun narrowed his eyes without saying a word. "We have to hold out for 3 days?" Ye Jun could feel several extremely terrifying auras rushing toward them like a tidal wave from the depths of the starry sky. Those auras were strong enough to send a shiver down Ye Jun's spine. Clearly, the time reversers could no longer wait. "Can we hold out for 3 days?" Ye Jun was worried. Ye Guan's expression became solemn. The time reversers were here, and the Dai clan that even the great Daoist Brushmaster feared seemed to be with the time reversers. The fabric of space-time in the distance was abruptly torn apart. A colossal space-time rift manifested, and out came hundreds of figures. Ye Jun's expression turned ugly. The figures were far more powerful than an ordinary great destiny sovereign. The Eternal Night Army was strong enough to be considered the most powerful army throughout the vast expanse. After all, every troop of the Eternal Night Army was a great destiny sovereign cultivator. However, the entire Eternal Night Army had been completely overshadowed by the time reversers in terms of aura and strength. Time reversers were terrifying supreme elites capable of reversing time, and they were unparalleled supreme elites in their own eras. In other words, the group of time reversers before them was a group of supreme elites from many different eras. Ye Jun's heart sank at the sight. He initially thought that even if there was a gap in strength between the Eternal Night Army and these time reversers, the gap couldn't possibly be that massive. Unfortunately, Ye Jun was mistaken. The Time Reverser's strength was beyond his imagination. The Eternal Night Army wasn't even on the same level as the Time Reversers. Ye Guan's face darkened. He had underestimated the Time Reversers as well. Just then, a space-time rift manifested hundreds of meters away from Ye Guan and the others. A middle-aged man walked out slowly from the space-time rift. The middle-aged man had a bed of white hair and was wearing a white robe. Despite his age, he still had a towering physique with well-defined muscles. The middle-aged man was also emitting an inscrutable aura that made the entire vast expanse seem tiny before him. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, everyone instantly felt as if a boulder was weighing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Yan Anking frowned. Dai Ling. Dai Ling was a powerful cultivator from the Dai clan, and he was one of the 5 strongest cultivators of the Dai clan. Dai Ling frowned the moment he saw Yan Anking. It's you? Yan Anking stared at Dai Ling and asked, you're the only one from the Dai clan here. Dai Ling chuckled. Am I not enough? Wanna test it out? Yan Anking asked. The gazes of the two met in midair, and none of them looked away. As far as I know, you're the type to never get involved in these matters. Why are you helping Ye Guan? Asked Dai Ling. Yan Anking calmly asked back, can't I just do what I want? Dai Ling frowned. Yan Anking turned to look at Ye Guan and asked, I have yet to recover my full strength, so I can only hold him back for you. The rest is up to you. Ye Guan nodded. Thank you. Take care, Yan Anking said. Then, she stepped forward, and a burst of white light enveloped both Dai Ling and Yan Anking, whisking them away to a special, inscrutable dimension. The strongest among the Time Reversers was gone, but there were still hundreds of extremely powerful cultivators. Ye Guan stared at the group of Time Reversers in the distance. Senior, please tell the Eternal Night Army to retreat. Although the Eternal Night Army was powerful, they were no match for the formidable opponents before them. A battle against such powerful supreme elites would only result in unnecessary sacrifices. Ye Jun looked at Ye Guan and said, Young Master Ye, we'll activate the Eternal Night Array and suppress their strength for you. Ye Guan nodded. Great. Ye Jun led the Eternal Night Army away and roared, activate the array. Boom! A column of white light took to the sky from the depths of the Eternal Night Empire, and it created an expansive dome of light that shrouded even the starry sky. The Eternal Night Array had been activated. The Time Reversers frowned upon realizing that the Eternal Night Array had suppressed at least 30% of their strength. Ye Guan walked leisurely toward the Time Reversers and chuckled. Is there anyone daring enough to fight me one-on-one? A middle-aged man stepped out. He seemed to be the leader of the Time Reversers. Young Master Ye, if you're waiting for reinforcements from the True Universe and the Guanxian Universe, then you will be disappointed. Our people have already gone to intercept them. Ye Guan was silent. If the Time Reversers had truly sent someone to intercept the reinforcements from the True Universe and the Guanxian Universe, it meant Ye Guan would have to face hundreds of Time Reversers by himself. But what was there to fear? Ye Guan laughed boisterously. Boom! A golden sword light burst out of him and pierced the starry sky. Ye Guan opened his palm, and Xianyuan flew into his hand. Rumbling noises echoed within Ye Guan as the Phoenix Emperor bloodline was activated. Soon, golden rays of light shot out from within him. Ye Guan's powerful sword Dao aura fused with his Phoenix Emperor bloodline. The star field trembled violently beneath the power of the two energies. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he roared, kill him. Everyone was about to make a move when a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Ye Guan. Moments later, a dragon roar echoed throughout the entire starry sky. Roar! Everyone watched as a celestial dragon rushed out of Ye Guan and soared across the starry sky. The celestial dragon was tens of thousands of meters long, and it circled the battlefield once before roaring, shattering even the stars with its mighty roar. Swoosh! The celestial dragon transformed into a beam of golden light that melted into Ye Guan. Boom! Ye Guan's cultivation base instantly soared to the great destiny sovereign realm. However, his aura was still surging like crazy. The Time Reversers frowned upon sensing the terrifying aura that Ye Guan was emitting. The middle-aged man at the helm solemnly commanded, attack. They had no way to retreat. When the middle-aged man's voice fell, hundreds of people rushed toward Ye Guan. The Eternal Night Array had suppressed 30% of their strength. They were still extremely formidable. The moment they attacked, the star field was reduced to ashes, unable to withstand their power. Ye Guan's figure abruptly became illusory. Moments later, a kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted as Ye Guan slashed out heaven rend, space overlap. The faces of the Time Reversers changed drastically. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Swish! Thousands of sword lights converged in one point, obliterating a dozen or so Time Reversers at once. The immense power forced the remaining 100 or so Time Reversers into a rapid retreat. A single sword had forced over 100 Time Reversers to retreat. Ye Jun's expression became extremely solemn, and he was shaken deep inside. He knew that Ye Guan was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Ye Jun reckoned that great destiny sovereigns were mere ants before Ye Guan. And Ye Jun was right, great destiny sovereigns were indeed ants before Ye Guan. Ye Guan's sword cultivation realm was at half-step divine, and he also had the Phoenix Emperor bloodline as well as Xianyuan. Most importantly, Ao Qianqian had merged with him, and she was a formidable great destiny sovereign herself. Ao Qianqian shared her cultivation base and her fleshly body's physical strength and defense. In other words, Ye Guan's combat prowess was off the charts at the moment. The middle-aged man at the helm revealed a grim expression upon seeing Ye Guan annihilated so many time reversers in just one move. Watch out, the middle-aged man roared and transformed into a beam of black light that shot toward Ye Guan in the distance. The rest of the time reversers followed closely behind the middle-aged man. Ye Guan remained steadfast. He sheathed Xianyuan and took a stance before drawing out Xianyuan, slashing out fiercely toward the oncoming enemies. Hum! A resonant sword hum erupted like thunder, and a radiant 10,000-meter-long sword light burst out of Ye Guan. Boom! The middle-aged man at the helm was blasted tens of kilometers away, while the dozens of time reversers beside him suffered the same fate. Some of them had it worse, as they couldn't withstand the sword slash and were annihilated. Ye Guan's one-sword move was incomparably dazzling, tyrannical, and forceful. The middle-aged man revealed a bewildered expression. He couldn't quite understand what was going on. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was being attacked from all directions. He had repelled many of the time reversers, but the time reversers at the rear managed to avoid taking the brunt of Ye Guan's attack, allowing them to charge at Ye Guan. Soon, the time reversers revealed incredibly grim expressions. They realized that Ye Guan was actually resisting all of their attacks head-on. However, Ye Guan wasn't actually the one taking the brunt of their attacks, it was Ao Qianqian. She had inherited the legacy of the ancestral dragon, and it allowed her to withstand nearly 90% of the attacks for Ye Guan. It was a good thing that Ao Qianqian had achieved a pretty high level in the inheritance of the ancestral dragon, or she wouldn't have been able to withstand such powerful attacks. Hum! A resonant sword hum echoed, and a golden light burst out from the center of the middle. Space shattered and collapsed inch by inch, annihilating everything in its path. It was an incredibly terrifying sight. Some of the time reversers around Ye Guan were blasted away by the sudden burst of power. The remaining time reversers revealed incredibly grim expressions. They were hesitant to advance because Ye Guan's sword aura was simply too powerful for them to withstand. Ye Guan just had to swing his sword, and one of them would die. The leader of the time reversers, the middle-aged man in the distance, had an incredibly grim expression as well. He hadn't expected that the young swordsman would subdue hundreds of time reversers. Wasn't there a report saying that Ye Guan was a mere great destiny sovereign? Could there be such an extraordinary great destiny sovereign? Ye Guan's aura was still surging crazily. His Phoenix Emperor bloodline had also been amplified by Xianyuan, and his bloodline power had multiplied several-fold. In addition, the fusion between Ao Qianqian and Ye Guan also led to a qualitative leap in Ye Guan's strength. Ye Guan gripped Xianyuan tightly, he felt endless power surging within him. A hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he vanished into thin air, reappearing in front of the distant time reversers. The time reversers' faces darkened upon seeing that Ye Guan had taken the initiative to attack them. The time reversers were furious Ye Guan was clearly disrespecting them. The middle-aged man's expression turned fierce. Kill. The middle-aged man was already flying toward Ye Guan even before his words could finish echoing in the air. The middle-aged man knew that someone had to take the lead, or no one would dare to step forward. The middle-aged man was right. The rest of the time reversers charged out with him upon seeing him take the lead. A cacophonous din of shouts, curses, and rumbling noises echoed as a violent tremor ran across the ruined star field. Ye Guan showed no traces of fear in the face of hundreds of time reversers. He swung Xianyuan, unleashing streams of golden sword energy toward the time reversers. However, the time reversers had learned from their mistakes and were no longer willing to fight Ye Guan head-on. They worked together, engaging Ye Guan with a hit-and-run tactic. The more powerful time reversers would suppress Ye Guan, while the weaker ones would attack Ye Guan from his flank and rear. Their teamwork was so smooth that Ye Guan was starting to struggle against them. Of course, it wasn't exactly a strange sight. He was outnumbered, after all. However, Ao Qianqian's support allowed Ye Guan to wield his sword and fight despite the time reversers' powerful and incessant attacks. If it hadn't been for Ao Qianqian, Ye Guan would have collapsed long ago. There were just too many time reversers. A deafening noise echoed as a fist imprint struck Ye Guan in the chest, blasting him at least a few kilometers away. The time reversers saw that and immediately took advantage of the opportunity, chasing after the flying Ye Guan to attack him. Ye Guan was instantly inundated by attacks, and when he finally managed to land, a black spear made a beeline for him. Ye Guan's pupils constricted. The black spear carried immense power that seemed capable of destroying an entire star field by itself. Ye Guan had to either dodge or block the oncoming spear. He couldn't afford to take a breather. Ye Guan immediately made up his mind and slashed out 3 heaven rends with 1,200 stacks each, condensed into 3 space overlaps and compressed into 1 sword move. Boom! The black spear shattered, and the unfortunate time reverser who had thrown the spear was obliterated in an instant. However, the sword slash retained a ton of strength as it flew toward the time reversers in the distance, forcing them to retreat tens of kilometers away. Ye Guan could finally take a breather. A pale golden armor made out of scales had enveloped Ye Guan at some point, and the pale golden armor emitting a dazzling, radiant light was none other than the ancient heavenly dragon armor. Technically, the armor was Ao Qianqian's flesh protecting Ye Guan. Ye Guan wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered, "Qianqian." Ao Qianqian replied, "I'm fine." Ye Guan closed his eyes slowly and took a stance with Xianyuan. A powerful sword intent boiled within him. "Attack!" the middle-aged man roared. He immediately transformed into a streak of light that shot toward Ye Guan. Meanwhile, the other time reversers charged at Ye Guan as well. Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open, and his flesh became both ethereal and illusory. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted at the sight. Ye Guan was about to unleash a terrifying sword move once again. However, the middle-aged man dared not to flinch. If the young man were to scare him away, he would find himself plagued by inner demons. Moreover, it would be humiliating for them to cower before the young man when the latter was alone, and there were even hundreds of them. To make matters worse, their cultivation bases were exceedingly higher than Ye Guan's cultivation base. The other time reversers didn't retreat as well, and they shared the same thought as the middle-aged man. They knew that they couldn't retreat. A kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted from Ye Guan, and Ye Guan slashed out once more with the same sword move earlier. Boom! Ye Guan's sword blasted dozens of time reversers away, and their fleshly bodies burned like paper as they flew across the starry sky. They had yet to land, but their fleshly bodies had already disintegrated into dust. Unfortunately, Ye Guan's sword failed to repel every single time reverser, and those who somehow managed to dodge Ye Guan's attack transformed into terrifying beams of light that charged at Ye Guan. Boom! Terrifying explosions echoed one after another as Ye Guan was forced back tens of kilometers away in an instant. The time reversers didn't give Ye Guan any chance to even breathe as they charged toward the ladder. Ah! Ye Guan roared and charged at the oncoming enemies. He gripped Xianyuan as tightly as he could before throwing it at a group of time reversers ahead of him. Those time reversers were horrified, and they hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! Ye Guan's sword carved a demarcating line in the star field itself, separating Ye Guan from the time reversers. Ye Guan came to a halt and took a moment to inspect himself. The ancient heavenly dragon armor Ye Guan had already shattered into pieces, and blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. Ye Guan exclaimed, Qian. Ao Qinqin's reply came belatedly as she exclaimed, I'm fine. Ye Guan shut his bloodshot eyes and urged, come out. No cough. Ye Guan growled angrily, hurry up and come out. Ao Qian didn't reply. Ye Guan started. However, Little Pagoda's frightened voice echoed. Watch out. Swoosh! A silver spear tore through the air and made a beeline for Ye Guan's face. Ye Guan's expression changed drastically, as the silver spear was emitting an aura that was only slightly weaker than Dai Ling's aura. In other words, the owner of the silver spear was a supreme elite roughly on the same level as Dai Ling. Ye Guan turned around upon sensing Ao Qian behind him. Ao Qian rushed to block the spear for Ye Guan, but Ye Guan grabbed her right hand and pulled her behind him. Shwick! The silver spear pierced Ye Guan's abdomen, tearing a hole in Ye Guan's torso before continuing its flight toward Ao Qinqin's abdomen. However, Ye Guan grabbed the silver spear with his bare hands and stopped it forcefully. After a fierce struggle, the silver spear stopped just an inch away from Ao Qinqin's abdomen. Ye Guan stared at the stunned Ao Qian in front of him and grinned as blood flowed down his lips. If someone has to die, then it's gonna be me. Ao Qian looked as if she had been struck by lightning, but she recovered quickly and forced Ye Guan to let go of the spear, allowing it to pierce her stomach. Then, she hugged Ye Guan tightly and whispered, if someone has to die, then let's die together. Ao Qian hugged Ye Guan tightly. If Ye Guan ended up dying, then she would follow her to the afterlife. They would live and die together. Ye Guan froze upon seeing the silver spear sticking out of Ao Qian, and his heart was instantly gripped by panic upon noticing that Ao Qian was growing cold in his arms. Ye Guan shivered as if he were a cold man in the middle of winter, but his panic quickly transformed into a fiery and overwhelming rage. This is the third time? The third time? Ao Qian has sacrificed herself for me for the third time now? No, absolutely not. I refuse to accept this. I'm not gonna let my beloved die in my arms. No. Ye Guan roared, and his eyes were bloodshot as he exclaimed, Master Pagoda. Boom! A golden light surged from within Ye Guan, and it whisked Ao Qian away into the tiny pagoda. Just then, a crimson pillar of light burst out of Ye Guan, and the pillar of light was so powerful that it blasted the silver spear away. The ruined star field was dyed crimson, becoming akin to a sea of blood. The mad demon bloodline had completely awakened. Ye Guan let the mad demon bloodline loose and allowed it to erode his sanity. Ye Guan only had one thought in mind: ensure that Ao Qian would stay alive. The time reversers were shocked upon seeing Ye Guan covered in a crimson aura. He actually had another bloodline, and it was even stronger than the first bloodline he had shown everyone. This was absurd. A middle-aged man was standing with a spear in the distance. The middle-aged man was wearing a tight-fitting black robe, and there was a purple belt around his waist to secure the robe. His long hair flowed freely behind him, giving him a tinge of wildness. The middle-aged man's black and white eyes were as cold as the night breeze during winter, and everyone nearby dared not to meet his gaze. The middle-aged man was none other than Dai Chen, and he was ranked 5th in the Dai clan. The nearby time reversers instantly relaxed the moment they saw Dai Chen. They were wary of Ye Guan and his trump cards. Moreover, he seemed capable of growing even stronger in the middle of battle. However, Dai Chen was here, so there was nothing to fear anymore. The time reversers recovered their confidence and were about to charge at Ye Guan when Dai Chen shouted, I'll handle this myself. The time reversers frowned, feeling displeased. Even though they were confident, they believed that Ye Guan couldn't be underestimated. The middle-aged man at the helm of the time reversers spoke in a deep voice, Brother Chen, he's pretty strong. I think it's better if we attack him together, just in case. Dai Chen raised an eyebrow and snapped, What? Are you saying that I can't defeat him myself? The middle-aged man's brows furrowed. Although he was somewhat displeased, he didn't want to escalate the conflict. Regardless, he decided to explain his thought process to Dai Chen, but the latter waved his hand dismissively and said, "If we have to gang up on a mere kid just to defeat that kid, then it means we're truly incompetent." The time reverser's expressions darkened at the remark. Dai Chen's words clearly aimed at them. The middle-aged man's face had turned ugly as well, but he didn't say anything. He stared coldly at Dai Chen and walked toward the sidelines. Dai Chen quietly shifted his gaze to Ye Guan in the distance. Ye Guan was covered in blood, and he was emitting a powerful bloodline aura. Dai Chen sneered contemptuously and muttered, "Bloodline power, eh." Dai Chen stepped forward and reappeared in front of Ye Guan. He thrust his spear toward Ye Guan's chest. If the spear thrust struck true, 10 Ye Guan would be reduced to pieces. However, Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open just then. His crimson eyes seemed to reflect a sea of blood as he unsheathed Xian Yuan and slashed out. Hum! A resonant sword hum erupted, and a crimson sword light dazzled everyone. Boom! Ye Guan and Dai Chen were both blasted hundreds of meters away. The time reversers revealed extremely grim expressions at the sight. They thought that without Ao Qianqian, Ye Guan would become nothing but a mere child trying to fight an adult with a sword. However, the contrary had happened. Ye Guan had become even stronger instead. What was going on? The time reversers stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. The middle-aged man's voice sounded solemn as he pointed out. It's the power of his bloodline, it has greatly boosted his strength. Bloodline power? The time reversers nodded in understanding, but they were soon confused. What bloodline is that? Why is it so powerful? Someone asked, but no one replied. The middle-aged man was unwittingly transfixed on Ye Guan covered in a crimson aura. He was incredibly shocked as well, as he had never seen such a terrifying bloodline. Moreover, Ye Guan's bloodline power was still surging crazily, and it seemed like it would endlessly amplify Ye Guan's strength. Meanwhile, Dai Chen frowned. How come Ye Guan's attack was as strong as his attack? Dai Chen couldn't quite understand what had happened in their first exchange. Dai Chen quietly examined Ye Guan in the distance with an icy gaze. He stumped with his right foot and transformed into a dazzling spear light that flew toward Ye Guan. Dai Chen didn't bother holding back. He had no plans of fighting Ye Guan in a battle of attrition. His goal was to end this fight as soon as possible. When Dai Chen made his move, Ye Guan suddenly vanished. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, a crimson sword light collided with the spear light. Boom! It was a head-on collision, and a terrifying shockwave that staggered the nearby supreme elites erupted from the point of collision. Dai Chen himself was blasted a few kilometers away. A solemn air descended upon the time reversers. They were utterly shocked upon realizing that Ye Guan didn't even go flying, while Dai Chen was blasted away from their exchange. To make matters worse, Ye Guan seemed unscathed as he charged at Dai Chen. The middle-aged man at the helm had an extremely gloomy expression. They had completely underestimated Ye Guan's bloodline. Meanwhile, Dai Chen was in utter disbelief. His all-out move was actually weaker than Ye Guan's attack. How was that possible? Dai Chen cast an incredulous gaze at Ye Guan, and upon seeing that Ye Guan seemed unscathed, Dai Chen's incredulity transformed into fury. Dai Chen twisted his wrist and thrust his spear like lightning. Every thrust created a spear light that extended for thousands of meters, and it tore everything apart. Ye Guan's sword collided with Dai Chen's spear, and a deafening explosion echoed as Dai Chen's spear lights shattered like glass. Dai Chen couldn't withstand the force behind Ye Guan's attack and was sent flying away, but Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He transformed into a beam of sword light that rushed toward Dai Chen in the distance. Boom! Dai Chen managed to defend himself, but he couldn't land at all, as Ye Guan sent him flying again. Eventually, he managed to land, and he was horrified and shocked upon realizing that his fleshly body had been annihilated along with his spear. Had he actually been defeated? How was this possible? Swoosh! Ye Guan reappeared before Dai Chen, and he immediately slashed out. Dai Chen's pupils constricted. The middle-aged man saw that and hurriedly roared, "Attack!" The middle-aged man charged at Ye Guan before anyone else. He had no plans of rescuing Dai Chen, but he knew that he had to attempt a rescue, at the very least. After all, they were time reversers from the past clan, and the past clan had established an alliance with the Dai clan. The alliance would surely fracture if they chose not to attempt to rescue Dai Chen. Although disgruntled, the middle-aged man had to prioritize the bigger picture. The other time reversers hurriedly charged at Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan had completely descended into madness and paid no attention to them. Ye Guan seemed fixated on murdering Dai Chen. A hint of fear appeared in Dai Chen's eyes upon realizing that Ye Guan was ignoring everyone else just to kill him. He finally understood why the time reversers of the past clan had suggested ganging up on Ye Guan earlier. Ye Guan was truly terrifying, and Dai Chen had greatly underestimated the former. Dai Chen dared not to face Ye Guan's sword move, and he retreated as fast and as far away as possible. However, Ye Guan's speed abruptly increased dramatically. Dai Chen's heart was gripped with primal fear and shock. He turned around to attempt a counterattack, but shwick! A crimson sword light pierced his glabella. The terrified Dai Chen was immobilized. His horrified gaze turned to the depths of the starry sky, and he muttered, "Clan leader, save." A dull noise echoed as Ye Guan swung downward, obliterating Dai Chen's soul. Just then, the time reversers finally arrived next to Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned around and charged at them. Ye Guan's strength had reached an unprecedented level under the support of two powerful bloodlines. Moreover, his aura was still surging like mad under the influence of the Mad Demon bloodline. The Mad Demon bloodline's aura made the nearby spacetime tremble as if it were boiling water, creating an extremely horrifying sight. Ye Guan slashed out and sent the middle-aged man at the helm flying into the distance. At the same time, 6 time reversers were killed as collateral. However, Ye Guan himself was sent flying at least a few kilometers away. The middle-aged man eventually came to a halt, and his eyes filled with horror upon realizing that his fleshly body teetered on the edge of annihilation. He looked up slowly with an incredulous gaze at Ye Guan. What a terrifying bloodline. Undeterred, Ye Guan charged once again. A boundless crimson sword light descended upon the time reversers, blasting them away. When those time reversers recovered their balance, they were shocked to find that Ye Guan's sword move had almost obliterated their fleshly bodies. They stared at Ye Guan in stupefaction. Ye Guan resembled the god of death at the moment, and no one dared to fight him. However, Ye Guan flew toward them. Ye Guan's mind only had one thought at the moment: kill. Ye Guan's descent into madness allowed the Mad Demon bloodline to show its true potential. This wasn't the first time that the Mad Demon bloodline had awakened, but Ye Guan had always suppressed the Mad Demon bloodline whenever it awakened. In other words, the Mad Demon bloodline hadn't been able to unleash its true power, all thanks to Ye Guan's suppression. Ye Guan's Mad Demon bloodline had received multiple upgrades before it was passed down upon him by his father, the Sword Master. Of course, the Sword Master had also received an upgraded version of the Mad Demon bloodline from Sword Master Qingshan. Ye Guan's Mad Demon bloodline truly had infinite potential, and Ye Guan would be able to tap into that potential by staying alive. Of course, the Mad Demon bloodline alone wasn't enough to allow Ye Guan to surpass his father and grandfather's power. Ye Guan moved speedily and killed dozens of time reversers in the proverbial blink of an eye. The middle-aged man's face became unsightly at the unfolding scene. At first, he thought they could fight. However, Ye Guan's aura was growing stronger rather than weakening over time, so the middle-aged man decisively roared, "Retreat!" The middle-aged man wasted no time and rushed toward the Time River. Ye Guan looked up and slashed out toward the Time River. The Time River was torn open, and he transformed into a crimson beam of light before barging into the Time River. Ye Jun tensed visibly upon seeing Ye Guan enter the Time River. Ye Jun initially wanted to stop Ye Guan, but he knew that there was no way he could stop the latter, who had gone berserk. Ye Guan's destination was also the Time River, and Ye Jun couldn't just barge into the Time River like what Ye Guan had done. At first, Ye Jun believed that the King Dao bloodline of the Eternal Night family could rival Ye Guan's Mad Demon bloodline. However, the reality was different. There was an insurmountable gap between the two bloodlines. It seemed that there would always be a higher mountain out there. Ye Jun was reminded of something just then, and he turned into the distant void, where Ye Nanking was still fighting Dai Ling. Dai Ling stared at Ye Nanking with a dark expression. "Are you truly willing to hop into the muddy waters of this conflict?" Ye Nanking's expression remained indifferent as she said, "Yes." Dai Ling squinted, and his gaze carried both anger and resentment. The space-time around him quivered, but Ye Nanking calmly stared at Dai Ling. Dai Ling stared deeply at Ye Nanking and asked, "Why?" Ye Nanking calmly replied, "I'm married to him." Dai Ling revealed disbelief, and he stammered, "How is that possible? Why you belong to the Tian clan?" Ye Nanking wasted no time and waved her sleeve. An overwhelming wave of energy swept toward Dai Ling. Ye Guan rushed toward the fleeing time reversers. Under the True Tree and the Divine Tree of Nature's constant support, Ye Guan's injuries had healed considerably in the blink of an eye, and he had access to seemingly infinite spiritual energy. The time reversers revealed uneasy looks. Ye Guan had annihilated quite a few of them in the earlier fight. A lone swordsman had managed to survive and repel them despite their overwhelming numbers. The time reversers reeled in shock at the realization. The middle-aged man and his companions were taken aback upon seeing Ye Guan chasing them from behind. Was Ye Guan out of his mind? An old man turned to the middle-aged man and pointed out, "We're no longer under suppression." Clearly, the old man wanted to fight rather than flee. The middle-aged man turned toward the edge of the Time River, and he caught a whiff of a pungent rusty odor scent. The old man added, "We failed to take down just one person despite our numbers, and we're even getting chased by our target. If word of this gets out, won't we become laughingstocks?" The middle-aged man's expression turned solemn, and so did the time reversers. They weren't ordinary individuals, they were pinnacle figures during their eras. If news of this incident were to spread, they'd surely become a laughingstock. The old man was right, their reputation would plummet to the ground if they were to escape when Ye Guan was already chasing after them. Regardless, Ye Guan's display of power had left the middle-aged man hesitating. Someone saw that and proposed, "Ye Guan's bloodline is unique, and he's still becoming even stronger. However, I refuse to believe that he is indefatigable. We just need to hold out until his bloodline turns on him and destroys him." The nearby time reversers nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ye Guan's bloodline was powerful, but there was no way such a tyrannical bloodline wouldn't demand an easy price to pay from its master. Just then, a wave of killing intent swept across them. They turned and saw a young man sprinting toward them while covered in a crimson aura. The expressions of the time reversers turned grave at the horrifying sight, and Ye Guan's bloodline aura sent shivers down their spines. An old man among the time reversers spoke with determination, "The array is gone, and our strength has been restored. Why are we still afraid of him? Let's go." The old man led the charge, and the other time reversers followed after him. They had been feeling increasingly frustrated during the course of the previous fight. If they were to flee once again, they would be humiliating themselves. A young man chasing down hundreds of them? That was a humiliation they couldn't afford to bear. Over 200 top-tier time reversers charged at Ye Guan in the distance, and the collective power of the aura that they were emitting sent ripples throughout the time river. A fight to the death was about to happen. Ye Guan came to a halt, and his figure became ethereal as he took on a stance. The expressions of the time reversers changed drastically, sensing that Ye Guan was about to unleash a powerful sword move. The time reversers were still afraid of Ye Guan's two lethal sword moves, and they knew that they would die like their comrades earlier if they were to face those two sword moves head-on. The time reversers receded like a tide and hurriedly created a barrier. Before the barrier could stabilize, thousands of razor-sharp sword lights emerged and converged into a devastating strike. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed as the barrier trembled violently and shattered moments later. The impact blasted dozens of time reversers away. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet as a streak of crimson light rushed toward them. Their leader, the middle-aged man, gnashed his teeth and roared, "Attack!" As they charged towards Ye Guan, a sword light cleaved through one of the time reversers. The unfortunate time reverser's blood spurted into the air and was instantly absorbed by Ye Guan's bloodline. Fueled by bloodlust, Ye Guan gripped Xian Yuan and unleashed a crimson sword wave. Swing! A time reverser perished in an instant. Meanwhile, his fellow time reversers took advantage of that opportunity to attack Ye Guan from all directions. Ye Guan looked up and roared, a mysterious force instantly sprang up. Sword domain? Ye Guan's sword domain manifested and subdued the time reversers' imposing auras. The time reversers moved quickly in a desperate bid to escape the sword domain's suppression, but Ye Guan had no plans of letting them go so easily. Ye Guan transformed into a crimson streak of sword light that flew toward the nearest time reversers. Ye Guan reappeared amidst the dazzling sword light and slashed out heaven rend. The time reversers in front of Ye Guan were blasted away, and a powerful energy tore through the chunk of time river in front of Ye Guan. At the same time, a spear flew toward Ye Guan from behind, and over 100 auras carrying the imposing might of a million mountains pressed down on Ye Guan, immobilizing him. Ye Guan's expression turned fierce. He gripped his sword tightly and roared, unleashing a kaleidoscope of crimson sword lights from within him. Crackle! The suppression was torn apart by the crimson sword lights, but the spear managed to pierce Ye Guan from behind. Undeterred by the injury, Ye Guan whipped around and slashed down. The time reverser wielding a spear was blasted away, and his fleshly body disintegrated inch by inch. However, Ye Guan had no time to take a breather as dozens of powerful auras surged toward him. The myriad crimson sword lights vanished, and Ye Guan was blasted hundreds of kilometers away. Before he could even stabilize himself and land, a colossal fist imprint descended toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan opened his palm, and Xian Yuan took to the sky, piercing the colossal fist imprint. However, the colossal fist imprint had bought just enough time for the time reversers to approach Ye Guan safely and attack him. Ye Guan jumped forward and swung Xian Yuan. Crimson sword lights erupted like a tempest, dazzling everyone and forcing them to retreat. Both sides fought fiercely, and they seemed to have been driven to madness by their intention to kill the other side. Neither side was willing to back down. However, Ye Guan became more and more excited the longer the battle dragged on. He also became even stronger the more he fought, and it was all thanks to his mad demon bloodline. An hour later, the time reversers' overwhelming numbers had been reduced to around 200. Ye Guan was no longer unscathed, he was riddled with wounds, but his divine tree of nature worked tirelessly to heal him. In other words, one would find it difficult to kill Ye Guan unless one were to hit the latter with a one-hit one-kill attack. The divine tree of nature was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, the time reversers were becoming uneasy upon realizing that Ye Guan was becoming even stronger rather than weaker over time. He's definitely about to reach his limits, a time reverser exclaimed. And Ye Guan would surely experience a backlash once he reached his limits. With that thought in mind, they charged at Ye Guan. However, they had changed their tactic. They no longer fought to kill Ye Guan as soon as possible. Instead, their goal was a battle of attrition until Ye Guan succumbed to the backlash of his bloodline. Ye Guan had chosen to let go of the reins, allowing his mad demon bloodline to run free. The incessant influx of bloodline power filled Ye Guan, allowing him to kill and vent out his pent-up frustration to his heart's content. Kill everyone? Ye Guan wouldn't hesitate to hit even his father twice if the latter were here. An hour later, more than a dozen time reversers lost their lives. The surviving time reversers revealed extremely grim looks upon realizing that Ye Guan wasn't weakening at all. This was outrageous. The time reversers once again mulled over the option of retreating, as Ye Guan seemed like he had become the incarnation of the god of death. At first, they were highly motivated and were ready to fight to the end, but to their dismay, Ye Guan was becoming even stronger over time. His bloodline also showed no signs of exhaustion. To make matters worse, Ye Guan's sword intent was showing signs of an imminent breakthrough. The time reverser were both uneasy and desperate. Swoosh! Ye Guan rushed forward and slashed out. A burst of crimson sword light pushed back more than 10 time reversers. Seizing the opportunity, the time reversers retreated even farther, creating space between them and Ye Guan. The faces of the time reversers became incredibly dark while staring at Ye Guan covered in blood and shrouded by a crimson aura. The middle-aged man realized just then that retreat was the best option, as they were utterly helpless against the young swordsman. The middle-aged man was about to give the order to retreat when a blue-robed man pointed out. His bloodline is becoming even stronger over time, but I think it's about to reach its limit. It's only going to last for 30 minutes at most. His bloodline will become exhausted, and he will meet a demise with its backlash. A bloodline backlash? A heavy silence enveloped the crowd. They also believed that there was no way Ye Guan's bloodline could last forever. There had to be a limit, and Ye Guan would inevitably suffer a backlash. The blue-robed man was right, the backlash would occur in 30 minutes at most. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and his gaze displayed hesitation at the idea. After all, they had been fighting Ye Guan for a few hours now. He's already so strong despite his young age, the blue-robed man added. If we don't kill him today, we'll likely be less than mere ants against him in the future. The time reversers were stupefied. The blue-robed man was right. It looked like Ye Guan was only 20 years of age. What would happen if he had enough time to grow? The middle-aged man's eyes filled with killing intent, and he no longer hesitated. Wear him down, the middle-aged man shouted. He knew it would be foolish to fight Ye Guan head-on at this point. The best plan was to exhaust Ye Guan until his bloodline ran out of juice. Moreover, the time reversers had already called for reinforcements, and those reinforcements would soon arrive. They no longer cared about their reputation, they just wanted to kill Ye Guan. The crowd of time reversers charged at Ye Guan once more. However, they adopted a hit-and-run tactic. Ye Guan would charge toward them, but they would flee, opting for defense and retreat. Ye Guan felt helpless, but every time he attacked, someone would end up dying. Ye Guan couldn't really do anything against these supreme elites. He couldn't kill them if they wanted to escape. The battle continued, and both sides started to get exhausted. Ye Guan wielded Xianyuan, it had been dyed crimson under the influence of the mad demon bloodline. A surge of bloodline power burst out of Ye Guan, and Ye Guan's eyes reflected a crimson sea of blood. Moments later, Ye Guan transformed into a streak of sword light that flew toward the nearest time reversers. The time reversers froze, and they hastily took on a defensive stance. A resonant hum echoed as Ye Guan arrived in front of the time reversers. The middle-aged man shouted, "Defend." In response, a golden shield materialized in front of the time reversers. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the battlefield. The golden shield cracked, but it managed to withstand Ye Guan's attack. Unfortunately, Ye Guan's second attack was already flying toward it before the time reversers could repair and stabilize it. Crackle! A crisp noise echoed, and the golden shield shattered into innumerable energy fragments that scattered in every direction. The space-time in the time river exploded into pieces as well. The time reversers retreated kilometers away and made sure there was enough space between them and Ye Guan. After all, their objective was to drag out the battle and wear Ye Guan down. They had no plans of sacrificing themselves. They simply wanted to survive until Ye Guan was utterly exhausted. Hence, none of them wanted to confront Ye Guan. After all, sacrificing oneself to pave the way for another was not a choice they were willing to make. Ye Guan didn't relent. Once again, he charged toward the time reversers. Each attack that he unleashed was more powerful than the last, but they were to no avail. The stalemate continued, and an hour later, the time reversers were still retreating. They revealed grim expressions, as there were no signs of backlash. On the contrary, Ye Guan had grown terrifyingly stronger than an hour ago. In addition, Ye Guan's sword intent was emitting an ominous aura that made each and every one of them feel fearful of it. The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Ye Guan with a gloomy expression. He had a feeling that Ye Guan would make a breakthrough in his sword Dao at this rate. Without Aokinkin's support, Ye Guan was just a great time sovereign. Despite that, he was already extremely powerful. If he were to make a cultivation base and sword cultivation base breakthrough at the same time, the middle-aged man dared not dwell on such thoughts. He turned to the endless time river behind him and frowned, questioning why the reinforcements had yet to arrive. Meanwhile, Ye Guan came to a halt in the distance. The middle-aged man and his companions were momentarily puzzled. Ye Guan had been relentlessly attacking like a madman, showing no signs of fatigue. The time reversers were perplexed, but they didn't dare to let their guard down. Ye Guan stood with his sword in the distance, and he was both silent and unmoving. Soon, the surging crimson aura about him converged into one point, creating ripples in the nearby space-time. Ye Guan closed his eyes slowly. His mind was empty of any rational thoughts, but he still had his instincts, even though all he could think of at the moment was slaughtering everyone before him. Ye Guan's instinct was born from the many life-and-death battles he had to go through, and it told him that the battle was dragging on. His instinct told him that he had to do something else to change the status quo. The middle-aged man and the other time reversers frowned and grew uneasy. They weren't particularly afraid of a lunatic, and they could just wear Ye Guan down as well. Actually, they were wondering whether Ye Guan had truly lost his sanity or if he could still think strategically. Just then, Ye Guan opened his eyes. Moments later, he reappeared before the middle-aged man and the time reversers. The middle-aged man's expression changed abruptly. Defend. The time reversers jumped into action, and their profound energy a colossal shield. Ye Guan slashed out with his sword, performing Heaven Rend once more. Unfortunately, Ye Guan's sword move contained 4 Heaven Rends with 1,000 stacks each, which meant Ye Guan had just executed a sword move containing the compressed power of 4,000 Heaven Rends. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and his heart filled with dread. Ye Guan's fatal sword move had gotten several times stronger than before for some reason. This was an unstoppable sword move. Everyone screamed to themselves. However, the sword was merciless, and it slashed toward the colossal shield. A deafening explosion echoed, and a dazzling light blinded everyone. The colossal shield was obliterated, and the sword move also instantly killed every time reverser unfortunate enough to be standing at the helm. The surviving time reversers were stupefied. Ye Guan's sword had become even more powerful. At this rate, they would reach their limits before Ye Guan's bloodline turned on him. Ye Guan wasn't done just yet, and he chased after the time reversers as a streak of sword light. The faces of the time reversers changed drastically. Some were about to retreat when the blue-robed man earlier spoke once more. He's about to suffer from a bloodline backlash. Everyone glared at the blue-robed man. Damn it, was this guy on Ye Guan's side? Although disgruntled, they had no time to deal with the blue-robed man, as Ye Guan had already arrived. The middle-aged man roared, "Defend!" A colossal shield was conjured once more. However, the colossal shield collapsed like a piece of paper, and a few time reversers were obliterated in the process as well. Astonishingly, Ye Guan's sword move just now was even stronger than the previous one. An old man next to the middle-aged man spoke solemnly. He has 2 divine artifacts. Those artifacts are healing him and providing him with spiritual energy. At this rate, he's going to make a breakthrough. Once he makes a breakthrough, The old man trailed off, but the implied message was unmistakable. They would all die once Ye Guan had made a breakthrough. We have to kill him today, or the consequences will be disastrous to us in the future, the blue-robed man said. The time reversers fell silent, feeling conflicted. Just then, the middle-aged man sensed something. He looked up, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Our reinforcements will soon be here." The old man beside him hastily asked, "How soon?" The middle-aged man replied, "They'll be here in 30 minutes. The crowd collectively sighed in relief. They could definitely last at most 30 minutes, as any longer would become challenging. In addition, they really didn't want to risk their lives in a direct confrontation with Ye Guan. "Wait," the old man exclaimed, "how about Ye Guan? Does he have any reinforcements?" The middle-aged man frowned and pondered before replying, "That's impossible. Our people have intercepted the forces from the True Universe and the Guanqian Universe. As for the great deist Brush Master, an elite from the Dai clan is following him in the shadows." The middle-aged man glances at Ye Guan in the distance. He has no other reinforcements. Swoosh! Ye Guan suddenly vanished just then, and a crimson sword light swept toward the time reversers. "Hold him back," the middle-aged man roared, and they worked together once again. Boom! A cacophony of explosions echoed, and the time reversers still couldn't withstand Ye Guan's attacks. However, their goal was to buy time. They just had to buy time, and they would win against Ye Guan. Half an hour later. Rumble! A powerful aura swept across the time river, and the time reversers sighed in relief upon sensing that massive clump of aura. Their reinforcements were here. Hum! A resonant sword hum echoed just then, and a space-time rift was torn open not too far away from Ye Guan. Soon, a woman walked out slowly from the space-time rift. "Damn it!" Little Pagoda muttered and quivered upon seeing the woman. Then, he sounded terrified as he exclaimed, "It's her." Behind Ye Guan stood a woman in a tight-fitting long dress. Her demeanor was icy, and her eyes contained undisguised killing intent. With a sword in hand, she strode confidently while emitting a razor-sharp aura that tore apart even space-time. The time reversers frowned upon seeing the mysterious woman. Weren't the elites of the Guanqian Universe and the True Universe supposed to be under attack at the moment? Where did this woman come from? The mysterious woman jumped into the air and slashed out, cleaving a large expanse and killing 2 unsuspecting time reversers before they could react. By the time the other time reversers snapped back to reality, over a dozen time reversers had already perished beneath the mysterious woman's sword. The middle-aged man at the helm frowned and retreated quickly, along with the remaining time reversers. They had to avoid the mysterious woman, as her sword was even sharper than Ye Guan's sword. Confusion rippled through the crowd as they stared at the mysterious woman. However, the mysterious woman showed no signs of stopping her onslaught. Her sword danced swiftly, eliminating another batch of time reversers. The brutal efficiency of her strikes shocked the time reversers, who dared not lag behind as they retreated as fast as possible. Those 2 slow were cut down in just 1 sword move. The middle-aged man at the helm was horrified. The mysterious woman raised her sword to perform another sword slash, but she looked up upon sensing a few hundred powerful auras coming her way. She frowned, and her eyes turned cold. She took a stance and was about to move, but she whipped around and saw a crimson sword light flying toward her. The crimson sword light was none other than Ye Guan. The woman jumped in surprise, and she raised her sword in front of her to block the attack. Boom! The crimson sword light shattered, and Ye Guan was thrown backward. Ye Guan recovered quickly and raised his sword once again before rushing toward the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman frowned and shouted, "How dare you? I'm your aunt." However, Ye Guan's sword showed no signs of hesitation. The woman in black lifted an eyebrow and slashed out, shattering Ye Guan's sword light and blasting him away. The time reversers were bewildered. They were allies, so why were they fighting each other? Ye Guan assumed a stance, but the woman in black disappeared. Moments later, an overwhelming sword force descended and pinned Ye Guan in place. Before the woman could suppress Ye Guan's bloodline, Ye Guan looked up and roared. A boundless surge of bloodline power and sword intent flowed out of him, resisting the woman in black's sword force. The woman in black was surprised. Impressive. Then, she stepped forward and flipped her left hand. Another wave of sword force fell and suppressed Ye Guan. The time reversers were thoroughly confused. Why were their enemies fighting each other? Just then, over 100 supreme elites arrived. The middle-aged man was relieved to see the middle-aged man standing at the helm of the group. Brother Gu, the middle-aged man exclaimed. The leader of the reinforcements was a member of the Dai clan. Dai Gu? Dai Gu acknowledged the middle-aged man with a nod and to the woman in black. Who is she? Asked Dai Gu. The middle-aged man responded, she should be Ye Guan's ally. Dai Gu's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the woman in black with a solemn look. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was forcibly suppressed. He grunted in annoyance and thrust Xianyuan forward. However, Xianyuan felt as heavy as 1,000,000 tons, and it moved in slow motion amidst the woman in black's sword force. His two unique bloodlines imbued his sword with power, and it made the woman in black's sword force tremble. The woman in black showed a hint of admiration at the sight. Regardless, she raised her left hand and pressed it down, suppressing Ye Guan with another wave of sword force. The woman in black was about to carry Ye Guan away, but Ye Guan suddenly roared like a wild beast. An unstoppable surge of bloodline power and sword intent erupted from within him, and his aura surged crazily to the great destiny sovereign realm. His sword intent also trembled, as it was on the verge of a breakthrough. The divine realm? Ye Guan's sword Dao was about to become divine? The woman in black's sword force was repelled, but she smiled lightly at the sight. She didn't expect that her attempt to suppress Ye Guan would bring about a breakthrough. It was a pleasant turn of events overall. Unfortunately, the woman in black couldn't observe Ye Guan's breakthrough, considering the people behind them. The woman in black stepped forward and unleashed another wave of sword force. Ye Guan found himself under suppression once more. He struggled, but the woman in black appeared in front of him and pressed down on his shoulder with her left hand. Boom! Ye Guan was utterly suppressed. The woman in black grabbed Ye Guan's arm and turned around to leave. You're not going anywhere. Dai Gu bellowed. His figure blurred, transforming into a streak of light that rushed toward Ye Guan and the woman in black. Naturally, the time reversers joined the chase. Dai Gu moved at a breakneck speed, catching up to Ye Guan and the woman in black in a blink of an eye. The woman in black whipped around and slashed out. A kaleidoscope of sword light erupted, cascading upon Dai Gu like a waterfall. Boom! The streak of light shattered, and Dai Gu was blasted hundreds of kilometers away. When he came to a halt, he was shocked to find that his right hand had fractured. The woman in black's sword move was so strong that Dai Gu was injured in just one exchange. Meanwhile, the woman in black came to a halt after being surrounded by a group of supreme elites. The woman in black's eyes filled with fury. She flicked her wrist, and the sword in her hand took to the sky. A myriad of sword lights slashed out, and over a dozen time reversers perished instantly, while the lucky ones retreated in a hurry. The woman in black didn't chase after those who were escaping. She grabbed Ye Guan and turned around to leave, but Dai Gu appeared before her. Backslash. Dai Gu opened his palm, revealing a tiny black cauldron that took to the sky. The tiny black cauldron hovered overhead, emitting an inscrutable, ancient aura that soon pervaded the time river. Moments later, a colossal hand emerged from the tiny black cauldron, and it reached out toward the woman in black and Ye Guan. An immense, domineering pressure descended upon everyone, shattering the nearby space-time. The woman in black's expression turned cold. She tossed her sword skyward, and it transformed into a streak of light that sliced the colossal hand. A deafening explosion echoed as the colossal hand disintegrated, scattering into a myriad light fragments. Dai Gu's expression turned ferocious. He formed intricate seals with his hands while chanting an ancient incantation. The tiny black cauldron trembled violently, and a dreadful aura emerged from it. Soon, an eerie howl echoed from the cauldron, and it was followed by the appearance of a crimson demonic beast. The demonic beast had a humanoid frame but a face resembling a beast. Its frame was entirely crimson, and it radiated an aura capable of instilling fear in just about anyone's heart. The time reversers' faces turned somber upon seeing the beast. The beast was none other than the terrifying blood demonic beast. The blood demonic beast was once the leader of the blood demon continent, and it was as powerful as elite demonic beasts like the ancestral dragon. No one had ever thought that the Dai clan had such a demonic beast. The blood demonic beast grinned menacingly at the woman in black. Then, it pounced on the woman in black. It moved so quickly that every inch of spacetime in its way disintegrated, inch by inch. The woman in black's eyes narrowed into slits. When the blood demonic beast was only a few meters away from her, she slashed out fiercely with her sword. A myriad of sword lights erupted and cascaded toward the blood demonic beast. Boom! The blood demonic beast was blasted a few hundred meters away. It stabilized itself desperately, and when it came to a halt, it discovered that it was riddled with sword wounds of varying sizes. Dai Gu's expression grew solemn at the sight. What a terrifying sword strike! The time reversers revealed the same expression as Dai Gu. The woman was so strong that she seemed otherworldly. In addition, since when did Guanxian universe have such a powerful supreme elite? Dai Gu stared intently at the woman in black, and his gaze was solemn as he demanded, "Who are you?" The woman in black jeered, "A little bastard like you does not deserve to know my name." Dai Gu was furious. "You dare insult me? You!" Dai Gu couldn't complete his sentence as the woman in black blasted him away with a slash. Daigu looked down at himself and was horrified to find that his fleshly body had been torn apart, drenching him in blood. Daigu trembled uncontrollably upon realizing that he was helpless before the woman in black. Meanwhile, the time reversers revealed extremely grim expressions. The woman in black smirked at Daigu. If you aren't a little bastard, what are you? Daigu glared at her with resentment. You better not dream about leaving. The woman in black shrugged and replied, sure, I'm not leaving, then. The woman in black waved her hand, and the sword force suppressing Ye Guan vanished into thin air. Boom! Ye Guan's aura erupted and surged crazily. He stood up slowly and stared quietly at the woman in black. He had this strong urge to attack her, but he turned around slowly and charged at the time reversers. Ye Guan couldn't beat her, so he decided to switch targets. The time reversers' expression changed upon seeing Ye Guan rushing toward them. Of course, they hadn't forgotten that Ye Guan had just made a breakthrough. While the time reversers were thinking of whether to retreat or attack, Ye Guan was already in front of them. A burst of crimson sword light erupted and flew toward them. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he roared, defend. The time reversers pooled their profound energy together to create a barrier against Ye Guan's sword slash. Boom! The barrier shattered instantly, and the time reversers at the helm couldn't withstand the sword slash. The rest were pushed away. It was just one sword move, but it contained a terrifying might. Ye Guan moved through the crowd like a whirlwind. Each swing of his sword sent torrents of crimson sword light flying toward the time reversers. His sword was sharp and swift, cutting everything in its path and leaving a trail of destruction. The middle-aged man's expression darkened upon realizing that Ye Guan had gotten significantly stronger. Ye Guan was already powerful, but now, he seemed unstoppable. To make matters worse, Ye Guan's bloodline power was still surging. The middle-aged man found the sight to be extremely surreal. The woman in black glanced at Ye Guan, and a smile spread across her cold, beautiful face. When she turned toward Daigu, her warm smile instantly became as cold as an icy cavern. Daigu suddenly felt an inexplicable chill while he was staring at Ye Guan. When he turned to the woman in black, he was astonished to find that she had already transformed into a streak of sword light and was speeding toward him. Daigu was flustered, but he dared not confront the woman head-on. He controlled the tiny black cauldron, making sure that it would protect him. Boom! A deafening noise echoed and was quickly followed by a crisp noise. The tiny black cauldron had shattered. It couldn't withstand the force behind the woman in black's sword. Fear marred Daigu's face, and he retreated as fast as possible. However, an even faster sword light made a beeline for him. Daigu's pupils constricted, sensing his impending doom. He couldn't dodge the oncoming sword light, but he had to do something if he wanted to survive. Daigu clenched his fists and swung them forward, unleashing a torrent of multicolored lights. The sheer power of his fists tore space-time apart. And that was when the woman in black swung downward. Boom! The myriad of multicolored lights shattered, and Daigu flew a few kilometers away. Daigu's fleshy body disintegrated slowly, and the woman in black swung once more. Daigu's pupils constricted at the sight. His fate was sealed. Daigu gave up. He didn't even bother moving, as there wasn't anything he could do but accept his death. Against absolute power, willpower, and one's thoughts were meaningless after all. Swoosh! A spear descended just then, intercepting the sword at lightning speed. Boom! An explosion erupted a few kilometers away, and the time reversers were blown away upon getting hit by the shockwave. The woman in black looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a flowing robe. The middle-aged man's gaze was sharp, and his hair draped over his shoulder. His right hand was holding a spear, and he was emitting an imposing spear intent. The middle-aged man was none other than Dai Ming, ranked third in the Dai clan. He was just below Dai Yang and the clan leader, Dai Qing. Daigu breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the woman in black, and he sounded serious as he said, "That woman is strong, third brother. Do not underestimate her." Dai Ming's gaze was solemn as he stared at the woman in black. However, his eyes were devoid of fear. Rather, there was a profound battle intent within his gaze. The Dai clan wasn't invincible, but they were above many other clans. However, their attempt to assassinate Ye Guan gave them many surprises. They had discovered that the Guanxian universe and the true universe had many supreme elites behind the scenes. Dai Ming's mouth fluttered open to speak, but the woman in black transformed into a streak of sword light that rushed toward Dai Ming. Dai Ming's eyes narrowed, and he dashed forward instead of retreating. His figure trembled as he transformed into a streak of spear light. Dai Ming made a beeline for the streak of sword light. He had decided to confront the woman in black head-on. Kaboom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Dai Ming was blasted hundreds of kilometers away, and before he could even stabilize himself, another sword strike was already descending upon him. The sword light seemed as fast as lightning in everyone else's eyes, but in Dai Ming's eyes, it moved as leisurely and slowly as a turtle. It was a phenomenon brought upon by the laws of time. Fear filled Dai Ming's heart. He truly didn't expect that the woman in black had mastered the laws of time. This only meant one thing: the woman in black had grasped the Dao. Dai Ming abandoned all thoughts of fighting back and retreated as fast as possible. And that was when the sword abruptly sped up. Boom! A burst of sword light erupted, and Dai Ming flew hundreds of kilometers away. Dai Ming was horrified to find that his fleshly body had disintegrated in midair and that he had been reduced to nothing but a fragile soul. Daigu's eyes were wide open as he stared at the ridiculous sight. Even third brother couldn't withstand the woman in black's attacks. The woman in black lifted her sword and transformed into a streak of light that streaked across the sky. With a sword in hand, she assumed a stance to attack once more. Dai Ming's pupils constricted. He tried to move, but the woman in black's sword pierced his forehead before he could even do anything. Boom! Dai Ming was immobilized. The woman in black glared coldly at Dai Ming. Dai Ming wanted to say something, but the woman in black slashed down. Bam! Dai Ming was no more. The woman in black spat coldly. I can't stand those who waste their final breaths on meaningless words. The woman in black opened her palm, and her sword appeared in her hand. Then, she stared at Daigu down below. Daigu's mouth fluttered open to speak, but he was horrified to find that the woman in black had vanished. Before any words could emerge from his mouth, a sword pierced his glabella. Slash! The woman in black waved her sleeve, killing Daigu. Afterward, she turned her attention to the unfolding chaos in the distance where Ye Guan was conducting his frenzied slaughter. Ye Guan's strength had taken a massive leap after his breakthrough in both cultivation base and sword cultivation base. He had become so strong that the time reverses didn't dare to face his sword. The woman in black silently observed Ye Guan. Ye Guan's performance had truly surprised her. In addition, Ye Guan had become so powerful that it was almost unbelievable. Of course, Ye Guan's mad demon bloodline was a huge part of the reason behind Ye Guan's current strength. Moreover, Ye Guan's mad demon bloodline was like an upgraded version of his grandfather's mad demon bloodline. Under normal circumstances, a family would usually have only one extraordinary ancestor, but the Ying family boasted two. Ye Guan reaped a ton of profit by having such two powerful ancestors both in bloodline and connections. Ye Guan's mad demon bloodline seemed to have infinite potential. It appeared that there wasn't any limit to how much bloodline power he could unleash as long as he allowed the mad demon bloodline to take over his sanity. The bloodline power would also become even stronger the more he used it. In other words, Ye Guan could truly fight endlessly by becoming a lunatic. Of course, becoming a lunatic was a drawback, but it meant Ye Guan would transform into an indefatigable killing machine. In addition, the more he killed, the more powerful he would become. The time reversers had already lost all will to fight, and their morale plummeted to the abyss upon witnessing the deaths of the Dai clan brothers. If the woman in black and Ye Guan were to join forces, they would be completely powerless against them. The middle-aged man commanded decisively, retreat. The crowd scampered off, fleeing for their lives. Ye Guan wasted no time and chased after them with his sword in hand. The true tree wouldn't allow him to run out of spiritual energy, so he could fight for as long as he wanted. The woman in black didn't stop Ye Guan, and she even followed him. Stop him? Why would she stop him? Let the slaughter continue? The woman in black wanted to let him have a joyful slaughter. The faces of the time reversers soured at the sight of Ye Guan chasing after them. A young man was actually hunting them down. Supreme time reversers? The time reversers felt ashamed at the harsh reality. Unfortunately, there wasn't really anything they could do, as none of them were willing to go all out. The time reversers believed that if all of them were to go all out, they would stand a chance against Ye Guan. Unfortunately, they all feared death and were unwilling to sacrifice themselves for others. They had been playing tricks while fighting Ye Guan, hoping that someone else would charge forward, allowing them to reap the rewards effortlessly. This was precisely the reason Ye Guan grew bolder with each exchange. The time reversers were unwilling to go all out and were afraid of death. They preferred to scheme against their fellow time reversers and avoided a direct confrontation at all costs, hoping others would sacrifice themselves for their gains. The time reversers were supposed to join forces against Ye Guan, but their nature didn't allow them to do that. Instead, they focused on running, thinking that others would do the dirty work for them. Clearly, they were all selfish and afraid of death. Of course, the woman in black behind Ye Guan was part of the reason they had chosen to retreat desperately rather than unite and fight Ye Guan. Everyone reckoned that the woman in black was much stronger than them combined. Ye Guan pushed his speed to the limit to chase after the time reversers in the time river. It didn't take him long to kill a dozen time reversers. The woman in black quietly followed after Ye Guan. However, even without the woman in black's intervention, the time reversers could no longer fight, as they were utterly terrified of Ye Guan. Just like that, Ye Guan chased after the time reversers. 30 minutes later, the woman in black abruptly came to a halt. She looked up and stared at the end of the time river. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed as if she had discovered something, and she exclaimed, "Child, stop." The woman in black's figure blurred as she rushed toward Ye Guan. Just as the woman in black chased after Ye Guan, the end of the time river trembled. A mysterious cultivator clad in a hooded black robe appeared. The mysterious cultivator had a towering physique, and they emitted an inscrutable air. They vanished from the spot, and a trail of crimson light swiftly flew across the time river. Ye Guan sensed something and came to a halt. He looked around and slashed out. Boom! A burst of crimson sword light shattered, and Ye Guan was thrown a few kilometers away. Ye Guan's fleshly body had been torn apart, and fresh blood drenched him entirely. The mysterious figure in black was about to attack once again when a streak of sword light flew toward them. The mysterious figure in black raised his hand, and a crimson shield appeared. Boom! The crimson shield shattered, forcing the mysterious figure in black to retreat several hundred meters away. The woman in black glared coldly at the mysterious figure in black. There was a pitch-black void beneath the hood, and only a pair of crimson eyes were visible. The woman in black took a stance and was about to attack when she recalled something and frowned. Then, the woman in black's figure blurred as she flew toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan was about to slash out when the woman in black waved her sleeve, unleashing a powerful sword force that Ye Guan in place. The woman in black then placed a hand on Ye Guan's shoulder before disappearing into the distance. The crimson eyes of the mysterious figure in black narrowed. They raised their right hand slowly, and an array made out of strange red screens manifested before the woman in black and Ye Guan. The screens were made out of thumb-sized runes, looking both mystifying and terrifying. The woman in black's expression turned icy, and she slashed down forcefully. Swoosh! The array shattered, but then a myriad of swords made out of blood manifested to surround the woman in black and Ye Guan in the blink of an eye. The woman in black's eyes narrowed, and she pulled Ye Guan behind her before thrusting forward with her sword. A kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted, transforming into individual swords that made a beeline for the oncoming blood swords. Clang! The collision between the blood swords and the woman in black's radiant swords created powerful shockwaves that made the time river tremble violently. The woman pointed with 2 fingers, conjuring a terrifying sword force that manifested into a protective shield. The sword force protected her and Ye Guan from the relentless shockwaves. Just then, a shadowy figure lunged toward Ye Guan from behind. The woman in black reacted swiftly and turned, pulling Ye Guan behind her once more. Then, she pointed a finger at the shadowy figure, sending a dazzling beam of sword light toward the latter. Boom! A powerful explosion occurred, and the shadowy figure was blasted hundreds of meters away. The mysterious figure in black eventually came to a halt, and they gazed at the woman in black. She has grasped the Dao. The woman in black grinned sinisterly and rushed toward the mysterious figure in black. The mysterious figure in black's eyes narrowed, and they drew a circle with both hands, conjuring a circle made out of red light. The circle made out of red light devoured the woman in black's sword light. The woman in black brought her hands together just then and slashed downward. A colossal sword manifested and descended upon the circle made out of red light. Boom! The circle made out of red light trembled violently, but it didn't vanish. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure in black was sent flying hundreds of meters away. He eventually managed to come to a halt, but a sword light was already flying toward him. Thud! The mysterious figure in black was forced to retreat once more. The woman in black was about to make another move when she sensed the approach of 12 powerful auras. Her eyes narrowed into slits, and she didn't hesitate to grab Ye Guan before disappearing. The woman in black wasn't afraid to fight. She was more afraid that Ye Guan would reach his limits before the fight ended. Ye Guan was simply too weak to withstand the Mad Demon bloodline's endless power. Ye Guan could indeed make use of the Mad Demon bloodline to become even stronger, but if he were to cross a certain threshold, he'd explode. After all, his fleshly body and soul had their own limits. Therefore, the woman in black had no choice but to leave with Ye Guan. The mysterious figure in black witnessed the woman in black's retreat, and they vanished into thin air. A beam of black light flew toward the woman in black. In response, the woman in black slashed out. A deafening boom echoed, and the black light shattered, but a strange light curtain appeared in front of the woman in black and Ye Guan. Moments later, a myriad blood swords manifested. They had been surrounded. The woman in black's eyes became incomparably cold. However, she refused to engage with the blood swords and slashed out, carving open the void to create a space-time tunnel. The woman in black decisively jumped into the space-time tunnel along with Ye Guan. The mysterious figure in black frowned, but they didn't chase after the woman in black. Rumble! Space-time rifts manifested, revealing 12 mysterious figures wielding blood swords. In addition, powerful supreme elites from the Time River soon arrived with their weapons in hand. The mysterious figure in black stared at the hole in space-time and exclaimed, "They went to the abandoned heaven world." An old man next to the mysterious figure in black said in a deep voice, "Sovereign, what should we do?" The mysterious figure in black pondered for a while before replying, "She's very strong. We're not strong enough to stop her. We have to wait for the heaven sovereign." The old man nodded and stayed put. Meanwhile, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group of time reversers. The mysterious figure in the black robe was none other than the bodyguard of the past clan's clan leader. She had 2 bodyguards, the Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign. The mysterious figure in the black robe was the Earth Sovereign. The Earth Sovereign turned toward the time reversers and glared sinisterly at them, saying, "You people know that none of you have any other choices. Why hesitate to stake your lives in this gamble?" A wave of discomfort washed across the time reversers, but the Earth Sovereign continued to taunt them. "A young man has actually managed to toy with hundreds of you. Are you not ashamed at all?" The time reversers' expressions were ugly, but none of them dared to challenge the Earth Sovereign. "Get ready for another fight. Should anyone choose to retreat or hesitate, I will personally take their life away," the Earth Sovereign declared. Silence descended, and the time reversers could only nod in response. The Earth Sovereign looked away and stared at the abandoned heaven realm with a frown. Peculiar rocks dotted the terrain while the scent of beautiful flowers pervaded the air on the summit of a mountain somewhere in the abandoned heaven realm. A natural hot spring with crystal clear water was on one corner of the mountain. The serenity of the mountain was disturbed by the woman in black and Ye Guan. The woman in black waved her sleeve gracefully, tearing apart Ye Guan's clothes. Then, she carried Ye Guan and hurled him into the hot spring. Immediately afterward, she pressed down with her hand, sending a wave of sword might to prevent Ye Guan from swimming to the surface. The woman in black was attempting to suppress the Mad Demon bloodline. If it were to remain unruly, Ye Guan would end up dying. The Mad Demon bloodline went mad, and it resisted fiercely against the woman in black's sword might. 1. The woman in black frowned. There was something wrong with the Mad Demon bloodline. It felt like it was nursing a resentment against Ye Guan. Why would the Mad Demon bloodline nurse a resentment against Ye Guan? The woman in black shook her head and sent another powerful wave of sword might. The unyielding Mad Demon bloodline eventually relented in the face of the woman in black's suppression. The woman in black sighed in relief. If the Mad Demon bloodline had decided to struggle for another hour, she would have lost control of it. 2 hours later, Ye Guan's Mad Demon bloodline eventually calmed down, and the crimson light in his eyes eventually vanished. 30 minutes later, Ye Guan stirred and frowned. He was still emitting killing intent, but it was no longer as fierce and as overpowering as earlier. The woman in black stopped suppressing Ye Guan, and the latter opened his eyes slowly. His eyes gradually regained their focus, and he looked around until he found the woman in black standing nearby. Ye Guan jumped in shock before immediately calming down and asking, "Aunt?" The woman in black was none other than Ye Qingqing too. Ye Qingqing nodded lightly. "Yes. Thank you for your help, Aunt," said Ye Guan, bowing deeply to Ye Qingqing. Ye Guan never really thought that he would end up surviving the entire ordeal. He had allowed the Mad Demon bloodline to let loose after all. At that point, he had decided that either his enemies would die, or he would die. Of course, he also didn't expect to see Ye Qingqing here. Ye Qingqing examined Ye Guan from top to bottom before asking, "How are you feeling?" A bit exhausted, but Ye Guan trailed off, seemingly pondering over something before continuing, "I don't feel too bad." Ye Qingqing nodded. "Good to hear that." Ye Guan stepped out of the hot spring and was immediately struck by the cold breeze. Stunned, Ye Guan retreated back into the hot spring and looked down. He was stark naked. Ye Guan couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Ye Qingqing saw his odd expression and asked, "What's up with that shy look?" "I already saw everything, you know." Ye Guan was speechless. He put on his clothes and finally emerged from the hot spring. Then, he used some profound energy to dry his clothes. Ye Qingqing examined Ye Guan once more. She had been observing him from the shadows, and she had never really shown herself. Staring at him up close, she realized that he had perfectly inherited his father's looks and talents. "Aunt, where are we?" Ye Guan asked. Ye Qingqing looked around and replied, "I don't know." Ye Guan nodded. "How about we leave?" Ye Qingqing shook her head. "We can't leave." Ye Guan was puzzled. Ye Qingqing looked up and explained, "The time reversers have locked down the space-time. They've surrounded this realm as well. Those pesky time reversers." Ye Guan's expression darkened. "How about we fight our way out?" Ye Qingqing glanced at Ye Guan. "Sure, but you might not be up for it." Ye Guan froze. "We will wait for reinforcements," Ye Qingqing said. Ye Guan shook his head and said, "There aren't going to be reinforcements. The reinforcements from the True Universe and the Guanxian Universe are currently fighting the time reversers." "There are reinforcements," Ye Qing affirmed. Ye Guan was stunned. "I have more strong relatives? Am I really the weakest in the family? One sword might and sword force are the same, interchangeable, it's just translator preference. 2 mentioned once in CH 140. Do I really have more strong relatives?" Ye Guan became even more curious about his family members. He was indeed quite unfamiliar with his relatives from the previous generation and the generation before that. He had no idea just how many relatives he had, but it was clear that quite a few relatives were still unknown to him. Ye Qingqing suddenly asked, "Has your sword Dao entered the Divine Realm?" The Divine Realm? Ye Guan was taken aback, but he was soon overjoyed. His sword Dao had reached the Divine Realm? He had also made a breakthrough into the Great Destiny Sovereign Realm. Ye Guan was so overjoyed that he whipped around and thrust Xianyuan toward the sky. Boom! A sword to split heaven and earth? Ye Guan's eyes glimmered in excitement. His strength had increased by several times, and he had gotten strong enough to kill weak time reversers. How about Great Destiny Sovereigns? They had become ants to him. Just then, Ye Guan recalled something and turned to Ye Qingqing. "Aunt, what comes next after the Divine Realm?" "Divine Transcendence." Ye Qingqing shook her head. "No, what comes next, then? Don't bite more than you can chew. Your priority at the moment is to stabilize your cultivation base and Sword Dao realm. You've just made a breakthrough, after all." "All right," Ye Guan replied with a nod. Then, he sounded confused as he asked, "How come they haven't attacked us yet?" Ye Qingqing looked up and replied, "They're waiting for reinforcements, too." Ye Guan's expression darkened. "Let's go," Ye Qingqing said, disappearing into a ray of sword light. Ye Guan followed closely behind her. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the summit of a mountain. They looked around and could see a mountain range that stretched for hundreds of kilometers in all directions. Ye Guan looked up and saw quite a few ancient palaces suspended in the air. There were thousands of them, creating a magnificent view. Ye Guan was curious. "What are those? Let's go there so you can see for yourself." Ye Qingqing tapped the ground lightly with her toes and vanished. She reappeared more than 10 kilometers away. Ye Guan hurriedly chased after her. The two soon arrived in front of the biggest palace. Every single palace in the air looked even more dilapidated upon closer inspection, and they emitted a desolate aura. There wasn't a trace of life anywhere, which made the place appear eerie. Ye Guan looked up and saw a plaque hanging above the palace doors of the biggest palace, Abandoned Heaven Clan. Abandoned Heaven Clan? Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Ye Qingqing walked into the palace, and Ye Guan chased after her. A musty smell struck their nostrils the moment they entered the palace. Ye Qingqing waved her sleeve, and the stale air was swept away by a powerful killing intent. The grand hall was devoid of any furnishings, and there was only a white-robed old man sitting cross-legged inside the hall. The white-robed old man's hands were folded in front of him, and his head was lowered close to his chest. He wasn't emitting any aura. Ye Qingqing looked at him and muttered, "Sealed. Let's go," Ye Qingqing said, turning around to leave. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before bowing slightly to the white-robed old man. Then, he turned around to leave. Ye Guan's bowing was a long-standing habit of his habit of being respectful toward elders. Ye Guan had decided to be respectful, as it might bring him surprises. The two were about to leave when the white-robed old man opened his eyes slowly. Ye Guan stopped in his tracks upon sensing the movement. He turned and found that the white-robed old man was already staring at him. This old man is still alive? Ye Guan bowed slightly once again and greeted, "Senior." Ye Qingqing glanced at the white-robed old man without saying a word. The white-robed old man looked at Ye Qingqing for a while before he turned to Ye Guan and smiled. "So you're the advocate of the virtuous Dao?" Ye Guan was puzzled. "Do you know me, senior?" The white-robed old man nodded. "Not too long ago, someone came here, hoping that I would kill you." Ye Guan's face instantly darkened. The white-robed old man continued, "But I didn't agree to their request." "Why not?" The white-robed old man smiled but remained silent. Ye Guan was confused. He couldn't understand why the white-robed old man had declined such a request. The white-robed old man asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "Yes. The time reversers want to kill you to achieve immortality. What's wrong with immortality? Also, have the myriad beings of this vast expanse committed any crimes? If so, what crime have they committed? The grand principles of the Great Dao. Okay, let me ask another question. If this lady next to you was near the end of her lifespan, would you use the order to suppress her?" Ye Guan frowned. Ye Qingqing glanced at the white-robed old man indifferently, but she didn't say anything. The white-robed old man smiled. "What? Are you hesitating?" Ye Guan was silent. The white-robed old man said, "These time reversers are mere strangers to you, they aren't your relatives or your friends. In other words, it's not strange that you have no feelings for them. However, if the people you cherish are one day at the end of their lifespans, would you be able to remain impartial by then?" Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, "Senior, I'm the weakest in my family. Don't dodge my question," the white-robed old man said. Ye Guan stared at the white-robed old man without saying anything. The old man continued, "Imagine this lady beside you is reaching the end of her lifespan and is about to turn into dust. You're given the chance to shatter the order and grant her eternal life, but you have to sacrifice." "I'd do it," Ye Guan replied immediately. "I'd shatter the order and grant her eternal life." Ye Qingqing stared at Ye Guan. The white-robed old man sneered. Ye Guan merely smiled in response to the white-robed old man's sneer. "Senior, I understand what you're trying to say, and I can see that you're mocking me for being biased. However, it doesn't really matter to me. I want to establish a new order to protect the vast expanse and the myriad beings. However, I will never sacrifice my loved ones for it." The white-robed old man chuckled and jeered, "But sacrificing the lives of others is acceptable to you, right?" Ye Guan calmly replied, "Senior, I think you shouldn't sit here. I know a place in the Milky Way, and it's called Lishan. There's a giant Buddha statue there. You should probably bring that statue down and sit in its place." Pfft! Ye Qingqing burst out into laughter, but she quickly regained her composure. An amused light shone in her eyes as she stared at her nephew. The white-robed old man had no idea what to say. "My goal is to protect the vast expanse and the myriad beings. I'm working toward it at the moment, but if it hadn't been for my aunts and loved ones, I wouldn't have dared to even have such thoughts. Without my aunts' help, what order can I even establish? I wouldn't have accomplished anything without them. Even if I somehow manage to succeed, it'll surely be because of their help. If you want me to remain unbiased once I've succeeded and force them to adhere to my order by allowing them to return to dust, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Once I have to make a choice by then, I'll leave a backdoor for them. If I have to choose between them and the order I've established, then I will personally shatter my order." The old man was quiet for a long time before muttering, "You've surprised me. I've never claimed to be a saint. It'd be great if I could do anything for the myriad beings and the vast expanse, but if I have to sacrifice my loved ones to do that, then I'm sorry, but I'll have to take a rain check. I'm useless without my aunts, after all. Just take this instance for example. Would you treat me seriously if it weren't for Aunt Qingqing standing next to me?" Ye Qingqing's gaze toward Ye Guan softened drastically. Ye Qingqing had never really interacted with Ye Guan, and her brother, Ye Xian, was the reason she had decided to help Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan's words just now had made her become fond of him. Ye Qingqing hated hypocrites the most, especially those who talked loudly about moral righteousness. The white-robed old man sighed, and his eyes revealed a complicated light. The white-robed old man wanted to see if he could shatter the young man's faith. After all, a biased individual was full of contradictions. However, the white-robed old man was caught off guard when Ye Guan turned out to be pretty clear with his principles. Family comes first. Establishing a brand new order was just him doing something nice for the vast expanse and the myriad beings. It wasn't something that he had to do at all costs, which meant he would never sacrifice his family for the myriad beings. The white-robed old man sighed once again. Kind and good people weren't scary, as they were bound by their own moral standards and righteousness. The scariest people were those who were neither good nor evil. A perfect example of such people was Ye Guan. Ye Guan was willing to do good deeds, but he would never sacrifice his family for the sake of it. On the flip side, he was willing to commit evil deeds for the sake of his family. How could he shatter the faith of someone like that? Ye Guan stared deeply at the white-robed old man before turning to Ye Qingqing. And, let's go. Ye Qingqing nodded. Okay. The two then turned around to leave. Just as they were about to step out of the door, Ye Guan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He then turned around to look at the white-robed old man. How much longer can you live? I've got less than 100 years left, the white-robed old man replied. Less than 100 years. It was no wonder the white-robed old man had chosen to stay here. However, Ye Guan reckoned that if the white-robed old man had less than 10 years of lifespan rather than less than 100, the latter would have joined the time reversers camp. Ye Guan pondered briefly before asking, I guess you're not willing to die so easily. Are you interested in forming a good relationship with me? The old man frowned and asked, forming a good relationship with you? Ye Guan nodded. The great Daoist brush master and I have agreed to establish a new order in 100 years. 100 years is my deadline. How about this? Help me, and I'll open a back door for you once I've succeeded. The white-robed old man's expression changed drastically. Really? Ye Guan nodded. Of course. I won't promise, but when the time comes and I've already subdued the great Dao, I'll go and talk to her. I believe that with a sword at her neck, we can surely discuss anything. So, what do you think? The white-robed old man hurriedly stood up. Then, he cupped his fists respectfully, saying, Young Lord Ye, I apologize for speaking out of turn. Please forgive me. Ye Guan was truly stupefied by the white-robed old man's abrupt change in attitude. The white-robed old man had submitted. Ye Guan truly knew how to adapt to circumstances. He knew it was impossible to establish a brand new order by himself. He needed the support of the great Daoist brush master, his aunts, and other strong individuals. The great Daoist brush master was helping him out of faith, while his aunts were supporting him out of kinship. What about others? Were they going to help him out of love? Impossible? It was all about profits. If Ye Guan wanted others to help him, he would need to offer them enough profits. It was just like how founding emperors had to offer their followers noble titles and lands when establishing their empire. Otherwise, no one would help them. Ye Guan didn't think much about it. The white-robed old man's lifespan was running out, and if he decided to help Ye Guan establish a brand new order, Ye Guan would help him extend his lifespan. What if the white-robed old man had chosen not to submit? Ye Guan had never believed that the white-robed old man would refuse to submit, and it was all because he knew that the white-robed old man wouldn't dare to do so. The white-robed old man was thrilled. Compared to the past clan, he preferred to stand on Ye Guan's side, and it was all because he had once met Ye Guan's grandfather. It happened not too long ago. Two swordsmen had come here, and they asked him to make a move with all his might. The white-robed old man obliged, and that was it. The two swordsmen left after the bout, but Sword Master Qingshan turned around and took out a portrait. It was a portrait of his grandson, and the young man in the portrait was none other than Ye Guan. That was why he refused to agree to the past clan's request when the latter had asked him to kill Ye Guan. Ye Guan had two relatives strong enough to make him feel despair, so why would he dare to make a move against Ye Guan? However, the white-robed old man didn't immediately jump on Ye Guan's ship, afraid that Ye Guan was the type of person who only knew how to bark. In addition, the white-robed old man had his own interest to ensure. I can help you establish a brand new order, but I want to know what's in it for me. Ye Guan said, Senior, the abandoned heaven realm has been blockaded by a massive group of time reversers. A fierce battle might erupt later. To be honest, my chances of winning are low, so I want you to think carefully before making a decision. The white-robed old man smiled. If a fight breaks out later, I'll do everything I can. One had to invest if one wanted to earn profits. Ye Guan stared deeply at the white-robed old man and said, All right. With that, Ye Guan and Ye Qingqing left the great hall. Ye Guan looked up at the blue sky. The clouds up above painted a peaceful and quiet scenery, but a huge storm was brewing. This was the calm before the storm. Ye Guan dared not underestimate the time reversers. After all, they were supreme elites in their own eras. Ye Guan believed that the reason he managed to repel the group of time reversers he had encountered not too long ago was the fact that those time reversers were like headless dragons. They each had their own ulterior motives and were unwilling to go all out, afraid of dying for someone else's sake. If they had united and fought fearlessly, Ye Guan reckoned that he would have lost against them, even under the Mad Demon bloodline's powerful enhancement. The mysterious figure in black one was also quite powerful. Ye Guan was convinced that he was strong enough to lead the time reversers, which meant that those time reversers would unite soon. In other words, an unprecedentedly difficult battle was nigh. Ye Guan turned to look at Ye Qingqing. Ye Qingqing was clad in a black dress, and her gaze was icy but clear. She was an extraordinary beauty, but she emitted a cold aura that made people hesitate about the idea of approaching her. Unlike his plain-skirt aunt, who emitted an air of superiority, Ye Qingqing seemed more cold and irritable rather than aloof and proud. Ye Qingqing suddenly looked at Ye Guan. What are you looking at? Ye Qingqing asked. Ye Qingqing wasn't mad, as evidenced by her calm gaze. However, Ye Guan felt uneasy for some reason. In the end, Ye Guan smiled and candidly replied, And, you're really pretty. Ye Qingqing stared intently at Ye Guan and asked, Between me and your plain-skirt aunt, who's prettier? You better not say that the two of us are both pretty. Ye Guan's smile froze on his lips. Fuck. I'm not ballsy enough to answer that question. Ye Qingqing placed her thumb on the hilt of her sword and raised an eyebrow. Answer me, or I'll beat you up. Ye Guan's face darkened. Her temper is outrageous. To make matters worse, Ye Guan could feel that Ye Qingqing wasn't joking. She would really beat him up if he refused to reply. Damn it, my cursed mouth. I really dug my own grave this time. Ye Qingqing lifted her thumb lightly, unsheathing her sword by an inch. A burst of sword energy erupted from the cold sheen of Ye Qingqing's blade. Ye Guan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, Aunt Qingqing and Plainskirt Aunt are both extraordinary beauties. I am not good enough to determine who is prettier between the two of you, so, Aunt Qingqing, you should ask father instead. He's knowledgeable and experienced, so he can definitely answer your question. Little Pagoda. Ye Qingqing stared quietly at Ye Guan. Her gaze remained calm, akin to a deep pool of water with nary any ripples. After a while, Ye Qingqing retracted her gaze and calmly said, Your father would surely choose her. Why? Ye Guan asked, puzzled. Ye Qingqing's gaze suddenly turned a little cold. She's the most important person in your father's heart. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Ye Qingqing and went silent. He knew that it wasn't his place to probe for answers. He would surely get in trouble if he were to attempt to probe. Just then, Ye Qingqing turned to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyelids twitched, and he flinched slightly. Clearly, he was afraid of his aunt with an outrageous temper. You should go ahead first, Ye Qingqing urged. Ye Guan frowned and looked up, asking, Are they about to start fighting? I'll carve open a path for you in the Time River, so you should go ahead first. Ye Guan shook his head. Ye Qingqing frowned slightly and stared intently at Ye Guan. Leave. Ye Qingqing said decisively. Her tone of voice made it clear that there wasn't any room for discussion. Ye Guan met Ye Qingqing's gaze and replied firmly, No. Anger flashed through Ye Qingqing's eyes as she said, What can you even do if you stay here? You're only going to hold me back, so hurry up and leave. Ye Guan shook his head again. Ye Qingqing's expression turned cold. Leave, or I'm going to abandon you here. A surge of anger rose in Ye Guan's heart, and he instinctively wanted to say something along the lines of, Fine, do whatever you want, but Ye Guan realized that Ye Qingqing didn't owe him anything at all, even though she was his aunt. Ye Qingqing had saved him as well, and her life-saving grace was a huge favor in itself that Ye Guan couldn't take for granted. Ye Guan's anger dissipated. He walked up to her and said earnestly, Aunt, if I were truly too weak, I wouldn't stay here to hold you back. However, I'm confident that I can be of some help to you. Ye Qingqing stared coldly at Ye Guan, but she didn't say anything in response. Ye Guan tugged at her sleeve and said, Let's fight them together, Aunt. If we win, that's great. If I die in action, it's fine. I'm not going to have any regrets. Please stop being angry at me, please. Ye Qingqing stared deeply at Ye Guan for a while before looking away. She remained quiet, but the coldness in her eyes had faded significantly. Boom! A spacetime rift manifested, and powerful auras poured out like a deluge from the spacetime rift, enveloping the entire abandoned heaven realm. The time reversers were here. Ye Guan looked up and saw 600 supreme elites. The Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign stood at the helm of the group. Ye Qingqing suddenly said, It's not too late yet. You can still leave. I'm going to fight alongside you until death do us part, Ye Guan said. Ye Qingqing stared at Ye Guan for a while before erupting into laughter. Good. All right, just like you said we'll fight until death do us part. Ye Qingqing's figure trembled a little as she transformed into a ray of sword light that soared to the sky and headed straight for the Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign. Ye Qingqing was going to fight both leaders by herself. The radiant sword light in her hands shone brilliantly, seemingly capable of sundering both the heavens and the earth. The Heaven Sovereign's eyes narrowed. The both of us will suppress that woman. The rest of you, go and kill Ye Guan. The clan leader can resurrect you with a supreme divine spell, so don't worry about dying in battle. The time reversers were delighted. They didn't doubt the Heaven Sovereign's words, as his clan leader was indeed capable of resurrection. The time reversers threw all caution to the wind and transformed into streaks of light that flew toward Ye Guan. The entire abandoned heaven realm seemed to turn illusory beneath the combined power of everyone else. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed into slits as he stared at the oncoming time reversers. Ye Guan was about to make a move, but a loud voice echoed behind him. Abandoned heaven divine array. Boom! Thousands of light pillars shot up to the sky from the thousands of palaces nearby. The white-robed old man's voice echoed behind Ye Guan, saying, Young Lord Ye, let me lend you a hand. Ye Guan laughed out loud and shouted, Thank you. Ye Guan wasted no time, transforming into a ray of sword light and heading straight toward the time reversers. Ye Guan's figure erupted into a crimson and golden radiant light as he activated both of his bloodlines. Ye Guan took a stance with his sword and slashed out Heavenrand with 4 space overlaps. Boom! The spacetime in front of Ye Guan collapsed, turning pitch black. The time reversers' fleshy bodies and souls were annihilated. Those who were a bit fortunate were still blasted away by the shockwave of Ye Guan's sword strike. However, more powerful auras surged toward Ye Guan like a tidal wave. Ye Guan's eyes turned bloodshot, and he revealed a fierce expression. He had no plans of backing down despite the overwhelming numbers of his enemies. Ye Guan's figure trembled, and he transformed into a crimson ray of sword light before charging forward. He was going to confront them head-on. His sword destroyed everything in its path. He was unstoppable. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the time reversers were blasted away. However, a glimmer of cold light flashed behind Ye Guan just then. Ye Guan whipped around and slashed out with his sword. The air let out a shrill cry as Ye Guan's sword light tore it apart. Boom! The sword light shattered, and Ye Guan was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. When Ye Guan came to a halt, he looked up to find a white-robed middle-aged man wielding a saber. The time reversers recognized the white-robed middle-aged man, and he was none other than Dai Lu, the youngest supreme elite of the Dai clan. Dai Lu gripped the hilt of his saber and glared at Ye Guan in the distance, emitting an overwhelming saber intent. Blood trickled down the corner of Ye Guan's lips as he stared at Dai Lu. Rumble! A space-time rift manifested on Dai Lu's right, and a middle-aged man in a long robe stepped out. Dai Feng ranked 6th in the Dai clan and was also known as the 6th elder. 2 supreme elites of the Dai clan were here. 6th brother, let me fight him by myself. Dai Lu exclaimed. Dai Feng glared coldly at Dai Lu and said, why fight him alone when we can gang up on him? Everyone, attack him together. Dai Feng didn't even wait for Dai Lu's reply as he charged forward. The other time reversers charged forward as well, following Dai Feng's lead. One refers to Earth Sovereign. They had decided to gang up on Ye Guan. Ye Guan's face turned fierce. He gripped Xian Yuan tightly, and his figure became blurry. The faces of the time reversers who had fought Ye Guan before changed drastically. Ye Guan was about to unleash one of his ultimate moves. Ye Guan drew his sword and slashed out Heaven Rend, Max Stacks, Max Space Overlap. A kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted and converged into one, shattering the abandoned Heaven Realm layer by layer as it flew toward the oncoming time reversers. Dai Feng's expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect that Ye Guan's sword would be so terrifying. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to retreat. They had no choice but to confront Ye Guan's sword head-on. Dai Feng clenched his right hand into a fist and swung forward. The overwhelming force of the punch surged out like a torrent, colliding with Ye Guan's terrifying sword move. Boom! The radiant sword light and the fist imprint collided, generating a powerful shockwave that sent everyone scampering off in a desperate retreat for safety. Ye Guan was forced to retreat a few kilometers away before finally stopping. As soon as he stopped, a wave of saber light flew toward him from behind, sending chills down his spine. Ye Guan stabilized himself before whipping around and drawing out his sword. Heaven Rend! Boom! Ye Guan's sword light shattered, but Dai Lu was blasted away as well. Unfortunately, Ye Guan failed to remain unscathed from the collision. In addition, hundreds of powerful auras swept toward him from behind. It was a good thing that the white-robed old man's abandoned Heaven Divine Array had contained many time reversers. Otherwise, Ye Guan would have been forced to fight even more time reversers. Ye Guan showed no fear in the face of so many time reversers. In fact, his eyes emitted a dazzling light as he turned around and charged at them. Ye Guan swung Xian Yuan in all directions, sending waves of powerful sword force. A fight to the death? Ye Guan's momentum was so strong that even Dai Lu found it hard to resist. Ye Guan managed to fight the group of time reversers toe-to-toe, and the sight irritated Dai Feng. They had to make quick work of Ye Guan, as the Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign were still busy dealing with the woman in black. If the Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign were somehow defeated, they would be screwed once the woman in black attacked them along with Ye Guan. Having made up his mind, Dai Lu took to the sky and opened his palm. A colossal black bell flew out of his palm and expanded by over 1,000 times. Dai Lu then chanted an ancient incantation. The colossal bell trembled in response to Dai Lu's incantation. The next moment, a resonant ancient tolling chimed out, making a beeline for Ye Guan. The colossal bell was an extraordinary divine weapon known as the Death Knell. Ye Guan felt a sense of foreboding, and his expression changed drastically upon seeing what was flying toward him. Nonetheless, he didn't retreat. He took a stance with his sword and slashed out, sending out a wave of crimson sword light. Boom! The crimson sword light exploded, and Ye Guan was forced to retreat a few kilometers away. He had just come to a halt, but over 100 powerful auras were already flying toward him. Clearly, the time reversers had no plans of giving him any time to breathe. Ye Guan opened his left palm and clenched it. His sword domain erupted, and countless sword lights enhanced by his sword intent enveloped him. The air let loose a shrill cry as Ye Guan's sword lights tore through the air itself. Boom! Unfortunately, Ye Guan's sword domain lasted only for a brief moment. Ye Guan was blasted away once again. To make matters worse, the resonant ancient tolling echoed once more. Ye Guan's mind was abuzz, and he looked up to see a terrifying, inscrutable force flying toward him. Ye Guan raised his sword horizontally in front of him. Boom! Ye Guan flew hundreds of kilometers away after barely managing to defend himself. He had just come to a halt when a terrifying saber light descended on him. Ye Guan looked up, and his figure blurred as a kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted. Space overlap? Boom! Dai Lu's saber light shattered, and he flew flying tens of kilometers away. However, Ye Guan didn't take advantage of that opportunity to attack Dai Lu. He took to the sky and rushed toward the colossal black bell, as it posed the greatest threat to him. Dai Feng's eyes flashed coldly upon seeing Ye Guan's movement. Dai Feng's lips moved slightly, and a violent tremor ran through the colossal black bell. A series of terrifying toiling echoed, but the toiling sounded more like the wailing of death itself, and it seemed capable of shattering the minds of those unfortunate enough to hear it. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed into slits, but he didn't retreat. He continued his charge at the death knell, and that was when a golden light shot out of him and took to the sky. Little Pagoda had manifested. Little Pagoda stood in front of Ye Guan and defended him against the toiling with his golden rays of light. The toiling shattered beneath Little Pagoda's attack, diffusing into the air. The time reversers retreated rapidly at the sight. However, the slow time reversers found themselves burning, and they were reduced to mere ashes in just a few seconds. Dai Lu's expression turned grim. He was deeply shaken as he glared at the tiny pagoda in the distance. He hadn't expected that a tiny pagoda could actually resist the toiling of the death knell. Little Pagoda suddenly said, "Young master, let me deal with this broken thing." "Thank you, Master Pagoda," Ye Guan exclaimed and turned around, transforming into a ray of sword light that charged toward Dai Feng in the distance. Dai Feng glared fiercely at Ye Guan. "All right, let me see just how extraordinary you are." Dai Feng roared and charged forward. Countless fist lights erupted and enveloped Dai Feng's fist as he threw a punch toward Ye Guan. The countless fist lights were so powerful that they annihilated the nearby space-time. However, Ye Guan remained undeterred as he drew his sword and slashed out Heaven Rend. 4 space overlaps. Bam! A terrifying explosion detonated at the point of collision, and the two were blasted hundreds of kilometers away. Ye Guan quickly stabilized himself, and that was when Dai Lu appeared and slashed out with his saber. His goal was to catch Ye Guan off guard and make sure that the latter wouldn't have enough time to even catch his breath. A colossal saber light that stretched for a few kilometers erupted at once, and the saber light carried a force that seemed capable of destroying both heaven and earth. To make matters worse, the other time reversers had decided to jump into the fray. Ye Guan's expression became even fiercer. His fleshly body was screaming at him, and his internal organs seemed to be on the burst of exploding. Overall, Ye Guan was in great pain. However, he couldn't pay attention to any of them as he took a stance with his sword and slashed out once again. Buzz! A resonant sword hum erupted as Ye Guan unleashed a myriad of sword lights. Boom! Ye Guan's sword lights struck the oncoming time reversers, forcing them to retreat. However, Ye Guan retreated the fastest as his fleshly body cracked open, spewing out blood. Upon coming to a halt, Ye Guan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He was severely injured. Dai Feng was overjoyed at the sight. He had no intention of giving Ye Guan any chance, and his figure trembled as he charged straight toward Ye Guan. With each step, surging fist intent would rush out of him and converge on his fist. The sight resembled the collapse of millions of mountains at once. The others, including Dai Lu, followed closely behind Dai Feng. They also didn't want to give Ye Guan any opportunity to survive. Ye Guan looked up at the group of time reversers charging at him. He wiped away the blood trickling down the corner of his lips, and his gaze remained as calm as a placid lake. The sight made Dai Feng feel uneasy. Does he still have some tricks up his sleeves? Well, it's not like I have any choices. Today, it's either you die, or I die. Die. Dai Feng roared, and his fist intent erupted. Dai Feng and the other time reversers finally got near enough to Ye Guan when a dragon roar abruptly echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. A radiant golden light then burst out of Ye Guan. The golden light belonged to Ao Qian. Ao Qian had suffered severe injuries, but the massive difference in the passage of time between the outside world and the world inside the tiny pagoda had allowed Ao Qian to recover quickly. Ye Guan didn't let Ao Qian make any moves until now, as he was waiting for an opportunity, and the opportunity was here. Ye Guan's aura surged crazily after merging with Ao Qian, and his aura instantly became no weaker than Dai Feng and the other time reversers. Dai Feng's face changed dramatically at the sight. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Ye Guan vanished and drew his sword, unleashing a sword move containing 4 heaven rends with 2,000 stacks each. This was Ye Guan's true limit. Dai Feng's pupils constricted to needle-like points, and his heart was filled with immense shock at the terrifying sight. How come his sword is so strong? Boom! The domineering radiant sword light annihilated Dai Feng's fist intent and blasted him away. He had yet to land, but his fleshly body had already disintegrated in midair, staining the ground crimson. It wasn't just Dai Feng. The time reversers behind him were forced to retreat, and some of the weaker time reversers died instantly upon making contact with the radiant sword light. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He had performed a sword move with his maximum stack limit, but he had yet to incorporate it with space overlap. The faces of the time reversers changed drastically when Ye Guan's figure became blurry. Ye Guan was about to unleash that ultimate move. Ye Guan had just merged with Ao Qian, so none of the time reversers had any idea just how powerful his ultimate move had become. None of them were willing to find out. The time reversers dared not to fight as they scampered off into the distance. A kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted, converging into one point before sweeping toward the time reversers. The time reversers were shocked, and they retreated frantically as if they had gone crazy. Clang! A sword light swept toward Ye Guan, and it collided with the latter's sword. Boom! The kaleidoscope of sword lights vanished, and Xianyuan was sent flying away. Ye Guan turned to look at the newcomer, and his pupils constricted. You! Ye Guan's gaze fell on a woman standing in the distance. The woman was dressed in a tight-fitting gray dress with a black jade belt tied around her waist. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and her right hand held a colossal black sword resting on her shoulder. The terrifying colossal sword was wider than her body. The woman's slender and slim frame exuded an aura capable of leveling mountains and draining rivers. Her eyes resembled a starry night sky, but her gaze was as sharp as a treasured sword, capable of instilling fear in those daring enough to stare into her eyes. A terrifying swordsman? Ye Guan didn't expect the other side to have such a terrifying swordsman. It was also his first time having such a powerful swordsman as his enemy. The woman was merely staring at Ye Guan, but Ye Guan could already feel the pressure. Ye Guan opened his palm, and Xian Yuan returned to his hand. As soon as he held the sword, a powerful sword force struck him, sending him back tens of thousands of meters away. When Ye Guan came to a halt, he looked down at his right arm. His right arm had cracked open, revealing the gleaming white bones inside. What a terrifying attack! Ye Guan's eyes narrowed solemnly. He was currently merged with Ao Qian, which meant he had her defensive prowess. Xian Yuan had also blocked the majority of the blow, but the remnant energy of the woman's attack still inflicted such an injury on him. The woman charged at Ye Guan just then with her colossal sword in hand. The woman swung her sword at Ye Guan. Ye Guan watched as the colossal sword flew toward him, and he felt as if the sky was collapsing down on him. Ye Guan felt suffocated, and he was shaken upon realizing that the suffocating force was just the woman's sword force. To make matters worse, the sword force pressing down on him actually brought about an urge within his heart, an urge to give up. However, the urge soon disappeared and was replaced by a will to fight. Ye Guan's will to fight rose, and he slashed out with a sword move containing 3 heaven rens with 2,000 stacks each. The moment Xian Yuan was drawn, it let out a resonant sword hum. A violent tremor ran across it as a terrifying power capable of destroying heaven and earth erupted from within the sword. A head-on confrontation? It was like an ant trying to stop a chariot. Boom! A deafening explosion boomed throughout the battlefield, and a terrifying shockwave erupted, spreading outward at least 10,000 kilometers away. The nearby time reversers were blasted away as well. The collision had horrified everyone. It was just too terrifying. Dai Feng's remnant soul was in turmoil as well. He looked at the woman and frowned, couldn't recognize her at all. Ye Guan was pushed back tens of thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, he felt his fleshly body falling apart. His internal organs spasmed, and blood flowed from the cracks that had riddled his fleshly body. Clearly, Ye Guan was severely injured. Ye Guan looked turned toward the distant woman. She appeared as calm as a placid lake, seemingly unscathed. What a powerful swordsman. Ye Guan's fleshly body barely managed to withstand her attack, even though he was currently merged with Ao Qian. The woman looked up and saw that Ye Qingqing was completely dominating the Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign. The woman's eyes revealed her intense desire to fight Ye Qingqing, but she didn't act on impulse. After all, her mission was to kill Ye Guan. The woman withdrew her gaze and looked at Ye Guan in the distance. Then, her figure turned blurry as she transformed into a black streak of light and moved as swiftly as lightning as she charged Ye Guan. The woman's sword seemed capable of slicing through everything. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed into slits, and his expression became ferocious. Qian, together once more. Ao Qian replied, okay. Ye Guan grinned, his smile tinged with ferocity. Moments later, his eyes lost all lucidity as he went mad, unleashing the power of his terrifying bloodlines. Ye Guan's figure trembled as he rushed toward the woman. At this point, techniques were barely effective. It was all about speed and strength. Boom! A terrifying explosion capable of destroying heaven and earth erupted. The powerful explosion sent the two of them flying. However, the woman stabilized herself after only 1,000 meters. In the next moment, she rushed toward Ye Guan with her sword in tow. Ye Guan had yet to stop when the woman flew toward him once again. However, he faced her terrifying sword without any fear. His wrist turned, and his figure became ethereal. Heaven-run space overlap? A kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted, converging into one point. Yet another head-on confrontation. Boom! 2 radiant sword lights exploded at once, and the two were forced to retreat once again. As soon as the woman stopped, she charged toward Ye Guan once more with her sword in hand. Clearly, she had no intention of giving Ye Guan any time to breathe. Just like that, Ye Guan was forced to retreat in every exchange. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated tens of kilometers away. The woman's attacks had put him at a massive disadvantage, as she was just too strong. Ye Guan had already gone all out, but he still couldn't compete with her. The woman slashed out relentlessly like a raging tempest, and the scene made even the time reversers feel disturbed. The woman was just too strong, and every sword move she had unleashed so far seemed capable of sundering the heavens and splitting apart the earth. The time reversers were powerful supreme elites, but even they felt that they were too weak to withstand the woman's attacks, as she was just overwhelmingly powerful. The time reversers turned to Ye Guan and were shocked. Ye Guan was helpless before the woman's relentless attacks, but he was still holding on. The sight was so ridiculous and absurd that the time reversers couldn't quite believe it. Even they felt a sense of foreboding just staring at the woman's sword attacks from afar, but the target Ye Guan was actually withstanding her attacks. Was he really just a 20-year-old young man? The time reversers' faces became extremely ugly. They had all reached the pinnacle of their respective eras. Their enemies so far had always been of higher cultivation bases than them. They believed they were talented, but it was only when they witnessed Ye Guan's performance that they realized the meaning of true talent. Ye Guan was the epitome of true talent. And he was just 20 years old. If they gave him more time, the time reversers were too afraid to even imagine what Ye Guan would achieve given more time. Dai Feng looked gloomy and solemn. Ye Guan's prowess had exceeded his expectations. Ye Guan had used the power of his bloodlines, a divine sword, and he had even merged with a powerful demonic beast, but he was still incredibly terrifying himself. In addition, Ye Guan was extremely young. 100 years. Dai Feng finally understood why the true god wanted to buy Ye Guan 100 years of time. Giving Ye Guan 100 years to become even stronger meant he would become an extremely terrifying foe. Ye Guan had to die here. Dai Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. The time reversers also glared murderously at Ye Guan. They were on the same page. However, they dared not intervene. They wanted to intervene, but they couldn't intervene at all. The woman's sword force was too terrifying, and they were afraid that they would get caught up if they approached them. And that was how Ye Guan's battle became a one-on-one duel. Ye Guan was still being suppressed, and the woman's attacks became increasingly urgent and fierce, leaving him with no chance to catch his breath. However, his mad demon bloodline was also growing stronger and stronger. His mad demon bloodline had endless power. He just had to go completely mad, and his strength would be limitless. Boom! A thunderous noise echoed as Ye Guan flew at least 10,000 meters away. Ye Guan's crimson sword light and sword intent shattered. Moreover, multiple layers of space-time were annihilated as the woman's remnant sword force swept past them. The woman didn't chase after Ye Guan. She stared at the latter with a tinge of shock in her eyes. The woman had unleashed 100 sword moves, and every single attack was stronger than the previous. However, Ye Guan actually managed to withstand every single one of her attacks, despite confronting them head-on. The woman was truly surprised, and Ye Guan's mad demon bloodline had taken her by surprise as well. It was the woman's first time witnessing such a tyrannical bloodline power. Ye Guan was drenched in blood, and his right hand clenched Xianyuan. The clean and spotless Xianyuan was drenched in blood as well. Unfortunately, Ye Guan's killing intent wasn't particularly strong. If his killing intent were as intense as Sword Master Qingshan's killing intent, then his mad demon bloodline would become even more terrifying. Sword Master Qingshan's killing intent had reached such a terrifying level, as he had disregarded familial ties and killed without mercy. Ye Xian and Ye Guan's killing intent was far too lacking compared to Sword Master Qingshan's killing intent. Just then, Ye Guan looked up at the swordsman in the distance, revealing his terrifying eyes that resembled a sea of blood. Ye Guan's figure blurred as he transformed into a crimson sword light that rushed toward the woman. The woman raised her sword, blocking Ye Guan's attack. Then, a myriad of sword lights erupted from her and flowed into her colossal sword. A tearing noise echoed incessantly around her as her sword lights shattered even spacetime itself as it manifested. Bam! A crimson sword light erupted a few meters away from the woman, but it was immediately suppressed by her sword intent. A crisp noise echoed soon afterward, as the woman's sword resisted Ye Guan's terrifying sword slash. The woman pushed Ye Guan away and slashed out. Bam! The crimson sword light shattered, and Ye Guan flew like a kite that had lost its strings. Before Ye Guan could land, the woman chased after him and slashed downward. Ye Guan raised his sword in front of his chest. Boom! Ye Guan was sent flying. However, the woman wasn't done just yet. She chased after Ye Guan and slashed out once more. Her sword descended with enough force to destroy a star field, and the time reversers standing 100 kilometers away revealed shocked looks. The woman was going all out. In the face of the terrifying sword attack, Ye Guan threw his head back and roared. He became illusory and millions of sword lights burst out of him. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. Another wave of sword lights erupted, and Ye Guan finally slashed out, unleashing two sword moves containing Ye Guan's Heaven Ren Stacks limit, condensed into two space overlaps and compressed into two sword moves. Upon unleashing the second move, Ye Guan erupted into a bloody mist as his fleshly body was torn apart. Before his fleshly body was annihilated under the immense pressure and might of his sword move, a golden dragon armor wrapped around him. Boom! A calamitous explosion was detonated at the point of contact between Ye Guan's sword and the woman's colossal sword. The woman was blasted hundreds of kilometers away, and when she finally stopped, she was astonished to find that her colossal sword had fractured. The time reversers were beyond stupefied. The woman looked up from her colossal sword and stared at Ye Guan with a tinge of astonishment in her eyes. Space overlap performed twice at such speed that is indeed impressive, but can you do it again? The woman took a stance with her sword and was about to attack when she sensed something up above, prompting her to look up. The woman's lips soon curved into a faint smile. Meanwhile, Ye Qingqing came to a halt and looked up with a frown. Someone else was coming? Deep within the vast expanse, a powerful aura akin to a raging torrent swept across everyone with the force of a formidable river. The vast expanse itself seemed to boil upon the powerful aura's arrival, and the nearby cultivators found themselves out of breath as they stood helpless in the face of it. The experience felt disconcerting to everyone, including the time reversers. The Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign relaxed at the sight. Their reinforcements were here. The Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign were the ones who had called reinforcements upon realizing that they stood no chance against Ye Qingqing, even though they were working together against her. Fortunately, their reinforcements had arrived just in time. If reinforcements had come a bit later, they would have died at Ye Qingqing's hands. A middle-aged man descended under everyone's gaze. The middle-aged man was wearing a loose robe. Standing tall and straight, the middle-aged man's gaze was as sharp as a sword, and the powerful aura seeping out of him was as boundless and intimidating as the ocean, making it hard for everyone to look at him directly. An ancient bronze mirror was in his hands, and the strange runes carved on the mirror's edges shimmered in a faint golden light. The ancient bronze mirror was a divine item of the creation realm. The time reversers frowned upon seeing the middle-aged man. They couldn't recognize him. That's the ancient heavenly mirror from 500 million years ago? He's the ancient mirror sovereign, a time reverser exclaimed. The time reversers erupted into a cacophonous din. The ancient mirror sovereign was a supreme elite in the time list. There had been countless peak supreme elites throughout history, but many of them had been forgotten amidst the ruthless passage of time, especially when they were from different eras. And that was exactly why the past clan decided to establish the time list. The time list listed the top-tier supreme elites over the past 500 million years. This list was highly authoritative because the peak cultivators listed on it were personally certified by the past clan. Those on the list were top-tier supreme elites of their eras and in the past 500 million years. The ancient mirror sovereign was one of such experts on the time list. Aside from the top 3 rankers, the rest were unknown figures, as only those in the top 3 would be disclosed to the public. The woman fighting Ye Guan was on the time list, but no one recognized her as she was not in the top 3. The time reversers breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the ancient mirror sovereign. The battle was finally about to end. Ye Guan had been losing since the fight started, but Ye Guan turned out to be stronger than they thought. He also even grew stronger as he fought, which was just simply outrageous. Most importantly, the woman in black had been suppressing the Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign throughout the fight. This was what worried them the most because if the woman in black killed the Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign, who would be next? Without the Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign keeping the woman in black busy, she would be free to wreak havoc. Ye Qingqing turned around and transformed into a streak of sword light, rushing toward the Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign. The Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign's expressions changed drastically, and they could see what Ye Qingqing was trying to do here. Ye Qing wanted to kill them as soon as possible to rescue Ye Guan. The Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign retreated decisively instead of confronting Ye Qingqing. Swoosh! Ye Qingqing's sword struck nothing but air. Just then, the ancient mirror sovereign's figure trembled, and he took to the sky with the ancient heavenly mirror in hand. A violent tremor ran through the ancient heavenly mirror, and an ancient brass-colored beam of light burst out of it, heading straight toward Ye Qingqing in the distance. Ye Qingqing turned around and slashed out, unleashing a wave of sword light. Swoosh! Ye Qing actually managed to destroy the ancient brass-colored beam of light. The ancient mirror sovereign's pupils constricted, and his heart filled with astonishment at the sight. The fact that Ye Qingqing managed to destroy the light of the ancient heavenly mirror meant that her sword was extremely terrifying. The ancient mirror sovereign dared not to underestimate her. Just then, the Heaven Sovereign said, "Ancient mirror sovereign, go kill Ye Guan first." The ancient mirror sovereign looked down at Ye Guan drenched in blood. Then, he transformed into a streak of brass-colored light that shot toward Ye Guan. The woman wielding a colossal sword rushed toward Ye Guan as well. Kill Ye Guan. The woman in black wasn't their target, it was Ye Guan, the true god's chosen one. Ye Qingqing's gaze turned cold. She was about to intervene, but 2 terrifying auras rushed toward her from behind. The Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign appeared, and they only had one goal in mind: to stop Ye Qingqing from helping Ye Guan. Get lost! Ye Qingqing roared and turned around, unleashing a sword slash. Boom! The Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign were blasted tens of thousands of meters away. Meanwhile, the ancient mirror sovereign and the woman wielding a colossal sword had already arrived in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan's figure became ethereal, and a kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted from him. He decided to unleash yet another 2 sword moves containing his Heaven Ren Stack's limit, condensed into 2 space overlaps and compressed into 2 sword moves. Ye Guan had remained unmoving, as he was waiting patiently for the divine tree of nature to heal his battered fleshly body. Having been more or less healed, Ye Guan decided to make another move with all his might. When Ye Guan unleashed his attack, a burst of sword light erupted in front of him. The powerful shockwave instantly sent the 3 of them flying away. Ye Guan flew tens of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. As soon as he stopped, his golden ancient heavenly dragon armor cracked open and dimmed. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. A single blow had injured him severely. Just then, the ancient mirror sovereign and the woman wielding a colossal sword suddenly disappeared from their original positions. Then, 2 terrifying forces swept across the battlefield, heading straight for Ye Guan. The time reversers clenched their fists tightly with nervous expressions. Ye Guan was definitely going to die. He had reached his limits, after all. However, Ye Guan had given them far too many surprises for them to remain calm, which was why they couldn't help but feel nervous as they watched the unfolding scene before them. Ye Guan's mad demon bloodline was incredibly powerful. He also had the divine tree of nature and the true tree, which meant Ye Guan's self-sustain was extremely high. It was also virtually impossible for him to run out of spiritual energy. In other words, killing Ye Guan would be exceedingly difficult. The only way to kill him was to overwhelm him with absolute power. Fortunately, the combined strength of the woman wielding a colossal sword and the ancient mirror sovereign was enough to overwhelm Ye Guan. Ye Guan had 0 chance of survival against such powerful supreme elites. Ye Guan looked up with bloodshot eyes. It's over? However, a mighty conflagration erupted from within Ye Guan. Boom! Immediately afterward, another conflagration erupted deep inside of him. Ao Qian had ignited her fleshly body as well. The 2 had decided to burn together. Boom! Their auras surged crazily. Ye Guan's expression was exceedingly solemn as a tremor ran through him. He took a stance with his sword, and a kaleidoscope of crimson sword lights erupted from within him. Hum! Xianyuan let loose a resonant sword hum as the kaleidoscope of sword lights enveloped it, transforming it into a gargantuan crimson sword that flew toward the oncoming attacks, shattering every layer of space-time in its way. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the crimson sword light shattered, and the three were forced to retreat simultaneously. The powerful shockwaves from their collision spread for millions of kilometers away, and the time reversers were forced to retreat to avoid the shockwaves. Ye Guan eventually came to a halt and realized that his sword intent as well as his bloodline aura had dimmed. He was in a terrible state. The mad demon bloodline wasn't too taxing on him, as it was his bloodline. However, the conflagration of his fleshly body in exchange for power was different. Unfortunately, Ye Guan had no other choice. The ancient mirror sovereign looked at Ye Guan with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. The young swordsman before him was truly remarkable. However, the revelation meant Ye Guan had to die at all costs. Ye Guan would certainly become a disaster to them, especially when he was committed to upholding the virtuous Dao. The true God alone had forced them into countless years of slumber. If an expert on the same level as the true God were born. The ancient mirror sovereign's eyes flashed with deep killing intent. Attack! Roared the ancient mirror sovereign. The ancient mirror sovereign, along with the woman wielding a colossal sword. Their powerful auras swept across the battlefield, heading straight for Ye Guan. A sword hum echoed just then, and a massive sword wave, spanning thousands of meters, descended toward the ancient mirror sovereign and the woman wielding a colossal sword. The two were forced to defend themselves. Boom! The massive sword wave inundated them like a deluge, forcing them to retreat. Ye Qingqing rushed to Ye Guan's side. Upon sensing someone's approach, Ye Guan instinctively took a stance, but Ye Qingqing's sword intent enveloped him. Her figure blurred as she disappeared into the distance. Little Pagoda! Ye Qingqing shouted. Swish! A streak of golden light flew toward the two, and it melted into Ye Guan's glabella. The woman wielding a colossal sword and the ancient mirror sovereign were stupefied to see Ye Qingqing's retreat. Where do you think you're going? Roared the ancient mirror sovereign. Then, he wasted no time, transforming into an ancient brass-colored beam of light that made a beeline for Ye Qingqing and Ye Guan. Ye Qingqing whipped around, and her eyes radiated thick, killing intent as she slashed out fiercely with her sword. Swish! Space-time collapsed in the face of Ye Qingqing's attack, and so did the ancient brass-colored beam of light. The ancient mirror sovereign himself was blasted away. However, a colossal sword descended upon Ye Qingqing. Ye Qingqing's eyes narrowed, and she blocked the attack with her sword. Boom! A radiant light erupted between the two women, forcing the woman wielding a colossal sword to retreat thousands of meters away. The woman wielding a colossal sword stared with cold and narrowed eyes at Ye Qingqing. She couldn't quite believe that she had actually lost to Ye Qingqing. Ye Qingqing ignored the woman wielding a colossal sword. She turned to Ye Guan and found that her eyes were no longer filled to the brim with madness. Perhaps it was due to her sword intent suppressing Ye Guan, and the fact that it hadn't been too long since he had activated the mad demon bloodline. Ye Qingqing quietly lifted Ye Guan and turned around to leave. However, the ancient mirror sovereign raised the ancient heavenly mirror. An ancient brass-colored streak of light burst out from the mirror and arrived in front of Ye Qingqing in the proverbial blink of an eye. Ye Qingqing raised her jade-like hand and thrust her sword toward the oncoming attack. Boom! The ancient brass-colored streak of light shattered, but it transformed into a seemingly endless beam that collided incessantly against Ye Qingqing's sword. Swoosh! The woman wielding a colossal sword appeared and slashed out toward Ye Qingqing. Ye Qingqing's eyes flashed coldly. She let out a soft cry and thrust her sword forward with her right hand. The ancient brass-colored beam of light shattered, and her sword collided with the oncoming colossal sword. Boom! A radiant sword light erupted, but the woman wielding a colossal sword wasn't blown away. She refused to budge an inch as she pressed her colossal sword against Ye Qingqing's sword. Swoosh! Another ancient brass-colored streak of light flew toward Ye Qingqing. The two forces converged and erupted into a mighty explosion, sending Ye Qingqing and Ye Guan flying. Before Ye Qingqing and Ye Guan could recover, however, a blurry figure flew at lightning speed toward Ye Qingqing. Upon arrival, they wasted no time and thrust their spear toward Ye Qingqing's right chest. Ye Qingqing's jade-like face changed ever so slightly. She was protecting Ye Guan and was suppressing his mad demon bloodline, while the woman wielding a colossal sword and the ancient mirror sovereign fought her at the same time. In other words, she had no time to spare. How could she block the oncoming spear thrust? Ye Guan stood in front of Ye Qingqing to draw his sword and slash out, but the spear was just too fast. It pierced Ye Guan, and it didn't lose its momentum as it continued toward Ye Qingqing. However, Ye Guan grabbed the shaft of the spear with both hands. His mad demon bloodline and sword intent erupted to suppress the spear. Ye Qingqing was enraged at the sight, and her hair fluttered fiercely as her face distorted in anger. She glared fiercely at the attacker and roared, "How dare you!" Boom! A tremendous surge of sword intent and force burst out of Ye Qingqing. The brass-colored beam of light shattered into pieces, and the powerful sword intent forced the woman wielding a colossal sword to retreat. However, a figure suddenly rushed toward Ye Guan, the spearman. Ye Qingqing pulled Ye Guan behind her and slashed out toward the spearman. Boom! The spearman flew away, and Ye Qingqing finally managed to take a good look at the spearman. The spearman was a white-robed man exuding a powerful spear intent, and he was staring at Ye Qingqing with a solemn gaze. The white-robed spearman had been lurking long ago, and his plan was to deliver a fatal blow to Ye Qingqing at a critical juncture. The three of them had almost succeeded in killing Ye Qingqing together, but Ye Guan had unexpectedly taken the blow for her. What a pity! The white-robed spearman stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was holding his sword with both hands while blood gushed out of his chest. If it hadn't been for Ao Qian protecting him, Ye Guan would have been annihilated by the spear. However, Ye Guan still ended up sustaining massive damage to his soul, and it was all thanks to the white-robed spearman's powerful spear intent. Ye Qingqing quickly supported Ye Guan, and her expression turned fierce as she glanced at the hole in Ye Guan's chest. Ye Qingqing said, "Little Pagoda, take him inside." A brass-colored beam of light enveloped Ye Guan, and he disappeared into thin air. Ye Qingqing opened her palm, and the tiny pagoda flew toward her hand. She flicked her wrist and put away the tiny pagoda. "Don't give him time to heal," a time reverser roared. Ye Qingqing turned around and glared at the time reverser. Boom! The time reverser's head flew away, and his headless corpse spurted blood all over the place. Everyone stared dumbstruck. Ye Qingqing turned her head to look at the white-robed spearman. Her beautiful eyes shimmered in a killing intent so thick that it was palpable. Ye Qingqing didn't say anything as she turned into a streak of sword light, rushing toward the white-robed spearman. The white-robed spearman's eyes narrowed. With a flick of his wrist, the spear in his hand surged forth like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, carrying with it an aura of destruction as it flew toward Ye Qingqing. Boom! As soon as the spear and sword made contact, the white-robed spearman was instantly forced back tens of thousands of meters away. Before he could even stop, a cascade of sword light descended upon his head. A cold glint flashed in the white-robed spearman's eyes. He thrust his spear forward, and a myriad of spear lights erupted at the tip of his spear. A head-on collision? Boom! As soon as he thrust his spear forward, the white-robed spearman immediately retreated. Ye Qingqing's sword intent shattered the white-robed spearman's spear intent and spear force. After coming to a stop, the white-robed spearman looked extremely solemn, and his heart filled with shock. Ye Qingqing's sword was truly terrifying. Ye Qingqing was about to make another move when the ancient mirror sovereign activated the ancient heavenly mirror in his hand. A brass-colored beam of light shot toward Ye Qingqing. Meanwhile, the woman wielding a colossal sword took to the sky and slashed out toward Ye Qingqing. In addition, the Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign disappeared from their original positions, transforming into two shadowy figures that charged at Ye Qingqing. 5 against 1. Ye Qingqing took a stance with her sword, showing no fear at all. She stumped with her right foot, and a radiant sword light burst out of her. She turned into a streak of radiant sword light and charged at her opponents. Boom! A deafening explosion rocketed across the battlefield. The time reversers revealed solemn expression at the sight Ye Qingqing was actually fighting 5 top-tier supreme elites at once. Ye Qingqing's strength was truly unbelievable. Meanwhile, Dai Feng, who had already recovered his fleshly body, cast a solemn gaze toward Ye Qingqing. Ye Qingqing's power had exceeded everyone's expectations. Ye Qingqing's eyes were fixed on the white-robed spearman, even though she had 4 other enemies she could attack. She unleashed multiple slashes with her sword, and each sword move contained a destructive force capable of annihilating both heaven and earth. The white-robed spearman was pushed into a corner, and his figure was riddled with sword wounds. If it hadn't been for the other 4, the white-robed spearman would have died long ago. The time reversers became even more solemn at Ye Qingqing's ferocity. Dai Feng's expression was particularly pensive. The supreme elites of the True Universe and the Guanxian Universe were currently facing the supreme elites of the Dai clan, which was why they hadn't been able to reinforce Ye Qingqing and Ye Guan. However, at this rate, Dai Feng turned toward the ancient mirror sovereign and shouted, "End it." The ancient mirror sovereign and the faces of the other 4 became solemn. They also wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, but Ye Qingqing was just too terrifying. The battle was 5 against 1, but they still couldn't suppress her. To make matters worse, Ye Qingqing was getting better and faster in the middle of battle. "We're all going to die once the supreme elites of the True Universe and the Guanxian Universe are here," Dai Feng roared. "The great Daoist Brushmaster has called for reinforcements," someone else shouted. The ancient mirror sovereign's expression turned ugly. Ye Guan had reinforcements? No one had told him that Ye Guan had reinforcements. They genuinely believed that Ye Guan only had the true god and the great Daoist Brushmaster behind him. The true god had sealed herself along with the evil Dao. The great Daoist Brushmaster had been warned as well, so they no longer had any reservations. However, they didn't expect that Ye Guan would have so many powerful people behind him in addition to his incredible strength. Everyone revealed solemn expressions. They knew that they'd be done for once Ye Guan's reinforcements were her. In fact, Ye Guan just had to recover his strength, and he would become a massive headache to them. "I'll hold her back," the ancient mirror sovereign roared. "You guys find an opportunity." The ancient mirror sovereign trembled, and he transformed into a brass-colored beam of light that melted into the ancient heavenly mirror unity of man and mirror. Boom! A violent tremor ran through the ancient heavenly mirror, and a kaleidoscope of brass-colored lights erupted from it. The explosion forced the time reversers to retreat far away with shocked faces. They dared not look directly at the ancient heavenly mirror. The ancient heavenly mirror trembled once again, and a brass-colored beam of light burst out, heading straight for Ye Qingqing in the distance. The brass-colored beam of light contained 10 times the power of the usual brass-colored beam of light. Ye Qingqing sensed something just then and turned around, slashing down with her sword. Bam! A burst of sword light erupted in front of her, and the impact sent her flying away. Before she could stop, a colossal sword flew toward her head from above. At the same time, a spear was thrust toward her from her right side. A 3-way pincer attack. Ye Qingqing's jade-like face revealed killing intent. She stumped with her right foot, and a mysterious force sprang up from her sword domain. Ye Qingqing's sword domain instantly suppressed her attackers, leaving them reeling in shock. Ye Qingqing stepped forward, and a torrent of sword light poured out of her. Boom! The woman wielding a colossal sword was blasted away first, followed closely by the white-robed spearman. However, the brass-colored beam of light forced Ye Qingqing to retreat, and her sword domain collapsed after taking the brunt of her assailants' attacks. Ye Qingqing retreated a few kilometers away before shouting and pressing forward with her sword in hand. Whoosh! The oncoming brass-colored beam of light was destroyed. Ye Qingqing's figure trembled. She dodged to the side and dashed straight toward the white-robed spearman. Ye Qingqing moved so fast that she arrived in front of the white-robed spearman in the proverbial blink of an eye. Then, Ye Qingqing wasted no time and swung her sword down. The white-robed middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He dared not contend against Ye Qingqing's furious sword slash. He raised his spear to defend himself. Boom! The spear trembled, and a burst of sword light erupted at the point of collision. The white-robed spearman flew kilometers away as if he were a puppet with its string cut. As soon as he stopped, the spear was reduced to ashes that scattered into the air. However, Ye Qingqing wasn't done just yet as she charged at the white-robed spearman. The white-robed spearman looked up and was greatly alarmed by the scene before him. A colossal sword swept toward Ye Qingqing just then, and the powerful sword intent within the colossal sword rushed toward Ye Qingqing like a rogue wave, causing the collapse of the nearby space-time. Ye Qingqing changed the trajectory of her attack and slashed out toward the colossal sword. Bang! The sword intent within the colossal sword shattered upon impact. Meanwhile, another brass-colored beam of light shot out from the ancient heavenly mirror, and it arrived in front of Ye Qingqing in an instant. Ye Qingqing's sword domain manifested, and she even swung her sword at the brass-colored beam of light. Her sword managed to stop the brass-colored beam of light in its tracks, and Ye Qingqing put both hands on her sword. Boom! The brass-colored beam of light exploded into a myriad light fragments. Ye Qingqing tapped the ground lightly with her foot, transforming into a streak of sword light that disappeared toward the white-robed spearman. The white-robed spearman's pupils constricted. Why was she coming at him again? The white-robed woman couldn't think too much, as he didn't have the luxury of time. He was forced to raise his spear and unleash a wave of spear lights. The spear lights flew toward Ye Qingqing. A colossal sword carrying a terrifying sword intent flew toward Ye Qingqing from behind. The colossal sword moved so fast that it reached Ye Qingqing in the blink of an eye. The woman wielding a colossal sword had chosen to attack Ye Qingqing rather than defend her companion. This time, however, Ye Qingqing ignored the oncoming colossal sword. She waved her right hand and sent her sword flying toward the white-robed spearman. Boom! The white-robed spearman's spear lights collapsed, but Ye Qingqing's sword did not slow down. It pierced the spearman's glabella and instantly annihilated his soul. The white-robed spearman was no more. The colossal sword struck Ye Qingqing just then, sending her flying. Ye Qingqing spat mouthfuls of blood as she flew across the starry skies. It was just one blow, but it had severely injured her. To make matters worse, the ancient mirror sovereign was done charging up a powerful attack. A brass-colored beam of light made a beeline for Ye Qingqing, and it was more powerful than the woman wielding a colossal sword's attack. Ye Qingqing was powerless at the moment, as she had just forcibly endured the woman wielding a colossal sword's attack just to kill the white-robed spearman. Ye Guan suddenly appeared beside Ye Qingqing, and he embraced her slender waist. Then, he turned into a beam of sword light that disappeared into the distance. Master Pagoda! Ye Guan roared, assist me. Boom! A golden beam of light burst out of Ye Guan and took to the sky, colliding with the brass-colored beam of light. The collision shattered both lights, and a powerful shockwave spread out, forcing the woman wielding a colossal sword and the Heaven Sovereign and the Earth Sovereign to retreat. Ye Guan carved open a space-time rift, and he decisively rushed into it. The face of the woman wielding a colossal sword turned ugly. Chase! She roared. Everyone took to the sky, turning into streaks of light that headed straight for Ye Guan. Within the time river, Ye Guan fled with all his might while Little Pagoda assisted him by releasing beams of golden light to resist the ancient mirror sovereign's attacks. Ye Qingqing said, let me go. Ye Guan was furious. Stop the nonsense, or I'm going hit you. Ye Qingqing raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Huh. Ye Guan's heart skipped a beat upon seeing Ye Qingqing's raised brows. He dared not speak further, so he held her tightly and focused on flying away. This ant's temper is even more volatile than my plain-skirt ant. Ye Qingqing snorted coldly. She did not say anything, but she had taken note of what Ye Guan had just said. Ye Guan actually said that he was going to hit her? Ye Qingqing resolved to teach him a lesson once she had recovered. Ye Guan fled with Ye Qingqing, but his expression soon became grim. He had just realized that they were moving against the time river. Ye Guan's plan was to bring Ye Qingqing back to the Guanxian universe, but they were getting farther and farther away from the timeline where the Guanxian universe existed. Moreover, the pressure of time was becoming stronger and stronger, slowing him down. Turning his head, Ye Guan saw the woman wielding a colossal sword and her companions chasing them relentlessly, like thorns in their sides. Ye Guan's face darkened. At this rate, their pursuers would catch up to them in just 15 minutes. Ye Guan glanced at Ye Qingqing and saw that her face was extremely pale. She looked extremely weak and exhausted. The blood flowing down her right shoulder had drenched her clothes. Clearly, she was severely injured. The consecutive battles had taken a toll on her, and she was forced to endure the woman wielding a colossal sword's attack. If it hadn't been for her formidable skill, the attack would have claimed her life. Sensing Ye Qingqing's increasingly feverish breaths, Ye Guan's expression became solemn. He opened his palm, revealing a small ancient tree. With a thought, the ancient tree flew into Ye Qingqing's glabella. The ancient tree sent out streams of green light that melted into Ye Qingqing. The tiny ancient tree was none other than the divine tree of nature, Eon of Ye Guan's prized divine items. If it hadn't been for the divine tree of nature, Ye Guan would have died long ago, even with his mad demon bloodline. The divine tree of nature's incredible power of healing had allowed Ye Guan to withstand the mad demon bloodline's tyrannical power. Ye Qingqing's eyebrows furrowed deeply. What are you doing? Aunt, you need treatment, Ye Guan said. Ye Qingqing stared at Ye Guan and asked, what about you? I'm fine. I don't want it. Ye Qingqing shook her head. With that, she attempted to force the divine tree of nature out of her sea of consciousness. Ye Qingqing knew that the divine tree of nature was the reason Ye Guan was still alive. Without it, Ye Guan wouldn't be able to withstand the powerful attacks of their enemies. Ye Guan was frustrated upon seeing Ye Qingqing forcing the divine tree of nature out of her sea of consciousness. Why are you so stubborn? What are you? Ye Guan stopped mid-sentence as Ye Qingqing glared at him with an incredibly cold expression. Ye Guan looked away and asked, do you want to die here together, then? Ye Qingqing glared at Ye Guan, and her beautiful eyes flashed in fury. If we're going to die, then we're going to die. Why are you being so aggressive to me? Ye Guan fell silent. Put me down, Ye Qingqing demanded coldly. Ye Guan thought briefly before saying, I am sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I don't accept your apology, Ye Qingqing spat coldly. Ye Guan's head throbbed at Ye Qingqing's reply. Ye Qingqing struggled out of Ye Guan's embrace when a shrill noise entered their ears just then. Ye Guan turned and saw a streak of cold light flying toward them in the distance. Ye Guan's pupils constricted, and he caught a whiff of death from the oncoming cold light. He pulled Ye Qingqing behind him to draw his sword, but the slight delay proved costly. Shwick! The cold light struck Ye Guan's chest, and Ye Guan flew backward with Ye Qingqing. He managed to cover his body with his sword intent, but the attack was just too strong. Ye Guan's chest was torn open layer by layer as they flew backward. Ye Qingqing's expression changed abruptly, and her cold, icy demeanor softened. Ye Guan stabilized himself and sensed numerous powerful auras flying toward them. Ye Guan did not hesitate to carve a spacetime rift next to him. Rumble! Ye Guan immediately jumped into the spacetime rift with Ye Qingqing in tow. Moments later, hundreds of powerful figures appeared. Some time reversers were about to follow Ye Guan into the spacetime rift when the woman wielding a colossal sword exclaimed, wait. The time reversers looked at her. We're in the territory of the Nanu Sovereign, she explained. The Nanu Sovereign? Everyone's expressions changed. The Nanu Sovereign was a top-tier supreme elite on the time list. He wasn't in the top 3, but the Nanu Sovereign's reputation was beyond that of the ancient Mirror Sovereign. More importantly, he even announced that those daring enough to trespass on the Nanu world would die. The ancient Mirror Sovereign muttered, we can't give those two any time to catch their breath. Once that woman in the black dress recovers from her injuries, everyone's expression became grave. Once the woman in the black dress recovered, who would be able to fight her? The woman wielding a colossal sword nodded and exclaimed, let's go. With that, everyone charged into the Nanu world. They couldn't allow those two to recover from their injuries? Ye Guan frowned upon entering the Nanu world. The powerful auras behind them had disappeared somehow, but he didn't dwell on it any further. His figure turned blurry as he turned into a streak of light that disappeared into the depths of a distant mountain range. Master Pagoda, help me conceal our auras, Ye Guan exclaimed. Little Pagoda replied, okay. Little Pagoda hurriedly concealed their auras. Ye Guan then found a cave and helped Ye Qingqing inside of it. Then, Ye Guan brought Ye Qingqing into the world inside the tiny pagoda. Ye Guan placed Ye Qingqing on top of a boulder. Ye Qingqing's clothes were stained red by both of their blood. Fortunately, the divine tree of nature healed her furiously, and Ye Qingqing's pale complexion finally became a bit rosy. Ye Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Qingqing glanced at Ye Guan but said nothing. "Aunt, focus on healing. I'll stand guard outside," Ye Guan said. With that, Ye Guan left the world inside the tiny pagoda. Ye Qingqing slowly closed her eyes, urging the divine tree of nature to speed up. Ye Qingqing couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. After all, Ye Guan was no match for those time reversers, and he would certainly be in mortal peril once they found him. No, Ye Guan was definitely going to die, and that was why she had to hurry up and recover her full strength. After leaving the tiny pagoda, Ye Guan sat at the cave's entrance. He looked up at the sky, and his eyes narrowed. He could feel terrifying auras on the distant horizon. They're coming? Ye Guan concentrated on concealing his aura along with Little Pagoda's help. He knew very well that if they discovered him, both he and his aunt would be in big trouble. Unfortunately, he still ended up underestimating their strength, as several divine senses landed directly on the cave where he was hiding. Ye Guan's pupils constricted. Without any hesitation, he placed the tiny pagoda on the ground. "Master Pagoda, protect my aunt and help her recover from her injuries," Ye Guan transmitted. Then, his figure trembled as he transformed into a streak of sword light that disappeared in the opposite direction. Hundreds of divine senses zeroed in on Ye Guan the moment he flew away, and hundreds of powerful auras rushed toward him. Ye Qingqing opened her eyes and frowned. Ye Guan activated his two bloodlines to boost his speed to the extreme. He crossed millions of kilometers of distance in the blink of an eye. Then, he abruptly came to a halt and carved open a spacetime rift. Unfortunately, he was still a bit too slow as a colossal sword flew descended upon him. There was nowhere to hide. Ye Guan had no choice but to abandon the idea of entering the time river. He whipped around and slashed out with his sword. Boom! A radiant sword light erupted, and Ye Guan was forced to retreat tens of thousands of kilometers away. As soon as he stopped, the space behind him collapsed with a thunderous boom. Blood dripped down Ye Guan's lips. The woman wielding a colossal sword and the others surrounded Ye Guan. Ye Guan quietly swept his gaze across the time reversers. He knew that he was no match for them. Even if his mad demon bloodline were to awaken completely, it wouldn't be enough. The difference in strength and numbers was just too great. Ye Guan looked up and frowned. Great Daoist Brush Master, you said you were going to get help. Where are you guys? You better pick up the pace, or you'll have to collapse my corpse soon. The woman wielding a colossal sword stared at Ye Guan. No one can save you now. A terrifying sword force descended upon Ye Guan. The ancient mirror sovereign raised the ancient heavenly mirror up high and aimed it at Ye Guan. An ancient aura enveloped Ye Guan, immobilizing him. The time reversers also unleashed their own auras, inundating Ye Guan. Ye Guan felt his breath stagnate. He found it hard to breathe beneath so many auras. However, Ye Guan knew that he had to buy some more time. With that thought in mind, Ye Guan looked at the woman wielding a colossal sword and said, "Do you know who my father is?" "His name is Yasuixn," interrupted the woman wielding a colossal sword. "Your father is Ye Xian, right? The sword master." Ye Guan was slightly stunned, and then he nodded hastily. "Yes. Call him here, then. I want to fight him." Ye Guan asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" The woman wielding a colossal sword glared at Ye Guan. "Call him. You said I should call him, right? You said I should call him," Ye Guan exclaimed, staring at the woman wielding a colossal sword. Then, he looked up at the void and said, "Father, come out and show off, will you?" Ye Guan stared deeply into the vast expanse but received no reply. "Father?" Ye Guan asked with a frown. However, he received no response, and his expression darkened. "Father, you didn't embark on a reincarnation journey, did you?" Ye Guan grew uneasy upon receiving no response. The woman wielding a colossal sword asked, "Is he really your father?" Ye Guan was at a loss for words. The woman wielding a colossal sword smirked coldly and leaped forward, slashing out with her colossal sword toward Ye Guan. The sweep attack carried a force of 1,000 charging armies capable of tearing through the heavens. Ye Guan gripped his fists tightly, and a terrifying sword intent burst out of him. He stumped with his right foot and charged. Heaven-rend space overlap? Ye Guan had no choice but to confront the woman wielding a colossal sword head-on, as the surrounding space-time had been sealed, leaving him with no routes for retreat. Boom! Two sword lights erupted into a massive explosion upon colliding, and the powerful shockwave sent Ye Guan and the woman wielding a colossal sword tumbling away. However, the woman wielding a colossal sword stopped less than 100 meters away, while Ye Guan was sent flying at least a few hundred meters away. Blood dripped down the corner of Ye Guan's lip, and his right arm felt numb. Swoosh! A brass-colored beam of light suddenly flew out of the ancient heavenly mirror, rushing straight toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's pupils constricted. The brass-colored beam of light was even stronger than the woman wielding a colossal sword's attack. Ye Guan quickly activated his two bloodlines. Then, he took to the air and used all his strength to unleash a sword move containing his current heaven-rend stack limit condensed into two space overlaps. Hum! A resonant sword hum echoed throughout heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, a radiant sword light collided with the brass-colored beam of light. Boom! A deafening explosion rocketed the entire realm, and the impact instantly sent Ye Guan tumbling away. The brass-colored beam of light persisted only for a brief moment before shattering with a resounding boom. The woman wielding a colossal sword charged at Ye Guan in midair. Even space-time itself disintegrated beneath the might of the woman wielding a colossal sword's attack. Upon sensing the oncoming attack, Ye Guan's expression twisted into a fierce grin as he roared, "Bring it on." Ye Guan charged at the woman wielding a colossal sword and slashed out with the combined force of 4 heaven rends in one sword move. A radiant sword light erupted in front of Ye Guan. Boom! A thunderous explosion occurred as a torrent of sword light surged, inundating Ye Guan and blasting him away. Just as he came to a halt, his fleshy body was torn apart, creating a bloody mist. However, the woman wielding a colossal sword was forced back a considerable distance. Her gaze carried an unusual mix of solemnity upon realizing that Ye Guan's potential was greater than her initial thought. If they gave Ye Guan 100 years to cultivate, a thick killing intent surged out of the woman wielding a colossal sword. Then, she jumped into the air and slashed out with her colossal sword toward Ye Guan. From the other side, a radiant burst of brass-colored beam of light flew across the sky. Ye Guan smirked at the two attacks coming at him from both sides. In the next moment, an overwhelming sword force surged crazily within him. Then, he charged at the woman wielding a colossal sword with countless sword lights around him. Clang! A resonant clang echoed as Ye Guan flew away like a kite that had lost its strings. Meanwhile, the brass-colored beam of light finally arrived. Ye Guan's pupils constricted, and he braced himself for impact with his sword. Bang! The kaleidoscope of sword lights around Ye Guan shattered into innumerable light fragments, and he cut a sorry figure as he flew even farther, leaving a trail of annihilated space-time in his wake. Ye Guan quickly stabilized himself in midair and was horrified to find that he had lost his right arm, in addition to his severe injuries that were deep enough to reveal the gleaming white bones underneath. If he had the divine tree of nature, he would be able to endure a bit longer. However, the divine tree of nature was with Ye Qingqing. The pincer attack had truly been devastating. When the woman wielding a colossal sword saw the extent of Ye Guan's injuries, she immediately charged at him. Clearly, she didn't want to give him any time to recover. The woman took to the sky and gripped her colossal sword with both hands. A powerful sword force erupted, briefly splitting the entire realm into two. As the attack closed in on Ye Guan, he spread his left hand, and Xianyuan flew into his left hand. He stared at the woman wielding a colossal sword before disappearing into a streak of sword light. The final strike? This was Ye Guan's final blow. His fleshy body and soul could no longer withstand any more hits from the woman wielding a colossal sword and the ancient heavenly mirror. Swoosh! The air shrieked as a streak of sword light emerged from the sidelines, racing toward Ye Guan at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached the woman wielding a colossal sword. Sensing the impending danger, the woman wielding a colossal sword swiveled and attacked the oncoming sword light. The sword light shattered, but the woman wielding a colossal sword was blasted hundreds of meters away. The streak of sword light was none other than Ye Qingqing, and she had roughly recovered from her wounds. Ye Qingqing gracefully jumped into the air and pulled Ye Guan along as she transformed into a streak of sword light that disappeared into the horizon. Just then, a brass-colored beam of light erupted from the ancient heavenly mirror and chased after them. Ye Qingqing thrust her sword toward the brass-colored beam of light. A resonant hum echoed as her sword transformed into a streak of light that struck the brass-colored beam of light, shattering it into pieces. Ye Qingqing, holding Ye Guan with her left hand, spun around and flew away. With a gentle raise of her right hand, the distant sword transformed into a streak of light that flew back to her. Ye Qingqing slashed forward, creating a rift in space-time. Then, she brought Ye Guan into the space-time rift. The woman wielding a colossal sword's expression turned grim. That woman is still injured? Chase them. The woman wielding a colossal sword transformed into a streak of sword light and gave chase. The rest of the time reversers followed closely behind her. Ye Qingqing and Ye Guan appeared in the time river, and Ye Qingqing flew as fast as she could across the time river. Perhaps due to her injuries, Ye Qingqing appeared somewhat pale. Ye Guan glanced at Ye Guan and saw that he was in a miserable condition. He had even lost his right arm. Ye Qingqing's face darkened at the sight, and a hint of cold killing intent flickered in her eyes. Moments later, she took a deep breath and said, "You need healing." The divine tree of nature flew out of her glabella and melted into Ye Guan's glabella. Ye Guan shook his head. "And, your injuries?" "I'm fine," Ye Qingqing exclaimed. Ye Guan was astonished. He wanted to say something, but Ye Qingqing's eyebrows creased as she snapped, "Stop babbling and heal yourself." Ye Qingqing then threw Ye Guan into the world inside the tiny pagoda. Ye Guan lay still in the tiny pagoda, allowing the divine tree of nature to heal him. Eventually, he broke the silence with a whisper, "Qian Qian." There was no reply, and Ye Guan immediately panicked. "Qian Qian." Ao Qinqian's reply came belatedly, Relieved, Ye Guan swiftly retrieved spiritual cores to speed up their healing. Ye Guan's mind raced as he lay still. At this rate, the three of them would end up dying, so they desperately needed reinforcements. Ye Guan suddenly felt anxious at the thought, as he had no idea about the true universe and the Guanxian universe's current status. At first, he was confident that the two universes could handle the time reversers, but Ye Guan lost confidence in that assumption upon realizing that the time reversers seemed to be getting stronger. To make matters worse, there was a seemingly endless number of them. They were unlike any enemies Ye Guan had ever faced, and the white-robed lady from the past clan was particularly terrifying. Ye Guan frowned just then and thought, where did the great Daoist Brushmaster go? Where are our reinforcements? Did he run away after sensing the impending danger? Ye Guan shook his head with a sigh. Despite Ye Qingqing's earlier assurance of reinforcements, there was still no sign of them. It seemed likely that the time reversers had successfully intercepted them. Ye Guan didn't know the numbers of the time reversers, but he could only assume the worst. After all, it was no easy task to stop the supreme elites of the Guanxian universe and the true universe from going anywhere. Ye Qingqing suddenly materialized in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan froze, surprised by her arrival. "We're currently in an unknown realm," Ye Qingqing said. "It's going to take them a while to locate us. However, they are not to be underestimated, and I reckon that they'll soon find us. How's your recovery going?" Ye Qingqing asked. Ye Guan replied, "I'm about halfway there." "That's a relief." Ye Guan opened his palm, revealing the divine tree of nature. "What are you thinking about?" Ye Qingqing asked, frowning. "The three of us should heal at the same time," Ye Guan said, infusing the divine tree of nature with spiritual energy. A wave of green light burst out of the divine tree of nature, and it enveloped the three of them. Ye Qingqing nodded and began absorbing the divine tree of nature's force of nature. Ye Guan's mouth fluttered open to speak, but Ye Qingqing beat him to the chase, saying, "More and more powerful people will come for us." A shadow loomed over Ye Guan's face as he asked, "What about our people?" Ye Qingqing met his gaze and replied, "It seems like there's no one left." Ye Guan sounded solemn as he mumbled, "The great Daoist Brushmaster." Ye Qingqing shook her head. "I think he's in trouble as well. That woman can foresee what he can foresee." "That woman? Are you talking about that white-robed woman?" Ye Qingqing nodded. Ye Guan's expression darkened. The great Daoist Brushmaster was strong, but he seemed powerless against the white-robed woman. Ye Qingqing suggested, "We need to find a way back to the Guanxian universe and regroup with Slaughter and the others." "Just the three of us?" Ye Guan asked doubtfully. Yes. Ye Qingqing nodded and raised an eyebrow. Afraid. Ye Guan admitted, they have reinforcements. Ye Qingqing fell silent. Earlier, Ye Qingqing had only managed to intervene, as she had been lurking in the dark. Otherwise, the other time reversers would have stopped her dead in her tracks, which meant Ye Guan could have lost his life. They truly wanted to kill Ye Guan. Their goal was Ye Guan's death. If I were that woman, I would surely be convinced that we'd retreat. Ye Qingqing narrowed her eyes, asking, are you suggesting that retreating means playing into that woman's hands? Ye Guan nodded. So. Ye Guan trailed off, meeting Ye Qingqing's gaze. They smiled knowingly at each other. There was no need for Ye Guan to complete his sentence as they had a mutual understanding. They were on the same page. No retreat. They would resist the flow of time and fly against it, going against the flow of time. Ye Guan knew that going back was no longer an option. The path backward was swarmed with powerful time reversers, so he had no other choice but to choose the challenging path of going against the flow of time. Ye Qingqing stared at Ye Guan and asked, do you understand what that means? I do. Ye Qingqing fixed her gaze on him. What does it mean, then? As of now, I am in a desperate situation. Going with the flow of time means certain death, but going against it offers a slim chance of survival. So, I choose to go against it. I choose to fight against the odds. Ye Guan stood up just then and clenched his fists. His eyes sparkled with determination as he continued, I am in a desperate situation, but for me, it's an opportunity as well. Both my grandfather and father had risen to unparalleled heights from adversity. I, Ye Guan, can do the same. Ye Qingqing stared into Ye Guan's eyes and saw the unwavering determination within. Ye Qingqing's cold face unexpectedly broke into a smile with a hint of admiration. Many would succumb to adversity or blame others for their failure to overcome that adversity. However, Ye Guan perceived adversity as an opportunity, and Ye Qingqing found Ye Guan's mindset to be quite refreshing. He had the heart of a true warrior. One needed a resolute spirit to ascend to the peak of cultivation and dominate everyone else. Ye Guan sat down and contemplated his situation. Choosing to go against the flow of time was like confronting the waves head-on. Success meant riding the waves, but if he failed, the waves would sweep him away instead. He had to be meticulous, as recklessness meant certain doom. Ye Qingqing saw Ye Guan's contemplative look and asked, what are you thinking? Ye Guan said, if I were one of the time reversers, what would I do? A glint of interest flashed in Ye Qingqing's eyes. Tell me. Ye Guan sounded solemn as he replied, if they stumble upon us again, they will surely try to restrain you and then go all out to kill me. They're not going to make the same mistake again as well. You're strong enough to fight them and perhaps shatter their encirclement. It's impossible, Ye Qingqing said, shaking her head. Ye Guan looked at Ye Qingqing. Ye Qingqing calmly explained, it's not exactly impossible if I'm alone. However, their target is you, and they're definitely going to employ hit-and-run tactics just to stop me from helping you. We're strong enough to fight them, but they have reinforcements. Ye Guan sighed bitterly. He knew that the time reversers wouldn't be able to stop Ye Qingqing from leaving. She only sustained injuries because she was determined to kill the white-robed spearman. If it weren't for Ye Guan, those time reversers would be no match for Ye Qingqing. Ye Guan knew that he was the weakest link. If it hadn't been for Ye Qingqing, he wouldn't have perished long ago against the woman wielding a colossal sword. Ye Qingqing asked, any ideas? Ye Guan responded, for now, we fight and retreat. Ye Qingqing looked at Ye Guan, expecting more details. Ye Guan continued, the most powerful ones among them are the two black-robed figures, the woman wielding a colossal sword, and the man wielding a mirror. The latter is the most dangerous foe. Ye Guan stared into Ye Qingqing's eyes and suggested, how about we ambush them and focus on killing the man wielding a mirror? At the very least, we have to incapacitate him. Ye Qingqing maintained a steady gaze on Ye Guan. How do we ambush them? Ye Guan replied, I'll be the decoy. Ye Qingqing's eyes narrowed. And I handle the ambush. Ye Guan nodded. The moment they lay eyes on me, it'll be like injecting adrenaline into chickens. They'll charge at me recklessly just to hunt me down. Especially that woman wielding a colossal sword and the two black-robed figures. The man wielding a mirror will surely focus on attacking me. If you make a move while their attention is on me, there's a high chance that you'll succeed in taking down the man wielding a mirror. Ye Qingqing stared into Ye Guan's eyes. This plan will put you in serious danger. Well, I'm a danger magnet, so I'm used to it, Ye Guan said, chuckling. Ye Qingqing smiled. All right. For now, we should focus on healing ourselves, Ye Guan said. Then, he began absorbing the divine tree of nature's force of nature. Ye Qingqing glanced at Ye Guan and closed her eyes to focus on recovering. In less than 30 minutes, they recovered completely, and it was all thanks to the tiny pagoda. Rumble? The two had just emerged from the tiny pagoda when a wave of pressure descended upon them. They're here? Ye Guan furrowed his brows. They're here sooner than I thought. Ye Qingqing looked up and warned, they're coming. Be careful. With that, Ye Qingqing vanished, concealing herself within the folds of the void. Shortly after Ye Qingqing disappeared, a colossal space-time rift manifested, and an overwhelming pressure pelted Ye Guan like a torrential downpour. The surroundings couldn't withstand the pressure, becoming illusory. A group of figures emerged slowly from the space-time rift. The woman wielding a colossal sword, the ancient mirror sovereign, the heaven sovereign, and the earth sovereign stood at the helm of the group. Ye Guan was like a startled cat. He trembled at the sight, and his eyes quivered in panic as well. Then, he turned around and hopped onto his sword, disappearing into the distance. Ye Guan couldn't stand idly by and appear calm, as they would definitely become suspicious if Ye Guan were too calm. The time reversers were far from naive as well. A sinister gleam flashed in the eyes of the woman wielding a colossal sword and her companions. They didn't hesitate as they took to the sky and chased after Ye Guan. A rumbling noise echoed from within Ye Guan as he activated his two bloodlines, propelling himself at incredible speeds. Every inch of space-time in his way disintegrated, and he left behind a trail of destruction as he fled. The woman wielding a colossal sword and her allies picked up the pace as well upon seeing Ye Guan's desperate bid to escape. Ye Guan abruptly came to a halt and slashed out, carving a space-time rift. Then, he flew toward the space-time rift to escape. Unfortunately, a fist imprint was already a few meters away from him before he could enter the space-time rift. Ye Guan's pupils constricted, and he slashed out toward the fist imprint. Bang! A deafening noise echoed, and Ye Guan was blasted instantly thousands of meters away, cutting a sorry figure all throughout. When he came to a stop, the space-time behind him collapsed, unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the attack. The attacker was none other than Dai Feng. He had fully recovered and was standing in the distance with Dai Lu, thinking of escaping. Dai Feng sneered at the retreating Ye Guan. Dream on. Swoosh! Before Ye Guan could do anything, a powerful attack flew toward him from behind. He whipped around and saw a colossal sword enveloped by a radiant sword light. Ye Guan thrust his sword toward the colossal sword. Crackle! A crisp noise echoed as Ye Guan's sword light shattered. Ye Guan flew like a kite that had lost its strings. However, the time reversers weren't done just yet. It was the ancient mirror sovereign's turn. He lifted the ancient mirror in his hands and chanted an inscrutable incantation. The ancient mirror trembled violently, and a terrifying brass-colored beam of light rushed out of it. The calamitous brass-colored beam of light seemed strong enough to bring about the apocalypse, and it made a beeline for Ye Guan. Just then, the ancient mirror sovereign's pupils constricted in fear. He spun around and saw a sword flying toward him. Horrified, the ancient mirror sovereign brought the ancient mirror in front of his chest to block the strike. Bang! A burst of radiant sword light erupted, and the impact sent the ancient mirror sovereign flying away. Ye Qingqing took to the sky and unleashed a relentless flurry of slashes toward the ancient mirror sovereign. A kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted, inundating the ancient mirror sovereign and making him feel as though he were drowning in a sea of sword lights. The sudden turn of events shocked the time reversers. Their expressions changed drastically, and the woman wielding a colossal sword chasing after Ye Guan immediately turned around. She decisively charged into the sea of swords. The woman wielding a colossal sword realized just then that Ye Guan was bait. If Ye Qingqing successfully killed the ancient mirror sovereign, the situation would become extremely unfavorable for them. Their teamwork was the reason they had been able to push Ye Guan into a corner. If one of them died, there would be a gap in their teamwork. Unfortunately, it would become exceptionally challenging for them to suppress Ye Qingqing. In fact, Ye Qingqing would be capable of fighting back by then. Ye Guan and Ye Qingqing were an extraordinary duo, so they couldn't let Ye Qingqing kill the ancient mirror sovereign. Boom! The woman wielding a colossal sword had just barged into the sea of sword lights when it burst open, sending radiant sword lights in all directions. The woman wielding a colossal sword was sent flying away. Swoosh! An object flew toward the woman wielding a colossal sword, and she instinctively swung her sword at it. However, she instantly came to a halt upon realizing that the object was a head, and it was the ancient mirror sovereign's head. The time reversers were horrified. The ancient mirror sovereign was no more. The woman wielding a colossal sword glared coldly at Ye Qingqing and sneered, "A sneak attack, really? A supreme elite like you is actually willing to stoop so low as to employ a sneak attack?" Ye Qingqing stared contemptuously at the woman wielding a colossal sword and said, "You have hundreds of people ganging up on the two of us, and you have the nerve to say such shameless words." The expression of the woman wielding a colossal sword turned dark. "How about a fair and square one-on-one duel?" Ye Qingqing asked. "No one is going to intervene." "What? Do you not dare?" The woman wielding a colossal sword narrowed her eyes. "Why would I fight you by myself when I have a group of people with me?" Ye Qingqing shook her head. "So it turns out that you're just a little coward." "You," the woman wielding a colossal sword snapped. "Coward, coward, coward." Ye Qingqing raised an eyebrow. "I'll call you coward from now on. Unhappy? Then, come and fight with me." The woman wielding a colossal sword revealed a fierce expression. Then, she lifted her colossal sword, charging at Ye Qingqing and roared, "Attack!" The time reversers charged at Ye Qingqing. The woman wielding a colossal sword didn't bother fighting Ye Qingqing one-on-one. Knowing that she had no chance of defeating Ye Qingqing in a duel, she could only gang up on the ladder.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.